Audie, can you hear us? Okay, you were asked a question. That's okay. Um, you were asked about your username. Uh, just why were you called Audie Dusky? You said because your deceased grandma gave you that nickname, and I think Holly was just asking, what does it mean? Okay, just like your nickname. There you go. There you go. All right, that answers that. Audie, how's your day going? It's going well, thankfully. Yeah, mine's going well. Holly, how's your day going? Audie, what do you want to talk about? No, not at all. No, 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 not at all. We're just I have a question. Holly, you use the term black pilled, and I don't know why you are using that word as opposed to red pilled. If I may ask, can you clarify? Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I got you. Welcome. Welcome. How are you? Kings and Coin. How did you find out about me? Kings and Coin. If I may ask, how did you find out about me? Oh, okay. Great. Welcome. Well, thank you for bringing him in. And thank you for clarifying. Yeah, I thought so. I meet a lot of people though. And thank you for clarifying what you meant by black pilled. Okay, so are you more on a red pilled trajectory now? Would you say, Holly? Okay. Yeah. Oh, amazing, dude. Oh, that's so much fun. It isn't a lot. There you go, big dog. I got it from 16 different angles if you want to check it out. There you go. Oh, yeah, I have a ceiling cam. Yeah, it's right there. Well, people will study that in the future. People, I get what you're saying. People will study that in the future, likely using, yeah, likely using some type of augmented reality, and you'll be able to know the humidity, the dew point, my blinks per minute, my heartbeats per minute, and then I think eventually you'll be able to remove my clothing, see my skin layers, my epidermis layer, epidermal layer, my skeletal layer, and then eventually be able to map my cranium and see actually what I'm thinking before I actually say it. You're right. You're 100% right. Correct. Exactly. Yeah, you'd be able. Exactly. You'd be able to see all 206 bones in my body and basically using like different imaging, be able to see my internal organs, and all of that will improve with time. Well, you would think so, but in the future, we're going to want to study more. I disagree. Exactly. MRI. Resonance. That's right. I know what you mean. The epidural. Holly, I'm going to chime in here. Holly, you sound Holly, you sound like 100%. No, you sound like 100% woman to me. You have a very feminine voice, so I said you have a very feminine voice. Yes, you do. Don't you worry. Well, there's a UFC tonight. I don't know if you guys probably aren't big UFC fans, but I might watch that. I was watching some stand up comedy, which I can turn on if you want to watch that. Um, you guys, what are you guys into any sports? Holly, are you a fan of any sports? Oh, that's right. Oh, No, that's soccer. Yeah. Well, the yeah, we have them. So we have the MLS, which is Major League Soccer. That's in the United States, and then there are the FIFA club teams, which are generally in Europe. He showed the trophy of it. It was the one that you needed a key, and it's like really big and circular. But then there's the World Cup that's going to be hosted in North America in starting in 2026, which will be in um, it'll be in North America, beating Canada, United States, and Mexico in different cities, including well LA, but I believe in New York City as well. So I think he was just meeting in that, and then I think that they're going to be able to have that trophy at the White House until I think they said like June 13th or something like that. So there's that. Um, I I mean, well, Holly, do you watch any UFC or combat sports? It's okay if you don't. Okay, okay, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, oh, I don't know it that well. I don't know it that well. I just basically watch the there are like undercards. Sometimes I watch those, but I usually just watch the main event or so. But I'm not someone who orders a pay per view. They get really expensive. I will just usually watch them like on some type of like bootleg site or something. Um, I have been watching. I've been doing a marathon of Kill Tony, which is the world's largest live um, podcast. It airs every Monday and has for like 12 straight years. It used to be at the Comedy Store in LA, and now it airs from the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas, from Joe Rogan's club. And it's basically people who come up and they have 60 seconds to be able to make a panel laugh. It's very much like I kind of think of it like you would have a jester who would come up and try to make the king laugh, and then they give them just like uh, they give them recommendations of what they could do, and they have some big comedians on it. They've had like Bill Burr, and they've had like well even like non comedians like Post Malone who just go up and just give they critique them. So I can turn that on if we'd like. I mean, it's on right now. If there's something else you want to watch, we certainly can. Um, I'll warn you that they don't hold any punches, and they can sometimes be very sexist and very racist. But if if you want to see stand up comedy, we've got it. So I can certainly turn that on, and we can talk over it or just have it on. Um, so I can do that, and you can just tell me if you don't want to watch it. Let me know. In terms of other sports, um, there's nothing like. I mean, it's really the UFC. If you want to watch it, so the thing is, I would love to watch like a movie. Okay. Is there ice skating on? So in right. Right. Do you like stand-up comedy? Russell Peters. Yeah, he's on here. Yeah, Russell Peters is really big. Uh, I don't know if I like him, but I mean, he's okay. I don't dislike him, but he's one of the most he's one of the wealthiest stand-up comedians, and he's very popular globally because he is Indian, so he has a huge fan base. So yeah, he's on here. Um, I don't know, like basically, yeah, I understand. uh the kind of humor that I like puns. I like smart humor. I don't like racial humor. I don't like religious humor. I don't like gender humor. I mean, I watch them because they're to me that's low-hanging fruit. I don't like if you make fun of someone physically or something they can't control. I don't like that kind of humor because it just seems too easy and the person can't control it. But I do like of course, I like witty comedy, but I like comedy that makes you think. I like some, I mean, there's some political humor that I think is good, but generally, I like things like that are really simple. I like minutia kind of comedy that's like something that we all go through on a daily basis, but you just don't really think about it. You don't hear anybody talk about it. Um, so Well, I fear if I turn the reason why I don't turn on a comedy special or anything like a movie, I could just be like, hey, let's just watch a movie, is because I'm live streaming and I'll get a copyright strike. Like I was singing the other day and I got copyright strikes just from singing. And, I want to avoid that. Exactly. And I do that, but it's still like I've got 16 streams going. So sometimes they'll still get ban or they'll still get copyright strikes. So the one thing that I can watch that generally doesn't get me a copyright strike is podcasts. And so I watch Joe Rogan, I watch Lex Friedman, I watch like interviews of like certain diplomats. But then this one, it's called Kill Tony, does not get me copyright strike. So that's why I watch it. Um, because generally like I watched the Super Bowl and some other things and I'll just get a copyright strike for doing it, and You know that means that there's several things. You can lose your account for doing it, but also it can take the it can cause it so that the video doesn't stay up. But because I'm on 16 different streams, they can't get me on a copyright strike, or generally they don't on all of them at once. So they might get me on two of them, but I still have another 14 going. Um, well, we can just, I mean, just to kind of give us something to do, I'll turn on this stand up comedy. Feel free to turn it on and listen, or whatever you may want to do. I can advise that, oh, we have a friend here. Oh, this person is mean to me. Hello, Blair. How are you? Yeah. Yeah. Why are you so mature? Oh, okay. Well, we thought you were. Okay. How's your day going, Blair? Okay, that's fine. We're gonna watch some stand-up comedy, so feel free to listen. Yeah, you can. So just do that. And Blair, why don't you just tip that into the mic? Yeah, you need a neti pot. All right, here we go. Exactly. Good on you. Very well. There you are. No, it doesn't. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if Audie and I have had that conversation. Oh yeah, we have a little bit. A little bit, yeah. We talked about if her grandma, basically, if we're able to keep preserve her grandma, and she's like 1,000 or 1,000,000 years old, would I would we be friends? Basically, something along those lines. So we've talked about it a little bit, but Audie, what are your thoughts on transhumanism? That's true. Hold on. Let me be specific here. Let me be specific here. If we are 12 billion years into a universe that is approximately 60 billion years, and I have 48 billion years to reproduce, then any woman who is willing to take the journey with me over the course of billions of years, I would like to have an entire relationship with, perhaps for an entire lifetime, or generally a lifetime of, 50, 100 years. But that doesn't mean that I want to impregnate every single woman on earth within the next, 100 years or something like that. We're talking transhumanist. No, I'd like to have I would like to have a meaningful relationship with every woman who would consent with me in the future. I would see it as yeah, exactly. Thank you. Holly, thank you. Thank you, Holly. If the idea was that we could be no transhumanist, generally the way I would actually probably do it is at least traditionally humans have something called the 7 year itch, which essentially means that after 7 years the eye starts to wander. So I would ideally probably want to fall in love but not have a lifetime marriage contract, because if my life never ends, then that's essentially a punishment. But I would say to the person, let's get married for 7 years. And if we're still in love after 7 years, let's renew it for another 7 years and another 7 years and another 7 years, et cetera, et cetera. But eventually we may want to part ways, but let's re-fall in love in 100 years or 1,000 years or 1,000,000 years. That's psychologically, yeah, it's called the. Well, if you want to, you could just keep renewing. You no one, you should be whatever you want to make it. If you want to make it 24 years, then just renew it 3 times with the person. But it shouldn't be seen as something that is forced on anyone, especially in a transhumanist world where you don't die, and that means till death do you part never occurs. I'm just telling you, I'm telling you what psychologically, that's a punishment. But that's a punishment. Not, I know you. That's a that's a good point, and that's why I think that lifetime marriage contracts are a punishment in a transhumanist world. Not that I don't love love, I really do. I just feel as if it should be consensual, and in any relationship, people will grow old of each other, especially when perhaps there are new kinds of bodies that people can have, and new types of mates and new types of beings. People may want to experiment. What I think is, frankly, more beautiful than people who would be married for, say, pardon me, a million years are people who got married, had a wonderful life together, eventually were transhumanists, found other love, and then came back and refell in love later on. I think that's a beautiful, even as beautiful or more beautiful. I think it's a beautiful story, and we've never thought of love in those types of terms. But I'm an advocate for all kinds of love, and I especially exactly. It should be consensual, exactly. And I'm someone who does not like people who cheat. I never have. It's just not. I don't know. I don't want to say it's not in my character, but I I just don't like that. And I feel as if you don't like someone, instead of cheating on them and playing around or whatever, just be honest with them and tell them I want to find someone else. And go do it. And I want to give people that freedom. And especially if we're living in a transhumanist world, there are going to be times when let's say we had two little old people who were 500 years old. They're going to be sick of each other after 500 years, especially when all their friends have either, I, okay, let's take it in those terms. Let's take it in those terms. If you keep eating the same food all the time, you're gonna be tempted to try other foods eventually. And so, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. No, no choices. One food for the rest of your life. I'm not talking in. No, no, but I'm saying excellent. Well, and I'm not saying that you can't have a wonderful relationship with someone for 50 years or 100 years, but we're looking at things in terms of thousands, millions, or billions of years. And when you look at things in that kind of term, I know that people will get sick of each other. It's just something. Exactly. Well, I mean, it won't. We know that. No, because that information can be transferred. No, but I mean, like, I look. Yes. I didn't pick that up. I'm saying after 10, 10 million years of someone, you'll get bored of the other person. I'm saying I'm saying you're with I'm saying that if you're with someone for 10 million years, you will know them internally and externally. You'll know all the. That's just with that's just that's that's just with that's just with life extension technology. Then we move to mind uploading technology when you must have a viewpoint of thousands of years, millions of years, or billions of years, because that's the reality of that type of future. What I'm saying to you is that given enough time, they will leave you. They may come back, but they will leave you. It's just an inevitability. Unless you literally change the psyche of a human so that you don't give them free choice of who they love, eventually their eye will wander or they will get curious about exploring things with another person. I mean, we could say that let's just take a person, just a hypothetical couple, man and woman A, and we put them. I'm coming at I'm coming at it from a person's perspective. Absolutely. Everyone wanders. Given enough time, everyone wanders. I'm not saying that there are not people who have been together for 50 years or 60 or 70. And let's take a couple like that. A couple here on Earth, they've been married for 100 years. Okay. And life extension gets them to 200 years, and they've been married for 200 years. But then eventually we have mind uploading technology, and they're able to put their essentially their neurons into another being, and they find out that we've created some kind of cyborg that can bring them pleasure better than their partner could have ever brought them. They may want to experience that. If I'm able to. if I'm able to say that there is a being out there that can essentially make you more intelligent and have harder orgasms and be able to pleasure you in ways that your traditional spouse would never ever be able to pleasure you, well, you might want to try that. You might want to explore that. And I'm saying this is after 10,000 years, perhaps, of being married to your spouse. You will eventually get bored, man or woman. With absolutely reproduction technology. I remember. I remember. There's there's a there's there's a simple phrase that I would use to describe this, or at least my belief in this, and that is variety is the spice of life. If you want life to continue to be exciting for you, you will want different opportunities. And maybe on in today's day with traditional partners, a marriage of say 80 years or whatever you want to make it is is fine. But after 800 or 8,000 or 80,000 or 800,000 or 8 million years, eventually someone is going to want some variety. That's all. And I think that they should be allowed. God willing. I would absolutely like to have children. Yeah, I'd want to have a traditional family. I don't have to stop doing anything. There you go. Okay. What I would possibly say, at least in my world, is that if I am going to have a life with a woman, I would like to have that traditional life of a 40-year marriage. But eventually, if especially if we're transhumanists, I know that she may fall in love with someone else, or I may fall in love with someone else, or maybe we don't even fall in love, but we just want to know what it's like to re-fall in love. And you're not able to do that unless you have that variety in your life. And we may experiment with other people. But do I want a traditional family? Yeah, the answer is yes. Can you repeat that? What are you saying? Jacob Lovelia? It sounds good. Oh, if Jacob loved Leah. Oh, yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think I would say probably for most of the reasons why a man loves a woman, but he had multiple wives. He had Rachel, so he fell in love with multiple wives. He also had Bilhah and Zilpah. So I mean, he needed variety in his world. I mean, I'm not in his role, but uh, at least at least it had to do with the ability to reproduce and essentially. So at least in those times, everyone was necessarily monogamous. We have no reason to think that they weren't. I'm not denying that. I'm in agreement. Agreed. Hey, take care, King. Take Yeah, enjoy your game, my man. Hey, tell us how it went. I'm serious, King and Coin. I want to know all about your Sims. I want to know all about their lives. I get into that, so let me know. Oh, take care. Um, the Sim, that's that's. I want to know all about the Sim. I want to know all about his Sims lives. I love that stuff. Yeah, exactly. Very cool. Well, I'm in the Sims 4 subreddit, and I love it's such a fun game. I mean, I haven't played it in 25 years, but um it's a really fun game. It's like it's all the stuff that we're talking about. It's okay. You gave a very good you gave a very good analogy. Let's just play it out. Let's say instead of having marriages or relationships, we analogize it to foods. There are some people who like pizza a lot, or steak a lot, or fruit a lot. And they may have fruit or pizza or steak almost every single day. They like it so much. And let's take each day as being one lifetime. Okay. So you may say that, oh man, today I can't wait to have pizza all day. And I'm going to eat pizza all day, and I'm going to eat leftover pizza tomorrow and maybe even the next day. But there isn't a single person on earth who eats just one food. Even you were saying, um, they have limited menus that they use. That's fine. A menu is still variety. There even like indigenous people. Exactly. I think it's a beautiful analogy. I think it's I think it's very apt. No matter how much you love a certain thing, eventually you will want to have some variety if given enough time. I wait. I'm in wait. I'm saying not what I'm saying. Not what I'm saying. Wait, we haven't no one even says that we are monogamous. Hold on. No one even says that we are necessarily monogamous. Most primates are not, and really, it's only monogamy has been something that's much more socialized with us in recent uh, rotation. I'm in agreement with you, generous, but some people. I think our differences of opinion are you're looking, you're looking at this in terms of a traditional human life, and I get that. I'm looking at this in terms of a million years or 10 million years or right. Wait, hold on. Let's take that point. I think that actually living forever is a punishment. You should have the opportunity to essentially wipe your slate clean and either restart or end it. So I say that we should be able to be transhumanist within reason and digital immortality or immortality within reason. But eventually, if you want, you should be able to stop it. That is part of human choice. I feel if you are forced to continue your life without your own consent forever, that is a punishment. And I don't want anyone to have that. So when I talk about go ahead. I was going to say, so when I talk about immortality, I mean within reason. So that if you want to stop it, you can stop it. You should have that ability. Yeah, right. Yeah. Good. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Well, did you Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. That they got it and they understand that you're not ghosting them. Um, did you give them your Discord? Your just the Discord name and say, "Hey, message me here." Oh, okay, well, perfect. Then you'll be all set. Well, that's great. That that's cool. Excellent. Well, okay, so to the point we were discussing, I'm in agreement with you guys in terms of love that I'd like there to be people who are in love for even longer than what we've currently had. I think love is great. But I just think that if given really, really long periods of time and many, many different choices and varieties, that essentially being with one person is, in fact, a punishment forever. If you're forced to be with that person forever, I just think that's a punishment. Perfect. Right. Okay. Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. I understand that. I understand that. I understand that. I understand what you're saying. Now, this person who was your flame, let's say they were just in witness protection and they're able to come and be with you. If I say to them, look, you're going to be able to be with Holly for 100 years, but then her body's going to start to break down and may not be as attractive to you, or maybe it still is, but I can say that you can be with this entire harem of supermodels, and they're very intelligent and they're perfect in every single way. And not only that, okay, that okay, all right. Uh, then we will have to. Okay, okay. But I'm saying that if I'm saying his brain and dick work exactly the same way mine does, and that if given a million years of this or a billion years of this, eventually he's going to want to explore. That's all. And you will too. No, I'm saying humans. I'm, I'm, I'm saying no. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree. I think we're all man, woman. We're we're all programmed the same. Given enough time, we will all want variety. No one eats the same food every single day. We like variety. Okay, you're allowed to. I said you're allowed to. You're allowed to disagree with me. I'm saying with enough time, you both, or any woman, or any man, or any gay woman or gay man will get sick of their partner. It's the same idea of food. Actually, Holly brought up the perfect example. No matter how much there's a certain food that you like, so are food. So are food. It's a perfect example. If we take every single day to be a lifetime of transhumanism, and you can say, I love pizza so much, I'm gonna have pizza. No, I'm saying that if you can have any food that you want, eventually, not what I'm saying. I'm looking at I'm looking at this in terms of science. I'm looking at this science. I'm looking at this scientifically. And right now we don't have a really great. Eventually you'll get sick of potatoes. I'm looking at this scientifically. You don't eat potatoes every single day. You you don't just eat potatoes every single day. You eat other stuff. Do you Oh wait, so you've got potatoes. That's fine, but you do two things. You don't just do one. You need for a million years. Okay, so look at it in these terms. If I said to you, you can only eat potatoes, or you can eat anything that you want, for a million years, you're just going to be stubborn and just keep eating potatoes just because that's it. Define soul. Look, we have to define soul. If I were going to define it, it would be. I understand, but it you wait, hold on. So, so, so I think it can be measured. Okay, I think it can be measured. At least this is how I define it. This is my own scientific way of defining it. It's essentially that which we would upload using mind uploading. So it's your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, everything aside from your body. Your body is basically the container of your soul. So, what are you asking? Are we going to be able to transfer that data to other beings? Yes, that's the idea of mind uploading technology. Do I think it goes to another realm if we die? That's really a philosophical question that I don't think anyone knows, to which anyone knows the answer. Anyone who does, who says they do, I feel is being perhaps either they're misinformed or they are purposefully deceiving people because no one knows. But if we were to define as the soul as the neurons or the information stored within our neurons that could be transferred with mind uploading technology, then is that our soul? Yeah, okay. Do computers have that? Arguably, yes. So does that okay? Okay, yes, okay. I mean, it really depends on how yeah, I do understand what you're saying. It really depends on how it's programmed. But if it's programmed the way that, yeah, okay, because okay, so that's that blue being from X Men, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, well, why not have multiple Mystiques? So you could have one, but eventually Mystique has to sleep. So why wouldn't you have another one that you could be with? Okay, but no, not necessarily. What if they? Okay, but hold on, hold on. But what it I mean, it depends on how it's programmed, but doesn't it have to rest at a certain point or no? Meaning, maybe Mystique One falls. Meaning it has to sleep or hibernate. Perhaps no, no. I understand. No, no, no. Actually, I don't want to argue. I think that we have agreed to disagree on this topic. Feel free to mention any other subject you wish. What, what up, Zoot? Zoot is my friend from Australia. Zoot, we have Holly and Audie here. Audie, Holly, this is Zoot. I love all juices. I probably have a surprising one though. I really like tomato juice. Yeah, I know. It, it's kind of tart, but it's okay. What's that, big dog? You haven't even gotten one paycheck from them? Oh, that's unfortunate, Zoot. You worked hard for them and you got a lot of sales for them. Right. And let's explain. Zoot really didn't do anything wrong. He was doing, I mean, Zoot, you tell him what happened. I back you on this. I don't think you did anything wrong. Hold on. Let's explain what happened. Zoot was a salesperson for solar, and he would have to go door to door, and he made a lot of sales within a week. And someone accused him of starting a fight when he went to someone's door. Specifically, we don't know exactly what it was, but Zoot went to someone's door, knocked on their door, and didn't see that they had a sign that said basically no solicitation or no salespeople, and they may have called his boss to say that he started a fight when really it was an honest mistake. He was allowed to be knocking on people's doors. He just didn't happen to see the sign. Is that correct, Zoot? Well, but did you not have like words with one lady, the lady who had that sign? Okay, so it was even might not have even been her, but basically somebody perhaps called Zoot's boss and said that he was starting fights when he didn't. I mean, it was two reports, but yet you didn't have any fights with anybody, right? Like not even close, right? Did you contact your boss and ask when you could put that? Oh, all right. Audie doesn't believe. Yeah, Audie, you're ju- you're judging someone without any evidence. Uh, Zoot, I don't know who called your boss. It's unfortunate that it happened. You have a duty to essentially contact your employer, previous employer, and ask them on what date and what time can you expect to get your paycheck. And we don't exactly, which absolutely, absolutely. So Zoot, yes. So the question is, Zoot, did you con right? But nevertheless, Zoot, did you contact your boss and ask them when you could get paid? Perfect. Perfect. So you wait till Tuesday, and then you'll find something out. You'll be able to pick up your page stub, or they'll direct deposit to you, or whatever it is, and then you go and find something else. Exactly. Exactly. Not maybe more. This is what you do, Zoot, is you go and document every hour that you work for them and all the commissions that you should have from your sales. That's one number. That's not like maybe more or maybe less. It's one number. And then you ask them, when are you going to get paid and for how much? And they'll tell you the amount. And then you make sure that matches what you would have. And if not, then you show them your work. You say, I worked 42 hours at this rate. And I also made this amount of sales. And it's very simple. It's just math essentially at that point. And I kind of want to stand up for Zoot on this part. The average person who works at this company, I think Zoot, you said is 3 days. It's not a long time. They like barely make it through training. There aren't people who are there that often. Basically, this is a a company that these aren't employees, these are independent contractors, and they work people really hard, working door to door in the summertime of Australia, which can't be easy. And then when the people aren't producing for them, which they have very high expectations, they get rid of them. Is that not right, Zoot? So you just have to make sure that you don't let them take advantage of you. They probably take advantage of a lot of people who didn't make it as far as you made, and they just get free work out of people, and you're not going to let them do that. On Tuesday, you're going to contact them. You're going to say, "You guys owe me X amount of money. When can or can when can I expect my pay stub?" They'll say, perhaps come by and pick it up, or how much do we owe you? You know exactly what that number is. It can't be like they owe me at least this much or whatever. No, you need to know exactly what it is, and it's pretty easy. How many sales did you make with them? Okay, so how many sales did you actually make? Four? Okay, so you made four sales and you worked 42 hours. You had a certain rate that you had agreed to at 42 hours, and then you deserve the commission on four sales, and that'll be a nice little check for you. And then you go find something else, right? So that's the number. It's exactly that number, correct? Okay. So then you just make sure that they pay you that, and then you go do something else. Very well. Well, if you guys didn't know, Zoot and I play mini golf quite often together. Actually, Audie and I played some games together. Holly, do you like playing games? I think I asked you this and you said you're not really big into them. Is that correct? Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay, go ahead. You can you can shut that off. Yeah. So you know that little no, you don't go there. It's in notifications. Yeah, go to the gear and then type notifications. Okay, and then it gives you like Discord gives you more customization than any other platform. So you go in there and you put turn on sound when I mute. Yeah, there you go. It's deafened, but then also yeah. So there's that one too. You sure. Did it work? Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. Oh, very high turnover. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm in agreement with you. And I told him this when he told me, are you, like, are you sure that you're not saying that you got into a fight with someone and you just don't think that they, I mean, it's one thing for one person to say this, it's another thing for two people. It would have been verbal. But the other thing is, with such a high turnover company, they very easily could just say, yeah, we received two complaints against you, and they didn't receive any. Exactly. 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 Zoot, Zoot, Zoot's company was three people. It's not a big company, and he wasn't even necessarily an. And basically, what these companies do is they get people to come in who can make sales for them, and they get burned out, and then they let them go. And I can tell you, yeah, does he have it in writing? That's a question for him. But it's a pretty. Wait, let me clarify. It's a large company in Australia, but they just opened a branch in his area, and that branch only has approximately like three people. It's small still, but it's a large enough company that he could, exactly, he could complain to someone within this organization and get his money. But I remember asking him, like, how long has the average person been there? And he's like, well, somebody's been there for 5 years. I'm like, oh, that's really good. I'm like, who's that? And he's like, well, that's the boss. I'm like, okay, that's a little different. What about the other salespeople? And he's like, yeah, basically none of them make it. Like, very few people make it 1 to 3 days, and then if you make it that long, then and he made it whatever, like a week or whatever. um but I can see one of two things happening. One, he said something to them and to somebody and got in a fight, quote unquote, or I could just see them not liking him and just saying, "Yeah, we received two complaints about you, and you're done." I mean, it could go work either way. I mean, they can literally make something up again about him. If it's anything like the United States, like an at-will state, they don't even have to give you a reason. They can fire you because they don't like the way you look. Yeah, but he wasn't even an he wasn't even an employee. He's an independent contractor. So what do I really think happened? Maybe, I mean, I don't I want to agree, I want to believe him, but I know after um he had some metrics to make that were very difficult metrics. He was supposed to get 8 solar sales going door to door per week. He was selling solar. Yeah, so it's very difficult to do. Basically, you have to be in shape. It's hot. You have to be personable, and um, you have to get 8 solar customers per week to be able to stay on there. And his first week he got 4, which is more than most people their first week. But then, like, basically, the company could see, hey, he's not going to be a super huge producer for us. He might be average or a little below average. Let's just cut ties. And I can see them doing that as well. So what do? They just say, yeah, you got into a fight with two people. I would, I would say the quotas were unrealistic. We did the math, and it was like nobody was going to be able to make these quotas. That's why nobody is there. You know what I mean? It would be one thing if there were like 10 people and they were really successful, and some of them make their quotas sometimes, and other people that other times they don't. No, nobody's making these quotas. They basically bring people in, work them really hard, and then cut ties with them. And it's smart of the company. I don't even want to say it's smart of the company. It's disingenuous of the company, because I'm sure there are a lot of people who go and work there and don't necessarily ask for their check. But he did enough work that he should be able to get it. And if not, I'm sure that Australia has a labor board or labor commission that to which he could complain, and he'll get his money. I'll make sure. No, it was no, it was hourly, and it was a good hourly rate too. Yeah, he had commissions. So basically, yeah. So he'll be able to perhaps get something. Zoot is really not. He doesn't. I don't want to say he doesn't need to work, but like he's a crypto enthusiast, and he does very very well with crypto, very well. And yeah, he, he yeah. I mean, when the crypto market's doing well, he's doing better than perhaps all of us combined. But the crypto market, at least just in the last couple months, has been down like 25%. So I'm sure he just was getting a job to be able to make up for that to some extent. But he's doing fine. I mean, he as a crypto investor, he you'll hear him talk, and it'll his he does very well with cryptocurrency. So I'm sure he'll make some good investments in the future and either go back to not having to work or doing whatever he wants to do. But um I don't want you to think either that like, he just lost his job, he's in dire straits. It's not like, right. There's that. You'll get to he, I wouldn't have described it the way that he described it either. I would He said because I got into fights with people, and that makes it either sound like he got into altercations with people or like shouting matches with people. But there was, at least from his discussion, there. Well, yeah, but that's not what happened. I wouldn't call those fights. I would say that I think you're reading into it, but I'll say this: if he there would have been an incident, I feel that he would have been able to say, yeah, this woman and I, or this man and I, got into an altercation over X, Y, and Z. I pushed him on that. I was like, look, tell me at what point, if two people are accusing you of doing this, then you had to have done something. And he's like, the worst that happened was I went and knocked on someone's door. They had a sign that, I mean, you heard him say that not to knock, and that it wasn't that big of a deal. And I said, oh, that lady, I bet, just called and complained about you and said that you were either harassing her or whatever. And he was like, it really wasn't that big of a deal. I don't think it was her. It was either someone else, or I could just see this company, the way that it operates, saying that they just received 2 complaints against you so that they don't have to pay you. So I don't know. I wasn't there, but and you'll if you learn Zoot, you'll learn how do I want to put it? There may be underlying things here. I mean, at least he could be flat out lying. I'm not going to say that he couldn't be, but you'll just if you get to know him and he didn't really even. I mean, if he if, if he had an altercation with someone, it didn't really seem that way to me. The whole time it sounded like this was perhaps kind of a shady company. He even told me when he was working for them that he didn't think that it was all that legitimate because he thought they might be laundering money for drugs. And I said, well, what makes you think that? And he's like, they pay really well for like not that big of a payoff. Like basically, as he explained it, every time you get a solar sale, it would be like $1,000 to the company, and they would pay the salesperson like $350. So basically, the company just made like $650, but they didn't get paid that all up front. They got paid that over the course of 3 years or something like that because the people who buy the solar don't pay it all at once. They pay it in like increments. And I'm not exactly sure how it worked, but I know how he said it when he says, because I got in fights or whatever. I wouldn't have phrased it that way. I would have said that the company accused me of getting into a verbal altercation with someone, because when I hear fights, it makes me think, oh, he got into fist fights with someone. When he told me, I, he was like, because I got into a fight with someone. I was, or he said that somebody said that he got into a fight with someone. I was like, you mean physically? He's like, no, they said that somebody complained and said that I got into an argument with them, but I don't know who it was. So I don't know. I hope he makes his money, and if he doesn't, then he just takes it to their labor board. Audie, you like starting shit. I know you, Audie. You like starting shit. You're. I know you're just accusing all my friends of stuff. That's fine. Absolutely. You do you do you whatever you need to do. I'm gonna no, don't worry about that. Hey, hey, the best thing happened. Absolutely. You do what you need to do. I'm gonna continue programming my robots, and we're gonna be watching some stand-up comedy and enjoy if you like it. I understand how you might not like it though, because some of the jokes that they make are just cheap jokes, and I don't agree with them. But frankly, I it's just kind of on in the background. Sometimes it makes me laugh, but sometimes somebody comes up with something really clever and I like it. So do with that what you will. No, it's always something. They have 700 of these episodes. So yeah, so basically, I watched it in the beginning, or like I've only like they keep getting more and more popular each week, where they're selling out huge arenas. But when they first started this, they were just like pretty poor, and they're multimillionaires now. And it's like their story over the course of these like 12 years they've been doing this, of just bringing on random comedians who come up and give their best 60 seconds. The people either are really good or absolutely terrible, and then they tell them how they can improve, and they make fun of them, and they ask them about their life and their interests. And sometimes they'll have like a spouse or a significant other who comes up and does stand up. And then once they've talked to them and interviewed them, then they bring up another group of people. But the ones that they have now, the ones that they have on YouTube now, every Monday night, it's like one of the biggest. I don't know if it's the biggest live premiere weekly on YouTube, but it's one of them. It's becoming more and more popular. And if you know who Joe Rogan is, this is kind of his Joe Rogan universe. Um, so like basically, this is from his comedy club every Monday night, and um, just like some recent people who they just like I don't know if you like did like if you're into stand-up comedy, but they've had like Whitney Cummings and Bill Burr and Gabriel Iglesias. He's known as Fluffy. They've had okay, excellent. Russell Peters, Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan's on a lot. They've had on Tucker Carlson and Post Malone, and just like kind of not like the biggest celebrities in the world, but yes, he is. So there you are. So feel free to enjoy. No, no, that's not what. That's not what. That's not what I want to do. I do have. Um, you want to hear my stand up? It's 1 minute. I have 1 minute. Okay, here we go. So this is this is not the funniest stuff in the world, but here we go. Just one moment. Shalom, y'all. My name's Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to be super popular with the ladies on social media like I am, here are some surefire pickup lines for sliding into a shawty's DMs. For that hottie in your feed, you might message, "Are you my pinky toe? Because I'm going to bang you on every piece of furniture I own." "Are you a rear end collision? Because I'm going to hit it from behind." You could always use the tried and true, "Is there a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in those pants." For an international flair, you might send something like, "You remind me of the Bank of England since you've got me interested in a pound." What about, "I lost my number. Can I have yours?" If you admire an animal lover, you might say that you hope they have pet insurance because that pussy's getting beaten. For the thick girl in your life, you might say, "Do you keep a phone in your back pocket? Because that ass be calling me." You might message, "Are you sure you aren't a parking ticket? Because baby, I want to tear you up." For that future boo, you might send, "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside." And finally, for that person you may never to message you again, all you need to ask is, "Are you a pinata? Because I'm going to need a blindfold to hit that." My name is Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you. So these are just like little jokes that I don't mind, but basically I just thought uh, I did three of them myself. No, that's not AI. If anything, I took some from Reddit. Yeah, the international, the Bank of England one is mine. The pet insurance I developed. And my favorite one, which is not mine, but is the haunted house one. So what would happen is the way that I developed these, there would be people on streaming platforms, and they always would have I don't know if you know what Kick is, but they would have like I became like the most notorious spammer on Kick. Everybody knows about me on Kick. Like I am I am friends on Discord with the owner. Oh, everybody knows about me. Yeah. Um, so the owner of um so no, well, I was on Kick, and people would have on there, uh "Riz me up." And this is one of these phrases that, is for the youngins, "Riz me up." What is that? And it's basically like, use a pick, like try to pick me up or whatever. So like all these guys would try to use these, and they would never get laughs out of the girls. Now, I wouldn't necessarily go after the girls. I would go after every single person on Kick and just spam them, spam them, spam them, spam them. But sometimes I would want to make the people laugh. And sometimes guys would say, "Give me your best Riz lines," or whatever. So I would be like, okay, let's see if any of these make people laugh. And some of these would make these people laugh a lot, especially the "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm gonna scream when I come inside." It would make them laugh like pretty hard. And so I started looking for the best pickup lines that I could find. And then I just like compiled them into a list. But no, this is not AI. AI isn't that good at humor yet. It will be, but it's not that good. I have another. Well, I'm not saying I actually use these on women. I'm saying that it's humor. Absolutely. No, I'm not a loser. No, I'm saying, of course. Yeah, exactly. So I can impregnate all the women on earth, including Audie's grandma. Yeah, these are just funny things that you can use. These are fun, but do I would I use these to pick up women? No. 100. These aren't. If I had a person here and they were looking for relationship advice, I would say don't use these. These are things that they're jokes. They are funny things. Here's another round. I mean, this is what I okay, so no, these are not that's not how I operate. I mean, they're just like that's what it's supposed to do. And so I have another round that should take you back to fourth grade. So here's my other round. Does anyone remember back in the day how popular the Yo Mama joke was? Here are some of Rabbi Rothschild's traditional favorites for sharing at your next favorite holiday. Now, let me preface this by saying I don't mean this to any of your mothers. So, with that being said, Yo Mama's so ugly, her birth certificate is an apology letter from the condom factory. Yo mama's so sweet, a caring lady. Your mama is a sweet, caring lady who everyone likes. Why you got to disappoint her so much? I don't have a single yo mama joke as good as the one she made when you were born. Yo mama got more chins than a Chinese phone book. What's the difference between yo mama and a washing machine? The washing machine doesn't follow me around town for a week and a half after I drop a load in it. Yo mama's so fat, her car has stretch marks. Yo mama's such a hoe that it used to be called a bounceline until she jumped on it. Yo mama's so fat, she went to McDonald's and they had to call Wendy's for backup. Yo mama's so old, her birth certificate expired. Your mama's so fat, she unlocked three. Your mama's so fat, she unlocked type 3 diabetes. Your mama's so fat, she got triabetes. Your mama's so fat, she had a threesome and neither guy knew about it. Your mama's so slow, she took 9 months to deliver a joke. Your mama's so ugly, the cops pulled her over for not tinting her windows. Your mama's so ugly, her portraits hang themselves. Your mama's so fat, men are only attracted to her because of gravity. Your mama's so ugly, her blowjob counts as anal. Those are like tried and true, like it is mothers everywhere. That's an excellent joke. These are I can tell you when I've ever done these, and people have open mics on Twitter for comedy, and I have said them, and believe it or not, people think they're very funny. Do I think they're the funniest jokes in the world? No, these aren't jokes that I think are that funny. I think that they are like very quick. Um, like basically, if I want to tell a funny joke, it'll be longer than a minute, but they don't give you more than a minute. So you basically pack as many jokes in there as possible and see what hits. But do I think these are the like? Is this how is I guess I would say that the kind of jokes that I like are really dad jokes, which is what a lot of these are. Oh, so I was gonna say that the jokes that I really like are not those jokes. They're just themed. They're basically like I don't know, like in the early days of the internet, people would just put together like emails of just like themed jokes. So I would say I have pickup themed jokes and yo mama jokes, but those aren't my favorite jokes. Those are just ones that people are kind of used to and think. I mean, they'll think like of the ones that I say, 5 out of 10 are funny. The ones that I really like are like really simple jokes that are dad jokes, or generally known as dad jokes. Like, what do you call a nose with no body? Nobody knows. They're like puns. I like puns are funny to me. Let's see here. Why do why why do scuba divers fall backwards into the water? Because if they fell forward, they'd still be in the boat. Is Mario and Luigi's last name Mario because they're like the Mario brothers? The answer to that is yes, it is, but I didn't know that. Um, they are called the Mario brothers, which implies Mario is a surname. Um, let's see here. I really, I mean, the ones that I use, the pickup ones and the Yo Mama ones, some of them are pretty sexual. I generally don't like those kind of jokes. I like clean dad jokes, like simple jokes, like um, even like I mean, I'm just looking through it. These are just like a list that I made, but did you hear about the kidnapping at school? It's fine. He woke up. They like make you think about him for a second. I guess they're known as like Stephen Wright jokes, or there's some other. They're just like, what do you call bees? What kind of bees make milk? What kind of bees make milk? Boobies. I don't even think that's funny. I just think I took some. I wrote some of these that. I don't even think that. But like here's one. What genre of music are national anthems? Country. Like that's just like a stupid like oh they like make me groan after like oh after I hear it. But I think they're so. What genre of music are national anthems? I mean, these are just like some that I think are funny. What genre? What genre of music are national anthems? Country. It's cute. Why? Because they're like a country. They're like a nation, but they're it's also like country music is a kind of genre of music. Um, if of all the inventions of the last 100 years, the dry erase board has to be the most remarkable. Why was 2019 afraid of 2020? Because they had a fight in 2021. My wife, my friend told me your wife and daughter look like twins. I said, well, they are separated at birth. I get the words jacuzzi and yakuza confused. Now I'm in hot water with the Chinese mafia, with the Japanese mafia, pardon me. Personally, I don't believe in bros before hoes or hoes before bros. There needs to be a balance, a homie ho stasis, if you will. What has five toes? What has five toes but isn't yet? See, they're stupid. They're just stupid. I mean, um, I either found it on Twitter or Reddit or something. Like sometimes I'll see something that somebody posts, and I'll put it in this list of just like stupid dad jokes that I think whatever. Um, the average person is really mean. Why? Because like mean it means average. Um, yeah. How do you get a farm girl to marry you? First, a tractor, which is like, what do you mean a tractor? Oh, yeah, exactly. They're just like, oh, they just make you groan, but some of them are super cute. Some influencers don't have air conditioning in their house. Only fans. Whenever I'm at a friend's house, I always say, what's upstairs? And my friends remind me that stairs don't talk. When my father said he had a dad bod, I wanted to correct him and said, no, to me, it's more like a father figure. Why does Where's Waldo wear stripes? Because he doesn't want to be spotted. Like these are just stupid jokes, but like some of them are cute. But the ones that I like most are ones that you can tell in front of children. And like I like family friendly jokes. Um, Cows kill significantly more people every year than sharks. In fact, cows don't kill any sharks at all. Like that's just a stupid joke to me, but I think is really funny. Um, it is estimated that bears kill over 2 million salmon each year. However, attacks from salmon on bears are much more rare. I saw a guy dip his junk into a bowl of glitter. Pretty nuts. Um, no, some of these are just they make you just. What has five toes but isn't your foot? My foot. They're just some of these are just either like I don't know. I read them and I'm like, that's so stupid, but something about it just was creative or whatever. Um, so here are the ones that I really like. I like oxymorons. Like I made this oxymoron collection, and this is the, like these are like philosophic questions that I really like. All right. Um, so here we go. How do I even say this? Just one moment. Um, I mean, this isn't like I don't do skits. I'm not a stand-up comedian, and I don't want to be. But people ask me since I watch so much stand-up comedy, well, don't you have any? And so if I have to have some these are some of the jokes that I think are cute. Um, all right. There's some phrases that are used in English that even confused me as a native speaker. They may be commonly used, but they are oxymoronic. They are logical conflicts in a phrase. Sometimes I even use these phrases and I don't even know what they mean. Like what, you may ask? New and improved. Which is it? Is it new or is it improved? Nearly exactly. It's nearly exactly midnight. Well, which is it? Is it nearly midnight or exactly midnight? What time is it? The truth is, not even I know. I I might say I might hear someone say the same for usually always. I usually always am on time for work. What time can I expect you to be there? Another is when something has completely fallen apart. Which is it? Is it complete or in parts? I don't know. I'm asking you. Is it predictably unpredictable or unpredictably predictable? Centralized decentralization or decentralized centralization? Possibly impossible or impossibly possible? Perfectly imperfect or imperfectly perfect? I don't know. You tell me. That was literally metaphorical. Well, which was it? Eclipses, partial totality. What about total impartiality? Was there constant change or changing constantly? We have a new tradition. How can that be? Is it new or is it a tradition? That was, I mean, like, right, exactly. That's exactly. So, exactly. But those are the things that I think of. I agree. I agree. But let me tell you, when I use that kind of joke in like a Twitter space, it doesn't go over very well. The things that go over really well are like really like easy sexual pickup lines. Like those go over really well. So it's like, okay, like the ones that make you think are like tough because then people want to say to themselves, that's right. Why is it called a new tradition? And they want to like talk about it. It's like a philosophical kind of discussion that you have. That's not a pickup line, though. That's something that you really feel from the heart. I mean, that's not like, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Yes, wait, hold on. Yeah, but that, in the traditional sense, I guess, I mean, maybe it's just from like my experience, but the term pickup line has like a humorous connotation. I understand. A humorous connotation to it. It's like, oh yeah, so and so used a pickup line on me, and there's like a list of them that can be used. What you're saying is not what you're saying is the truth from your heart, and that's completely understandable. But you're not doing that to try to like woo someone by like playing to the humorous element of them. You're telling them what you really feel, and that's completely understandable as well. Um, and when it comes to yo mama jokes, those are just like jokes that people would say in school, or I would hear people say like, on the playground or something like that. Just, I mean, where they were just like, I guess they're called street jokes. Well, um, I guess one would just be a humorous pickup line versus a serious pickup line. Yours is a serious pickup line, which is very understanding, and then others a humorous pickup line. Um, um, I mean, let me reinforce. These are not jokes that I would use to actually attract a woman. There's something that I use, or is really different than that. Yeah, exactly. These are, yeah. That's not stand up though. That's very serious scientific discussion. What I have with people. Um, yeah. So, like the other things that I'll just read the other ones that I just think are really interesting. The, the things that I think are interesting, I mean, are these oxymoronic things? People may want a detailed summary. Well, which is it? Is it detailed or is it a summary? An objective opinion. Do you want to know how I objectively feel or don't you? A definite maybe. Is it is it definite or is it a maybe? A close distance. Meteoric rise. A responsible party. Current next generation technology. A civil war. Was it civil or was it a war? I mean, these are just like things that I just think are interesting that we use in society that are like just they're oxymoronic that we, I mean, it's the whole jumbo shrimp kind of a deal. Exceptionally average, uh, perhaps fully semi automatic. A chief deputy used the fully semi automatic weapon on the assailant. What kind of weapon was it? What was the rank of the officer? Was he a chief or was he a deputy? Uh, the Great Depression sounds pretty good to me. Adult children, similarly unique or uniquely similar. That was a successful failure. Was it a success? Was it successful or was it a failure? Vintage progressive, a large miniature, an understandable misunderstanding, a final draft. Well, was it a final or was it a draft? I mean, I get how these work, but uh, partially naked, neo traditional, a pure hybrid. I mean, these are just like things that we use in society that I know they're not like they're not yeah, but um these are just things that are used. So I took and I made a list of them and but like I can't if I'm trying to make people laugh within 1 minute, I can't go into this because it's not um you have to think about them. But the ones that are like pickup lines, everybody's like, "Oh yeah, okay." Like they're familiar. That's a type of joke that people use, or yo mama jokes are types of jokes that people use. There are like if you go into a joke book, I guess that's what I would say. There are certain categories of jokes, and yo mama jokes are tried and true. Pickup lines are tried and true. So if you kind of keep it on that theme, I guess I get more laughs when I do that. But do I want to be a stand-up comedian? Absolutely not. No, I would have done it by now if that was at all of interest to me. Do I think I'm a funny person? I mean, yeah, but I mean, I'm not like the. I mean, what I do is funny, and but not necessarily like. Do I have zingers all the time? That's just not how I am. And I also don't live my life to make people laugh. If I did, I wouldn't be as dedicated a listener. I would always be like throwing in terrible jokes at people, and I just don't think that that's a good way to live your life either. So, long story short, in answer to your question originally, do I do I want to be a stand-up comedian? No. But do I have some stand-up? Yeah, and the reason why is because people ask me a lot about it. So there you go. That's my stand-up comedy. Thank you. Thank you. Well, and even in this scenario here, I made you laugh at least once, which is hard to do as just I mean, I could just sit here and say make me laugh and I don't know if it's possible. If you're like waiting for someone to laugh, it's difficult. So I'll take the laughs that I got out of you guys. But also, it makes you think. That's what I want to do. All right. So with that, I mean, feel free and you should be allowed to and you should be allowed to not. It should be your choice. That's the thing. Of anything, I want people to have freedom. I'm a libertarian at heart. If you want to live forever within reason, you should be able to. And if you don't, you should be able to. I think that's important. And to our previous discussion, if you want to fall in love forever within reason, you should be able to do so. And if you want to not, you should be able to do so. It should be people's choices.
Gentlemen, I'm going to bring up your first regular tonight. You know her. Stand-up comedy is not easy. She started with us 6 months ago, shaking to death, barely able to speak a word, and perform another 60 seconds. One of the hardest things to do in comedy. Live for you once again. Put your hands together for Melissa Esslinger.
You okay?
If I were a cartoon character, I would be the nervous turtle from Rocko's Modern Life. Oh boy. I can't stop worrying about the Three Little Pigs story. If the wolf was able to blow the first two houses down with his breath, why couldn't he kick in the door? Oh boy. I'm nauseous. People say that I'm my own worst critic. Oh great, another thing I'm not good at. My doctor once told me that I had oppositional defiance disorder. I demanded a second opinion. Oh boy.
So you just that's it? There she goes. That's exactly a minute right now. Melissa Esslinger. All right. Sounds like you found yourself a catchphrase. Is that I don't watch Rocko's One Life. Is that something that the character says?
He does say, "Oh boy." No, it's an older show. Who? Oh, you were? What'd you? Oh, that's awesome. I like that show, but it's a nervous turtle. The character.
Gotcha. Now, how many people out there know about the nervous turtle from what's it called? Oh wow, interesting. I didn't know Kill Tony and Rocko's Modern Life had such a crossover. I wouldn't have guessed that.
But it's still probably maybe like 10 people out of this group. That's so obscure. If you're going to use something like that, you kind of have to give it a little bio with it for people like us.
Yeah, you have to tell us why you're like the nervous turtle. That's what we're waiting for the whole time, not voices or quotes from it. You know what I mean?
I mean, if it was something like, hey, Harrison Ford, we all know who the fuck Harrison
Right.
Ford is.
Oh, I get that.
So you have to kind of, if you're going to talk about this obscure turtle, you have to be like, it's like a turtle, he's kind of weird and nerdy, it's a cartoon from the 90s.
Insecure, always fucking up, and then you're in. You know what I mean? Then you're talking about it. That's what happened here. I think Dom's about to give her a table tennis lesson.
I couldn't get it unscrewed. Oh, there it goes. Thank you.
You have to put some of that mini lesbian strength into it, Melissa. How's life going? What's going on with you?
Good. I'm working again. So that's good.
What do you think about Melissa Esslinger? You've seen her before, right?
No, first time. So the old boy thinks that the turtle does, right? On the show.
The what? Oh boy, he does, and I'm not sure he does. The rest is just whatever.
I was just thinking that you can't, even though the turtle's a big reference, you can't use the turtle's catchphrase.
Right.
You can't steal an animated character's catchphrase and use it as yours.
Right.
So even though that's good, it's like, you gotta come up with something else. But I kind of see where you're going. You got one line that's like misdirect and shit like that. So there's some potential there for it.
You just have to figure out a way to wire in those lines in joke form. You already have your finishing point. You know that the catchphrases are "oh boy" and whatever the fuck. So, you just have to write your way to there. It's
Right.
not just like, just do the voice as something.
You'd probably be better off just saying, I feel like a slow turtle. Like, I act like this. Like, and don't even talk about this cartoon character. Just do the turtle voice.
Maybe, I don't know. Again, put your hands together if you know the
Raise your
character.
hand. Raise your hand. Why? Well, there are people raising 2 hands up here. What the fuck is this shit? You're trying to, you guys fucking studio audience? Is this what it is?
I don't think people like raising their hands. Clap your hands if you know the character that we're talking about. Yeah, it's still the same people. They all raise their hands.
How many of you know the character Ernie from Hey Arnold?
That was him as well. Fuck yeah, Don. And you all know the slug from Rocco's Modern Life. Also, Dom Irera. Boom. And the lunchbox from the movie The Toy Story. Dom Irera. There wasn't even a lunchbox. That was a lie.
People were clapping though, so they're
Yeah. Oh yeah, the lunchbox.
biased.
Was anything else cool going on? You dating anyone? Anything fun happening in life? Anything crazy happened this week?
I went to Singapore.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
That was fun.
Yeah.
I went to, we tried to go to the hot springs, but there were a bunch of wasps. I took it out.
Who's we? You a boy, a girl?
Boy.
Wow! We're about to watch Melissa fall in love.
She was a lesbian. I'm confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's wearing a choker. Which one is it?
Between Maya.
Okay.
It's the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
A-cups and
Thank you.
anyway, so you went to the hot springs and then you chickened out because there were wasps.
Well, I mean, we didn't go just for that. That was just part of the day. And then-
Right, you know.
No, like we went to.
Check out wow wow. Kindergarten sex with Melissa Esslinger.
Did you smash? Welcome to Did You Smash?
I love that show. I would watch every episode.
I would watch that show. Yo. But did you smash?
Remember, Melissa, the secret to the show is answering questions honestly or not at all. So, well, you did?
What? I didn't just give.
I'm like, there's no wrong answer. What the fuck?
That's my.
I love that spring sound effect, by the way. Well, that's fun. Good for you. Is that something? Why are you exhaling like
It's not
that?
really uncomfortable.
You're shy to talk about your love life on the show?
Yeah.
Oh, that's adorable.
Somebody's a squirter.
Whoa! Red, how dare you? Why would you do that? That's wrong.
Damn.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
If she was a Pokemon, her name would be Squirter.
All right.
Squirter, I choose you.
Oh my God. All right, Melissa. Anything else?
She's so nervous. It's hilarious.
It's actually the least nervous she's ever been on the show times 30. I just haven't even mentioned it because it doesn't even really seem to be that much of a thing
She's
right now.
strangling that microphone.
Yeah. Other than that,
I just wanted to try doing a voice, and you think I could do it? So
there you
did
go.
one.
Of course, when you're writing and performing a new minute every week, it's important to try new shit and have as much fun as possible and take chances. And you did it again, Melissa Essling, everybody. Oh. Fuck yeah. Moving along. Absolutely. It's okay. All right. This show is, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your other regular who writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. Very cool, very fun. Put your hands together for Vanessa Johnston, everybody. Here we go.
I know the government's watching me because I've never received a dick pic. which is fucking impossible. My face to dicks is like Florida to old Jews. It's like the beacon. Like, doesn't make any sense. The government's fucking stealing my dick pics. That's my point. Probably by a gay dude who's in the closet. Not a guy who's like in the closet being gay, but literally a dude working the CIA in a closet who's gay, who's stealing my fucking dick pics. It bothers me that the government probably reads my text, but doesn't watch my stand-up. The government is like a drunk parent. They try to tell you what to do when they say they know it's best for you when they can't even tie their shoes. And most of the time you're ashamed of them. The end.
That's a minute of Vanessa Johnson. I find it unbelievable that you've never gotten a dick pic before.
I know, it's weird.
I've sent you 3 myself.
Exactly. I never.
Where's the horse?
She thought somebody was just sending her a picture of a baby's pinky finger. She didn't think it was.
You want to see Daddy's dick, don't you, Tony?
Yeah,
You're just
sure.
trying to
Please send me the first Google image you find of big white cock.
Please keep being creepy, calling it Daddy's dick.
Yeah, exactly. That's when you know you're about to see a pic of a real thing. I love it. Vanessa, let's talk about it. Florida to choose.
Which I found relatable.
I mean, a lot of Jews go to Florida,
Yeah.
and it sort of can be confused, like you're saying, like a lot of dicks go to your face.
Yeah, no, I know. My original thing was like schools to tutors, and I was like, oh, that's like mean. Anyway.
Brian, I know you haven't acted like it for the last hour and a half, but there's a live show going on over here.
I put my dick on the back of your neck.
Very good. Very funny. Very funny. Listen to him cackle at himself, everyone. His trademark, it must be funny if I'm laughing this hard laugh. Brian Redband, who always fails safe.
Yo, I think it's funny you put a digital dick on your neck.
You're right. I just got AT&T bag. See, that's what can happen when we focus on the comedy on the show. Jokes like that.
I T-Mobile there, actually.
Nope, mine was better.
Brian, you better sprint out of here.
So that we cannot hear you now.
I'm sorry for getting a cricket.
There you go. Very good. You've redeemed yourself. Every time he redeems himself somehow. When I least expect it. Vanessa, it's so fucking hard to write and perform a new minute every single week. You went forth this week with this dick pics thing. Initial impressions, guys. Ian Edwards, Dahmeyer.
I just liked your ending, which going, oh, you guys turned around. Yeah, I would love to give up like that in the middle of the set somewhere. You know, performing in Australia somewhere, they don't have something. Oh, you guys. I've seen it before, though. I know she can write.
Right?
I've seen it before. I know she can write. Yeah, but her stage presence has gotten better. I mean, the fuck, it's a minute, huh?
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is a tough one. And tonight's especially hard because, it's like, when you're trying to write, guys, oh, Jesus, Brian.
It's like,
It's really on a roll here.
Why this is under my dick pic, so she's now can't tell that joke.
Well, make verbal jokes on a live podcast, Brian, so we all know what's going on instead of all right. Wow, act outs on a live podcast, ladies and gentlemen, from the founder of the Nut Squad. Here he is.
That's why you have to watch the video version live on Ustream comparison.
Exactly. So, to the hundreds of thousands of you that listen to the audio version and not the video version, you know exactly what's going on right now because Big Daddy is here with you, guiding you along all the way verbally. All right. And then, yeah.
I guess I want to think about this business. She's so fucking pretty. If she gets 2 minutes, she could have a series. You know what I mean? So it's so unpredictable, but it doesn't hurt to have that moment.
Right.
All due respect.
thank you.
How old are you?
24.
Not too old for me, but so what?
I mean,
I think it's a huge disadvantage, probably going in as good looking as you are. I think women hate you from the get, and men are like, I'll send her a dick pic. You know what I mean? And
Tony, I feel the same way about my body. Like, men envy this body, and women just.
yeah. The other nipples just fell off.
Okay, Rabbi, I see you.
Yeah, and anything else? Dom, anything else?
How long you been doing it?
it was a year as opposed to 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, it's a minute.
Yep.
Just keep right.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I can't bash you.
Exactly. It's the grind.
Yeah.
And I do love, even though, you know, it's risky, I do love that you're sort of taking that chance. And I know what you were sort of saying about the Jews to Florida dicks on your face.
What did you mean by that?
But you gotta be
Like, it's like a beacon. Like, my face should attract so many dicks, you know?
It close to the light.
And I also still think that you should be more on it with that. Like, for example, I don't even think beacon's the thing that it would be. I don't think a beacon draws Jews to Florida. Like, I think, you know, you need to flesh it out a little bit more. Like, it's just a...
Yeah, I thought a beacon was a dog.
Oh. You get it. Another new minute from Vanessa Johnson, everybody. There she goes. That Vanessa Johnson and Melissa Esslinger. They're the two regulars on the show. Woo! It's a live one tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I should have known when Dom Herrera came out dressed like John Lovitz that tonight was going to get crazy. Don't tell him I made that joke about him, guys. All right.
What joke? Where are we?
I pulled another name out of the bucket, you lucky motherfuckers. Put your hands together for Steve Breeze. Here we go. And I have pulled another name out of the bucket, and that name is Katrina Davis. Put your hands together for Katrina Davis.
Hi guys. I think that dating really means people has a certain place in relationships because it desensitizes you to normal people. Like, I was talking to this guy the other week, and he was like, oh, like, sometimes I'm really bad at taking people back, and it's been problems in my past relationships. And all I could think is, yeah, but how many people have you threatened to set on fire? I have a black Honda, and there's this guy in my apartment that has the same car as me, but his is way nicer, and, like, it's clean all the time. And I hate it because every day we go to work, there's like this visual representation in my parking lot that are people like me, but they do a little better because they try a little bit harder. But it doesn't make me want to do any better. Like, I just wish that asshole would move. Oh, my dad has a gold tooth, and in high school, everyone thought that was really cool. But gold teeth were just the shit in the 70s. Like, everybody in my family has gold teeth. So I feel like in like 10 years, like, two dudes will be playing video games at their friend's house, and the mom will bend over and have a tramp stamp, and the other kid will just be like, dude, your mom's a G.
There she is, everybody. Ann Edwards, everyone. No, that's okay, that didn't hit it all. Ann Edwards, Katrina Davis.
No, that was terrible.
That was so bad. That's unbelievable.
Oh, taste your own medicine, Mr. Hinchcliffe.
Oh, thank you, Jeremiah. Yeah, and by the looks of your body, you're going to need a whole different medicine in a few years. Diabetes medication.
Or maybe a stretcher, like that joke.
Oh, you got me. Speaking of stretches, how has that rib cage on you, Jeremiah? That's really going to leave a stretch mark. All right. Katrina Davis.
Mark on something.
All right. Katrina, what the fuck is up? This is your first time on the show.
Only second.
Really?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
November.
Okay. You're fun. You have an interesting likability. Extremely. Like you could be a star at any given point. What do you do for work?
I write copies, like emails, and do social media and stuff.
Cool. Yeah.
For makeup, like,
Oh, so you just lead kids.
Sounds like you're sort of beating around the bush. Like maybe it's Maybelline.
no.
You go, Golden. I outrun it. You know.
It's
That joke gonna need a stretcher too, you son of a bitch.
It is so intense.
Katrina, how long have you lived in Los Angeles?
Since October.
Since October. I was just about to guess 6 months because my prediction about you. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Like a year and a half.
Year and a half. What else? Acting, improv, anything like that? Anything else at all? Singing, instruments?
I sang the theme song to C-Lab once as a joke, but that's
The
it.
theme song to C-Lab?
Yeah, like fucking nobody knows what I'm talking about. C-Lab 2021. It's this show that came on Adult Swim. It's fucking awesome.
South Philadelphia, born and raised.
Different one. I think, guys. They only had 3 channels growing up as too. So you've been out here since October. That's fun. And where from?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah, it's kind of shitty. It's okay.
Yeah.
Are you?
One of my favorite things about Dom, ever since he's always one of the guests that comes on the show the most. Every once in a while, he'll make the best jokes, but he just leaves the microphone on the table. It's just me and Ian up here laughing about it.
I enjoy that.
It's amazing. So you make enough money to survive in Los Angeles doing social media for a makeup line.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
It's why I moved out here.
Do you do a lot of spots at night? Like, how serious about stand-up are you?
I basically like as much as I can and not get fired.
How much is it? How many times a week?
Like last week I did both and I got up like 4 times before the weekend and I was like happy about that. But I never like
You gotta step up the game. You got like ability, so it should be easy.
Totally. And you need people to see you because you're unforgettable. So, you're just
Just
going to
confuse it with me. I'm unforgettable.
Yeah, you got to keep rocking it. That's interesting stuff. You have that weird you have the energy of someone that's definitely going to make it.
I like when you lost your place.
Yeah.
It's like you're so real. Like, keep that somewhere in the back of your head. So you can be like that sometimes. The crowd's with you when you're vulnerable and human and stutter like that.
You got here in October. How do you like living in Los Angeles? What's different than Jacksonville?
Everyone's like super nice. I like being able to like walk places.
Shut the fuck up.
It is really nice.
You. What part of town do you live in?
Where do you live?
Huh?
Where do you live?
Yeah,
Oh, Westwood?
Westwood. Yeah, you said it like you're still not sure.
I
the
don't
name
know.
of the city.
I
Westwood.
I don't know where anything is.
Westwood adjacent, Koreatown?
There's a lot of Persian people.
That's everywhere.
Wow.
Oh.
Someone lives in Westwood over there.
My best friend is like a Persian that doesn't speak English and we just like communicate through.
That's your best friend?
In my apartment complex, she's 90. She's pretty cool. She brings me food.
Really?
Yeah. Zari's the shit, man.
90 years old.
She's so
What do you guys
I
talk
hang out with her
about?
family, like our family comes over and they like translate for us, and I leave notes, like she'll leave me like food and just say, "God bless you, sorry." And, like it says like in her like, I love her.
Wow. That's something else. Katrina, what's like your big goal? Like just to be a full-time stand-up comedian and make specials and stuff, or what is it for you?
I like writing, but I get excited if I like get on my like songs for mics.
Yeah.
I'm pretty amped about that.
Well,
That's
good.
where I'm at right now.
I think you have a little bit too much. I think you have too good of a firecracker personality to be stuck in a writer's room. So, some advice along that line would be like, write for yourself and think of some crazy show that you could host or something like that. Think It's crazy. It's people like you get it done. Right, Ann?
Yeah.
Marianne's got a big Trina Davis, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. You guys want one last one, or do we end this shit?
Oh, yeah.
You motherfuckers. You guys popped so hard. You could have thought I asked who knows the turtle for Rocco's Modern Life. Okay, see, this is fun. I'm glad I did this. This is definitely a new name. There's a plot written down here. I'm just gonna say what's on the line that says name. Put your hands together for Sid Williams, everybody.
Hello. Hey, thanks guys. How are you? Fuck it, only got a minute. So I sweat a lot. I was at the gym and a Japanese lady ran away from me. It's a tsunami joke. Just let it wash over you. It's fine. You'll get it. When I pee, I like to push extra hard to let everybody know I swing dong. I came up with my porn alias name, Miss Khalifa. I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to fuck a Scientologist. Probably tell them anything. Just believe it. I think it's weird that we call our significant others baby. You know, hey baby, I love you baby. How are you baby? I'm gonna promote my girlfriend from baby to child. Hey child. Let me see those titties, child. Suck that dick, child. Cats, let's go. When I go down on my girlfriend, I turn into the Tasmanian devil.
All right, there you go, Sid Williams.
Thank you, guys. Very nice.
That's fun. Fuck yeah, hi Sid, how's it going?
I'm good, how are you?
You haven't been on the show before, right?
Never ever.
Where are you from? You look like a cartoon.
Texas.
Texas.
Yeah.
How long have you been in Los
I hate
Angeles?
that got such a big laugh.
Yeah,
I really hate that.
I bet
was
you
like,
do, dude.
not really, and then they all
No,
laugh.
you really do. Your face looks like a banana split or something like that. Like there's something really weird. There's something really weird going on. You look like a cross between like Kid and Play and Bart Simpson or something like that. You know, it looks like somebody put your head in like a vice and then squoze it from the sides, and it sort of got elongated.
Yeah.
Like
It's a squoze.
it looks like you may be closely related to like Scottie Pippen or something like that, perhaps. Like you don't get bummed out, Sid. Come on. Why the long face, Sid? I'll slow down if you guys want me to. I got heated up last night. I roasted the shit out of somebody in this room last night, and I've just been having fun with it ever since. Reminded me of my roots. Sid, let's face it, you set me up very easily with this. No. So one-liners. You're the first comedian that I think I've ever seen go to the notepad twice in, I glanced, under 30 seconds. It's 60 seconds. You went back one more time. So you average a notepad book once every 20 seconds. When you do longer sets, do you always do that, or are you doing new stuff?
New stuff,
How long
for
have
the
you
most
been
part.
stand-up?
On and off, mostly off. 2.5, 3 years. Mostly off.
Why mostly off? What do you got going on?
No excuse really.
What up?
Yeah, I would discourage myself.
Don't ever do that in LA. You never say nothing. You go, I got a lot of irons in the fire. I'm gonna jinx it.
Yeah.
This is real.
Web series is coming.
I don't want to talk about it.
So what have you been doing? What do you do for work?
My Uber.
You Uber. Oh my god.
It's the new waiting ticket.
What kind of car are you driving?
Nissan Sentra.
What year?
06.
6?
Yeah.
I would have loved it. But party. How long have you been Ubering for?
3 months.
You ever heard anybody get in the back seat of your car and like it's a couple and you hear one of them whispering to the others and you're like, oh, this guy's eyes are really close together. I don't know. Right. Has anybody ever done that?
Only once.
What did you do before Uber driving 2 months ago?
I bartended for almost 8 years.
Wow, where at?
The last place was Dave & Buster's Hollywood. I worked there
So where were you born and raised?
in Texas.
I love that you told everybody not to
Don't.
work at Dave & Buster's.
Do it. I can just imagine this apartment's well decorated by like everything you buy with the tokens or the tickets. Like this is my Bud Lights. Giant Pikachu at the zoo.
You know he's probably like really good at like darts or something like that. Because it's just like one singular focus. Like he can put his eyes together and just really let it rip. If you had to pick your favorite,
Damn.
I love that the jokes aren't affecting him at all. It is your guys' reaction to it that is crushing his soul. It's like he doesn't even hear the jokes. He's like, "Are you guys fucking kidding me? Like nobody's ever told you before about what's going on out there? No,
Literally never, no.
never.
Never, ever.
You mean like? Let me ask you something. Are you on Tinder?
No.
You seem like you could like set a record on that or something like that. Like,
For nose.
I get the. All right. Sid, tell us something cool about you. After all that.
Yeah. Yeah, let me smell myself.
Where are you from again?
Texas.
What part of Texas?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, Texas. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite category of porn?
POV.
Yeah, I bet. We're used to that steady cam on top of your neck, so.
Any porn you watch is POV.
Oh, man. Sid, tell us something cool about yourself.
God. I'm learning Kung Fu.
You're learning Kung Fu?
Yeah.
Holy shit, I
Yeah.
gotta stop making fun of you right
5
now.
months. 5 months.
5 months.
Yeah, because I'm pretty early.
I'm gonna stop making fun of you. I feel like you could kick me in the head so hard I'll end up looking like you afterwards. Sid, how's it going with the ladies?
Maybe that's what happened to him.
You guys.
Sid, you might be the most fun person to roast that I've ever roasted in 9 years.
Oh.
You don't realize you're playing into it by doing this
I know.
WWE hero thing you're doing. Just like, oh, are you fucking kidding me? Don't you realize who I am?
He's got
So funny.
animal eyes.
We need to get the Comedy Central roast of Sid Williams. You're going to be the first person to make his debut as the guest of honor at a roast. Comedy Central, you got to get on this shit. They love listening to me for advice. Sid, coolest thing about you other than you're doing Kung Fu? You have any, you ever jump out of an airplane or something like that? Off a building? You ever get your head crushed by so much? Answer the question, Sid, or I'm going to keep going. You wear sweatpants out? That's cool. That takes confidence.
It's tuxedo sweatpants. So. don't forget the stripe. It's a gentleman's sweatpants.
Yo, it helps me.
Get it back, Sid. Get it back. Get it back, Sid. Clearly you have to go fill in for Preacher Shift at LA Fitness after this.
By the way, Tony is wearing a rain jacket on the hottest day of
I know. 113. Thank you. Thank you, naked, gross human.
Oh, we going wrong? We going wrong?
See, Sid, I do it to everybody. What do your parents do in Texas? What nationality are you?
Yes.
I can't even imagine. I would guess 5% of everything.
Yeah.
You know his name's Sid, so that means when he looks in the mirror, it's Dis.
Dear God. When you look back on tonight's episode, because I am going to make you listen to it, this is one of those parts that I want you to focus on.
Like Red Band, like, why did I say this?
There you go.
It's actually Dick, because my name starts with a C. So it's Dick.
It's true.
Little known fact.
So,
Hey, get him, Sid.
what ethnicity are you, Sid?
I'm half Caucasian and half Puerto Rican.
Half what?
Puerto Rican.
Half Caucasian, half Puerto Rican. So, he's got two eyes, very close to one another. Look at him, Sid. Sid, look at him. This is the best part. I want you to look at him. Look at this guy laugh. I feel like we're looking at an actual television reaction shot with this two tables right here just dying.
We're gonna be the first ski mask comedian. Just gonna wear a ski mask on stage.
I love it.
For your approval.
No, don't do that. That'd be way too Puerto Rican of you, Sid. Dude, even in comedy.
I think it's Tony is one of the many voices he can do.
Oh, thank you. Sid, what does your dad do for work in Texas? Is he the Puerto Rican or the Caucasian?
He's the Caucasian.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What does he do?
He used to be a restaurant manager, and now he does code compliance for the city. He has our landscaping business, so he moves the laws for businesses and stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
So, I mean, it's
Excuse me, I gotta go ahead and yourself.
It's weird that your dad knows laws.
Oh, because she's Puerto Rican. What happened to this show? It got so mean. It's so fun. Now, Sid's new in town, right, Sid?
3 years.
3 years in Los Angeles. How many times have you come to the Comedy Store before?
I've come a lot of times, but never performed. Tonight was my first time performing in the original room.
Cool. And your first time on Kill Tony. So this is it. How'd the original room go for you?
Thank you.
Yeah, Sid,
Even though I hate all of you, I appreciate you at the same time. It went okay. There was 12 people that came to actually see comedy, and there was 30 comedians. So I had the 12 people kind of on my side, but, so my friend said I bombed, but I thought it was good.
You're afraid,
But I've done better. I've done better. Definitely, I've done better. My delivery is good.
Huh. Well, Sid, I mean,
Your friend Bill Burr is
what are you going to do after this?
Probably just go home.
Other than try to squeeze your head, try to even.
I have a really tall brain, so it works out.
I love that.
Yeah.
You really do, Sid.
Thank you.
Do you perform a lot? Do you get up a lot at night, or do you Uber during the day and try to do stand up at night? How hard are you going at this? Because you're the one that said off and on for 2.5 years. Why do you think you're going off? Is it because of the?
No, I've been on since I quit my
3
bartending
months ago.
job. Yeah,
Right.
because I was having to work 5 minutes a week. But now I can Uber before stand up, Uber after stand up.
When you're doing Uber, do you do what you do on stage and look at a paper map every 20 seconds? Just hold on 1 second. I have to go back, old school style.
Drifting.
All right. I feel like there's something that we didn't quite cover. I feel like there's more with you, Sid, but I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know what the fucking question I'm missing. What is the love situation? What's it like for a guy with no 6 Nissan Sentra? His face every time people laugh is, but it's amazing. He's great. He's he'd make a great sidekick. Do you know how to do sound effects and upload podcasts? Oh. Sid. What's your love life like? Last time you went on a date, what was that like?
I have a girlfriend, so we kind of do stuff all the time.
Oh, that's cool. How long you guys?
Sex stuff.
Oh, yeah. That's why you've been on and off in college. You've been busy with the girl.
No, I've been on the last 2 months. At least a few times.
How long you been with her?
6 months.
Oh. Interesting. She's the one. Did you meet her at Dave & Buster's?
Yeah.
Oh my God. You got her drunk at Dave & Buster's the first time you met her?
Please tell me she's over 13.
Yeah.
She's like, I could give you a lot with these tickets, lady.
I gave her my casino.
Whoa, and then you Dave and busted a load.
Oh wow.
That's good.
Yeah, I would have thought about it for another 10 seconds and gotten the punchline just right. But you thought of it and you rushed to it, and I like that. I know that.
I drink a lot of punch.
Crazy craziest thing you ever saw at Dave & Buster's? I mean, 8 years at fucking Dave & Buster's. That sounds...
No, 8 years bartending, only like a year and a half at Dave & Buster's. Craziest thing, I saw my manager kick a guy in the chest.
Whoa. Wow.
It was so fucking intense.
Yeah, those Dance Dance
so
Revolution games get crazy once in a while, you know, all of a sudden. Why? What happened?
Just some guys were starting a fight, and security jumped in, and it was kind of a neat match, and then out of nowhere, my manager came in and was like, bah! Just kicked the guy in the chest, and he went to the ground. It was so intense. He was a big, fat dude.
Did you ever get
He
involved?
started with a chest kick. Like, that's so stylish.
Yeah, really.
That's some good kung fu.
Have you ever gotten into a fight and headbutted somebody and split them into two?
It's my finish.
These are all jokes, by the way, that would work on me if anybody was smart enough to ever do them. Write them down, haters. I have a long face too. So
I know. I was kind of like, how is
You
this?
son of a bitch! How dare you respond like that? I didn't notice until the response.
Tony, do you know why I feel like he's responding to these jokes? Like, he was voted prom king, but then everybody just turned on him right after they voted for him. And they're like, you guys like me.
I feel like whatever you were just describing with that joke happened to you during that joke. Sid, welcome to the Comedy Store. Congratulations. You know, take tonight as a fun new beginning. You got lucky as fuck. You got up in both rooms, got your balls busted, you had fun. Oh, I see what you're doing. You want advice from the actual pros. He's pointing to Dominian. Guys, what do you have for Sid?
I just got to ask you, how much do Uber drivers make? And how do they make money if they don't get tipped?
Can't be a lot, I mean.
No, I make 20 to 30 an hour minimum.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. Yeah. $20 to $30 an hour.
Oh,
you got to
Did I
get
say?
some
Sorry, my bad. No, $20 to $30 an hour at least. Sometimes it's more. It's a good ride. At least means minimum.
Anybody ever tip you?
Yeah, turn around and just kick those motherfuckers
Right in control.
into your chest. Wouldn't you love to see them go all come through in a fucking battle?
Yeah.
Oh!
Pat and Jeremiah are ready for it.
My car's too old to drive. You drive Postmates. What's that? It's where you just drive food to people's houses. But you more tips. According to Tony, I'd probably eat the food on the way there.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I've run out of energy. How about you guys?
Just tell me why just keep doing it. Now you're on focus. See what happens.
Tell everybody that. Why don't you say, we're going to say, why don't you just fucking quit? Because right now, don't cause yourself any more pain. No, I'm not saying that to you. I don't want to fuck with you. I'm just saying that as a joke in general.
Yeah, Sid, you know, have fun with it, man. You know, enjoy the process and you know, pretend like that first 2.5, whatever the fuck that on and off thing is. I wouldn't answer that question that way anymore. Not only because it's misleading, you didn't do that many spots in 2.5 years, but I also think that it fucks people up mentally, considering that doing stand-up comedy. It's a fucking, you know, it's a full-time, like every night or like every other night at the minimum type of gig. So I would say from now on, just say that you've only been doing it 3 months. And roll with that, and it'll be a fresher start for you. You know, you don't have that old shit pressure behind you. Does that make sense?
Yep.
There you go.
So you just got to keep doing it, man. There's animals out here. They get on stage every
Animals.
night.
Animals.
Animals. Savages.
They're animals. I mean, and you're one of them. Now, clearly, you have the head of a parrot. So you are one of those animals. Sid Williams, ladies and gentlemen, you met him here on Kill Tony. There he goes. Yeah. There he goes. Fuck yeah, Sid. Sid is on Twitter. He's the Sid with AC on Twitter. He's also on Instagram. Normally I wouldn't say people's Instagrams, but I'm going to give his out. Sid with AC. No. All right. AC, goddamn it, AC. All right, I shouldn't have read it. Wow, look at that. That's insane. They just made a joke about a headbutt splitting somebody in half. Little did I know that Ryan J split me in half with a cast in between. Ryan J. Ebelt's drawing, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Chaiva is the creator of the official Kill Tony poster, which is available for sale on the front patio with Ryan Chaiva after the show. Go straight up to him for that. Ian Edwards, Tom Herrera, anything you guys want to promote or anything like that coming up to the people listening to the podcast?
Yeah, we got a show in Montreal coming up in July. I'm in Denver. The week before that, Denver Comedy Works. But in Montreal, if you're est-ce que vous pouvez le français? Anyway, come and see. I have an ethnic show and a TV show in Montreal.
That is so fun.
Yeah.
That's going to be a blast.
Denver Comedy Works, Pat Tom Herrera, Twitter, or Tweeter, Twit, whatever the fuck it is. And that's it.
Ian Edwards.
Just follow me on Twitter at Ian Edwards Comic and our website, IanEdwardsComedian.com. Shows there. Just everything.
Oh, I also have a podcast these motherfuckers have been on.
That's right. Listen to Tom Herrera's podcast live at the Laugh Factory with Tom Herrera.
By the way, thank you so much for being such a great crowd. It's so fucking miserable out today. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, we really did do something crazy today. I mean, it is literally, I was in the valley all day shooting a movie, no big deal. And it was 105 fucking degrees out there for a continuous 12 hours. It was insane. Reagan and Watkins, dressed for the occasion.
Yeah. At Jeremiah's Stand Up on Twitter and Instagram, at Patty Reagan, and Joel Jimenez is at Mostly Sorry.
Yes, I want to start saying that. That was a note that I had for myself. At Mostly Sorry, we love Joel Jimenez. Reagan and Watkins, check out all their stuff. Check out Pat Reagan and Jeremiah Watkins on everything.
Yeah, ReaganandWatkins.com, JeremiahWatkins.tv, you know, whatever you want, you know.
Shirtlesspigs.org. Brian Redband, Jamie Vernon in the back. Check out his website. He has a really sweet poster for sale. I'm doing Seattle. I'm headlining Seattle this upcoming weekend. Right now, the Parlor Live in Seattle. And featuring for me, for his very first time featuring on the road all weekend, the one and only Josh Martin comic, ladies and gentlemen. One of the silent killers here at the store, one of the funniest fucking people, and a guy who's paid his dues for years. One of our favorite people. That's tonight's show. Red Band, we did it. Live audience. Thank you so much. Have a great night, everybody.
Brand new episode of Total Tony Volume 4. Give it up for Tony Esplin!
Hello, everybody. Oh, my goodness. It's like everything's down. Every single thing's down except for your microphone again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, everybody. Hi, everyone. My goodness, look at that. You can hear me like it's a show with speakers. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another fun episode. Are you guys ready for a crazy night or what? Fuck yeah, you are. How's it going, everybody? I'm going for Pat Reagan and the Baby Boys. It's fun. Playing some music. Hello to everybody on Ustream and Periscope and so many other great things. To those of you that are on those things, I'm just going to tell you that I have some fun stuff coming up. Tulsa, Oklahoma, St. Louis, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, and Boston's Wilbur Theater. So if you live in any of those cities, get tickets for that at my website, TonyHitchcliffe.com. Hi, live audience. Welcome to the show, everybody. Still a live show. Keep that applause going. We have Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. Ryan Chaibo, drawing tonight's episode from scratch, the house artist. Ryan Redband, founder of Death Squad, king of sound effects, so many other great things. And the producer, Josh Martin, that runs around making sure that the sound works at the very start of the show. This is both a live show and a live podcast, so the sound is extra important on a show like this. For those of you just joining show business, fuck yeah, now you know. So maybe we could just, is this thing working? Can we play on it? Maybe. Yeah, baby. So much practice goes into this. Episode 163, everybody. You're at live.
Yeah.
163. We are the number one live podcast in the world. And with that, I bring up your band. You know them. You love them. It's Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. Reagan and Watkins, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Jesus.
Volume on that. So funny. Oh, what the? Wow, very Game of Thrones entrance. Oh, the king has died. Oh, my goodness. The king is dead. The king has been poisoned. There he is. Okay. Oh, they always do about 10 seconds longer than you think they're going to. With a very Game of Thrones style entrance, that was Joel Jimenez as the Mexican king. Pat Reagan holding ketchup in his mouth.
Beyond the wall. Donald Trump's wall.
Oh, shit.
He comes from a distant land called El Salvador.
Yeah. One could even say he's a crown walker. Jeremiah Watkins on the saxophone, Pat Reagan, band leader, you know, Pat Reagan and the Baby Boys, Pat Reagan and Watkins. Joel Jimenez is going to stay in full pink costume and sing. What does that beard smell like, Joel? Like that. And he's on the, he's right there. He's on the ring shot. There he is.
We're debuting our one-woman show Saturday night on Vine, so please help.
Where'd Pat go? Awesome. Catch up on the Fuck yeah. I love that. Well, shall we meet tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen? We always keep our guests secret. We always keep our guests secret. Hopefully the train will stay on its tracks tonight. Diabolical guests for you, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Josh Wolf and Stephen Brody Stevens. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Josh Wolf joining us for the very first time on the show. And Brody Stevens, one of our favorite guests, one of our favorite comedians, is here. And not only is he here, but he's also chosen to use this moment to advance his own numbers on Periscope. 170 viewers enjoying the show. Watching streaming live at DeathSquad.tv. Better feed. And be helping the actual show that you're on.
What's that? He's filming the show.
Yeah.
While being filmed.
Yeah.
I'll do it for a little more. I got to laugh. I'm happy about it.
I love it. That's a great entrance. You're one of the only people that's taking the opportunity to stream an already streaming show. When the Ghostbusters say don't cross the streams, I'm pretty sure this is what they mean, Brody.
Well, we crossed them, and I'm excited to be on the other side.
Fuck yeah. It's amazing how well you use technology since you dress like a 30s paperboy.
I'm an LA Weekly fan. I get it. Well, you know what? I'm wearing the Cleveland shirt, Cardiac Kids, because you and Redband are both from Ohio, and the Cavaliers won the championship, so it's kind of an homage to Cleveland sports.
Fuck yeah, Brian Redband.
Arms cross negative. This guy arm cross negative. What did I do wrong?
Oh. Okay, Brody, skipping a beat there for a second. That part's going to be edited out.
Oh, look at this, the number one. Okay, let me take it here. Steven, are you here?
Are you talking to yourself? Stephen Brody Stevens, are you here?
I have a selfie stick.
Wow. Jeez, that's like your
stick holder.
holder, yeah.
I have a selfie stick holder.
Brody.
Yes.
You have an assistant? Do you pay that guy?
There's a finder's fee. There's commissions.
What do you mean he found you?
No, he's a good guy. He's from Pasadena. We're both Southern California raised. We, 818 till we die. Yeah, no, things are good. You need help. I know that I need help from people. And this guy, Steven, I found him here. We've reached out, and I need some male energy in my life.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like to me. I feel like that selfie stick has been in dirty places before. So you guys know how the show works. Welcome back to it, everybody. We got Reagan Watkins, Josh Wolf, and Brody Stevens, Brian Redman. Everybody's here. You guys ready to start the fucking show or what? We have a fucking
Yes!
over 40 comedians signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket here tonight. Comedians, you know your 60s.
Wait. We got to do 2 drums.
No, Brody.
Brody, you brought a drum set with you?
You denying already?
Yeah, I said we can't have 2 drummers on the show.
Why not? The Grateful Dead do. You got it. Thank you.
You can have a drum.
And so do the Doobie Brothers.
I think we should just have a drum off and the drum.
Let's just keep it positive.
Let's just say that Joel Jimenez won the drum off. And let's keep moving. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sweet little sound of a kitty. Oh, you can barely hear that. Come on, kitty. You can do a little louder than that. There you go. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Oh, no. Fuck yeah. Another day at the Cincinnati Zoo. So, are you guys ready to start the fucking show or what? Let's get into this. Here we go. I can feel it. Feels good in here. I like the mojo in here already. I already like it.
Yeah.
Put your hands together for, what is this? Zenjiro. Zenjiro? Oh, poor Zenjiro. You got Dan Nolan.
We'll be singing. I mean, like the Price is Right. So I'm a recovering heroin addict. I'm 15 months clean sober now. Cool, thanks. Thank you. Saturdays are my cheat day. People are always like, how'd you do that, man? I can never do heroin. I hate needles. And I'm like, that's because the needles you've been using aren't filled with sweet, delicious heroin. If that were the case, we'd all be getting vaccinated until we had severe autism. I never had to suck a dick for heroin, though. The guys I got it from just wanted money. Lucky. I probably would have sucked a dick, though. Not even just because heroin's that good, but is sucking a dick really that bad? A lot of people sucking dicks out there. Clap your hands if you ever sucked that. Never mind. Feel so bad. There's worse things you can do than sucking a dick. Morally speaking, sucking a dick's still better than cooking crystal meth. But it would have been interesting if that was the direction they chose to take Breaking Bad. I'm doing this for my family. Fuck yeah, Dan Nolan. There you go.
Dan Nolan.
Thanks, man.
May I just say, though, I love how they run down like it's the Price is Right.
Yeah. Dan Nolan was running like somebody had a hot black rock of heroin up there.
Is that what I get if I win?
Fuck yeah. Dan, so you're clean and sober?
Yeah, 15, almost 16 months.
It seems like you still get urges sometimes, like a heroin addiction seems
I was
sort of
thinking
hard.
about it today. I mean, it just popped in my head.
Like, when did it pop in your head? When
I was at a coffee shop and just saw the black drip.
happens quick.
No, I was sitting at the coffee shop. I just thought about it. I thought about when's the next time I go home going to be. Yeah, a friend of mine got into the Hudson Valley Comedy Festival, and I was thinking about all the places that she should go visit. And then I started thinking of all the corners that I used to buy heroin.
Yeah.
And so it just pops in my head, and then I think about
When you did do heroin, how long did you do it for?
I was shooting it for like 7 or 8 months, but like I was
It's like a movie. I was shooting for like
yeah.
they wrapped us at the end of 8 months. We could shoot. I had 2 needle per diem every day.
That's so fun. 7, 8 months. What city were you in doing that?
Mostly, well, I was in like Manhattan a lot. And
What was your aroma like during those 7 when you were shooting?
Oh, like was it gross? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. I mean, not really. Like I used to work in television. I made a lot of money, and I was doing good.
Is that when you were doing heroin? You were working in television?
Yeah, for most
And
of it.
look where you are now after you quit, dummy.
Yeah, dude, I know that's the funny thing.
Do heroin, kids. You're successful. He's an open mic.
No, seriously, yeah.
You went all the way from a big showbiz job to fucking.
Right. No, I didn't become homeless until I started doing comedy.
Right.
Yeah.
Where were you living? So you had a nice place in Manhattan when you were shooting?
No, I lived in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. I worked in Manhattan. I used to work on Law and Order and some other shitty shows.
Law and Order. Little did they know you were coming in this fucking.
Yeah, no,
You were like, I recognize that story.
Yeah, no, I worked in the locations department. They'd be like, "Oh, we need like a sketchy street corner. Can you find that?" I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I got you."
Oh yeah, I'm there right now.
Anybody need any heroin on here? Wait, so where was your favorite place to shoot up? Were you an arm between the toes?
Oh yeah, I did the arm. I liked the hand. I started out with the hand, and then because it was like it felt cleaner to me, but then the arm is just so juicy. It's just like I used to do like straight right in the crux of the elbow, and then I felt
jerk off with your elbow?
Yeah. What?
Oh, there you go. Another episode.
Yeah, it literally sounds like the beginning of an episode of what?
And then they just find me behind a dumpster.
I love it. So,
Never between the toes or anything?
No, that's what they say. Between the toes, nobody knows. But I didn't.
You know who says that? Heroin
junkies.
That's why none of us do that thing. We were like, who says that? People I used to hate.
You know what they say.
You've never heard that heroin?
Everybody knows this one. Between the toes, nobody knows.
Yeah. It's like
Behind the ears, have no fears.
unreleased Dr. Seuss titles.
Yeah. Heroin, Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
If Dr. Seuss prescribed heroin. So that's fun, Dan. What else went wrong? What else goes wrong in your life that you wouldn't normally, that we wouldn't know as a heroin addict? Like, what else happens that us, like, for example, you thought we knew about the between the toes, nobody knows things.
Oh yeah. I don't know what's interesting.
His mom got that to him instead of this little piggy went to the party.
This little piggy has a gaping sore.
Fuck yeah.
Man, this boy can rip. I like this guy, yeah.
Clean it sober, baby.
How long you been doing stand-up now, Dan?
A year.
A year.
Yeah, like 13 months.
You got some good jokes, man.
Thanks. Yeah, I didn't get to finish it, but
No, we can tell.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Is all your material based on your addictions and stuff like that? Or
No, I do. I basically right now I have like 2 10-minute feature acts, and one of them is just sort of clean one-liners, and the other one is like really gnarly heroin jail. Fucking.
You were in jail?
Shit. Oh yeah, I went to jail. Yeah, I got fired from Law and Order for getting a DUI while I was working.
Keep going.
Yeah, I got fired from that, and then like literally 2 days later, I got a job on another show making twice as much money, and then they just went fucking
What
crazy.
show was that?
That was a show called Deception on NBC.
Do you have that intro for something?
And so, why did you go to jail?
I went to jail for driving without a license.
Jeez, little did they know.
Right. Yeah, that's the funniest thing.
I was on probation. I did 6 months in county jail for driving without a license because I got caught 3 times. I was working on a movie in the city of Newburgh, New York, and the cops kept pulling me over because I was buying heroin, and they knew I was buying heroin, but I kept saying, "No, I'm the location manager. That's why I just smooth out quarters." And like they had all the stuff in my car, like permits and shit. And I got away with it a bunch of times. One time I fucking threw heroin under the seat, and I got pulled over by the city of Newburgh Police Department. And if they had looked in the car, I had no license or anything. But I knew the Newburgh Police because
You know what they say. You know what they say. Under the seat. Be discreet. Something like that. Stephen Brody Stevens, you self-medicate. What do you think about Dan Nolan?
I thought you did a great job. I thought I like the Pete Holmes thing. You know, people are gonna like it.
You're like Pete Homeless. Thank you.
That's what people are looking for. They say they want different in this town. I don't think so. They want to be able to say, you know what? Yeah, that's Pete Holmes. Yeah, that's what they want. So,
Is that a compliment? I can't tell.
yeah, Pete Holmes is doing stuff with Judd Apatow. Judd Apatow will come here to fight people. So, I remember that.
Wow.
Is Apatow here tonight? Find him. Oh, God.
So Dan, what else is exciting in your life? Anything in real life? You've been doing it. You've been doing it a year. Anything great for you lately? How do you make your money now?
we're going to start up. It's a dog walking company. It's like an iPhone app.
You work at a Starbucks? You work at a Starbucks?
Some good old dog walking music live here in the belly room. So when you're walking these dogs,
No, I don't walk the dogs. I do the dispatch and I book walks.
Dispatch?
Service.
10-4, I need to have recorded person to walk a dog. Can I get anybody at the absolute bottom of the barrel to walk a dog?
I have Mr. Nolan. He's on his way.
Is there somebody that is sub-retarded that we could get that's a professional dog walker?
It's so funny. Some of the dog walkers are people that really care about dogs, or they're artists and musicians that need a steady income. And then I can tell that some of them are just fucking junkies.
Right.
And they just because anybody can do it.
All of a sudden they have the dog leash just tied around their arms.
Does it pay okay walking the dog?
Yeah, it's I think it's $18 for a half hour walk, and I think it's a 60-40 split, so it's 25 for a half hour, and I think 35.
Damn, you're like pimping dog walkers over there. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
60-40 split, bitch. You just slap one?
It's like an Uber
dog walker, bro?
I never even had it.
Like an Uber dog.
Yeah, it is. It's like Uber for dogs. So
Thank you.
You get a
It's like Uber, except you don't have to know how to drive.
You just have to walk.
Yeah. And not let go of the leash.
Did you cook up after the dog?
No, I don't deal with the dogs at all. I mean, the dogs in the office. We're in an office over here.
If something goes wrong with the dog walk, do they call you?
Yeah, that's my problem.
Give us some examples of some shit that's happened.
Like, fucking dog walk. Like, the biggest thing is that we're going into people's houses. We're sending the dog walkers into the houses of complete strangers. Like, if you request an on-demand walk, we'll just send you whoever we got, and they'll go into your house. And so people are like claiming that they're getting robbed. One lady is just claiming.
Yeah, maybe it's people that
I don't know.
Either shit is still there or it's not.
Right. These people are making broken claims. What do you mean the cash is missing off your dress, huh?
Yeah.
Why would a dog walker do something so pathetic? Do you think they would leave the security of their dog walking job? Okay, it's something. That's just loaded up. I can't fucking remember.
Wait, so what's the weirdest thing that you've ever heard besides the steal? It's happened on a walk.
No, I mean, it's mostly goofy shit. Like, somebody will bring their friend for the dog walk. And it's just like really creepy.
Dog
Like,
doesn't like it?
no, they're bringing your friend into somebody's house. Your friend is
Does the dog ever call you?
I don't want two people walking. We'll send it over here.
Yeah, no, some people are like, one lady was like, we were like, oh, we're going to send you our excellent walker, Carol. She's blah, blah, blah. And then the lady was like, I'll show her to Mittens. And like, wanted to show the dog the picture. We had like pictures and videos, and she wanted to consult with the dog about the walker that we put there.
No. So you sent over a picture, and the woman printed the picture.
No, there's a database.
Oh,
Like, you look in your phone and you can play a video, and they're like, hey, my name's Steve. I like pictures.
Humiliated.
My name's Steve. Jesus
If
Christ.
someone's like, you gotta make a dog walking video, I'm like, fuck you. With a dog, fuck you.
auditioning for a fucking dog.
Have you seen these videos?
Yeah, no, it's really, some of them are dudes are just like, hey, my name is Darnell. I had dogs ever since I was a kid. My dad had dogs. Like, you're just like, oh, dude, Darnell, I don't think you're getting any walks, bro. All right. Was that racist? Was that why you guys turned on me?
No,
All right.
that was great. All right, Dan. Well, it was nice meeting
Yeah,
you.
cool, man. We know each other.
Any other questions for Dan or anything? Anything you want to know about a heroin addict, Brody?
What's the difference of heroin and meth?
Oh, meth picks you up, heroin brings you down.
Is that a serious question?
That's more of a question for Google, Brody. Not an actual human being. That's something that sort of everybody.
I thought that was a fair question.
There's a lot of differences there.
Okay.
How long were you in jail?
6 months.
6 months for no license?
Yeah, well, I got caught doing it 3 times. I was on probation for a DUI, so I had no license, and they called me 3 times.
Jesus, in New York City.
No, this was a little bit outside. Newburgh.
Do you have a great jail story?
I mean,
would be great.
I got thrown in solitary confinement one time.
For not having a license?
No. I used to work in the kitchen. I went in one morning and they took our coffee maker away in the kitchen, and I was like, "You guys can take our coffee maker away," and they were like, "Yeah, no, dude, we can. It's jail. Fuck you." And I was like, "Well, I'm not working until you guys bring back the coffee maker," and they fucking threw me in solitary confinement.
Wow. For how long?
For a week.
A week?
Yeah, well, 5 days.
Oh my God, that's insane.
Yeah, all solitary confinement is just 14 hours a day. It's just dudes kicking their door and calling the CO a faggot. That's 100% of what you hear. It's just, yo, CO! You know you a bitch, right? All night.
Wow. Well, Dan, congratulations on
On everything.
Congratulations on getting out of that life. And, do you have a license now?
No, I can get it. I just go back to New York.
Do you ever drive out here?
No, I'm on a bicycle right now. I had a moped and the cops took it.
Oh, Jesus. Damn.
Yeah.
Your life is out of control.
Yeah.
I mean, why would they take your moped?
It's like the law is if it's 49 cc's and under, then it's fine. You don't need a license. But I had a 50 cc.
Leave it to you to overdose on cc's. There he goes, Dan Nolan, everybody. There he goes. There he goes. He's on Twitter, Dan Nolan Comedy.
I have a question. Totally have a question.
Yeah, sure.
What's the difference between a moped and a Vespa?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Hey, what's the difference between Vespa and meth?
Hey, Holly.
Why did that get a laugh? Why is this audience stacked against me? Where are we, Sacramento yesterday? All I see is a bunch of people in dark t-shirts being hard on me.
Okie dokie.
You know what? I'm right.
All right. I pulled another name out of the bucket.
I said one word that whole time. Right? Be nice to me.
I pulled another name out of the bucket, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm very, very excited about this. This is a first. Put your hands together for Joel Jimenez.
Right there.
Guys, no good tattoo ever started with the phrase, "Hey, my homie did this for free." Actually, I'll open up to you guys. I got called faggot until the age of, I get called faggot a lot. Like every day. Please stop. I've been getting called that since kids in my age group realized they could use that word on someone to hurt them. They looked at me, they were like, "That's the fucking guy." And I just thought it meant having a bowl haircut and loving your mom. I was like, yeah, where are the rest of us? We need to hang out. My mom's in a wheelchair. She has rheumatoid arthritis. It's like one of the most painful types of arthritis you can have. And it's hard. I get depressed a lot about my own things. I go talk to her like, "Mom, I'm sad. I don't feel good." She's like, "Joel, I'm in a fucking wheelchair. I haven't stood up in a while. But I get it. You don't like your haircut."
Thought? Yes, exactly 60 seconds. Joel Jimenez. Joel Jimenez, welcome to this part of the show.
All right.
You're the only person to ever play drums and be pulled out of the bucket at the same
Exciting.
time.
I like that.
How's it going, Joel? We really don't know that much about you, the public, Kill Tony. We've just heard you through the sticks.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay, yes. What do you do for work? I work at a skate park. I'm getting laid off. June 30th is my last day.
Wow, man. Oh, why are they? What do you have to do to get laid off at a skate park?
Well, no, I've been there 9 years, and they're switching to an unsupervised model. So they figure they'd use the money they're paying me.
The skaters lose.
Yeah,
The skaters win.
You've been there 9 years. They were probably like, I thought you'd be fucking gone by now, dude.
I did.
So you're gonna have to leave now.
Yeah. You're right.
So we're really ramping up for something big here.
Okay.
It's a skate park joke, everybody.
Everybody takes me a while.
Hey, keep crying. Wow.
Way to kickflip the script.
Has anybody ever showed up at the skate park in like rollerblades or anything?
Yeah,
like that?
rollerblades. Rollerblades, bikes, scooters.
Anything wind powered?
Any
You're right.
anybody ever show up at the skate park and like a heroin addict on a Vespa? No.
No, I don't think so. No,
How long you been working at the skate park?
9 years.
Oh my God, you're like a baby boy. I love it.
I know.
Have you ever had a different job?
I worked at Target before that. It was awful.
Wow.
Because you have to deal with the people all day, every day.
Yeah.
What's the most ridiculous thing because Target stories are going to be.
Target's like the skateboarders' moms.
Yeah. Yes, and.
Yeah.
Moving on.
So tell us some crazy shit you've seen at the skate park. It's mostly like 12 to 21 year olds. Right?
Yeah, I think the 12 through 21, they're the worst. They're just
punks.
Yeah, they're angry.
You're like the mean grandpa that takes the ball.
Yeah. No, it's great when I was 20, 21, and then as I had more responsibility, I got a little more anal about the rules, and then the kids turned on me.
Anal? Shouldn't get anal with kids. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
That was a problem. So
I don't get the laugh, but Josh did. Thanks again, guys. Setting everybody up. Jeremiah, when he said I did the show and made a movie, Chris beat me to it. I thought about that before Jeremiah. He just spoke quicker.
All right, well,
Treat me like a guest.
in that case, what is that a setup for?
I forgot what I said. But I'll tell you, I grew up in Reseda at the world famous Skater Cross. Have you heard of that? That's where Dogtown and Z-Boys started out. And then I used that energy when I auditioned to be on Ridiculousness with Rob Deardick, and I helped create that show. So keep skating. You're a good guy. If you want to come down to Fantasy Factory, I'll set it up.
I'd love to.
I liked how you did your act, like you set it up, like you did a tight minute. You did a callback at the end to the haircut. Right? You did that the full thing, so it was good.
Yeah, Brody, I was going to invite him to the Fantasy Factory, but you beat me to it.
Joel, tell us more about your real life.
My real life?
Other than your job and you play drums for
No, I'm awake.
Reagan Watkins, you're the drummer for the Celtic band, Reagan
Yeah, go ahead.
Watkins version, which we love. Tell us more about you. Single?
No, it's my girlfriend.
Wow.
Yeah.
So skate park.
Yes, she did.
She hooked up with you when you were in your Target days.
Yeah.
She fell in love with you while you were wearing a red polo.
And that's
Love right there. Yeah, that's love. That's up.
Whoa, there you go. Brody having
Glendale Galleria.
here. Wow. He's having acid flashbacks on Prozac, ladies and gentlemen. Brody, Brody, this is a live podcast, and you're talking with drummer.
You said I was going to get edited out earlier. Am I right? He said that. So once you said edit, I can throw the mic down in aggression.
Oh my goodness.
You got it.
There it is. Little positive pepper on that. Fuck yeah. Joel, any crazy talents that you have or anything? You ever yo-yo or skydive or?
No, just drums. I skated for a while, and then I've been doing comedy for a little over.
Horror shorts.
He makes horror shorts. He makes
Horror
awesome
shorts?
horror. Really, a lot of
scary movies.
A little fucked up, weird,
Ooh, I like that.
kind of horror. See, this is my time. Shut up.
I don't think I ever realized how close the word horror is to horror.
Horror. Where can we find your?
Joel and his horse.
All right. Sorry, I'm sorry. You want to give your short films a shout out? Where can we find them?
Fucking shit. YouTube? YouTube? Is that the word you're thinking of? Yeah, YouTube. Mostly sorry. I think it's temporary solutions, right? Is that it? Temporary solutions. Temporary solutions.
Shut up, Pat. Yeah, Pat. It's his time. Don't help him.
I don't know. I was gonna look it up. It doesn't matter. Whatever.
How long you went from fucking 0 to 60
I
real
love it.
quick? Yeah.
You're good at that.
He was like, I love my bowl cut.
What? That's my Pat impression. Shit. All right, moving on.
Just like him.
What are you talking
Kind of sounds like me, actually.
Well, Joel, how
Maybe
long
it is
you been
somehow.
A little over 4 years. It'll be 5, December 21st.
Very cool.
That's the first day of winter.
Were you expecting
Guys,
people to
mark
fly
your calendars. December 21st.
They did.
Hop and hop this year.
December 21st.
There you go. Joel, ladies and gentlemen, back on the drums he goes. He's on Twitter at Mostly Sorry, all one word. Mostly Sorry. Joel Jimenez. That's the sound. That's fun. How about that? Joel with the jokes, folks. All right, another name out of the bucket. This looks like a new name, I do believe. Put your hands together for Ryan Clark. Oh, Ryan Clark. Blew it. How about, oh, I like this. This guy circled his name after he signed it. Put your fucking hands together. This looks like a new name. Vinny Ward, everybody. Yeah. I sort of like it when they don't show up. Pulled another name out. This guy's here. Put your hands together for Matthew Maloney, everybody. You know him. You love him. Here he is, Matthew Maloney.
All right, everybody. Here's the deal. I know I look like a serial killer. All right? You can all go ahead and stop screaming it at my face. But to be fair, some of you were kind enough to lie to me and you say, no, man, you don't look like a murderer. You look more like a mugger. Maybe a rapist. Just want to say I appreciate the sentiment, but I have to face the fact that if I'm in public and I look bored, people around me are going to get nervous. The other day, I just walk up to a guy at work. That's all I do. I just walk up to a guy. And he says, Matthew, if you wanted to, you could kill somebody. What kind of manager are you? There's no way that's company policy. Thank you very much.
Fuck yeah, 59 seconds, 0.8 by Matthew Maloney. Yeah, Josh Wolf.
I have one quick thing to say. I would say I would never say that when people call you a rapist that you appreciate the sentiment. Because there's, I don't know exactly what the sentiment behind it is, except the fact that they're calling you a
That's true. That's a good
rapist.
point. I wonder if there's any humor behind that.
I didn't. That's why I asked you the question.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a joke.
Okay, yeah. No, yeah.
Might not have played out.
Do a lot of people tell you look like a serial killer, or do you just think that?
No.
And is that what you ask for when you go to the barber? Because, I mean, it sort of seems like you're playing into it a little bit.
I got it a lot more in high school. This is kind of from that area of my life. When I killed all those people.
Yeah. Looks like you've definitely killed some cereal in your day, that's for sure.
James and the giant plum over here.
It is true. You look like a gallon of grape drink. Oh, Brody, really? Taking a moment to alleviate all the laughs in the room. Good job, Brody. Let him know when you want him to stop.
Prince and a purple weight gain.
Oh, okie dokie. Yeah. Matthew, there's a lot of things that you look like.
Purple weight gain. All right, I don't know. I thought we were keeping it positive. Matthew, I'm here for you. I'm a good guy. Where are you from?
The Palm Springs area.
That's where my mother lives.
Fuck yeah.
There you go. You can check up on her. She's down there. She lives in Palm Desert. You can. She's an Uber driver down there. She's 85.
Does she really drive Uber? Your mom drives Uber?
Yes.
Really?
She still drives. My mom went to Fairfax High School. She lives in Palm Desert.
Do you think that when people get in the backseat and they're like, "Oh shit,"
It's funny.
Brian Redband.
Hey, Redband on it.
yeah,
On it, baby. There.
She did great during Coachella.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my god.
They have shows down there in Palm Springs. I go down there a lot at the casinos.
not that I go to.
Matthew, how do you make your money?
Uber.
You Uber too.
Yeah, you guys.
You already
I'm
said
partnered with his grandma.
It's my mother, not my grandmother. How dare
How
you?
dare you? Just because she's 85 doesn't mean she's a.
She should have a grandkid, but we adopted a dog. I love dogs.
Matthew,
There's
how's
two separate podcasts going on at the same time.
yeah. Matthew, how's Uber been going for you?
It's going all right. I don't know what to say.
You could always get a job as like going back to the Game of Thrones. You could get a job as Hodor or stand-in.
Yeah.
I think honestly, you got a good look for commercials. Keep doing the stand-up if you want. You can go a lot of different ways.
Anybody know a casting director for pudding commercials or something like that?
Oh, what's your name again? Matthew. Keep doing what you're doing.
There you go, Brody.
Hold on.
Brody with some good advice. Don't quit.
Okay, hold on. What do you work?
Using selfie sticks, start periscoping.
Let me tell you, I take a selfie stick defense course. If I see somebody with a selfie stick, I spray him with mace. Did I get a laugh? Did I get a laugh? I don't know.
Nope, it didn't. Matthew,
Yes, a good guy.
Matthew, you single? You dating at all?
Yeah, I'm dating.
What's that situation?
It's going fine.
Matthew,
You guys- I know, I'm sorry.
Instead of panicking, why don't you think of the actual answer? It's how long you been dating this girl?
On and off since high school, probably like 3 years now.
Wow.
You've been out of high school for 3 years? No, like I'm only counting the times we were together.
Oh, putting it all together.
I'm 57 years old.
Well, she's still in school, so she doesn't know that we're dating yet. But if she looks out her window, she'll know. So what's that like? How often on is it? Like, when's the last time you saw her?
Wednesday?
And so what's that like?
5 or 10. We dated right after high school, then I went away to college, and then I came back, and
yeah, we got
What college you go to?
it's community, Citrus College.
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's at the San Gabriel Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's off the 210 freeway.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
Did you pick Citrus College because it's the only university that sounds delicious?
That is so mean, Tony.
Thank you, Brody. Matthew, so like, what was Wednesday like? Just a booty call? Oh, who's a big shy little serial killer? Huh? Who's a shy little rapist baby? But you want big rapist babies? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, you never know what to say right now. Is it a booty call? Did you guys fuck or what?
No, we just hang.
Did she leave her purple polo over your house? All right, I'm not getting any answers out of you. That was a really good set, Matthew. You're always funny on this show. Anything else for Matthew, guys?
I think he covered it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Matthew Maloney, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Always funny. He's on Twitter. Maloney Maloney.
For Matthew Baloney.
Baloney? Did you say Matthew Baloney? No, it's Matthew Maloney.
I think you said Matthew Baloney. Okay. That pie came out of nowhere. I'll attack.
All right. In the show where every third comedian is actually here, how about this? Bradless Velocity? Huh? Bradless? Bradless? It's okay. You know, he missed his spot. That's it. If he's not here, that's it. Fuck him. Bo Laughman. Wow, from deep down the hallway. It's in a different room.
Yeah, so my girlfriend thinks that I'm cheating on her with a coworker, which is great because she totally thinks that I still have a job. That's good. Speaking of being employed, I think white people need to stop telling black people who they look like. Just because, even if you're right, what you're doing is wrong, you know? It's terrible. That went well. I went to my parents' house recently. Have you ever looked around your parents' house and thought, I don't want any of this shit, you know? Because you get all of it, you know? Like some parents, you know, they have cool stuff to pass down to their kids. My mom, all she collects is cats and unemployment, you know? That's pretty much it.
Fuck yeah, 48 seconds from Bo Laughman. Bo, you've been on the show a few times before, always with the short one-liner style. I love it. You sort of look like Keanu Reeves in between movies.
Yeah.
In between movies.
That's what I'm going for.
Bo, what's your story? How long have you been on stand-up?
A while, like 8 years or something.
Wow. You from LA?
No.
Where are you from?
Texas.
What part?
Moved here from Austin.
Very cool.
I love Austin 6th Street. What's the name of that pond where people swim naked? Hippie Hollow?
Guadalupe.
Oh, yeah.
Guadalupe River. Where they go?
The skin pound.
You can get the Zika virus there.
How long have you been?
No, I heard they have a mosquito issue.
How long have you been in LA?
Almost a year.
What do you do for work? Uber.
No, I wish. I've been interning.
I wish on an Uber's never a good sign.
I can't wait to hear. Wouldn't that be nice? No, I've been interning at a place and then I do extra work.
Well,
you almost threw up when you said
extra work. Is this a fluffer or something like that? What is it exactly?
Or is this like a Craigslist job?
Yeah.
Extra work. What's the shadiest Craigslist gig that you've had to do since being in LA?
Like background.
Sure. What's the worst one that you've done? Cuckolding.
It's all the same stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Would you do that if they offered you some money? Would you do a cuckold video and pretend like the girl that's being made love to is your girlfriend? How much would it cost for you to do that?
Wait, those are pretend?
So what happened? Sorry to spoiler alert. Spoiler alert for Josh Wolf.
Yeah, bummer, right?
You know what? I think you just broke the rule.
Yeah, I'm in.
That's fun, Bo. What else do you do for fun?
You know, just.
No, I don't. Nobody does.
Oh, you do?
No, I promise you, I don't.
No, I mean, I skate.
What kind of skate? Roll.
Do you ever go out to his park?
Yeah.
What's that?
Do you ever go out to his park?
Whose part?
Joel's.
Were you in here for a Joel
You ever go
set?
to the skate park?
Yeah.
Dude, where are we right now? Dude, I had a seizure and blacked out of the extra thing. It's like ridiculousness.
Love it.
Wow.
And he's back.
Yeah.
Oh, ridiculousness?
Love it. I do. Favorite show.
So, what's the craziest kind of porn that you've ever watched?
Watched or finished it?
Oh, I like that.
Totally different question.
Totally different question.
Finished too, sure. I don't think he has an answer for anything. We barely got where he's from out of him.
You know
So,
what I want to know about Bo?
huh.
He's a good lover.
Do you consider yourself a good lover, Bo?
Tender, harsh, strong.
Yeah, you know, I'm okay.
Like in bed.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah.
He just said he's okay.
Bo knows. Brody?
I did see you're talking about pornography, and I did see a bestiality video. Yes, and well, the guy finished on an insect. He finished. Yes, he finished on an insect. It was the movie was called Charlotte's Web Eye. Wow,
That was a long way to go. Yeah.
gets a big laugh. Gets a laugh in the main room. The ticket you can't afford.
Wow.
How dare you not laugh at that joke? Where are we, Sacramento? They're gonna hit me with a 2x4.
Wow, Brody.
All I see is dark colors.
Oh my goodness.
It was much better than my set, so.
All right.
Brody, did they laugh at that joke when you do it in the main room and they pay for it?
He gets in trouble.
Oh, anything else interesting about yourself? You seem sort of like a,
No, nothing interesting.
Welcome to Do You Have a Personality?
Yeah, we're really reaching, Rabbi. We're trying our best.
Oh, no, I
What would be the one thing you would tell us about yourself?
You like water?
water's good.
I have to eat every day.
I like water. I sleep somewhere between 8 and 9 hours a night. Under one blanket.
I use these two things to walk. I breathe in a substance called oxygen.
We have a lot in common. Other than that, that's pretty much it.
Make a connection.
Anything else interesting, though?
Yeah, no.
All right, you're really rolling with this thing. Okay.
He's really nailing the Keanu Reeves
But I
right
mean, it's
there.
like, what? I don't know. What's interesting?
What is your writing process? What's interesting?
He's somewhere
Hold on,
between
he asked me a
he's
question.
somewhere between Keanu Reeves and Christopher Reeves right now.
Oh my God, Tony, that is so uncalled for.
Take a moment and realize you almost cut that joke off, Brody.
I didn't cut it off. It got a laugh.
No, you said you almost.
It was great. I would never do that. I'm a good guy.
Thank you. I know it got a laugh. Laugh on fire. Thank you, Brody. Go ahead.
Oh, you're asking what do I find?
What do you?
I just put out You got to put out energy.
Put out
Wait, no,
Your arms crossed negative. Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's a start. Arms crossed negative. What are you holding back?
What's your normal writing process? What do you do to write?
I mean, with the one-liners, it's like usually just cutting stuff down and trying to.
Do you sit there and go, hey, I'm going to write a joke, or do you just
Where do you write
Talk
at?
on the
How does it
phone,
happen?
you just stare at a wall and blink?
That helps. No, I write like. If I'm actually writing, I do screenplays and stuff, and then I try and do joke writing is usually.
I bet you the characters in your screenplays just jump off the page.
Oh yeah, they're pretty interesting.
Were you an extra in Dazed and Confused?
No.
Okay. He's from Texas. That's a callback. Thank
They
you.
say write what you know, so his script's and he walked down the street.
They jump off.
So I'm wrong. I got no laughs on
Did I
that.
use that?
They're trying to kill themselves.
You use my joke, sure.
Brody just firing off every thought at this point.
I'm seeing arms crossed negative, and I read energy.
Brody, what's the difference between Claritin and Klonopin?
I don't. Claritin? What are you saying?
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Hold on. Give me a chance, Tony.
I did give you a chance.
Stop being
About two of them.
aggressive towards me. I was thinking.
Let me think of a funny answer.
Go ahead. Keep going. You're good.
That's Brody's inner monologue.
Oh, really? Did you play baseball at Arizona State? You didn't, Jeremiah.
For those of you counting on your Cool Tony bingo cards, that is his second Arizona State reference tonight. Bo, anything else? Have a good night, buddy. There he goes, Bo Laughman. He's on Twitter at Bo Laughman. There he goes. I pulled another name out of the bucket. We're keeping it moving, baby. I'm going to get right into it. This looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Brett Ebby. Here he comes.
Hello. So, I like to watch Vice News because I like to stay informed on things happening in the world, which, by the way,
You're listening.
don't do that. Stay ignorant as long as you can. You'll be a much happier person. But they were talking to Edward Snowden about how the government can hack everything that we have with us all the time. And it's such a big deal. It's so important and it's so scary that the government can do that. Like, if somebody's working at the FBI watching me jerk off, talking about how I want to fuck Lisa Ann super bad, whatever. I don't care. My life is not that interesting. So go ahead. look at my text messages that say, I think J.R. Smith should be on Hillary Clinton's ballot for president this year because we need people like J.R. Smith in the White House to make our lives better. And, dude, it's going really well, right? Yeah. So I'm just waiting for that West Hollywood bear to come out and eat me because that would feel way better than how this feels.
No need for him to eat you. You already ate it yourself. Brett, Brett, you are without a doubt, one of the funniest evil dolls that have come to life that I have ever had on this show before. I mean, of all the dolls that ever came alive in the middle of the night and did stand-up comedy, you are it. He was like that doll from Goosebumps. Yeah.
I was gonna say he looked like a giant baby version if Chris Pine and Ray Liotta had babies.
You have some kind of crazy, like, star face. How long have you been in LA?
About a year.
Yeah, you have star head. Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Wisconsin.
Yeah, I was going to guess Minnesota. That's so funny.
Also kind of grinchy.
Yeah, totally.
I do hate Christmas.
Okay.
So it fits.
Absolutely. You do. Man, that's fun. So how have you been out here a year?
Yep.
Did you do, like, theater and acting and stuff or anything on stage in Wisconsin?
Nope.
So you just came out here, and how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 6 months.
Really?
Yeah.
How often are you getting up in that 6 month span?
Probably like 4 times a week.
It's pretty good.
At least. I gotta mix it in with the alcoholism too. Sometimes
No, I don't know why you gotta separate them.
Yeah, you have Starhead, dude. You're like Zac Efron on meth or something like that. Something really interesting going on. Have you tried any acting or done anything like that?
A little bit. I'm like starting to get into it. Like I got my membership to LA Casting now, so
that's cool.
Step in the right direction. Yeah, right.
$14.95 a month on that credit card.
Exactly.
Welcome to the exclusive club. Anyone can join.
Yeah, right.
Wow, that's the funniest thing ever. That is what Central Casting is.
Next stop, there's access.
And then you're on your way to the top of show business, my friend.
I like that. Make me floaty.
Hey, $10 a month, and you will make it to the top. Brett, how do you say that last name? E-B-Y. Evie. Huh? Yeah.
So
that's interesting. Do you ever just go up in people's windows in the middle of the night and scare the life out of them?
Yeah.
You have like a really scary face. Do you know this?
But it's scary and it's handsome. It's like
that's what I get. I either get, hey, you look like the Chucky doll,
right?
Or I get, are you Ray Liotta's kid?
Right.
Like, it could go either way.
And who knows if the Chucky doll isn't actually Ray Liotta's kid?
Right. Exactly.
Good thing.
Yeah, this guy's giving me the EBG.
He's pretty creepy.
Very good, Jeremiah. Brett, tell us something about you. What do you do with a face like that? I mean, what do you do for work? I mean, you definitely don't do Uber because you looking back at somebody in the rearview mirror is instant 1 star. Instant 1 star. Like, people just jump out of your car from the back seat. They just roll into fucking Beverly Boulevard. Just like, oh, no.
They were not happy. No, I'm actually a preschool teacher.
No! Holy shit. This is why I love this show, ladies and gentlemen. You never know when shit's about to get real. You look like one of your students evil. You're a preschool teacher?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you know, if I walk into that parent-teacher conference, I'd walk in and be like, we're not staying. We're not staying. I'm not staying. No, we're not staying.
My jokes kill it.
So
They're
these
not
kids,
so much
not only do these kids see you during the day, they also see you under their bed at night.
Have you finished your homework yet?
Your paper's due in the morning.
I started collecting children's bodies at the ripe age of 27. I was a preschool teacher. The parents wondered, where are my children? And I said, don't worry about it.
I would shove them in their own backpacks. Brett, How long you been teaching preschool?
I like how the killer got out of that one by saying, "Don't worry about it." Oh, okay. So that I must be wrong. Sorry. Sorry to bother you. Sorry about the creepy music.
Brett. All right. We have to have some e-break at some point, and I get the probe. Just Brett, how long you been teaching preschool?
A year, and I taught English in South America before that.
Any hot single moms?
Oh.
Wait a second. When you were in South Africa, were you in
America? I was in
or
Brazil.
something like this?
Brazil. Yeah.
Brazil.
Figured out what Louis looks like.
Yeah.
Figured out puppets from Team America.
Yeah. That's true.
Hey, fuck yeah.
One of the least famous songs from that hit movie.
Yeah, definitely not going to be a different song. Yeah.
A year and a half, Brett. What's some of the crazy shit you've seen go down in a preschool, other than Brody Stevens peeking through the windows? Just kidding, Brody. Just kidding. Oh, there he is. Brett, what did you see? What goes down there?
One time, two kids were taking a shit next to each other, and one of them decided to wipe his ass with his hands and then wipe it on his friend's face.
Oh my God! To think that all of this could happen on your chest is crazy.
Yeah.
The crazy thing, I told them to do it.
Poop next to each other, children.
Now wipe it on his face.
What do you mean when you're in the middle of
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
I go back to back and poop next to each other, lean against each other's backs.
Nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Cypher, editor-in-chief of Rothschild magazine.
The old back-to-back number 2.
Problem solving. So I know you are
We're taking a field trip to Brown.
You just need answers. And find them.
So you're in
Want to
preschool.
increase
The
trust
kids
in
ever
a
shit
leader?
their
I
pants
talk to
still?
Whole Foods
I
Private
did.
Job
Yep.
Matthew. Want to
Maybe
manage
you
your
did?
time better?
Yep.
I talk to
Tell us
Google's
about
in-house
that.
productivity
Private
expert.
school,
Visit
Valley. It was
points
called
30
Charlotte's
minutes
Rabbi.
the search for problem solvers.
I didn't like it at
As a
private school.
long-time foreign
I went to
correspondent,
Valley
I've worked in
Private
lots
School
of
for
places,
one
but
semester,
nowhere
first
as
grade, where
important
they
in
have
the world
pets
as
and
China.
horses. I didn't
I'm
like it.
Jane
The kids,
Perez, former
I didn't
Beijing
like the
bureau
rich
chief for the
kids.
New York Times.
And I was
On
embarrassed to
Face-Off,
raise my
the
hand to the
U.S.
bathroom
versus
one
China,
day, and I
we
took a
explore
dump
what's
in my
critical
pants.
to this important
And then my
global
mom picked me
relationship.
up, and those kids
Trump,
never saw me
Xi
again.
Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face-Off are available
That's a
now,
sad
so you get no
bet you
questions.
affected them more than it affected me. I bet you not. I bet you they've never told the story before. Changed my life.
It's like maybe the 50th time you're like,
Right? Nobody's taking a dump in their pants in first grade. Okay, fine.
First grade, Brody?
Nobody's still talking about it, though, except for you.
Whoa,
Well, I talked about it last in the main room. How dare you attack me, kid? I sub-teach. Thank you.
Brett, how old
At
are you?
Quiznos. 25.
There you go. From there.
That gets a laugh every time I do it.
Sub-teach.
Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google
Oh, you know
in-house
what? My
productivity
audience
expert.
would laugh
Visit
at
the
it.
point 30 minutes or less.
This
The
audience
search for
doesn't.
problem solvers.
And I don't care.
You mean wait? When you
I do
say
care.
when you say
As a
when you say
long-time
my
foreign
audience, are you
correspondent,
talking
I've
about?
worked in
I'm talking
lots
about
of
Jewish
places,
people and
but nowhere as important to the world
non-dark
as
shirt
China.
wearing crowds.
I'm Jane
My
Perez,
crowds wear
former
polo
Beijing
shirts and
bureau
blue.
chief for the New York Times. On Face-Off, the U.S. versus China,
Brody, where do
we
you see
explore
these
what's
crowds?
I
critical
went
to
to a
this
scene in
important
high
global
school.
relationship.
I know you
Trump,
guys.
Xi
So they come at
Jinping,
me. I read your
AI,
energy. I'm here every
TikTok,
night. I know I'm
and
getting
even
hated
Hollywood.
on.
New episodes of Face-Off are
I don't
available
want to
now,
fight for
so
every
you
laugh.
get no
Brody,
questions.
where do you perform when you see these blue polos? Best Buy?
Democratic.
Welcome to
I like Best Buy, actually. I get a lot of, so I get my magazine subscriptions. We haven't been performing Charlotte's Rabbi. Yes! We're having fun.
Colas in blue. Brad, any of the preschoolers' moms ever hit on you? Like, you get any cougar action, anything like that? You get any TNA at the PTA?
Unfortunately, no. Not yet. I mean, I'm down with it. I'm looking for the.
What district are you in?
Sherman Oaks.
Sherman Oaks.
That's right. I took ramble. You know what? I ramble in the main room with Johnny Depp. Thank you. Now, look it up.
I like that you started talking on the side of your mouth. Yeah,
All right. I think. No, I think you should go with the Zac Efron. If you're gonna like get the audience on your side, and you look like the Adam. Do that, the Adam Levine. You're doing fine.
Yeah, just talk about what you look like. You got an hour special.
Yeah.
Fucking do it the whole time. Then do it on. Just go out and
call it Chuck E. Cheese. Be like, I gotta get home tonight so I can go back to my original packaging.
That's Reagan.
Yeah.
That's my boy. That's Reagan. Beautiful. Brad, anything else interesting about you? Any cool hobbies, anything like that? How's the love life?
Love life is it is what it is. Let's just say batteries aren't included.
I did one of those Jewish dating services. I hooked up with my sister. I know that joke. Got a big laugh the other night, but Jeremiah, how dare you attack me? I'm from the valley. It ain't till I die. I'll choke you on Ventura. I got Sherman Oaks here. I'll drown you with a coffee bean. You like your shower. You got it. I'll give you a chill hold.
All right, Brad. What do you mean by it is what it is? You hooked up with any girls since being in LA a year ago?
Yeah, I have, but dating in LA is different because they'll say they're very intimate, and then what do you picking them up? Where am I taking them?
What My guess is
that's probably the problem.
My guess is a like a smart car version of a hearse.
No, it's a bicycle. They don't like to ride on my legs.
Stop trying to be funny. We've seen how that's gone for you so far. Just answer the questions honestly. When you go on a date with a girl and you pick her up, what are you driving?
This thing I don't have a car.
So that explains that's it. Yeah. There you go. You got
to answer your question when you said I don't know why I'm dating.
Are you Snapchatting?
I have it.
You gotta get into that. You gotta get into Snapchatting.
That's the key.
You're in LA. That's what I say to all you guys. You're in LA. It's a major league. I grew up here. I went to Seattle for 3 years. I didn't come back. Then I went to New York for 3 years. Then I came back. 6 years and 30. I left. Get out of here, guys.
Yeah, that was funny. There you go. Slipping.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I was a little aggressive. I didn't eat to that cashews all day.
Well, Brett, it was nice to meet you, man. Come back anytime. Welcome to the show. There you go. Ready, everybody. He's on Twitter at EB Speaks. Go after him. Go after him. EB Speaks. EBY Speaks. All one word. Let's do something a little bit different. Let's go to the regulars now, and then we'll go to the bucket a couple times at the end. Your first regular to go up. Now, this performer writes and performs a brand new minute every single week, unlike the people that got kicked out of the bucket. So it's a little bit tougher of a job, a little bit, we get to watch highs and lows. Who knows how it's going to go? We do know this. When she first started, she was shaking, convulsing uncontrollably, and things have gotten better since then. Put your hands together for the always nervous silence of Melissa Esslinger, everybody.
Physically, he was an average weight. He had a wiry build as a young man, but
I used to think that fire hydrants were noble, but now every time I come up to a fire hydrant, it's just a parking inconvenience. And I get pissed off because I'm like, why does this fire hydrant need 2 spaces the size of a truck? Well, a truck, fire truck, I guess. We'll go there.
Once you attain power and fame,
you don't need whole space to get a hose to a fire hydrant. I just don't understand why it's gotta be like that and then cost $73.
Terrible voice, and he didn't have much of a sense of humor, although he did enjoy the occasional prank. Those are the basic, undisputed facts.
Every time I park somewhere,
But obviously, that's
The red
far from
pisses
the
me off, and I used to look at fire hydrants and think of like Dalmatian puppies with hats on. And now I immediately think parking tickets, and that sucks. I'm gonna ruin my coloring books.
Jesus Christ, there is one individual.
That's it.
Fuck yeah, 56 seconds.
Really was the most significant figure.
Fire hydrant material. That's one of my favorite sets from you, all on one topic, nothing too crazy. You got it all out there without anything terrible happening. Melissa, it was very, very impressive. It was really cool. Fun to see. Real shit.
Yeah, and you know what? A crazy combination of nerves and confidence.
Yeah.
Like you look nervous, but I was like, oh, she never felt out of
The
control.
result is a
You know what I mean?
infinite number of different
And we walked that line. That's a fun developing
Millions of
story.
nature makes him harder to
Brody
understand.
Stevens, you like Melissa
He was
have
reserved,
serious psychological problems? What do you think about your? What do you think about her?
I don't have. That's my point. Once I cut off my mom and all that stuff forced in me, I'm the happiest guy ever.
All these conflicting accounts.
I got
and
railroaded, let's be honest. I never had a problem in Arizona State. I haven't had a problem. Why am I the Prince of Periscope? 12 million hearts.
Brody,
all on my own. Nobody else.
Brody, does anybody call you the Prince of Periscope other than you?
Yeah, my 142,000 followers do.
Terrible than Attila the
Did you
Hun.
just completely make up that number?
Pull up my Periscope.
142.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing the thing. Yeah, 142,000, 12 million hearts. What do you want? I'll scissor kick you at the Arby's on Laramie.
It's true, he actually did do that.
And again, maybe it's simply a reflection of the fact that they hated both his style and her husband, but praised Fuchs' writing and
Really, I love your style. We all know that.
You never had any. I got railroad. But here's the deal. Good job, Melissa. I like what you're doing. I like the drummer shirt. I'm the house drummer at the Guitar Center.
Starting in a situation in which reactionary military officers
Is that what you do when you're not selling balloons at the park?
co-op deals of revolution.
Balloon at the corner, then.
Generation before Marx.
No, that's a good time tonight, so I want to say thank you. And Melissa, you're doing good. I know it's hard each and every week to come up with jokes and all that. I know you're like, you're
For
nervous.
them, he was an avatar of
Do you
destructive
walk? What do you
chaos,
do to alleviate your nerves?
inevitable end.
I'm doing more now.
What do you do to try and alleviate your nerves?
Both versions of balloons
So if I'm not going anywhere, that's a problem. But I'm working.
You just walk up against the wall like this.
But it's hard to say
It's like those wind up little, like a Yoshi doll that you get at Burger Blue.
during times he said both.
I see growth. I do see growth in
I would
confidence
defend the
because
revolution
I see
for our
her
area.
every so often, and I keep doing it.
This
It's very
specific
amazing.
phenomenon across decades,
interesting.
across ideologies,
Do you
all over the world.
self-mutilate at all?
People read
Yeah,
about
I
it,
understand. I just got back from, guys, I'm going to be honest with you, I just got back from my AA meeting, Asperger's Anonymous.
We make them sequence purposes.
That's not really anything anonymous about your Asperger's, but
You know what, Tom?
Further away.
Welcome.
Keep doing it, and
How are you? How'd you find out about me?
People are familiar with at least elements of some of these men.
What up, Morph?
The historical record is comparatively
Hello. How did you find out about me? Hey, this is your other account. Yeah, I was just going to say, this is your other account. Oh, excellent. Okay. I will let okay. Hello, I just sent you a friend request. What? Um, go to go to you um all the way at the top. Go to direct messages. Here, actually, the easiest way to do it, I'll just join this call and just follow this one. See this account that I just which I just joined? Click it. Yeah. Device. And yeah. So there's like a mothership with alien crafts. So it's like my take on it. It's a milk ship. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, let me put it this way. um, well, before I started streaming on here, so 3.5. Yeah, I've had multiple. Wait, repeat that. Repeat that. What'd you say? What'd you say? Can you repeat that, please? I don't think men are all the same. Yeah. Hey, hold on. I think I know what you're talking about. But you have to go on the account that you're currently using. You have to make the settings like your other one. Ali, I can't hear you. Sure. Did you change your setting, Holly? Did you change your settings on that account, Holly? Holly, did you change your settings on that account? Can you hear me?
You've got sidearms, you've got parabolic microphone. As soon as you land on this location, small rocks will be thrown at you, or small stones, you shatter on the parabolic microphone. Twig snapping in the woods, footsteps. You see eyes shine, you see creatures out in the woods. You see the deer, the remnants of the deer carcass freshly killed, the leg placed up in a small tree above eye level, and a fish egg, perhaps as a warning. One of your members injures his knee, and you decide now you've got to get off this peninsula and back into civilization. So you summon the vast boats that were driving that to meet you at a home that you found on the map. So, first of all, before we get back, let me ask you about this chat that your son Howell was picking up on the parabolic microphone. I think you described it as gibberish. I don't know if you had a chance to compare that with, let's say, those famous Sierra sounds that are called, were captured by Ron Morgan, a researcher from Ron Morgan, have been described as samurai sounds, samurai language, if you will. Any comparison there with the gibberish that you heard? Okay. All right. So you've got a wounded team member, and you're trying to get back to the boat. Right? Take it from there.
Did you change your settings on that device, on that account? Um. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, just 1 second. So you're saying on your new account you have hardware acceleration disabled? Yes, it is. Yeah, but you have to change your settings like you did with your Holly Ace. Would you just please humor me and go to your settings and go to your settings and voice and then why didn't you do it? Okay, then why did oh you just did it? Okay. Why didn't you do it with your other account? Okay, I believe you. Okay, 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 okay. That makes that makes sense. Okay. You've never seen a picture of him? Wait, you've never seen a picture? You've never seen a picture of this guy? Okay. Is he a good looking dude? Okay, great. What is ram? What's a ram? What's a ram? What's a rammogram shot? Well, enlighten. Is this some kind of vaccine or something? Okay. 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 Right. Right. Okay. When you say you're really sensitive to people with Rh negative blood, and you can't even be around them. Oh, okay. Rh. Okay, those people. What happens around them that you can't even be around them? Yeah. You said according to the. Did you say forums or forms? Okay, calm down. One thing at a time. I'm asking you questions, and you keep running through past me. I'm just asking you, Holly. You need to calm down. Okay, I'm just trying to ask a clarification question, and you keep just yapping. Just hold on a second. Did you say forums? Did you say forums, or did you say what was it? I can't even remember because you kept talking. And I really like you, but just when I ask a clarification question, just please settle down because I don't always understand. Okay, I mean, okay, can you go to my sound and turn it up? So you click on my name. Okay, is it different than it sounded previously? Okay, so maybe it might be this account that you have. You said something like an all. Yes, that could be. Okay, so turn down. Okay, can you hear me? Testing. Testing. Test. Okay. Yes. Okay. You're okay. No. So, okay, forums. Okay. So you are on a lot of reproduction forums, and this is what they say. That's what you're saying? Okay. If I may ask, so you are looking for an O positive carrier, correct? Okay, I know that. So what is hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Why are you interested in Rh negative people or Rh positive? What does that have to do with it? Can you please clarify that? No, I get all the stuff that you're talking. Shouldn't you only care about O positive, and you shouldn't care at all about Rh negative people? Yes, I know. Okay, right, right. I get that. I get that. Oh, hold on. Let me clarify. Isn't Rh negative just a blood type, just like O negative is a blood type? Okay, so then why aren't you just communicating with? Okay, so Rh. Okay, so Rh is not a blood type. It's a subgroup of a blood type. Okay, so are you not only looking for O negative people, but O negative? I mean, I could just look it up, but uh, no, I believe it. I'm just asking for clarifications. I'm not an expert in blood. So essentially, here, what are the 8 blood types? Yeah, many times. Yeah, it's O negative. It's universal donor. Okay, now tell me with the. I know I'm. I know I'm O negative. All I know is that I'm O negative. That's all I know. No, I'm not O plus. Don't tell me what. Listen, Holly, don't tell me what I am. I've given blood more than a dozen times. I know what my card says. Okay, so here we go. Now, please let me know if this is consistent. Uh, the Rh factor plays a crucial role in determining whether a person's blood type is positive or negative. The Rh factor is a protein that can either be present or absent in the surface of red blood cells. Here's how it works with the ABO blood types. If the Rh protein is present on the red blood cells, the blood type is Rh positive, for instance, A plus, B plus, AB plus, or O plus. Or if the Rh protein is absent, the blood type is Rh negative. For instance, A minus, B minus, AB minus, or O minus. So each of the ABO blood types, AB, ABO, can either be positive or negative, depending on whether the person has the Rh factor, making them positive, or does not have it, making them negative. Okay, so I understand now. So Rh is a factor that that determines the mind. Right. I understand that. Well, and now I understand much more why you'd go on a forum and find O negative, and then the negative part of that is determined. RH negative. RH negative plays a crucial role in the negative part of it. Now I understand. Okay, so and now I understand I get it what you're saying now. I didn't make the connection of the RH part within O negative. Now I get it. That RH negative is not a separate blood type. It's part of O. Okay, what is that? Yeah, exactly. I've never heard that test. So so you're like an even more specific kind of interesting. Oh, okay, interesting. When did they do that? Very interesting. Yeah. Right. And don't you want RH negative? And don't you want RH negative though? But you're looking for RH negative, correct? Very well. Very well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it does a lot, and it also explains it also. Yeah, no, I get it, and I get why as well. You can't just say. I mean, like to me, like my parents are O negative, or and I'm O negative. So, and I've always known that to be the universal donor, and I never have thought like, oh, okay, well, this might be something that I necessarily or that people necessarily are concerned with, because it's just kind of always been like I know that I could basically give to anyone. That's why whenever I give blood, they always call me to give blood because I'm a universal donor, especially when they have shortages and such. But I didn't recognize that the subgroup of that is also very important, Rh negative, and why it's not so easy for you to just go on Tinder or Bumble or something and say, "Hey, I need an O negative match." It's much more specific than that. I I get what you're saying. So like the O negative aspect of it, the thing that gives it the negative is the Rh negative, correct? Yes. And you're like one of 50 people. And this other thing that you have is O negative or O negative NLL. NLL null or something you said? O negative null? Oh no. So it does say that they're on like, and it does say that like only 50 people have this um null, and you're, I mean, like you said, there it's more than that, but you're one of those people. Isn't that interesting that we used to do it more? Isn't it interesting that we used to do it more in the past, but we don't now? You would think, That's very interesting. Well, this is enlightening. I recognized, I mean, just that I was O negative, but I didn't really ever take into play that with whom I could reproduce because I was always like, oh, well, universal donor, that must mean right. But, oh, okay. Sure. Yeah, the guy who you met on that website. Okay, the guy who you met on that website, who you met on X, you've been communicating with, who wrote you a book and you were reading a book back. That guy, is he on board for transhumanism and that? Very, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, right. 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 Okay. Well, we're only 7% of the population. You know, because I just figured that we were much larger than that. At least in the United States, 7%. I mean, I remember learning about this in school. We certainly didn't go as much. Okay. Right. Yeah. You're you're correct on that. Well, it was generally because you can't prove who the father is, but you always know who the mother is. Wow, Mongolia is very high, 13%. They're just like much higher than everybody else. They do have interest. Yeah. Well, now it makes sense. Now it makes yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Well, you yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. I'm glad that you referenced me to that chart and on Wikipedia, and yeah, it's fascinating. So I understand why you're so picky on the blood type and with whom you can mate, and now it's much clearer to me why you were so specific on that. I really think that this should be something that's more publicized. Well, in the fact, the term vaccine is its etymology comes from the term cow. Yeah, it's Latin, correct? The term vaccine originates from the term vaccine originates from the Latin term vacca, meaning cow. This is because the first vaccine, developed by Edward Jenner in the late 18th century, was material from cowpox sores to prevent against smallpox. So when I hear that term vaccine and the term herd, it just reminds me that the root is vacca, meaning cow. Have you had these? Welcome, Zoot. How are you, dog? It's Zoot. It is Zoot. Yeah. Well, um, um, Audie was just here as well. They both came in like right at the same time. Yeah, and I'm one of them, so I appreciate it. Yeah, and then the other thing is you weren't able to hear, right? Uh, when I was trying to talk with you, and you had the sound was distorted or whatever on your end, so you couldn't hear when I was trying to ask questions, and so no issue at all. Zoot, how are you? I don't mind. I think I'll be off. I'm a Capricorn ox. Ox. Yep. Word dog. And I'm a Capricorn, and I am a I am O negative. No, I definitely did not. Look, I know what I am. My birthday is December 26th. Okay, and um, I'm 5. Yeah. Um, Holly, when you and I spoke, Holly, when you and I spoke, I don't recall you. asking me what my blood type was or my sign. I would have thought that was weird. Well, I have it recorded. Oh, I am. I am also O negative. All right. Exactly. Yes.
Join us as we unravel the mystery surrounding these two explosive cases. One rooted in begins right after this time out on Coast to Coast. Hey, it's me, Rothschild. CNN. Brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Download Newsmax app. It takes just some great shows any NewsmaxPlus.com. Start your That's NewsmaxPlus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today. Response times. Choose yourself. Rothschild. Instant access right now. If you're serious about protecting yourself and your loved ones, text SAM. Extended rules for all text messages missing and generates spam flood. During tax season, your info your web your payroll platform. The True Crime Podcast, Surviving the Survivor, and the author of the book with the same name. He's an Emmy Award-winning broadcast journalist. First of all, explain the name Surviving.
Welcome, Audie. How are you? I'm just I'm just listening. Yes, I have seen that statistic. Zoot, did you watch a UFC fight? Audie, do you like sports? All right. Oh, very interesting sport to choose. Have you ever played it? Who's that, Zoot? Tony Blair? Oh, Bonnie Blue, your girlfriend. What did you say? What did you say to her? And what did she say? Wow. She responded? Is this yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for sending that. Zoot, I appreciate that. Zoot, was it on Instagram that she responded to you? There you go, big dog. Zoot, who are your favorite? Yeah, she's a model, all right. She is the recent newsmaker who had sex with over 1,000 men in 24 hours. She didn't use protection?
Well, we're talking about DNA evidence. It's like almost 140 years old. Are you confident that given again the age, potential for contamination?
I am. Holly, what are your thoughts on aliens? All right. Who dies going to space recently? One to Zoot's point, the last people that died going to space, it was like 2003. Who's died in space since then? I mean, that's 22 years.
Something in the air. England was created by thunderclap or on the objective with Joel Wolf right after this time out on Coast to Coast AM.
I've seen the documentary. I've seen that documentary. It's fascinating. Yeah, I have. And I actually, yeah, And just one moment, dude. Okay, okay, just one moment, Zoo. And I actually know someone who is related to that guy. It's his great uncle. One of my friends in here, he's from Perth. So, but that is a fascinating documentary. Okay, now for Zoot's question. To either of you, to Holly or to Audie, can you name one Australian television show? No, 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 you're not. No, I mean something that shows on television in Australia. No, no, that doesn't count. Something that is on Australian television. Okay, that's fine. So and I'm not on Australian television. Wait. So Audie said the only thing that any American knows is the Crocodile Hunter, but that was actually a dual television show with American media as well. Aside from that, that is Australian television. So Zoot, it proves my theory, not just my theory, but the theory of Reddit that like Americans don't know any Australian television. I mean, like none. No, they do. We went through the top 20 Australian television shows, but then we like polled Reddit. No one on in America knows any Australian television shows. And I said to Zoot, if anything, we would know British shows, and then if it weren't British shows, we might know a couple Canadian shows. But it's like Australia's pretty low on the list. Yeah, as I told you, Zoot, no one in the United States over 85 knows what that is. I mean, unless you're the parent of young children, that's just not something that you would know. What was the one? The Wiggles. The Wiggles was like somewhat known a little bit in the United States, but again, that's really just yeah, yeah, yeah. No, he's asking, are the Wiggles from Australia? And the answer is yes. Audie, when you were a kid, what did you watch on television? But I mean, like children's shows. That's what I mean. Like, what baby shows did you watch? Tinky Winky. Holly, what did you watch as a kid? Holly, are you there? Holly. Okay. Did you guys watch Sesame Street? Audie, did you watch Sesame? Well, there you go. Audie, did you watch Sesame Street? I like him. I think he's amazing. Well, of course. Absolutely. You know, he was originally orange. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. And they have done. Aren't we pink? Okay. They did an episode of what it's like inside of Oscar's trash can, and it's huge. He has like a huge little apartment in there. Maybe in Australia. Well, do you have Australian Sesame Street? Like they make Sesame Street around the world. Like in South Africa, they have one. Israel has one. Do they have a do they have an Australian one? Oh, okay. No, no. That's because it's in syndication. But like the reason why they do South Africa and Israel, they have like specific issues that affect those people. Like I remember there was a big one. They had like an HIV positive Sesame Street character because AIDS is so prevalent on the African continent, and um, so I think it's like they focus it on some. I have I have never met anybody who has ever had HIV or AIDS. I mean, or if they do, they didn't know it or they didn't say anything to me, but I have never known anybody with HIV of AIDS. I've never known anyone to die of HIV of AIDS or known anybody who knew anyone who died of HIV or AIDS. Maybe I'm sure someone I know has met somebody who died of AIDS, but they never have said it. Like, I don't know. That's like not a. I mean, I know it affects people certainly, but it's just not something that I've ever known anybody to have. No, it does not. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like as big of a deal as it used to be. I mean, I remember the day that Magic Johnson had to stop playing in the NBA because he came out as HIV positive. It was such a big deal. Everybody thought he was going to die within the next like 6 months. He's still alive. Um, well, if you want to know like recent songs, I don't really listen to music that much on this stream because I get copyright strikes. But the last song that I uh, probably so I was singing karaoke a lot with people from the Philippines, and they love two people. They love Sabrina Carpenter and Chapel Roan. They're like super popular, and um, and yeah, it sounds like a lot of people in 2024 and 2025. It's just those two women kind of had really big years, and Chap had a song. What's her big song? Like, is it something like what's her big song? Yeah, yeah, good luck, babe. Like that was that was that was sung a lot, and but I don't because I'm always streaming. It's difficult for me to listen to modern music because I get copyright strikes. So if I am going to take a risk, it's usually with older music, and I do that. I do that, and when I sing karaoke, I do that. Um, but I would say, what have I been listening to recently? Um, I mean, really, I listen to old music, so like sing. I got copyright strikes yesterday for singing George Michael's "Careless Whisper" and um, George Michael's "Freedom '90." I think. Um, I I really like those songs though, or maybe it was "Father Figure." Would you say, Zoot? Um, I got one the other day. Oh, like if you play like 10 seconds worth of copyrighted songs, they come after you. I mean, they send you an email that it's a copyright strike. Sometimes you have to take a little quiz on how to like not get copyright strikes and um but yeah, I I like that new I mean it's not new, but that Not Like Us or whatever by Kendrick Lamar. That was an okay song. Um, I know that's what I'm saying. It's not that new. Um, I played that yesterday. Yeah, we played that. Well, we did karaoke in Twitter Spaces, and we sang. I sang Billie Jean earlier in the day. We sang "Twist and Shout" by the Beatles. We sang "All Star" by Smash Mouth. We sang "In the End" by Linkin Park. We sang, I think, and we sang "Nookie" by Limp Bizkit and "All About the Benjamins" by Puff Daddy and Notorious B.I.G. I mean, just music to me isn't what it once was, and I don't know if you recognize, but like music is just not like anybody can do music. You can take any pretty face and um with auto tune make it work. Like they don't have big bands anymore. I mean, not big bands, but like like giant rock bands. Like name a popular rock band, like a really popular rock band right now. I mean, like Coldplay, I guess, like Imagine Dragons. Those are big, and I'm not saying they're not good. They're really good, but they just don't have. Well, yeah. So, so that's an excellent. Exactly. I mean, that's an excellent point. Things have shifted to K-pop, a lot of things, and there's only one. I am not a K-pop fan. Not that I don't like it. Actually, on one of my streams, I say I'm the world's biggest K-pop fan. But I mean, I only know like one K-pop song, or maybe no, like two maybe. I know a BTS and Coldplay song called um that song is like My Universe, and then there's like I think they were called Stars or something like that, and they have a song that I like. Not that I don't think they're talented, it's just it hasn't caught on in my world. Yes, Zoot, that's what I want to know. Why don't you think music is as big as it should be? I'm in agreement with I'm in agreement with you on that. music's so different now because the way that the artist makes money. I mean, they basically make money through concerts and merchandise. They don't make a lot of money on streaming. I was surprised to learn that Snoop Dogg, with all his music, only makes like $40,000, I think, annually. It could be monthly, but I think it's annually from Spotify. It's not that much. And so they have to ensure that ticket sales are really high in order to continue the luxuries that they're able. Is it going to? That'll be interesting one. Just one moment. Somebody's talking to me in my Twitter space. Yo, what's going on, Pip? How you living? Shalom. How? What's in your neck of the woods? I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. I have more data online than any 3.5 years. 20, 2021 on YouTube. I'm live on 16 different YouTube streams right now. I stream off like 33 different devices. So you can watch my life essentially 24. Yeah. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Are you into cryptocurrency? Hey, it happens. It happens to the best of us. Takes money to make money, big dog. Well, there you go. So you don't use you don't use Twitter much? Okay, so you're just getting into spaces. All right. Well, uh, not everybody does a video space like I do, so you can watch my live 24 hours a day on Twitter Spaces, but also on YouTube and Twitch and Rumble and all the other ones. But if you are looking for a great community, Twitter Spaces is where it's at. It's not that big. It's like basically 10,000 people. I mean, it can get up to hundreds of thousands in some spaces, but generally, you'll find people who have consistent spaces on anything from cryptocurrency to karaoke to trivia to global events. You'll get politicians who announce their candidacies on Twitter Spaces. It's really a nice platform. That's my last name. Yep. We're all related. People are allowed to say whatever they want. I told you, we're all related. With what? Well, the banking system has been really around for thousands of years, going back to ancient Babylon. Well, we were essentially gold merchants and worked for certain houses within Germany from essentially the 15th century until the 17th century. And from there, we started being uh, what many call usury, but essentially granting loans to individuals and then to royal houses. And from there, the modern banking system evolved. But I mean, really, if you want to get into bankers prior to German bankers, it would be Italian bankers. The Medici family is really prominent within that. Yeah, I think he should be allowed to say whatever he wants. That's part of the beauty of free speech. So, uh, well, you can feel any way that you want. I personally feel that if it's something that you don't like, then you can just ignore it. You just cut out there. Can you repeat that, please? Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you on that. I think shadow banning should be a banned practice. I'm in agreement with you. I think that shadow banning is a should be a prohibited practice, and there's there's perhaps some legislation that may help to I don't know if it'll end the practice, but at least when it comes to artificially inflating your followers, there's something in Congress that may get passed that may make it illegal. Essentially, it's an unfair trade practice. And I feel shadow banning is an unfair trade practice as well. So, how do we get it to the court, you said? Well, it doesn't necessarily go through the court in the United States, it'll go through Congress. And so the legislation has been written. Do I know Mardine? No, I'm not sure who that is on TikTok, but at least in the United States, the way that it works is you have Congress people, a lower house. So, like in England, it would be the House of. Um, it's essentially elected representatives. So it starts generally in the House of Representatives, and if it gets a majority vote there, then it goes to the Senate, which is so the House of Representatives is similar to the House of Commons, and then the Senate is similar to the House of Lords, and then from there, if it passes there with the majority vote, then it goes to the president to sign into law. Do I think I could get Sonic? Oh, do I like Sonic? No, that's the cryptocurrency that sponsors me. So that's the thing that's worth tens of millions of dollars. Um, it's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and this is just their logo. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. You can look; it's worth tens of millions of dollars. Enough. Yeah. I make money by streaming, but also through cryptocurrency. Uh, yeah, I've been live on Twitter, at least most recently, live 24 hours a day since February 14th. I've been live streaming on YouTube 24 hours a day since 2001. I've been doing it. I have more data online than any person in global history. No, it's not. You can look. I'm live on 16 different YouTube channels simultaneously right now. No, I'm not. Look at my profile. Click the link in my profile. Go to YouTube. All you have to do is click the link in my profile. If you don't want to do that, then just type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. Correct. Okay. It's my last name. I just live my life where there are thousands of us. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone. So it's a very big family. Again, it's a large family. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone. I'm top dog, big dog. Well, there's an argument to be made because in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource. So more valuable than the entire banking industry, more valuable than all the gold on Earth, more valuable than all the petroleum on Earth, and I have more data online than any person ever. Oh, way more. Absolutely. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. All of those I've handmade, except the Kick accounts. The Kick accounts I made bots. We do have castles, but no, I'm just in a normal house. It's just it's very, very normal. How much do I make from it? Enough to be able to survive. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom.
And there you go. The ultimate keep doing it. You can get the Kill Tony Burger Stevens Keep Doing It t-shirt at. Well, you know, she came out with the joke, the fire hydrant joke. That's great. You know, I like fire hydrants. I'll put you in a chokehold at the Orange Julius on Rosewood. Yes, mother with the Fairfax. Look it up. Melrose Avenue Elementary. I have roots in this town. Get out if you're not from here. I hope that plays on the podcast.
Melissa, there you go. You did it. Another new minute. There she goes. Melissa Esslinger. Lock it in. Lock it in, add to and cut it down again. Another new minute from at Melissa Esslinger. You're one another regular, and then we're going to get back to the bucket. You know her from Bill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, writing and performing a brand new minute every single week. One of the hardest jobs in all comedy. Put your hands together for Vanessa Johnston.
I've been trying to figure out if I'm a good person or a bad person. And I think I'm a good person because I always write notes on people's cars to let them know that they parked wrong. However, I know that I'm a bad person because if I had a baby and it didn't look like me, I'd assume that it wasn't mine. And I'd give it away. Whatever ingredients we put in this cake did not work. Time to start over. I don't think that babies should have rights. The First Amendment is freedom of speech. I can talk. If you can't do the First Amendment,
Only two left.
in the room are like, well, I'm done.
Fuck yeah, this is great. Double regular fun. Very, you know, like Melissa pretty much all. It's really cool. That's so good that this week. What was the
I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, but I will.
I write notes on people's cars.
Yeah, I almost want to hear.
Right. No. Yeah. Oh, I responded to you. No, that is not me.
I didn't lipstick.
Like actually, populated area. Anybody? Be nice.
Iranian part.
Yeah. It is.
Oh, there you go. You know,
New York.
so you got a little bit like Rosie Perez from White Jump. Yeah, I think you lost some money big
Character, right? Were you doing voice?
Who's that money? Pretty much. Okay, then it's twang to it.
I like it.
Good.
Yeah.
The cologne that Brody wears.
Stick. Wow, joke of the night right there.
Oh, really? Am I expense?
Yeah, totally. Perfect timing. Holy shit. Jeremiah Watkins.
I wear speed stick.
One episode. Oh my god.
Delete everything.
Oh my god. Brody, that really, I mean, you really set yourself up for that one. Asking about the perfume. I mean, I do know that it's hard for you with the perfume because your nose is almost touching Vanessa from where you're sitting.
My nose is more down and not that way.
Yeah. You're right.
Oh, now it's nose jokes. We're gonna talk. We're gonna judge physical appearances. I'll take a dump in my Quicksilver shorts.
How dare you?
I'll walk
Dare
out
you
of
do
here.
that to me? I just broke the front of the cereal box for Fruit Loops.
Cereal is so expensive at John's. I didn't get it. Right on cashing. Yeah, it's like expensive. It is a scam there. I don't know. Where'd you say John's? At John's. I went there with the unshowered. Nothing. Okay.
All right. This is my favorite sound effect. Studio laughter for Brody. Give it to him. He needs it. Vanessa, that was really fun. I love that you stuck it on one subject. It felt real. It felt like your real opinion. You know what I mean? So.
I hope so.
Trying to do
I kind of like that she sounds like a young Joey Lawrence.
Yeah. Yeah. What was his catchphrase?
Whoa, yeah. Whoa.
There's some in the.
Whoa, we got a millennial over here.
Out of Blossom. I did 100 crowd warm-ups for Blossom. How do you not know him?
Should know.
They call me Joey Lawrence of Arabia. You got it.
Yes, Persian profession.
Here's going to be a great Vanessa Johnston, ladies and gentlemen. Another minute from our two regulars. They came in swagger from the regulars tonight, and I love that. You guys ready to get back to this fucking bucket or what? Anything in the bucket. Here we go. It's a part of the show we all. Martinez Jr.
They had a makeover, you said?
Put your hands together.
Right.
Good plan. Okay. Move down here. None of y'all warned me back.
Very cool. I'm not, but I respect those people.
I was like $40 a month. I could do that. That's not a bad deal for a 7-bedroom. And bad idea. There's a lot of thugs and gangsters, okay? I'm not a gangster, okay? I tried to be, I just can't be one because I'm ticklish. Okay, you can't. Man, I love kitties. You can't be a gangster and love kitties. I love kitties, okay? You think I'm not.
Exactly.
Her house, I live with her, and I was like, good.
The show 4 or 5 times every tonight. I want to work with them. There you go, Brody. What? Preacher, can you get Brody some work?
Master Tony. Amazon account. You should check out my wish list. Stop bringing it. You're doing.
You didn't know how to stop.
Really.
Certainly. I understand. Holly, don't forget, tomorrow 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, we're going to do trivia, or we're planning on it. So if you can make it, please do. And I hope that today, or absolutely, when you awake, I hope you have a very powerful day. And I hope, and I really do, I hope all your dreams come true. You have a good heart, and you've got an excellent plan, and you know what you want. So I hope it all comes together for you. That's what I like to hear, bro. Good on you. Absolutely. Positive vibes to you, my friend. Absolutely, my pleasure. Bye-bye.
The guys in blue polos that Brody performs in front of when he's not
I don't want the protection for it.
Preacher, you are without a doubt one of, the energy that you have. Every week I'm waiting. Every time I pulled you out the bucket since the first time, I've been waiting for it to fall off and for it to be less than that. But again, tonight, like when you hit the 7-bedroom line, I mean, vase in this room. It was very impressive.
That was good.
You know, the only people that really ever get laughs like that is me on this show. And, you know, no, but Preacher, it's incredible. How do we get this guy a job here, like, immediately? How do we just hire him or something? Preacher,
Audie, are you there?
You'll get it. He's only been here 4 months. Just keep being positive.
Audie, are you there? Hey, you should know. Like, I didn't know what your Twitter account was. Because I get so many messages, I didn't really know, but I know what it is now. Like, you sent a message to me as you said, like, momentarily or something, and I went through your Twitter, and you are a very, very attractive woman, and you should know that. So I just wanted to tell you that. Absolutely. What'd you say?
Hey, that's all I made it.
Oh, really thick ones. I'm legally blind. What is it? It's like negative 12.5 or something. It's pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, like I have karaoke. I have cataracts as well. I have very bad vision. Yeah. No. No. No, it's okay. I know when this goes viral, I'll be able to get all the eye surgeries I want. Pardon me. So I'm not too worried about it. We're we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Meaning, I mean, I'm getting more and more people are finding out about me, and it could be any day. I could go viral, and when I do, I'm gonna have the best cataract surgery and best LASIK, and I'll never have to worry about glasses again. But in the meantime, terrible. It's absolutely terrible. People have no idea what people with glasses have to go through. It's really bad. You got to always keep them clean. You can't lay on your face. When you're making love, it's very difficult because you got. I mean, like that's why I go with contacts generally. Um, but contacts, well, not when I have contacts. No, I can still have contacts, but like, if you kiss someone, they get in the way. So, if you, I mean, like, if you're all right, well, then you know what it's like. Well, you should very blind. Like to give you an idea, I'm very nearsighted. In order to read my phone, I have to have it like here. Like within like 3 inches of my face. And it's even worse because I have cataracts. So that's why I keep the light so dark in here. Because if it's really bright, it bothers me. Yeah, you're learning all my secrets. Yeah, they run in my family. Um, but I think I accelerated them because I used to go tanning without um without eye protection. I would say that I would have eye protection, but I wouldn't wear it. And then additionally, I took a um, a what would I call it? A not a substance, but a supplement that also accelerated cataracts. So um, and I had the cataract surgery scheduled in 2021 or 2020, but it was during the middle of COVID, and they, at least in California, they said if it wasn't a like medically necessary, they pushed everything back. And then I started live streaming, and I've just been focused on this. um I didn't want to give up. I've been to the eye doctor on the stream, but I didn't want to have to give up. Like, you can't, like, I need somebody to like drive me home and I need somebody to like kind of take care of me for a few days. And at least as I'm doing this stream, I don't want to have to do that. So um my eyes are good enough that I can at least be able to manage my life currently. And I've also thought that it would be cool to do on the stream as well, to have that surgery done and just give people, no pun intended, but like an firsthand eyewitness account of what it's like to have some of the problems that people have with poor vision, and hopefully be an advocate to get these things covered by all insurances. And I really think just I really dream of a day where they just do these types of surgeries on children or on babies so that they don't ever have to have glasses. And I would really like to hope that in the future we won't need glasses on anyone, because uh, people will realize the severe impact that a lack of proper vision can have on a person. I mean, people will just see on the stream that, you know, I'm always having to clean my glasses and things like that. But there is a benefit to the stream, believe it or not. Because my glasses are so thick, I think in the future people will be able to see what I'm seeing, like reading, like off my, like they'd be able to see the reflection. I mean, I can even see the reflection sometimes while I'm watching the stream on what I'm doing, and so I think that'll help. Um, Perhaps like here. Yeah, yeah, and um, I also get like weird things that happen with the light going through it. It's not like I can see behind myself, but I can see like in the peripheral of my eyes. Do you wear glasses? Okay. Well, I'll make it so that you don't have to wear glasses in the future if you don't want to. Cool is right. All right. Well, you should know that um, I, in addition to listening to like stand-up comedy, I like to listen to podcasts. So a lot of times I'm listening to multiple things at once, and so I'll keep the stand-up comedy going, but usually they're pretty lame. So I'm listening to a podcast on Napoleon. If you know who Napoleon is, he was a French general, and so feel free to listen and just know I appreciate who you are and want the best for you in life. Excellent. Sounds like a plan. That's exactly what I want you to do. I think there's something special about the connectivity of just people in general having, um, in a digital world where we're all connected, and just basically knowing that you're not alone is always a nice feeling. And I think it helps with the egregore, the collective consciousness of people in general, to just know that you can connect with someone at any time. So I appreciate you being here. And if you need anything, let me know, okay? I imagine it is. Well, sweet dreams to you, Audie, and I hope you have a nice sleep. Oh, okay. I hope I don't. Well, something that happens to me uh, is right when I awake. A lot of times, I will say what my dream was on the stream. I say a quick prayer immediately upon awaking, but then I'll say what the dream was to make it as like vivid as possible, so that I remember it. Because if I don't talk about my dream immediately on the stream, I forget what it was. So you perhaps might be able to enjoy that. So enjoy.
Sorry. Where do you work at?
We'll get the one on Miracle Mile.
Miracle Mile.
Yeah, Miracle Mile.
To places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Torres, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Preacher, man, that is so cool. Anything? I mean, you were on last week in the main room, right?
Yeah, I was.
Anything fun happened in the past week of your life? Anything interesting?
Dude, that girl I was talking about? You ever get dumped by someone you're not dating? Okay, that happened. She don't love me. Where are you from? You born here? I was born in Florida, North. I was the only black guy there in my entire school. I'm not making that up. I was on in school.
You have an extreme amount of energy. Like I almost feel like you were like born somewhere crazy, like in a black church or something like that.
I went to a lot of churches growing up, and yeah, I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, born in Florida. I lived in 15 different cities.
Why?
I don't know, my mom, she moved a lot. I never went to a school the full year. I always moved. She was a criminal. I think so, man. Yo, she was a criminal. Yeah.
Why we always gotta don't worry about it, baby. Get in the car. Preacher, I mean, is that your real name, Preacher?
He was awarded for his service with his first Army medal. Shortly after,
What are you going by?
Bonaparte began
Preacher Lawson?
campaigns.
What's your TV show? What's your legal? Here's the deal. Nobody. Here's the deal. Preacher Lawson. I'm a real guy. Stephen Brody Stevens. I like Preacher. I like Jovan. I like Jovan. Why not? Brody, you're the one that. Brody, aren't you the one that changed your name? Yeah. Brody, isn't your real name Stephen Brody? Stephen James Brody, yeah, it is. But you just told him not to change his name because I made a mistake. I'm like John Kerber Mellencamp. Put your hands together for the future. Preacher Lawson, everybody. He's going to be a huge star one day. There's nothing that can stop him. He's on Twitter at Preacher Lawson. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean, while you are here, from the start of the episode, tonight's drawing from Ryan J. All the prints are available at RyanJevo.com, along with the. That's right in the center. That's awesome. Yeah, Brody looks like Mario. Yeah, look at my eyebrows. Sharp, on fleek. Jamie Burner in the HD, Pat Reagan, and Jeremiah Watkins. At Jeremiah Stand Up, at Patty Reagan, at Mostly Sorry. And I want to plug this real quick. July 26th on All VOD, The Bet, a new independent movie that I'm in coming out. Oh, yeah! You're going to get 7 more hits after that plug. Roddy Piper's last film appearance. Wow, really? Are you the one that killed him? That's actually a double chip. For those of you paying close attention. Brody, anything you want to plug? In October, I'll be in D.C. and Scottsdale. Are you doing trick-or-treating? I'm doing an open mic in D.C.
but he was very
We're gonna be in Scottsdale too. All right, before everybody stops listening, Josh, what do you want to plug?
Here's my podcast, Fairly Normal.
Yes, Fairly Normal. We've all done it. Very, very fun. I had a blast on here. Good one. If you like me, check me out on that. Brian Redband. See you later. Bye, live audience. Have a good night.
In the days, the chaos of the equation, couldn't take control of the flow from the life and principles of the temple, but it didn't steal away the super discipline his habitual, almost reflexive life. Fell out like whoppers, but effective spin and propaganda and half-truths is pretty much he was sometimes vindictive to defeated rivals, but just as often as all of which
Coming live from the World Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Joe's Rooney, my court. Hi, everybody. Hello. Wow, look at this. One of our biggest turnouts.
He had a wiry build as a young
Wow, how fun. July 4th, ladies and gentlemen, and we're celebrating comedy live. How fucking awesome is this? A lot of people blew it out, don't have any energy left, half capacity. Welcome, everybody. Hi, everyone. This is exciting. Happy July 4th. Yes, there you go. Start a USA chant. Maybe one of the 14 people in the room will continue it. Hi, Brian Redband. It's Brian Redband, everybody. Come on. We're live, everyone. Fuck yeah.
We had a lot of fun last night. Went to go see Chicago.
Hell yeah. We saw Chicago at the Hollywood Bowl.
That's a great place. We started a week up. Don Barris at one side of this place.
Yeah.
We actually got halfway through the whole entire.
Yeah, I started a thing. I guided Don to begin it, but I became obsessed with us starting a wave.
I've never seen the beginning of one.
That's what's amazing. Starting the wave is the best thing, and it was my first time. I don't know what my gut made me do it, but I'm like, Don, when I say, bro, stand up, and everybody like, yell, I'm like, you guys are either in or you're out. And everybody's like, what's this guy so confident about? We just started going, like, whoa, and we go a little bit farther, and most people would be like, what are those guys? We hear the roar, whoa.
And when we skip, like, people would just stop, and then
But
like,
you see people like way down, like, oh, they're starting to wave over there. Let's wait. Like, it's great. It was like one of those really cool moments, you know, just controlling thousands of people's minds all at once. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that was a fun highlight. You're right. Making that wave yesterday was fun. Welcome to the show, everybody. Let's have some fun. Ryan J. Belt, the house artist, is right here. He's going to draw tonight's episode. He draws every single episode. Amazing artist. What you see tonight, you're going to see on a piece of paper at the very end of the night. You're going to see that the episode was somehow captured by this amazing fucking artist. Oh, just prints at RyanJBelt.com. Back on the HD camera for the people that watch this show in its finest glory. Jamie Vernon, ladies and gentlemen, the great young Jamie. YoungJamie.com. Here we are, Brian.
The great
Dates coming up: Cleveland, Tulsa, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, and Boston's Wilbur Theater. If you live in any of those places, I'm coming you really soon, like Cleveland, next weekend, not this weekend, but next weekend. Yeah, going back to Cleveland. That's my first time, like, headlining Ohio by myself. It's pretty weird. That's strange. Took a while to get there. Took a while to get where it all started. You know what I mean, guys? I'm from Ohio. For those of you that don't know that, which is everybody. So let's do this, shall we? Every single week, we have the coolest band in the world, and they're live every week. And I'm excited to see their July 4th edition. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen, Reagan and Watkins and Troll Jimenez. Oh, God.
St. Edward's Bonapartism was a common term in Marxist struggle, describing a situation in which the reactionary military officer seized power from the revolutionary government and co-opt the ideas of the revolution. On the other hand, the generation before Marx, right-wing conservatives and reactionaries.
Fuck yeah! Wow, very July 4th intro from Reagan and Watkins.
That burned my arm the entire way out. Complete fire hazard. For those of you listening to the podcast, we are, by the way, the #1 live podcast in the world. I forgot to mention. If you're here, welcome. If this is your first time, feel free to let it rip. Guys, that was one of my favorite intros ever. Very July 4th edition. Very great white. For those of you listening to the podcast, very good. You guys, for those of you listening to the podcast, they came up with sparklers that obviously went out right after they lit them. They were just 4 smoky sticks being waved in the air. And now the room has the distinct smell of cheapest possible Chinese fireworks. Welcome to America, bro. What kind of 99-cent store where you get sparklers where they just fizzle down like a hot fuse? I mean, I literally watched it. They went out at the top of the stairs, and right after we lit them, they just burned down.
Yeah.
Where'd you guys get those?
I got them from a party that I was at earlier
That's what I want to tell them.
Jeremiah going to parties. Reagan and Watkins, everybody, here they are. I'm so excited you guys are here.
We won't just be talking about the man himself.
This is the part where every episode I bring out tonight's guest, and this week I decided to do something super fun. It's always 2 of the funniest, best comedians in the world as our guests, and this is a very special episode because in this bare skeleton edition of Tony, our 2 guests are Reagan and Watkins, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. This is the first time ever in Old Tony's history where we are going bare bones. OMG! Feel free to do whatever you want. You can be over here, you can go over there. Oh, tonight Kill Tony celebrates its independence. What is happening? What is happening? We don't need guests, bitches.
I'm going to start off by
It's so funny, we're just going to do it ourselves. Feel free to move around, do whatever you want. It feels good. If you want to throw one of those mics on Joel Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen, on the percussion.
I have a sunburn and then I just burned my arm.
Mostly because in chronological order.
Second-degree burns on Jeremiah. So this is exciting. By the way, I sprung it on Reagan and Watkins, everybody. So curious one more time. Yeah, I told them I had a surprise for them. Happy 4th of July, guys. Welcome to the show. Thank you very much, Joel.
Thank you.
I'll be doing my best.
How excited are you guys that tonight's guests are Reagan and Watkins? I'm hearing the murmurs from the comedians. And it is lovely. You guys ready to rock or what?
There's so many emotions going through me right now.
We have already lost a few.
And I mean, you guys can do whatever you want at any point. Make it your own thing. If you want to play instruments, if you want to do whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I like that.
Brian, what do you think about this? How do you feel about bringing Reagan and Watkins? It's great. I really can't wait to there's 2 people on the message board that hate yeah. Just like, it's the worst sight ever. By the way, I don't know if you guys all know this. There's a guy out there that hates Pat Reagan so much that he started literally petition with the federal government that requires 100,000 signatures for like a major thing. And the major thing that he submitted was remove Pat Reagan from Kill Tony, the podcast. And by the way, I clicked on it because I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I think I actually clicked on it twice. Like, I didn't sign the petition, but like, I couldn't help. Like, I was like, was that fucking real? And there was only one signature on the petition. And of course, it was the guy that started it and tweeted about it. But he started a federal petition, so he's losing his fucking mind right now. Just furious anger. He's writing some blog. I listened to every episode since it was the Iron Patriot.
Everyone who sat through that with some
But you are, Pat.
Pat, how's it feel to be hated more than the Iron Patriot?
First time. What's this about average?
Pat, you want to pull a name out of the bucket? Say it. Oh, guys, by the way, comedians, you know how it works. You get 60 seconds, everybody. We watch a comedian do 60 seconds, and then all of a sudden, there's guests on a podcast with us. We're going to talk about anything in the world. Usually find out more about them. Cool stuff, anything. Maybe stuff they can talk about in their stand-up, maybe not.
Comedians, your time is up. Your 60 seconds when you hear the sound of a kitty. Oh, wow, you can really not hear that more than almost ever before. All the audio seems a little low. Let's hear it one more time. The sound of a kitty. There you go. Gets you a little bit every time. And wrap it up then, or else we're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear.
So at a low estimate, he was short, but high estimates, he was actually slightly taller than me.
There you go. There you go. Okie dokie. Wow. Brian Redband showing how loud and good the sound can be once in a great while. You on the guitar? Wow, very good, Brian. Really.
Silence.
You guys ready to start tonight's show or what?
Come on.
Pull a name out of the bucket and read it. All right, the first name out of the bucket to do 60 seconds of stand-up is Johanna Petrie.
I can think of a couple of reasons just to make this consistent. First, one of Bonaparte's nicknames was Petit Caporal, which literally means the little corporal. But the word little in French in this context is a term of endearment, familiarity.
Last time I came on here, I
you don't really do
might
this
have
in
given
English,
some people the wrong impression because I was talking about
something like
big
our
black
corporal,
cocks.
faithful to the spirit.
That I only want a big dick, which is not
Bonaparte's
true
propaganda
because 3 inches is enough for me.
Most commonly, the guard's most elite unit, the grenadiers of the old guard.
I love my
This regiment had
vibrator.
a minimum height requirement of
I do.
6 feet.
I would marry it
180 centimeters.
if it had a bank account.
On top of that, guard
Seriously, I would take
uniforms
that thing
included
with me
giant
everywhere I
bearskin
go. We'd
hats
be having a great time
Talk.
shopping, dinners,
What I'm getting at
vacations.
here is almost
Take it
anyone
home, have a
can
little orgasm, tuck it in bed, cuddle it all
The
night.
Napoleon political cartoons often depicted
I'm
this time.
joking. I wouldn't
And
cuddle
this
it. I'd
wasn't
throw the
some
box
cheap shot
together
at
so
statues
let
that
me
they were
find
trying to
out.
make political points.
Yeah.
Napoleon's enemies wanted to
Joe,
portray
you
him as a
think you're
trumped up
cool
nobody,
because you got a
no
debit
business
card?
playing European
You're
geopolitics.
3 inches
An
long.
upstart. They
Oh
made this
shit, Johanna Petrie,
literally
right?
a little man trying to compete with guns.
Yeah.
And finally, we offered that wonderful phrase,
Johanna,
Napoleon
what was that?
complex.
What happened last time you were on? What'd you just talk about?
About Lexington Steel.
Oh, you had had sex with Lexington Steel.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Had a group sex party.
Yeah.
And he said something that was over the line.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
that's right. He was having sex with you. And what was it again that he said?
The whole concept of nationality.
Oh, that's the line right there. That's the line. Everybody knows when you're getting fucked by the actual Lexington Steel. The moment where you know this is going too far.
Napoleon considered himself a
I like how we're still getting more juice out of her other set than this.
Totally.
Totally.
I think we can all collectively say red, white, and blue.
Fuck yeah. There is something about the American flag bandana around your neck, by the way, that makes me feel like if you untied it, your head would just roll off.
If you asked him,
You ever seen that one ghost story where there's something like
but
that?
you should remember
That one
that
haunted book,
for
scary
the era of
stories.
Italian
There's a lot of American stuff going on here.
Heck yeah, it is. Anyway, yeah, I love your style, Jeremiah. Just when all else fails, just dress like a Best Buy employee.
Again, it's hard to get 50 minutes.
Thank you so much.
You look like you served ice cream today or something. So, Johanna, like, what did you do today on the 4th of July?
I had a meeting this morning.
How do you spell meet? You know what I mean? Was it another Lexington Steel meeting? You know what I mean?
No, it was a business. They want me to sell this device.
But we should also keep in mind that
Well,
they were
this
products
guy
of
I know wants me
societies
to
with
sell
different
this
values.
medical device. It's like a thing called a TENS
Napoleonic
unit that
warfare was
gives
nowhere
you a
near as
shock.
destructive as mine.
It's to reduce porn, but I heard you can also use it
Most of
in
Napoleon's
S&M
wars,
functions.
his enemies
you
declared
heard
war
that?
on France
Yeah.
or even vice versa.
Yeah.
That
It's like
said,
back
Napoleon's
for the
foreign policy was
electrocuting
often aggressive and provocative.
sensation
He
play.
made
It's like the
choices in
max
setting the
level.
French geopolitical strategy that he knew would provoke rival powers into civil war.
No, it's
And
not.
sometimes even
Anyway,
deliberately.
Johanna, so tell us something about you other than the fact that
So
What else is
Napoleon is
interesting
not
other
without
than the fact
fault,
that you live
even
in
in
sex
some
you like
cases
sex?
it was the other side who actually issued the Declaration of
That's
War.
about it.
And thus was
That was the most interesting. That was the
It's also
highlight.
worth noting that the
How long have you been
European
doing
balance of
Like
power
4 years. Actually, I just passed my 4-year anniversary of
the
stand-up.
political transformation in France and the revolutionaries and
And I
Napoleon
specialize
was
in
just one of
dirty
many
jokes.
sources of instability.
I did a show about a month ago at Flappers, and there was a
So
10-year-old
there may
kid
well
in
have
the
been a
front
war
row for
around
some
this period
reason.
of time, even if it had been
And when you say,
That was
and
weird.
when you say flappers, you're talking about your pussy, right?
This is actually a
She
very
had
common
sex with
practice
Lexington
for
Steele.
Parkinson's.
If you're ever gonna say a girl has a
I
floppy pussy,
disliked it
now is the
because it's
time.
easy for the subject to maintain that
Trust me.
position for a long period of time,
Flappers,
as
huh?
in
Like
sketch,
that.
I better
but
favorite
slightly
Rob
more
Williams
visually
than this
dynamic
Flubber.
than just
It's
standing
Flubber.
with your arms in your
There you go.
chair.
Oh, man, I tried to recycle a joke from a different show, and it didn't work, guys.
Flubber reference.
We associate
I did a show for super fans of the movie Flubber.
So corporates
Johanna, how do you make your money? You're obviously not selling these devices.
Selling devices. I can't talk about
There's no consensus.
You can't talk about your money.
A recent study suggests that you've been exposed to a staggering
Do you always laugh like the crypt keeper when you talk about it?
First
Maybe.
glance, that might sound
Are
pretty
you like a
good
cocky
to
line
for
for
some
super rich guy?
doctors,
I
but
wish.
it's not a
That
strong
would be very rich.
sense.
Vibrant, right? Yeah.
The dangers of
That would be a
arsonists
good
were not well
That would be a
understood.
good one.
Yeah.
So have you ever been on demand
Hundreds
for
of
his
different
money?
products,
Yeah.
including medicines, with thousands of
I think we're
people
starting to
from
find out the secret.
Yeah.
toxins,
That's what my joke was about. Basically, you have the choice if the dildos are fighting and you have the
stomach
little
cancer,
one with
which
money
may
or
cause
the
of
big
death listed
dick.
by the
You're
board
going to go for the money.
There is some evidence
Oh,
that
I
other
didn't get
members
that
of
at all.
the family who
Somehow
respond
it
died
failed harder the second time.
given that risk factors for the disease are heritable.
Interesting.
This seems
So,
supports the
how long
theory
have you
that
been
he
with this
died
guy?
naturally caused.
No, I don't have any guy now.
Personally,
I have
it's
had
fun to
guys in the
speculate,
past.
but
Right.
I doubt we'll ever
Yeah,
know with
and
any
like-
certainty. Too much time
Do
has
you really,
passed.
you really have a box of dildos, or are you
I
exaggerating?
do have a box of different
Stomach
types of
cancer
sex
seems like a
toys.
plausible
Wow,
theory,
box of cocks.
but
Box
keeping
of
in mind
cocks,
what
yeah.
a strong
Yeah.
incentive the
Yeah.
British had to ensure
Yeah.
Napoleon
What else is in this
escape
box?
exile a
There's
second time.
the most
Poison
interesting
certainly
item, I
doesn't
guess,
seem
would be a pussy pump, which I saw in a movie a couple times
Next.
where it pumps
Did
up the
Napoleon want
pussy
to
like to
conquer
make
the
it.
world?
Yeah, I think I saw that movie too.
I doubt
What is that?
He
Right?
definitely wanted to
Fast
make
and
France
the
the
Furious
dominant
6.
hegemonic power of continental
Yeah, it
Europe.
makes you have a fat pussy
He had
so you can
ambitions
pump
of
up like
surpassing
before
the
a
British
date or
as a
something.
Why do you want a
commercial
fat
naval
pussy?
Show
power.
up like a
But
baboon.
there's
Fat
no
pussy
evidence
horn,
he
everybody.
really wanted his
You've
fat
heard it
product
before, you love it on the
flying
show.
over
It's
every
fat
inch of
pussy.
the
Wait,
planet.
is that a thing?
Napoleon was
It
conquering
is.
the
You gotta
obstacle,
look up pussy
but even
pump.
his
Blow it
oversized
up?
ambitions had their
Blow
limits.
up your pussy.
It makes
Yeah.
it look like it's
Keep the
swole.
lead things
Like
there
it's
for the time being.
turned inside out.
Next
I thought
episode, we'll
Lexington
be
Steele
talking
blew it
about
out
Europe in the
already.
18th century. The world in
Oh,
which Napoleon was
Jesus.
born.
Why do these reputable ladies want
Topics include
fat
the war
pussies?
for his
Yeah,
great
what is
royal
the
absolutism
when a guy where it's like your
and
pussy's too small?
No, I just want to try everything once. I guess I saw it in a movie. It looked interesting.
Supposed to make it more sensitive because it has like the blood goes through pussy.
It makes it a lot bigger.
For sure. Did you like look in the mirror and stuff?
Oh yeah, it's like it turns it like in a baboon, like a baboon.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Very racist.
Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventures from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
Hi, I'm Mike Troy, host of the American Revolution Podcast on the Airwave Media Network. This podcast is the origin story of the United States, how we went from colonies ruled by a king to the democratic republic that we have today. The American Revolution Podcast tells the story of the revolution from beginning to end. Please subscribe for free. We're available on all major podcast platforms. I hope you will join me today on the American Revolution Podcast. I hope you will join me today on the American Revolution Podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
What else is in the
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solver. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. And I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
This guy Bam in action, but turns out he does gay.
As a longtime foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
And anatomically correct. Supposed to be, it could not
It's
possibly be.
It's dark brown. What color was it when you first got it? Anything else for Johanna, guys? Anything else? What do we?
I'll try to think of quick thoughts for next time.
That's the problem. I don't think it's about your cleanliness or your dirtiness. It's,
I don't know. She's just oozing with sexuality. She's like, try to think of some clean stuff for next time.
I was hoping to get through this introduction in 3 episodes.
So realistic.
Turns out I was a little overambitious.
Funny out of it. We all just like we're just talking some truth about everything.
I've broken up the everywhere else episode into 2 pieces.
I feel like there's a really
specifically about the
I
Enlightenment.
know I'm right about this. A really fucking
You sometimes
crazy
see the
human
18th
being
century
behind those
depicted
cold
as
dead
a
eyes
time of
ears.
stagnation.
And you need to let it rip. You're trying to pretend like you're over the line and everything, but you're not. And instead of going for shock value, you need to really break down what the fuck it is that you want to say.
Okay.
And don't be such a blown up pussy about stand-up comedy. Just let it rip.
Post-17th century era, the world has never standing still, but it certainly wasn't in the 18th century.
Thanks.
Johanna,
For one thing, this period saw an intellectual revolution, also the political revolution of later.
Oh, I love this show. You never know who
What
you're
is
going to
the
meet.
The German philosopher Immanuel Kant tried to answer this question in his aptly titled essay, Answering the Question, What is the Enlightenment?, which was published in 1784
on the show. Nobody.
Kant wrote,
I literally wanted to celebrate our independence and just have fun.
Knowledge is the
I
inability
decided
to
not
use
to even
one's
invite
own
anyone.
understanding without another's guidance.
I mean,
This
Ron White
knowledge is
wasn't free this
self-imposed,
week,
its
but
cause
I
lies
mean,
not in lack of
or
understanding,
else we would have
but
done it
in
some
the
other 4th of
decision to
July.
lack the courage to use one's own
When it
mind
lands
without another's
perfectly on
guidance.
Monday.
Dare to
Tony, I
not
can't make it here, man.
Ron, is that you?
Yeah, man.
Enlightenment thinkers, often called philosophers, believed individuals should use their own reasoning
He's
as
the
a guide
best.
to truth, rather than relying on
I just
intellectual
pulled
or
another.
spiritual authority.
I just pulled another name out of the bucket. This is a guy that's been on the show many a
They
times.
relentlessly
Very
questioned
funny.
and rejected old
Always
orthodoxy,
different. Put your hands together for
instead
Tam
putting their
Fan.
faith in the human capacity for self-improvement and progress. This is one of those subjects that can be hard to wrap your head around, simply because it's so fundamental to the world we live in.
I've always
It's so
been
deeply ingrained in our own ways of thinking.
I've always
Take
been
one
so
example.
conscious about my
Most of us
ears
take for
because
granted that
kids
there
are
is such a thing
assholes.
as universal
Most
objective
of them
reality
anyway.
that all
One
human beings
once told me
experience.
that big ears
And
add
we can
character.
learn universal
Then he
truths
said that
about
it was
that
a Disney
reality through
character, like a
empirical
flying
study.
elephant.
It might sound a little silly to say something
And
so
I always
obvious
got
out loud,
nicknames
but this idea was not
as a
fully
kid based
articulated
on
or
things that
accepted by
other kids said
Europeans
that I
until the
resembled.
Enlightenment.
Dumbo because
Before
of the
any
ears,
philosophy grad students out
sweet
there
because
start
he's
writing on the
Asian,
emails,
free
I should say that I'm generalizing
because the
quite a
whale
bit
was
here
naked and you
because
still
I don't
didn't
want to
see
get
his
too
dick.
far into the weeds with this. It's a history podcast, not a philosophy podcast. But Enlightenment isn't just some
Speaking of
abstract
whale
philosophical
genitals, I
topic.
like Japanese
These
food,
ideas were important
but
to the
I
politics
can't
of the
afford the
era
good
and
stuff.
a major influence on the
There's
whole
a Japanese
human
restaurant I
experience.
used to eat at all the time
With all these
until I started paying
individualistic,
attention and I noticed that the
free-thinking
health
ideas in
department
there,
gave it a
you
B,
might think 18th
which is
century politics
disgusting
were all about
because I've
liberty and
never
democracy.
seen Asians get a
In
B
fact,
in
it is
anything.
quite the opposite. This was a time in which monarchs and central
Oh, there's
governments
more.
were
Finish
massively
it, Tam
increased in
Fam.
power. These centralizing authoritarian reformers
Filipinos don't count.
believed all
Okay.
political authority should fall from the sole
Yo, dog, that was worth it.
As personified by
Yo, just a quick kiss on the
It's just a
Filipinos
relatively
at the end,
new idea in
man.
19th
Someone.
century.
I like how he shoots you like, I gotta get this Filipino thing.
Feudalism was an
Before I'm
intensely
freaking done with
complex
this.
web of interconnected, reciprocal
They just
relationships
spew this
between
pure
masters and
hatred
vassals.
towards
18th century
Filipinos.
centralizers wanted to replace this web with a very simple relationship. The monarch would protect and govern his subjects, and in return, they would obey him and serve the state. Most scholars label this ideology as absolutism, which is the term I'll be using. Absolutism probably sounds peak dark, maybe even a little evil to most of you listening, but it wasn't just about satisfying some king's lust for power. There are good arguments to be made that absolute monarchy was a genuine improvement over the old feudal system.
Somehow knowing where he's going to go.
King ruled indirectly, mostly through the nobility, who had their own bases of political and military power,
Can you say that
and
a
their own
little louder?
interests that sometimes diverged from the king's.
It's not going to work out. Don't worry
This
about
often made feudal administration inefficient and unstable.
Aw, Tam, can we get some more
Absolute monarchy
confidence in the
sounds
monitors?
tyrannical, maybe even a little totalitarian to us, but it's important to keep in mind that in the feudal system, the vast majority of people were already living under the
You
despotic
say
thumb
you
of
say
their
that
local lord.
Jeremiah is funnier
The
at
tyranny of a
being
king
you than you
was
are,
known
but
as a
I don't know.
reigning
Should we
capital
put it to
was
the test
often
again?
softer and less arbitrary than the
So,
tyranny of someone just
Tam
down the
fam, I'm
road.
just going to ask you a couple questions.
Absolute monarchies
First of all,
also tended to be better marshalling
welcome
and
to another
directing
episode
country
of
resources. Generally, closer adherence to
Alright,
absolute
Tam fam.
principles meant more tax
How's living in
revenue
Los
to central
Angeles been
government,
going lately?
bigger armies,
It's gone
and a
pretty
stronger
great,
economy.
dude. You're not supposed to.
Countries with weak
Tam fam, I
monarchs
think
and
you forgot
strong
how this
nobilities
works.
tend to
Welcome.
stagnate,
We are
or
back
even disappear entirely,
to
swallowed up by
this
more powerful
topic.
rivals.
Tam fam, how's living in Los
With the
Angeles?
benefit of hindsight, embracing these centralizing reforms looks like the obvious smart choice. But a lot of powerful people at the time had good reasons to think otherwise.
Oh, you know what? You are so right. Jeremiah is so much
Most famous
funnier than
families
you.
use newfangled concepts
Let
of
me ask you
national
one more
interests.
question.
They didn't see anything morally wrong with putting their own interests.
What's your family situation like right now?
Churches, particularly the Catholic Church,
Well,
also
not
tend to
very
use
often.
power in absolute states.
One would
So many
say
higher
I am the
clergy
black
use
sheep
the
of my
time as
family.
well. And this resistance to absolute principles wasn't some low-life
on the camera? It's so
For example, well over 100,000 Britain's Irishmen died in the Civil War and earlier conflicts that were largely started due
What's been going on
to
in your real
Charles
life,
I's
though,
efforts to rule as an absolute monarch. The king himself was already dead. Charles was put on trial by his enemies and refused to participate in the proceedings, even to defend himself, claiming that God alone had the right to judge a monarch. In the case, he actually died for the principle of absolute monarchy. A few decades later, Peter the Great of Russia attempted an even more ambitious plan to absolute as a centralized empire. Peter was much more competent and resourceful than Prince Charles, and he had a lot more success, but the Russian nobility didn't take it lying down. He attempted some assassination plots by arrested nobles.
You guys could do something like crazy.
None
You
succeeded,
could be like the first ever like human ventriloquist
paranoia
comedian
and
act.
cruelty. By the end, he even had his own son tortured to death.
So, Tam fam,
Most
in your
modern
real life,
scholars contend
anything
that
crazy
Aaron's
been
innocent.
happening? Go ahead.
This bitter resistance
Come
to
on,
the
something at all in your life. Did you almost get hit by a
Most
car?
educated
Did you
people
be
at the
late
time
for
could
work?
see that
Hey,
the
make
legal
your money
system
again.
was
Next year,
antiquated and
I
inefficient.
was working on the Muppets
There were so many of them
one
willing
time,
to
and
As one of the
their
Muppets.
lives into the pose of
weird.
truth is,
One of those
all throughout history,
see
there's
it
always
podcast
someone that
listeners.
benefits from the status quo.
Yeah,
So there's
if you
always
work on the
someone willing
Muppets,
to
they have
defend it.
a stage
Even
because
if
the
that status
puppeteers are
quo
down
seems
below,
totally
and all the
untenable.
Muppets are at top.
And it's important to keep in
I
mind
was
that a lot of
walking
these
on the stage as an
recalcitrant
extra,
weren't actually opposed to
and
change in principle.
I forgot that there were
They just
holes
didn't
all over
want
the place,
change
and I
to come
fell
at
down
their
into the
expense.
section and I would have fallen.
So how does absolutism tie
You
in
had
with the
fall down
enlightenment?
music ready for that. Did you know
From
where
our
you
perspective, all this talk of
so
thinking
you
for
fell
yourself
down?
and questioning authority
First
might
extra
seem
ever
like an
to fall on
odd
the
fit with all these monarchs grabbing power. But
It
the
is an
trend towards
achievement.
absolutism didn't happen in
It's
spite of
amongst
the
my father to this day.
Many of these centralizing authoritarian
Tam fam,
reformers
you know
were
when to
actually
turn it
inspired
on.
by these military.
Great comedic timing. Has
Some of the
anybody ever told you
philosophies
that
actually
before?
supported their
No, never.
Enlightenment political thinkers were pushing for major social and political transformations.
So what else in your real life? How do you, there was one part where I asked you and you said that you had a lot of sexual intercourse lately. Is that true? Yeah,
I really get wet on the regular.
Compared to politics in our own time,
Sometimes I wonder,
most American
can a dick
liberals
get any
believe in
wetter
strong
than
federal
his?
government. A lot of them believe in love with the U.S. federal government. They don't necessarily believe in federal power for its own sake, but they think it can be used to overcome other powerful interests that are opposed to their agenda. I see a lot of parallels there with the way enlightenment is viewed monarchical power.
How wet does it get that it would be
It
that
helps
wet?
that many monarchs and officials within the royal governments were quite receptive to enlightenment ideas. They were looking for ways to make their administration more efficient and effective. And applying enlightenment concepts like rationalism and empiricism is a good way to do that.
You guys want more of that or what? I mean, I really should move on, but maybe just a couple more questions. Tam, man, let me ask you this on this special day. What is your favorite thing about the 4th of July?
My favorite thing
But
about the
you shouldn't
4th of July
overestimate the need. Even when this intellectual revolution was
is
at its height,
probably
most
the
Europeans didn't
firework.
even know what was going on. People
Because
who
at
actually
least
took part in the
somebody
Enlightenment were a small minority of
is
the
a man.
minority. Many Europeans were illiterate in this area, and many of those who could read didn't have expertise in books and pamphlets. In spare time, they would go to cafes and read the
We're all rooting for both of you. It's unbelievable.
Even among those who had the resources to take part in the Enlightenment, there were many who simply preferred other pursuits or decided to
What
war.
a bang.
But it is important to think
So beautiful. Jeremiah Watkins, ladies and gentlemen.
powerful
I called Jeremiah the article because he's a part of every single funny show in this town. The stand-up on the spot show, Thunder Pussy, wait, what's the fucking the improvised stand-up show, Roast Battle, Goddamn Comedy Jam, and Phil Tony. Jeremiah Watkins, a freak of nature. Doesn't get enough credit. Should already be on SNL. We're lucky to have him. As you can tell by his Tam Fam impression, SNL has been in demand as somebody that can do Tam Fam. Did you know you were that famous?
The way European societies had run for over 1,000 years. Imagining anything different took courage, creativity, and intelligence. It is difficult to let go of the only life you know, embrace an uncertain future full of frightening possibilities. Even if you know the status quo.
I sort of hate it and love it, but this is like the podcast.
Very
The
few people
podcast that
have
you
the
have to
will or the
watch. You know
means
what I
to
mean?
question things.
For listeners, I mean, they're just like listening to us crack up about God only knows what. Like, what's so funny about
With all that in mind,
we're just
I'd
dying
like
for
to take a
30
brief
seconds.
survey of
All right, Tam Fam, I'm gonna let you go.
We don't necessarily
Tam Fam, everybody. He's on Twitter at Tam Fam Comedy. Shauna Petrie, by the way, I'm sure a lot of our fans want to know. She's on at Wild Joe Comedy, J-O. That's it. Tam Fam Comedy, P-H-A-M.
I'm just going to work west to east, starting with
Tam
Portugal.
Fam,
Here we go.
everybody.
Portugal is a small country. If you've learned anything about Portuguese history, it probably has to do with the major role they played in the Age of Discovery. By the 18th century, that
This is
was
a funny
pretty
guy
far
that's
in
been on a
past.
couple times. Put your hands together for him.
Both
Brian
metaphorically
Forkey,
and
everybody.
literally on the periphery of European history. They went through a period of modernizing our service reforms, led by a forward-thinking royal minister, the Marquis of Pombal. This guy is so important to Portuguese history that the whole era is sometimes called the Pombaline era.
I can't wear a new
He's a
pair of
fascinating
pants
figure
for
if you want
less
to
than
go
a
look him
half
up or
hour without
something.
blowing out the
But
crotch.
he's also not very relevant to our story.
Which wouldn't be a problem, except I don't have the kind of job where my
Once
dick
Pombal
will be
was
out all day.
gone, Portuguese nobility were
Preschool
able to
teacher.
reassert some of their political power, but the core of his reforms did survive. Portugal had a huge
Like
colonial
the other day, I
empire
was going to read the
itself,
kids Cloudy
and
with a Chance of
managing its
Meatballs,
interests
you know that
abroad
story?
took up a lot of the
I
government's
sit
time
down, I
and
was
effort.
going to read them that.
By
And
the late
as I sat down, my
1700s,
pants
the
ripped open.
colonies, in particular
Because I'm
Brazil,
thick, I got to
were
apply
becoming
baby
so
powder.
wealthy and developed that they
So my
almost
pants
eclipsed
ripped, a
European
plume
Portugal
of
in
smoke
economic
came out of
importance.
my crotch.
This trend worried
Like my
Portuguese
dick was a
politically.
trick
They
cigar.
thought it could create political problems.
I had to say something, I had to address it, so I was like, why
They
like
tried
Cloudy
different
with a
measures
Chance
to
of
reverse it.
Meatballs?
For a brief period,
Why
it was
kids?
illegal to immigrate to Brazil. The colonies kept growing. The Portuguese tended to stay out of European affairs.
Giving up at
Portugal is
52 seconds.
geographically
Ryan,
isolated.
I'm pretty
The
sure
outposts
you
as
did
far
that.
away as
You
modern
did that
China
joke on the
and
show, but
Indonesia
no, right?
already.
No, no,
But they did have a long-standing
Pretty sure.
relationship
Let me.
with
Okay. I've
having
done
a
it
strong
as
alliance with the world's
hotline
dominant
when we were
maritime
there.
power.
Really?
Good strategy for a country with far-flung colonies
I hate
focused
that
on
I know
international
that.
commerce.
Yeah.
They had a respectable army and navy,
But I
but
didn't
they were
I'd rather clear it
pretty
up.
small.
Moving on,
Every
with the
once in a
exception
while,
of
I
the
sit
small
in
British enclave of Gibraltar, the rest of the Iberian
Okay,
Peninsula
that
was
makes
part of
sense.
Spain.
Brian,
By
it
the
was
late
like
18th
every member
century,
of the
Spain
Addams
was
family put
just beginning
together.
to pull itself
All of
together.
us. Anyone
after
ever
a
told you
long
that?
period
I'm pretty
of
sure you used that
sustained
joke on
decline.
the show before.
During the 17th
Okay.
century, Spain
On
was,
you,
without
right?
question,
Yeah,
the most
exactly.
powerful
I
country
mean,
in Europe.
sorry to
By the
repeat
age
a
of the
great
French
joke about you.
Revolution, they were even considered
Maybe
one
you
of
should be
Europe's
opening
great
with it.
powers. The decline is obvious, but exactly
Yeah, you seem to do
what
that
the hell
at open
happened,
mic,
and more
actually.
importantly, how it
Yeah.
was,
What happened?
it's one of those big questions and the subject of constant debate among historians.
You buy like.
This is still an open question, so I don't want to delve into it too deeply. But to sum up my own opinions on Spanish decline as briefly as I can, basically Spain was a victim of its own success. During the Spanish Golden Age, much of Spain's wealth came from control of lucrative gold and silver mines in the Americas. According to some estimates, the majority of all precious metal production in the entire world came from just two mines in Mexico and Peru. It's probably already setting off some alarm bells for those of you who take economics in college, but the negative consequences of this sudden massive increase in money supply is not well understood in Spain. Within 2 decades, inflation was out of control and the economy was devastated. There was also an endless succession of expensive wars.
I've never really
Spain
owned it
was
there.
so
Like you
powerful
were really
that
owning
it
those
every corner of the
You
world.
thought that before.
And
That's
maintaining
never happened to me.
and
I
was
because
so
like
expensive
you realize
that
after
even
you
the
said
immense
it, what
wealth
people
coming into
said.
the
It's like
colonies
you sit
often
in the
wasn't
mirror
being
every
covered.
morning.
The government of the
Biggest
richest
size of
country in the
comedy,
world
Brian
was running
Griffin.
the bank. With wars,
Twitter
economic
bio.
upheaval, and management of a global colonial empire
What do you mean?
Maybe it's not surprising that Spanish began to lag behind the arrivals
preschool
of reforming
furniture
and
is like
modernizing the
Montana
government
Bay
and
interrogation
absolute
furniture.
lines.
This big.
While the other great powers were getting better at raising taxes, building bigger armies,
Oh, really?
the Spanish had to rely on debt and expensive mercenary army.
Oh,
When they did try to centralize authority and increase revenues,
why do I get the
several
feeling
parts of the
that
empire revolted, compounding the government's
you still
problems.
peek through the
By the
windows
1650s, Spanish power was collapsing.
What'd they fire you for?
In 1700, the last of the ruling Spanish Habsburg dynasty died.
No.
And to
I've
everyone's
been arrested
surprise,
for
his will
shoplifting,
made him
and
a member of
they
the French
renewed my
Bourbon
FBI
dynasty
background
as his
check.
successor.
And
His family's greatest enemies.
classic tale.
Spain's new king abandoned the traditional alliance with Austria and aligned the country with its traditional
I want
enemies.
to see how
The
you
new
are.
Bourbon dynasty, as it was called in Spanish, renewed the push for
while,
centralizing absolutist
I want to see
reforms.
if you're a better
They
Tan
brought in
fan,
French
physically the
experts
Tan fan
and
for the
consciously
Tan
tried
fan's
to emulate the French
Sure, ask you a
absolutist system.
question.
Some people in Spain embraced this change. Others, particularly among
I
the
was hoping it
nobility,
would be Tan
resented it.
fan's voice.
Began to see
I just want to see
centralization
what
and
it looks like.
modernization as part of an intrusive,
So
humiliating
Brian,
foreign influence
why
in
is
Spain.
it
Over time,
doesn't even
the
make
divide
any
between
sense
the
at this
two groups
moment?
widened
Slavery.
be an important part of our story, and it persisted
Every week
from the
it's a
century.
weird or stranger.
Spain's army and navy
Okay,
were
so
pretty large by
Brian,
the Spanish time.
how'd you get here
There were a
today?
few competent
What's
officers
your
and
favorite
effective
form of
units,
transportation?
but in general, the Spanish military had declined along
Well,
with
of
the rest of
course, it has to be.
Across the Pyrenees Mountains from Spain is, of course,
Oh, yeah,
France.
you're pretty
which, like
bad
I
at
said,
that.
we're
Yeah.
skipping through
Why?
today.
Can
So
I
I'll
do
move
it?
on to Italy.
Yeah.
Okay.
As those of you
Brian, let me
following
ask you a
along on the
question.
map
Oh,
can
what's up?
already see, 18th century
what's the
Italy
biggest
was
job you
a
ever
bit
had?
of a mess in geopolitical terms, divided into a dozen states, some smaller than the average American county. In the 18th century, Italy included some of the poorest places in West Italy. Today, generally, the economy was worse than the south and west, but there were pockets of wealth and pockets of poverty everywhere. It's a bit surprising given what a dynamic place Italy became during the Renaissance. You could argue that central Italy was actually the birthplace of modern capitalism, but far too many of these Renaissance proto-capitalists used their wealth to entrench
It's really hard to
themselves
follow
in existing
teaching
socialism
in an
rather
impression
than
is what I
investing
just
in
learned.
adventures. So that era of economic dynamism was
You won't give up. When it's
the
one of
kingdom
the
of
only two
Sardinia,
songs
the
you know
worst
on
of northwestern
saxophone,
Italy, as well as
you
the
just let him
smaller
play it.
heartland on the island of Sardinia. This was arguably the most
Fuck yeah.
important
So
and
Brian,
powerful
Brian, in real life, tell us something interesting about you. Do you have any special
Those
skills,
Renaissance
anything like that?
merchant
Master
states,
yo-yo
Genoa
artist, like
and Venice, were
skydive?
still alive
Yeah,
in
I'm a
1579.
musician. I used to tour a lot.
Their glory days were long over, but they were still important regional trading hubs. And Genoa in particular,
I got 3 bands on Spotify.
Really? Yeah. What are their names? Cold Beat,
Both were
Neon
technically
Piss. Wait,
republics,
slow
just as they
down.
had been for
What was
centuries.
the first one?
But it's
Cold
important to keep in mind that these were not
Beat.
republics in the same
same
take like a
sentence
couple
as the Revolutionary French.
together there. All right, we'll put
They
second
actually
one
have a
on
lot more in
this.
common with the
I feel
pre-Revolutionary
I
monarchy.
feel like I'd actually like that.
Genoa and
What's the
Venice
third?
were
And the new
ruled by
flesh.
a handful of wealthy
It's a
families.
Cronenberg reference.
Nobody was claiming to rule for or by
As I said, I was
Genoa was basically a city-state, but the Venetians still controlled a
Wow,
decent-sized
that's
chunk
cool.
of
What's your
land in northern
instrument?
Italy
Oh,
along the
guitar
Adriatic
bass
coast.
drums. Now, people gets very, very
Jealously
angry at
of
other
their neighbors to the north and east.
people that do music and
The Austrian
What do you
Habsburgs
think about
controlled
do you have
the
any
richest and most important city in
I like
northern
Brian's
Italy.
vibe. I like
They had a
his
great deal of formal and
attitude.
informal
I like talking
influence
to
over the
him.
whole region. Protecting and expanding this
That's good for a
influence really
podcast.
was
Where
a
you from?
major goal of
Atlanta,
Habsburg
Georgia.
foreign policy.
How long have you been in
And
LA?
it's something we'll definitely be
Just 6
talking a
months.
lot
I
more
lived in the
about
Bay.
going forward.
That's where I
The
was starting.
papacy had a huge influence over Italian
Which bay?
affairs. Some of his power came from the Pope's role as spiritual leader
Oh, yeah,
of
so you've been here for 6
Catholicism,
months.
and
Yeah.
also his
Anything
role
fun
as
happened in
the
those 6 months?
organizational
What's
head of the church
what's
and the
different?
institution.
Is
But
the
18th
thing in
century
LA that
popes
you
also
thought
had
would be?
practical, real-world political authority
I
over
don't
much
know.
of
I live in
society.
like a,
Pope was the
hiking,
legal sovereign
swimming,
of a
shit
large
like that. Shit I
area
can't do in the
called
Bay,
Papal
you know?
States.
Do
He had
you think
military,
people
government
like?
administration,
Do
just like
you have
any secular
audiences when you
Japan.
played
They're
shows
probably
that
not shocked
like
to hear
went
that the
wild,
Pope's
or
rule
was
was
it
extremely
is everyone just
conservative in
taming
every
on their
sense.
phone? No, people just do
Reform
firecrackers
and
at us, throw
enlightenment
chairs.
and dirty words
Yeah, yeah, it was fun. Half-lit sparklers? No, real fireworks.
Southern Italy was mostly
We
controlled by
played
the
at
kingdom of
Budapest one
Naples.
time and I got ripped off
Kings
the
of
stage
Naples
and they
came
destroyed
from
my
a branch
face.
of the
What
House
just
of
ripped
Bourbon,
off the
same
stage?
family in
Like
France.
literally
Central
grabbed by my
authority was
clothes
very
and
weak
pulled
at
down
the
and all my
Its
face just
rulers were
destroyed.
almost as
It sounds
resistant
like they
to
while
the
that was
reforms
happening,
of popes.
or you're
The
like,
result was poor administration by
no, it's
powerful
more like
insular local elites. Kings of Naples didn't always follow their French cousins' lead in politics or foreign policy.
no, I
That
was there being
certainly
a
did not
successful
stop them
musician.
from taking personal role in cousin rulers to solve
This boy's got some snark. So you were a very successful musician, huh?
There were individually
That's
wealthy
incredible.
places,
You gave it
particularly
up
in
to
the
chase
north,
your dream of being a
and places where the
comedian?
local government did its best to
It
rule
got
well
boring
and
after a
change
while.
with
It's
the
just like the
times.
same shit
But
over
in
and over and
general,
over again.
Italy
I
was
get bored. I
poor,
have to do new
with
stuff
systems
all
of
the time. So you
administration
didn't write a lot of new stuff? Did you write
in
your
the
own songs?
countryside, the powerful land-holding
You just got
elite
sick of
enriched
writing?
themselves by
I mean,
squeezing the
just sitting
peasantry
in a van
dry,
all
while
the
teeming
time,
slums
just
of
driving
urban
8
poor
hours, 10
on each
hours,
city.
just
It's
constantly
estimated the
hungover.
city of
It's
Naples
just, it got
alone
boring.
with
Eating
over
shitty food.
100,000
Just, yeah,
chronically
McDonald's,
unemployed
Taco
people.
Bell.
Yeah.
Italy was
What's one of your bands
conservative,
that or
but
an
in
album
some
we should check out on
prosperous cities,
Spotify?
there were small
I would
circles
check
of
out Neon Piss, Neon
intellectuals
Piss.
and liberal-minded bourgeoisie who were receptive to
Neon Piss by Neon Piss.
some of these
Second
elements
solid
didn't
album,
think about
Neon
the larger
Piss.
national
Here it is. Here's a little Neon
encompass
Piss.
all
Brian
Italians.
brought it up.
These concepts were still in their infancy in
Is that you?
It was too early to be talking about Italian unification or the Risorgimento. That movement wouldn't gain
This is
momentum
Neon! By the way, this is a different song.
militarily,
We just hit a
none of the Italian states had much to brag
Sounds
about.
like the same song.
It's hard
Hit
for
another
a small
button.
state
Maybe it
with
just.
a weak central government
There you
to
go.
build and maintain a very big army.
Wow, this is
That's one
Santana,
good
right?
reason so many Italian rulers were willing
Another
to
one?
accept and influence outside powers like the Habsburgs.
Oh shit, that's you.
Peace.
It was the summer.
I think I'm going to skip over the Habsburg.
Does anybody else feel like they're playing Tony Oscar skater too? Can I make mistakes in Neon Piss?
In the 17th century.
Yeah, I do want to say our guitar player died last week. So, R.I.P. to Parker G. Oh, man. Yeah. What does that get the applause? I get it. It's weird to deal with that
Dutch
feeling.
renowned as merchants
R.I.P.
and
Parker
bankers
G.
since the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
And during the Golden Age in the late 17th and
Hopefully
early
they can
18th
get him some
centuries,
neon
the
involvement.
Netherlands became Europe's most important
How did he
financial
die?
center.
Overdose?
Dutch colonies and trading posts were established all over
By
the world.
suicide.
But the Golden Age couldn't last.
Yeah. Oh,
The English didn't
sorry to hear
appreciate
that.
the
Were you guys
competition.
close?
The French did not like
Oh,
the
wow.
power
It's funny
rising up
because
right
I
on their
just seen
doorstep.
like 10
By
comics.
1789, the Dutch were relegated to secondary.
Like in the last week, and I'm like, no, you're not.
The Navy, banks, and merchant companies were eclipsed by
That's
Britain,
really funny.
and any continental
I'm sick of that.
ambitions were dashed
Oh, this
by
joke
military
sucks, so here's
defeats.
no easy way
So the
out.
Netherlands would
Right.
never become
There you go.
It was still half on stage, and then towards the second half, The Dutch Navy was large, modern, and competent.
Man, you want to
The
talk about
economy
it, or
was
I'm good, man?
second
I'm
to the
good.
British,
How do you do
it was
it?
still one of the most advanced economies in Europe. Dutch society was strong. There was a large bourgeoisie, population
Tony hits for special on Netflix.
and what we today would call secret society was better developed than almost anywhere in the world. The major reason for this strong society is that unlike Genoa or Venice, we can't really call it a public building. Its government did some similarities to the modern democratic republic. 18th century Dutch society was perhaps the most liberal in Europe, maybe in the world. There was a sense of individual rights, especially freedom of speech. Many of the great Enlightenment texts have been banned by more oppressive regimes were printed freely in Amsterdam and then smuggled out to the rest of Europe. Dutch markets were relatively free as well. Many of the goods that were sold as state monopolies in other countries were traded on the open market.
He definitely
Dutch politics were more participatory than anywhere else in the world. Political issues were openly discussed in the press and widely covered in popular
music,
but we should keep in mind that the Netherlands was a liberal democratic place only by comparison to the rest of the 18th century. Dutch society was hierarchical, repressive, and elitist by modern standards. Dutch politics were inclusive for the time, but the majority of the population could not participate. A tiny minority of landowners really dictated power. But not everyone was happy with the status quo. The relatively open, affluent nature of Dutch society had enlightened big impact. The more liberal political system meant the people who adopted these new ideas to really try to put them into practice. By the late 18th century, there was a large active faction within Dutch politics advocating for radical reforms. They called themselves the Patriots. Dutch politics had a history of being rough and raucous. And I'm not talking rain and rhetoric. And because of rough and raucous, they were proud, physically abuse of prime minister, and then extreme walk. That's how people were unfortunate other times of rich in the 60s, 70s. Think about that the next time you hear someone complain about partying. For most of Dutch history, the political tension was between the faction that wanted the Dutch parliament to have more power and the faction called the Foreigners that wanted the country to operate more like a monarchy. By the late 18th century, the Foreigners had succeeded in shifting the Dutch government in a more conservative and monarchist direction. Meanwhile, pro-parliament pretty much replaced by this new Enlightenment-inspired Patriot faction who were seeking a much more radical social political system. Dutch politics was more polarized than ever. There wasn't any cannibalism this time around, but the country was on the brink of revolution from much of the 1780s. The Orange government even had to ask for military assistance from Prussia in its claim of pro-patriot mob style. It's very similar to scenes that were in Paris 2 years later. With Prussian help, the Patriots were suppressed, but not destroyed. They cheered on the revolution in France a few years later, and this unresolved political rift within Dutch society had huge consequences for British leadership during the war and the revolution in
Just learned that your friend just killed himself.
I think it's a good place to
Insult to
stop for now.
suicide.
I know I said it's a hard to break this episode, but there's just too much ground to cover. Next time, we'll be talking about Central and Eastern Europe, the rise of Prussia, and the wars that set the stage for Napoleonic
My only
era.
regret was that your mic wasn't working, and that Tan fan would have done your voice. I told her name out of it. This looks like a new name. I'm not positive. I'm sorry if I'm insulting you by not remembering you, but here we go. Zachary Stein,
Thank you. I say he's a pot dealer. I fucking hate him. He's the worst person I know. Like the best example of this is he'll text me or he'll tell me about he'll brag about going to a strip club and paying for a
400
blowjob.
years ago, A trio of tiny kingdoms were perched on some damp islands off the coast of Europe. Within 3 short centuries, these islands would become the centre of an empire which ruled a quarter of the globe and on which the sun never set. I'm Samuel Hume, a historian of the British Empire, and my podcast, Pax Britannica, follows the people and events that built that empire into a global superpower. Learn the history of the British Empire by listening to Pax Britannica everywhere you find your podcasts, or go to pod.link/pax.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
How close am I to right on it?
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Rothschild magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers and finance. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
Welcome to the Age of Napoleon podcast, episode 2.5, The Advances of Dr. Truth. Thanks for joining me. I'm releasing this half episode because I have a little show business to talk about, and I also want to tell you guys about one of my favorite incidents from the night in the tower that I couldn't find a good way to fit into the next full episode. So, I'll start with the boring stuff, but stay tuned, it'll be over soon. And this story has illicit sex and a beheading. We're doing a fundraiser. I was hoping to put this off as long as possible, but at this rate, I'll be out of free web hosting in 2 episodes. I don't want to switch to a subscription model or sell bonus content. I'm doing this because I want to share these stories as widely as I can, so charging for that feels like it defeats the purpose. I'm asking you guys to voluntarily contribute if you can. It doesn't have to be much. Everyone listening without 1 cup of coffee or a pint of beer a month and chipped in for $3 for the podcast instead, I would have more than enough resources to keep the project going, continue to expand and improve it. So, to get things jump started, here's my proposal. In about 5 episodes, we will reach the French Revolution. Everyone who signs up for a recurring monthly donation of $2 or more between now and then will get to pick the topic of the next episode. Contributors can submit suggestions on anything related to 18th century European history, and we'll have a vote. Down the road, more contributions will hopefully translate into more episodes released more frequently, and I'm looking at some other potential perks for contributors. So in closing, I just want to say that I'm hoping this will be a 2-way street. I've already been really encouraged by the response to this project, and enjoyed interacting with some of you on Twitter and Facebook. The encouragement, suggestions, and feedback have already been huge help. If you've enjoyed the show so far, I want to invite you to get involved wherever you can, not just with the money. The website for donations is patreon.com/Age of Napoleon. patreon.com/Age of Napoleon. And if you haven't already, check out the Facebook page at facebook.com/Age of Napoleon or on Twitter @Age of Napoleon. And thanks to Ryan Serafini for being the first to rate and review the show on iTunes. On top of being a nice comment, I'm told the more reviews and ratings help the show reach a bigger audience. So thank you, Ryan. Alright, I think that's enough podcast talk for now. We promised a story with sex and violence, so let's get to it. Today, Denmark is commonly thought of as one of the most liberal countries on earth. It wasn't always so. For most of the 18th century, Denmark had a reputation as a conservative, traditional place. A rigidly hierarchical society dominated by stern Lutheran and morality. A society that in many ways hadn't changed very much since the Middle Ages. Every country has changed quite a bit over centuries of history, but Denmark's transformation from conservative bastion to progressive icon was particularly drastic. What makes the change really remarkable is much of it took place over the course of a single 2-year period at the instigation of one man, Dr. Johann Strunzi. Strunzi wasn't even Danish. He was born in Saxony in southeastern Germany in 1737. He came from a relatively humble middle-class background. His family was wealthy enough to send him to university at distant medicine. Young Strunzi picked up a lot more than just anatomy in school. This was the 1750s, peak of the Enlightenment. Strunzi eagerly soaked up these new ideas and became an enthusiastic convert. He was drawn to the more radical side of American thought. He even became an atheist, the horror of his father, who was a Lutheran pastor. Strunzi graduated in 1757 and set up a medical practice in Altona, a city in northwestern Germany ruled by Denmark. Even after leaving the more permissive environment of the university, Strunzi made no secret of his beliefs. He had a brilliant mind. He loved debating and discussing intellectual topics, even dangerous ones like politics and religion. He quickly made a name for himself as a radical among the local elites and intellectuals. Strunzi's ideas were threatening, and he wasn't shy in expressing them. The funny thing is, far from making enemies, everyone seemed to like him. Liberals and atheists were generally despised in aristocratic circles, but almost everyone who met Strunzi seemed to be willing to make an exception. He was brash, but he was also charming and gracious. Even people who didn't like what Strunzi had to say, liked having him around, and his considerable skills as a doctor made him useful. Strunzi may have been a liberal, but his principles didn't stop him from participating in some shameless social program. He liked luxury. He liked the company of rich and powerful people. Within a few years, he had fallen in with a group of formerly powerful Danish noblemen who were living in exile from the royal court in Copenhagen after losing out in some palace country. They saw an opportunity in this brilliant and ambitious young man. If they could place him in court, perhaps he could pave the way for their return from exile. Monarchs were increasing their political power during this period, but we shouldn't forget this was a hereditary position. There were no guarantees the king or queen would have the ability or interest to actually participate in government. It was often the case that real power rested with whoever the monarch trusted to handle the business of ruling. He was unwilling or incapable of attending to. This was particularly true of Denmark in the late 18th century because the king was, to use the terminology of the era, mad. Entire books have been written attempting to diagnose King Christian VII's particular disorder. I don't want to try to play amateur psychologist to figure it out myself. Suffice it to say, he had a mental illness and or cognitive disability that made him mentally and emotionally unstable. The king was obviously incapable of ruling, but Denmark had no legal provision for sidelining the incapacitated monarch, so he remained the legal sovereign, while his ministers and noblemen jockeyed for position around him to rule in his name. During this era, mental illness was often considered to be a symptom of physical disease, so the king was under the constant care of a rotating cast of doctors and quacks. In 1768, Dr. Johann Strunzi's powerful friends got him a temporary appointment to administer the king. Amazingly, Strunzi's attentions greatly improved King Christian's condition. More importantly, Strunzi and the king formed a real personal bond. By all accounts, they were as close to friends as was possible for a king and common during this period. What passed for mental health treatment in the 18th century was pure snake oil by modern standards, so it was probably Strunzi's friendship rather than his medical expertise that alleviated the king's mental illness. Strunzi's position became permanent, and before long, he was spending more time with the king than anyone else at court. As their bond grew, Christian began to defer to Strunzi's advice on matters of state as well as personal and medical ones. Political powers began to check. Christian's ministers could see what was happening and tried to outmaneuver the wily doctor. Even Christian's wife, Queen Caroline Matilda, disliked this pushing newcomer and tried to limit his influence. But these efforts were hopeless. Christian was completely enthralled. Within a year of their first meeting, Strunzi was made a member of Christian's royal cabinet. Like many Enlightenment thinkers, Strunzi took a keen interest in education and sought to manage the upbringing of the crown prince according to Enlightenment principles. This brought him into frequent contact with the queen. Evidently, this familiarity softened Caroline Matilda's dislike for Strunzi, because by early 1770 they were having an affair. As he betrayed the king, Strunzi's political power increased, and Christian's condition worsened.
By late 1770, the doctor had pushed out all his rivals and secured total control over the royal government. In December, he gained the power to issue decrees that would have the force of law without the king's signature. With the king too deep in delusion and oppression to rule, Struensee was now effectively dictator of Denmark. The doctor wasted no time in transforming the country. By the stroke of Struensee's pen, feudalism had all but vanished from Denmark in the space of a few months. The nobility lost their legal privileges and tax exemptions. The peasantry were freed from their feudal obligations and granted lands of their own. Torture, capital punishment, and the African slave trade were outlawed. Struensee ended state censorship. Denmark became the first country to embrace the principle of freedom of speech as we understand it today. He even levied new taxes to institute a rudimentary social welfare system. The bureaucracy, the army, the judiciary, and the university were all totally reformed and reorganized. During his time in power, Struensee issued an average of 3 new decrees per day. The Danish government soon became the idol of every Enlightenment thinker in Europe, but not everyone was pleased. Such drastic changes inevitably alienated people within the existing power structure. So with the rapid pace of reform, Struensee was effectively making new enemies every day in office. The movement against the doctor was growing. Ironically, the newly free press became a major avenue for dissent. But if Struensee noticed, there's no evidence he cared. After all, what could his enemies do? He served the pleasure of a king who loved and trusted him, who was too out of it to be reading anti-government newspapers or taking audiences with disgruntled noblemen. Unfortunately for the doctor, by 1771, his enemies had gotten wind of his affair with the queen. That summer, she gave birth to a daughter. Struensee was almost certainly the father. With the king incapacitated, even people without knowledge of the affair were gossiping about the baby's heritage. Armed with that knowledge and fueled by the swirling rumors, a conspiracy formed at court to overthrow the doctor. On January 17, 1772, they acted. The Queen, Struensee, and some of his political allies were arrested. Struensee was found guilty of treason for committing adultery with the Queen. On the 28th of April, 1772, the man who had banned capital punishment and torture had his right hand chopped off and then was publicly beheaded before a large crowd. He had ruled Denmark for less than a year and a half. Queen Caroline Matilda was sent into exile and never returned to court. King Christian VII never lost his affection for Struensee, even after learning he betrayed their friendship. The successful coup plotters took power and immediately began to roll back Struensee's reforms. However, this turned out to be harder than they'd imagined. None of them had Struensee's work ethic or genius for administration. Soon, the new government was as unpopular as Struensee's. They found it impossible to totally erase the doctor's legacy. Christian's son, the future Frederick VI, remained devoted to the Enlightenment principles he learned under Struensee's influence. As he grew into adulthood and began to assert himself politically, he put a stop to this reactionary turn and reinstituted many of his mentor's policies. And ever since, Denmark has never really looked back. In his 16 months in power, Johann Struensee, a humble Saxon doctor, had changed the country forever. That's all for now. Once again, please contribute to the fundraiser at patreon.com/ageofnapoleon and review the show on iTunes. Thanks for listening.
All you need is a few minutes to start your day off with something historic when you listen to the This Day in History podcast. Every day there's a new episode for you to listen and learn about what happened that day way back when. So, listen and subscribe to This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. That's This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts.
Wait, you photographed your own feed and put them on Instagram because of the lack of representation. Yeah. Well, we gotta see your freaking feet back. Is there anything special about your feet? Oh, this is a bad idea. Okay, this is the. Oh, she has to see the dick. I can smell the matzah. Put it away. Zachary Stein. So, how many Instagram followers do you have on this? Not a lot. It's a work in progress. When's the last time you vomited?
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Rothschild magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solving. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. And I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for problem solvers.
As a longtime foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to Age of the Bull, Episode 3, Eastern Conditions. Thanks for joining me. In case anyone missed it, last week I released a little bonus episode with a good story about Denmark and an announcement about a fundraiser. The fundraiser has already gotten up to a great start, thanks to those of you who chipped in. Contributors will be picking a topic for an upcoming episode, and I've already gotten some great suggestions. If you want to get in on that, check out the fundraiser page patreon.com/ageofthebully. Anyway, this is a big episode, so let's get to the topic at hand. I'm just going to pick up where we left off at the end of episode 2, looking at what was going on around Europe during the 18th. Try to keep some of those same themes from last episode in mind. The centralization of authority, royal absolutism, and the application of Enlightenment principles to government. This episode, we're looking at Central and Eastern Europe. So I think we should start with the biggest power in that part of the world, Habsburgs. Now, the Habsburgs were a family, not a country. Their heartland was Austria, and I'll probably refer to them as the Austrians as a shorthand. Austria wasn't much bigger in the 18th century than it is today. So a lot of what made the Habsburgs an important power was that the head of the house also had a lot of other titles. On top of Austria, they were monarchs of most of the area of the modern-day Czech Republic, Hungary, Slovakia, a chunk of Romania, Croatia, Belgium, and that slice of northern Italy I mentioned last time. That's a pretty big chunk of territory taken altogether, but it's important to note this wasn't some politically unified empire. These territories were all legally separate from their own local governments, institutions, and ruling elite. They just all happened to have the House of Habsburg at the top of the government. This fractured empire represented a challenge for the Habsburgs. They controlled the largest amount of territory of any European power, but this complicated political status made their territory much harder to govern than any of the other powers. This meant that the Habsburgs weren't quite as powerful as they looked on paper. Throughout the Renaissance and early modern period, the Habsburgs were the undisputed paramount power in Eastern and Central Europe. By the 18th century, things had changed. Prussia rose up as a rival German state. The Austrians fought several wars to try to check Prussian power, and although they came close a couple times, they were never quite able to stamp out the upstart Prussians. It would not be until the 19th century that Prussia would fully eclipse Austria as the primary German-speaking power. But by Napoleon's time, the rivalry between these two states was well underway. Further to the east, the Habsburgs were also feeling uneasy about the rise of another great power, Russia. The Russians and the Habsburgs had been natural allies due to their mutual rivalries with the Ottoman Empire and Poland. But with their enemies in decline and Russian influence creeping west, the Austrians were starting to question the wisdom of that friendship. So, 18th century Austria was old, having trouble changing with the times and under pressure from rising new powers. But to their credit, they didn't give in to decline. The Habsburg Empire of the 18th century was not the more of a decaying, sick man of Europe that would collapse at the end of World War I. Austria's first defeat at the hands of Prussia in the War of Austrian Succession in 1748 had stunned all of Europe and marked Prussia's arrival on the scene as a great power. The Habsburg armies were devastated when they lost the province of Silesia, one of the richest and most important Habsburg possessions. The defeat stunned, but the Austrian Empress Maria Theresa used it as an opportunity to reform the government, and more importantly, the army. Austria and Prussia faced off again 6 years later in the 7 Years' War. Even Frederick the Great of Prussia, who disdained the Austrian military, was impressed by the improved performance of the Habsburg armies, admitting, quote, "These are not the Austrians of old." Still, even these new and improved Austrians couldn't land a knockout blow against the outnumbered Prussians. The Habsburgs never took Silesia. Maria Theresa was succeeded by her son, Joseph II, in 1780. Maria Theresa had been a cautious, pragmatic reformer. Joseph was a reformer too, but he was anything but cautious. Joseph was perhaps the most radical of all of the enlightened absolutists, or at least he would have been. Joseph wrote his own epitaph, and I think it's a pretty good summary of his work. He wrote, "Here lies Joseph the Son, veiled in all he undertook." Joseph issued over 6,000 edicts in less than 10 years. He reduced the power of the church, guilds, and the nobility, and granted new rights to peasants and serfs. He founded state-run secular schools, universities, and military academies. Joseph reformed taxation and internal tariffs, attempting to turn all of the Habsburg territories into one unified trade zone. The central government in Vienna was strengthened, regional and provincial governments were weakened. In hindsight, from our modern perspective, it all looks pretty great. Just like the reform Austria needed to bring it into the modern era. But that's not what most people at the time saw. Joseph was not a good politician. He didn't carefully build alliances with the elite or try to sell people on his reforms. He just issued decrees. And he was impatient. He would start on a new reform initiative as soon as he finished writing the previous one. Nobles and clergy were almost universally infuriated. With so many radical reforms coming at such a rapid pace, almost every powerful person in Habsburg territory was losing out to having their interests threatened by at least some of Joseph's policies. And with the central government suddenly asserting control over so many areas of public policy, there was administrative chaos. You might think at least the common people among Joseph's subjects supported reform. After all, they were the ones who theoretically benefited the most. But that wasn't the case. 18th century commoners didn't have some mass press informing them about what was going on in politics. The only institution in the empire really capable of disseminating information to the masses was the church, and the church felt under attack by Joseph's policies, and certainly did not put a positive spin on what was happening. Average people's experience of Joseph's rule was mostly just that their lives were suddenly disrupted, and the most important institution in their communities, the church, was under threat. With blinding speed, Joseph had alienated almost all of his subjects. To make matters worse, he was just as energetic in asserting himself internationally as he was at home. He launched an expensive invasion of the Ottoman Empire and pushed back against Prussian power so hard that it made him look like the aggressor, and the warmongering Frederick the Great looked like the aggrieved party. From top to bottom, people in the Habsburg lands were fed up with Joseph's radical domestic policies and weren't willing to give up their money and their men to feed his aggression abroad. In 1790, the Habsburg holdings in the Low Countries rose up in rebellion, declaring themselves the United Belgians. In some ways, this so-called Brabantine revolution resembled the French Revolution. There were secret revolutionary societies, pamphlets, tricolored cockades, and even a little good old spontaneous mob fire. But these similarities are somewhat superficial. Much of the motivation for this revolution was conservative. Many of the Belgian rebels were motivated by a desire to defend the Catholic Church and feudal privilege. Joseph made peace with the Ottomans and turned his armies on Belgium. The Brabantine Revolution was soon getting control, but it looks like Joseph's problems were only beginning. Hungary was on the brink of its own rebellion, and there was low-scale political violence breaking out in other Habsburg realms as well. With his entire regime at a crossroads, an exhausted Joseph died in February of 1790. He was succeeded by his brother, Leopold II, who quickly stabilized the situation by rolling back most of Joseph's reforms. That was what was going on in the Habsburg territories on the eve of the Napoleonic Wars. bruised by internal strife and military failures, and looking for a way to handle the rise of the international alliance. This was certainly no golden age for Austria, but it survived. And in the course of facing these challenges, they passed reforms that would help the empire fight Napoleon and survive another century. So that's the core of the Habsburg Empire. The lands ruled directly by the Habsburg king. But as a lot of you know, the Habsburgs played another important role in European politics as emperors of the Holy Roman Empire. So what exactly does that mean? The Holy Roman Empire lasted 1,000 years. It was many things over the course of its history. In the period we're talking about, it was basically a loose confederation of independent states in the area of modern Germany, Austria, and the Czech Republic, and a little bit of Western Poland. Think of it like the European Union on May Day, but with a little medieval flair and even more complicated internal politics. You might remember in episode 2, I said Italy was a mess politically. Well, the Holy Roman Empire was a really mess. To put it in perspective, there were almost 300 sovereign states within the empire. Compare that to only 195 sovereign states in the entire world today. Some of those states were decent sized by 18th century European standards, most notably the South German states. Going west to east between the French and Austrian border, they are Baden, Württemberg, and Bavaria. In eastern Germany, Saxony, which had the unfortunate position right between Prussia and Austria, was also a minor power of its own. Hanover was the largest state in northwestern Germany. In 1714, the British Queen died without an heir, and Hanover's ruler inherited the British crown. So Hanover functioned as a British outpost on the continent until the 19th century. Prussia was technically a member of the empire as well, but as a great power, the Prussians generally ignored the empire and just followed their own course. Most imperial states were small, some much smaller. States of the empire included Catholic dioceses, small trading towns, even monasteries that were technically independent sovereign states. Some were even just the landholdings of one noble family, often no bigger than a modern family farm, but legally just as much country as France or Britain. These little states survived because they were protected by the rest of the empire and by the power of the Habsburg Emperor. The internal politics of the Holy Roman Empire are so complicated and obscure that even most people who live within it are not fully understand it. I don't want to get bogged down in various arcane points of its constitution. For our purposes, the main thing to understand is that, in theory, the heads of imperial states voted on policy. Even the position of emperor was elected. However, by the period we're talking about, Habsburg influence over the empire had become very long. Elections were mere formalities. It had been 2 centuries since a non-Habsburg ruled the empire. Still, the emperor didn't rule over the member states directly. He always had to play politics and try to keep them happy. Every once in a while, the imperial parliament would defy the emperor on one issue or another, but there was never any serious question of who was ruling. When we're talking about 18th century Germany, don't imagine the wealthy, dynamic place we know today. This was still a quiet, traditional part of the world. The power of the emperor stopped German states from fighting each other, but most of them were too small to do much of anything else. If you had much in the way of armed forces, they relied on the emperor for that. There were individually wealthy German cities and provinces, but all the political divisions kept the region from developing into a serious commercial center. The educated middle class was growing, particularly in big cities and port towns on the North Sea. But this wasn't the Netherlands. They had to stay mostly underground and have little influence over politics. By the eve of the French Revolution, the political structures of the Holy Roman Empire hadn't changed very much in the centuries, but the political reality had. Somehow, from among the small, weak states of the empire, from under the influence of the mighty Habsburgs, a new great power had risen, Prussia. During the 30 Years' War of the mid-17th century, Brandenburg, to say it would become Prussia, was just another of the medium-sized imperial states, probably less powerful than Saxony or Bavaria. Brandenburg suffered tremendously during the war. Their small army was quickly worn down to almost nothing. So the rulers of Brandenburg had to watch helplessly as rival armies roved over their land, selling destruction and stripping it bare of food and supplies. After the war, Brandenburg, like Prussia, had a string of competent rulers who learned a lesson from its experience. Their state was poor, but if they were to defend it, they would have to be powerful enough to stand on their own and not rely on the empire. To this end, they carefully marshaled Prussia's limited resources to build up a professional standing army and the administrative and taxation system necessary to support it. Through diplomacy and conquest, they seized as much territory as they could.
Think I'm awkward here? Imagine me around.
Even today, the mention of Prussia calls to mind harsh Spartan militarism and iron discipline. This was the era in which that stereotype was born, the late 17th and early 18th century. And the stereotype Prussians deserved. There was a strong sense of service among Prussian aristocrats. In most countries, the upper echelons of their ability considered military service beneath them. This was not so in Prussia, so despite their size, they drew from a big pool of potential officers, all of whom were well-trained at state expense. Men were trained well too. Notoriously harsh Prussian discipline and training broke new recruits down and then built them up into the best soldiers of the Enlightenment era. And it was a huge army relative to Prussia's size. By the mid-18th century, 1 out of every 30 Prussian men was in uniform. The average for the rest of Europe was about 1 out of 100. The old joke is that Prussia was an army with a state rather than a state with an army. Levying the taxes to pay for this and managing that much manpower was quite an achievement. And it was made possible by the type of centralizing, modernizing reforms we conducted. Essentially, the Prussian central government was able to get the nobility on board with this by making them feel like they were part of Prussia, sharing in Prussia's glory, and by giving them more power over the peasants. The Prussian state was making huge gains, but it did not want to be an average person living there. These trends of Prussian state building and militarism saw their ultimate expression in Frederick VI, usually called Frederick the Great. Frederick pursued and expanded these policies initiated by his predecessors, but with one key difference. His father and grandfather were very conscious of the limits of Prussian resources and the massive expense of the military. They did not want to see the armies they built up so carefully destroyed in bloody wars. Frederick did not have the same scruples. When Frederick took the throne in 1740, he declared, quote, "I intend to either assert my great power status or see everything go to ruin, so that the very name of Prussia will be buried with him." True to his word, he almost immediately launched an unprovoked invasion of Austria. This would come to be called the War of the Austrian Succession. Frederick's goal was to annex Silesia, one of the wealthiest regions in Central Europe. His troops stormed in and occupied the province, ruthlessly stripping it of wealth to fund the war, and daring the Austrians to take it back. Almost all of Europe joined in the war. Most importantly, France, Britain, and Spain on Prussia's side, and Russia on Austria's. Much to everyone's surprise, not only did Prussia manage to hold on to Silesia, it was Prussia and Britain who carried the day, while the French and Spanish militaries underperformed. It was clear proof that the older powers were in decline. Britain was on the rise, and Prussia had arrived among the great powers. After nearly 8 bloody years, the war ended in awkward peace. The treaty ending the war satisfied no one, but all the combatants were low on money and manpower and needed a break. And several powers on both sides had become so dissatisfied with their allies' conduct that they no longer wished to fight on the same side. The uneasy peace held for 6 years, ending with the outbreak of the 7 Years' War. Americans might have the French and Indian War. Again, the war started with Prussia storming into a rich border region, this time Saxony, and ruthlessly exploiting. In the diplomatic shuffling between the wars, France had switched sides and joined Austria and Russia in Saxony's defense. Prussia was under threat from 3 directions, no great power ally in the European Union. Amazingly, and with the help of some extremely generous subsidies from Britain, Frederick the Great's armies repeatedly staved off disaster and kept the enemy armies at bay. This war dragged on too, for 7 years, as you may guess, until finally, unable to destroy the Prussians and unable to match the financial resources of Britain, Austria and her allies sued for peace. In the ensuing treaty, Frederick was forced to restore Saxony as an independent state, but he held on to Silesia, and Prussia's great power status was confirmed. Frederick II died in 1786, which is kind of a shame from a narrative standpoint, because it's fun to imagine the reaction to the revolution in France. He had done much to reform the Prussian government. The system he introduced relied on having a dynamic, talented king at the top. His successor, Frederick William II, was not up to the task. The quality of administration declined. Frederick's wars had all but destroyed the military carefully built up by his predecessors. It was rebuilt quickly, apart from a system of training and recruiting that was still the best in Europe. But it wasn't the same. Almost an entire generation of talented officers and soldiers had been lost, along with the traditions and experience they carried with them. Still, Prussia, on the eve of the French Revolution, was riding high. They were flexing their muscles abroad. As you might remember, they were the ones the Dutch government called on to suppress the patriots. The army was diminished from its glory days, but it was rebuilding fast and had the best reputation in Europe. Prussia is a great example of what was possible for a country that was successful at modernizing and centralizing Poland. Their neighbor to the east, Poland, is a good cautionary tale of what happened to countries who did not reform. Poland had been one of the greatest powers in Eastern Europe in the preceding centuries. By the late 18th century, its government was so dysfunctional that its rivals were able to openly seize its territory unchallenged. By 1795, there was nothing left to seize. Poland had been erased from the map. The Polish nobility was traditionally the most politically powerful anywhere in Europe. The King of Poland was not a hereditary position. They were elected by the nobility. Once elected, the king was practically a figurehead. He could do little without the consent of an assembly of nobles, called the Sejm, basically the equivalent of the British House of Lords. Sejms were huge institutions, governed by very complex rules. The principle of total consensus was sacrosanct, which made it very difficult to get anything done. This also made it easy for foreign powers to influence the government. If, say, the Prussian government didn't want a certain piece of legislation to pass, all they would have to do is bribe or influence one Polish nobleman to use his veto and scuttle it. With the central government frequently paralyzed, factions of nobles fought each other for power in frequent civil wars, often supported by rival foreign powers. The Polish state stayed weak and divided while its rivals grew stronger. In 1772, the power disparity grew so great that Russia, Austria, and Prussia conspired to jointly seize Polish territory on their respective borders. The Polish government was too weak and too compromised by foreign influence to stop them. This event is referred to as the First Partition of Poland. There will be two more before our story ends. Nobles had a lot of rights in Polish society, but this wasn't some enlightened republic. Commoners in Poland had it much worse than in many other European societies. However, there were some among the Polish nobility who wanted to change things. Influenced by the Enlightenment, some liberal aristocrats thought they could save the country by giving up some of the feudal privileges, not only to a strong central government, but also to give more rights to the common people. They hoped this would rally the population around the government to defend an independent Poland. It's an interesting idea, and they actually did have some success in reforming the government. Unfortunately for the liberal nobles, these successes came too late to preserve Polish independence. However, they did create a link between the ideals of liberty and progress and the concept of Polish nationhood. This link would inspire future Polish patriots and contribute to a Polish national identity that would survive foreign occupation. While Poland declined, her greatest rival to the east, Russia, grew by leaps and bounds. In the early 17th century, Russia was so weak and so unimportant to European affairs, many Western European powers didn't even bother sending a permanent ambassador to the Russian court. Russia was physically peripheral to Europe, and many Europeans thought of it as metaphorically peripheral too. Barbaric and only half civilized, a place that maybe had more in common with its so-called backwards neighbors in Central Asia than with the supposedly modern progressive West. They may have had a point in the Middle Ages, but by the late 18th century, Russia had caught up to the Western powers by many measures. But then, as now, the Russians did not get any respect. The perception of Russia as a backwards place stubbornly lingered long after it was no longer accurate. Perhaps it still does. After Britain, Russia is probably more responsible than any other nation for defeating the Germans. And let me disabuse you of the notion that they did so with dumb brute force, that their victory really belongs to the Russian Legion. By the late 18th century, the Russian government and military were very capable, easily among the best in Europe. They beat Napoleon fair and square, and it took a tremendous effort. That said, Russia had problems. Its huge area, low population density, and lack of international commerce meant its bourgeoisie developed late and remained relatively small. Enlightenment ideas arrived there late and spread less widely than elsewhere, mostly among a small elite. Russia was more dragged into the future by powerful, forward-thinking leaders than pushed by some groundswell from the population. The two most important of these modern ideas were Peter the Great and Catherine the Great. Peter ruled for an incredible 43 years in the late 17th and early 18th century. We talked about him a little bit last time, and he's a bit outside our scope, so I won't dwell on him too much. But he was a remarkable ruler who took on the nobility head-on and massively increased the power of the central government. Peter had huge international ambitions as well. Foreign policy priorities he set were taken up by almost every subsequent Russian government, even up until today. He sought to make Russia the dominant power in the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea, and to gain a position on the geopolitical stage as one of the European great powers. To these ends, he built up the first permanent Russian navy and one important military victories against Russia's traditional rivals in the Baltic, Sweden, and in the Black Sea, the Ottomans. He also increased what we might today call soft power by building an architecturally stunning modern new capital. None of Peter's successors quite filled his shoes, but there would be no going back to the old feudal Russia. Peter's rule had been too long and too successful, and of course he crushed any opposition too mercilessly. It wasn't until Catherine II took the throne in 1762 that a Russian ruler truly took on the mantle of Peter the Great. And I mean it literally when I say took the throne. The Russian court was often unstable, and true to form, Catherine came to power in a coup in which the previous emperor, her husband, was assassinated. To lay my cards on the table, in my opinion, Catherine is much more deserving of the sobriquet the Great than Prussia's Frederick II. As a foreign-born woman who seized power through violence, she was an unlikely ruler with little legitimacy, but she navigated Russia's dangerous politics brilliantly. Catherine was interested in the Enlightenment. She corresponded and occasionally crossed intellectual swords with figures like Voltaire and Diderot. Her court attracted intellectuals from all over the world. However, she was not an idealist. Unlike her more reckless contemporary, Joseph II of Austria, Catherine never became so carried away in incorporating Enlightenment principles into the government that she lost sight of what was politically possible. I think her enthusiasm for the Enlightenment was genuine, but she was a realist who never put principle before practicality. She was also image-conscious and clearly aware of the propaganda benefits that came with using herself as our enlightened ruler. Catherine's regime was seen as a golden age for Russia. The government and the military were reformed and improved. New educational institutions were founded. Perhaps most importantly, the financial system was modernized, enabling the government to borrow and spend with more flexibility. The country expanded as well, mostly south, taking land around the Black Sea, and west, swallowing up much of Poland. It may have been a golden age, but it was not a time of peace. Under Catherine, Russia fought a war with Persia, two with the Ottomans, was involved with Frederick the Great's wars, meddled in Polish affairs, and put down several rebellions within its own borders. If anything, this constant warfare sharpened the Russian army rather than wearing it down. By the 1790s, Russian officers and men were experienced. Incompetent leaders had been weeded out. After France, the Russian army had the best artillery and medical branches in the world. The infantry and cavalry were probably not the best in Europe, but their strong performance in the wars against Frederick the Great surprised everyone. Europe had been expecting some barbarian horde, but the Russian army looked just like their counterparts, fought in accordance with the latest European doctrines, and were better organized than some of their Western opponents. It was Frederick the Great's army that earned a reputation for brutality, not supposed to be barbaric Russians. In 1770, the Russian Navy stunned the world by sailing all the way from the Baltic to the Mediterranean and devastating the surprised Ottoman fleet in a single battle. It was a clear sign of new foreign policy ambitions. With the dominance of the Black Sea secured, Russia was expanding her horizons and seeking influence in the Mediterranean. So, when Russia enters our story in 1798, They will be a formidable force at the height of their power with ever-expanding ambitions. They had a long, hard fight ahead of them before the Cossacks would parade through the streets of Paris in 1814, and I think we can already see the seeds of their victory by the time Catherine the Great died in 1796. I'll close out this episode by talking briefly about the countries that lost the most in Russia's wars, the Ottoman Empire and Sweden. Believe it or not, progressive, neutral Sweden was actually a significant military power in the 17th century. They were one of the first places in Europe to embrace absolutist principles, and the Swedish government used the money and power that gave them to build up a strong, modern military that was briefly the most feared force in Northern Europe. However, even with a powerful, competent central government making the most of every national resource, Sweden was just too small to truly compete with the powers. The inevitable fall came under King Charles XII, whose foreign policy was so irrational and aggressive, some historians have speculated that he was mentally ill. Crazy or not, Charles actually was not bad as a military leader, but his ambitions were far beyond his kingdom's capabilities. His constant wars pushed Sweden's resources and manpower to the breaking point. He died in battle in 1718. In the wake of his death, the war-weary Swedish nobility seized a great deal of political power from the crown. No future Swedish king would have the power to wage such ruinous wars. So, by 1789, the Swedish military was a shadow of its former self, but still nothing to sneeze at, particularly the Navy. The concurrent decline of the Ottoman Empire was less graceful. The Ottomans had been the single greatest global power of the 16th century, unmatched militarily and commercially, and with dazzling cultural and intellectual achievements to match. Constantinople, as it was still officially called, could plausibly claim to be the center of the world, but the empire seemed to reach its natural limit in the 17th century. With Western Europe colonizing the Americas and opening sea routes to the east, the Atlantic began to replace the Mediterranean as the most important venue of international trade. Commerce and the cultural and intellectual vitality it brings moved west, so to the center of the world. Ottoman power stopped growing. By the end of the 17th century, it's in full retreat. While the European powers were centralizing and streamlining their governments, Ottoman administration was actually becoming more decentralized and bloated. By 1789, the empire was much diminished, but it still sprawled over a huge territory, including modern-day Turkey, the Balkans, Greece, the Middle East, and North Africa. But in the further reaches of the empire, local elites were paying less and less attention to the central government. In particular, Egypt and North Africa were beginning to look less like Ottoman provinces and more like independent states loosely affiliated with the central government. In the capital, the court was divided into competing factions, who often seemed too preoccupied with backbiting and petty intrigues to govern. The military was declining too. The elite standing army of the central government, those Janissaries, had devolved into a pampered faction of courtiers and bureaucrats. Most of the Ottoman army was made up of regional militias and irregular troops who fought for loot. Very few soldiers were trained, equipped, or organized according to modern methods. The situation at sea was not much better. Almost the entire fleet was dangerously outdated. The other great powers were well aware of this weakness. The Ottomans' old rivals attempted to take advantage. The Russians grabbed huge swaths of territory. The Austrians were less successful. Even faraway Britain and France had their eyes on Ottoman territory. Every great power viewed the situation warily. They each had their own dreams of carving out the Middle East and North Africa, but none wanted to see their rivals benefit too much from the empire's fall. Still, we shouldn't overstate Ottoman weakness. They may have been down, but they were far from out. After all, the Ottoman state wasn't finally done in until 1917. Not every Ottoman administrator was self-interested or incompetent. There were plenty of capable people in the government who struggled hard against the downward trend. Some were even successful at carrying out a few limited reforms, or at least just holding things together. But it was an uphill battle. Despite these efforts, the Ottoman government barely limped along through Napoleon's years. Well, that was a lot of ground to cover. There are many places I wish I could have gone into more detail. But this is the longest episode of the show ever, so I'll restrain myself. If I missed something you'd like to hear more about, you can always contribute to the fundraiser and submit a topic suggestion for the bonus episode at patreon.com/HMFL. Next week, we'll be talking about Napoleonic France's great nemesis, the Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland.
Thank you for taking
Thanks for
my
joining.
dumb question seriously.
Well, it is pretty Salt Lake this way. You guys know that you can.
The Civil War and Reconstruction was a pivotal era in American history.
When a war was fought to save the Union and to free the slaves.
And when the work to rebuild the nation after that war was over, turned into a struggle to guarantee liberty and justice for all Americans.
I'm Tracy,
And I'm Rich.
and we want to invite you to join us as we take an in-depth look at this pivotal era in American history.
Look for the Civil War and Reconstruction wherever you find your podcasts.
All right, Christian, it was nice meeting you.
Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventures from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
As a longtime foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Torres, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the U.S. versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
My dad's English, my mom's French, and I'm married.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Piper, editor-in-chief of Rothschild magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. And I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
That's still illegal, police. If you have sex with an 18-year-old, that's
Welcome to the Age of Napoleon. Episode 4, Nemesis. Thanks for joining. After tackling half the European continent plus the Ottoman Empire in the last episode, we are narrowing our focus to talk about Great Britain, Napoleon's most implacable enemy, and the country that played the biggest role in his downfall. I've been looking forward to doing this episode. Britain was one of the most exciting and dynamic places in the world in the 18th century. It was the beginning of a huge transformation in history. It wasn't as sudden or dramatic as the change that occurred in France after 1789, but in many ways it was just as profound. From our modern vantage point, it can be hard to take an objective look at 18th century Britain. With the benefit of hindsight, we can see that by this era, many of the foundational elements of Britain's dominance of the 19th century were already falling into place. Britain had developed a stable, effective form of government that would soon evolve into the system we know today. British industry was already in the early stages of a revolution that we know would soon dominate the global economy. The Royal Navy was growing into a force that would remain unchallenged for over a century. Britain was on the cusp of a golden age of global power. But that's only obvious in hindsight. In the 18th century, the signs of Britain's rise were there for those who could read them. Nothing in history is inevitable. The conditions were right for Britain to grow into the paramount power of the 19th century. Without good decision-making, and maybe more importantly, luck, it might not have happened. Politically, 18th century Britain was kind of an exception among the European powers. I'm sure by now, some of you are sick of hearing me talk about centralizing absolutist reforms. Well, I've got some good news for you. The British system developed in a totally different direction. Obviously, there were no modern-style democracies in Europe at this time, but every country had at least one representative institution. Many were just assemblies of nobility, but some included other parts of society too, like clergy and non-noble landowners. In Britain, there was Parliament. House of Lords representing the nobility, and the House of Commons representing everyone else. Yes, these are the very same institutions that function as the British legislature today, fortunately in very different form. Say, the Dutch Staten-Generaal were probably the most powerful representative bodies in Europe. The British Parliament was not far behind. In the mid-17th century, King Charles I tried to rein them in and rule by absolute principles. Parliament resisted, and the country was dragged into a long, bloody civil war, which culminated in the trial and execution of Charles. With the king dead, Parliament set up a republican government called the Commonwealth. First, they tried ruling the country by themselves, then with a victorious general, Oliver Cromwell, as a kind of pseudo-monarch. But the new government was never able to really stabilize or entrench itself. Shortly after Cromwell died, Parliament invited the eldest son of Charles I to become king. After over a decade without a king, Britain was a monarchy again. But Charles II was determined not to suffer the same fate as his father. He promised to eschew absolutism and respect traditional powers of Parliament. And he mostly kept his word. Political considerations aside, the new king was generally more interested in drinking and chasing women than governing, so the compromise suited him just fine. Unfortunately for the country, Charles II's successor, James II, had a much more difficult relationship with Parliament, in large part because he was a Catholic ruling over a mostly Protestant country. Many feared James would lead the country into absolutism and Catholicism, concepts that were very much entwined in the minds of many British people. Parliament launched a coup in 1688, putting James's daughter and her husband on the throne as co-rulers, Queen Mary II and William III. This event is known to history as the Glorious Revolution. Former King James II and his supporters would probably disagree. As a condition of taking the throne, William and Mary agreed to share power with Parliament, respect certain civil and political rights, and maintain Protestantism as the state religion. And they generally kept his promises. Amazingly, every subsequent British ruler has basically kept up their end of that same bargain. There will be plenty of push and pull between monarch and parliament over the next 2 centuries of British history, but the basic framework of that compromise has remained. The British government did much to centralize, rationalize, and reform its administration over the course of the 18th century, but unlike the rest of Europe, this happened through collaboration between the monarchs and the parliament, rather than being imposed by the monarch over the objections of the rest of the elite. Of course, no one in 1688 knew they were setting up a system that would only change gradually over the next 200 plus years. Britain was still divided along religious lines, both between Catholic and Protestant, and between various Protestant denominations who sometimes opposed each other just as bitterly as they opposed the Pope. It was divided along national lines. Irish, Scots, English, and Welsh identities were already developing during the 18th century, and they've always been stronger than any united British identity. Most people were happy with Britain's mixed system of limited monarchy, but there were also political opinions. There were radicals who were inspired by the Enlightenment or nostalgic for the Republican Commonwealth and wanted to open up the elitist system to common man. On the other side of the political spectrum, King James II did not take this so-called glorious revolution lying down. He fought a brief but bitter military campaign against William and Mary and set up a royal court in France in exile after his defeat. An underground movement in Britain continued to support James and his descendants. This movement included a lot of Catholics and was largely concentrated in his family's traditional heartland of Scotland. They were called Jacobites, after the Latin version of James. For decades after the Glorious Revolution, the British government was plagued by Jacobite plots and uprisings. The most serious challenge came in 1745, when King James II's grandson, popularly known as Bonnie Prince Charlie, smuggled himself into Scotland and raised an army to march on London. He had picked the right time to strike. France was willing to back a rebellion with money and with arms, and much of the British army was far away on the European mainland, fighting another one of King Frederick the Great's wars. For a time, it looked like the prince really had a chance at returning his family to power, but eventually his non-professional, feudal-style army was worn down by government forces trained and equipped by modern methods. Bonnie Prince Charlie's rebellion was romanticized in later periods, but the Jacobite movement declined quickly after his defeat. The government's victory and subsequent crackdown on Jacobites and their sympathizers proved that it became powerful and effective enough to handle even serious internal threats. So that would be the system of government throughout the Napoleonic Wars. A monarchy, but one in which the parliament had a great deal of power, and a degree of civil rights were granted to the population. But we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves here. This was definitely not a democracy. Members of parliament certainly didn't think of themselves as representing the people, and if you look at how they were elected, it's clear why. Voting requirements varied from place to place, but generally political participation was restricted to property holders. Probably somewhere between 5 and 10% of the population could vote. Worse, seats were apportioned according to tradition, not population. There were constituencies called rotten boroughs, with only a tiny handful of voters, sometimes under a dozen, and they were booming cities of thousands with no representation of their own. Members of parliament were not paid, which meant only men of independent means could afford to serve. Elections and parliamentary politics ran on corruption. Bribery wasn't just commonplace, it was completely endemic, part of the system. The lubrication kept the machinery of government running. Seats in the so-called rotten boroughs were sometimes openly auctioned off to the highest bidder. There was no secret ballot. Everyone in the district knew how everyone else voted, which often meant the local lord or some other powerful layer had called the shots. Political parties in the modern sense had not really developed yet, so politicians relied on informal networks and personal relationships to get things done, that often had patronage or bribes. There were no strong laws against what we today would think of as corruption, and it certainly wasn't a political culture that punished that kind of behavior, so graft occurred right out in the open. British politics was a messy, raucous business in the 18th century. With most of the population shut out of the process, the main division was not between right or left, as we might think of it, but between the interests of various factions of the wealthy elite. The merchants, bankers, and businessmen on one side, and the rural landowners and traditional aristocracy on the other. Over time, these loose factions would coalesce into the Whigs and Tories, respectively, but it's a little anachronistic to think of them as political parties like the ones we know today. For all its faults, the system actually kind of worked. It was a corrupt, elitist basket case by modern standards, but the British government of the 18th century was perhaps the most effective and democratic in the world. Almost everywhere else in Europe, any opposition to the traditional ruling elite had to stay underground. In Britain, they were allowed to openly compete for power. Obviously, the system was stacked against any serious challenge, but there were a few self-described radicals sitting in Parliament. During the American War of Independence, radical Whigs openly expressed sympathy for the rebels. Their leader, Charles Fox, went so far as to wear a Continental Army uniform on the floor of the House of Commons. It's hard to imagine something like that being tolerated anywhere else. But beginning in the 1790s, Britain became less tolerant of political dissent and radicalism. The country was at war, and an ideological threat from revolutionary France made the British elite nervous. Politics are not the most important part of the story of 18th century Britain. The biggest change during this period came in the economy. Despite what you sometimes read, the British economy was not industrialized during the Napoleonic Wars. The Industrial Revolution was still in a preliminary stage when the Battle of Waterloo was fought in 1815. Rudimentary steam engines had been invented, but they were mostly just used as water pumps. Railroads were still in the experimental stage. Most of the tiny number of operational lines in Britain ran only a few miles and used horsepower rather than coal and steam. The only industry that was really mechanized to any degree at this stage was textiles. And even then, most production happened in small workshops or even family homes where the owner had invested in just a single machine. The power loom was the pinnacle of textile manufacturing technology around this time. About 2,500 of them existed in Britain during the Napoleonic Wars. There would be 10 times that many by the 1850s. This was the most modern industry in Britain, but clearly still traditional methods dominated. So when you think of British industry at this time, don't think of vast factories with thousands of workers, rail lines snaking across the landscape, smokestacks churning out smog and blackened whole cities. All of those stereotypical images of the Industrial Revolution, that's the world of the late 90s. It will still be decades in the future when our story ends. But the building blocks that would make that world possible were starting to fall into place. There were very few factories in the sense we think of them, but new machines and new methods were beginning to appear in workshops, farms, and family businesses. A few large workshops were beginning to resemble factories of the future. Most British people had never even seen a railroad by 1815, but the government had invested in a good network of roads and canals to bring goods to market efficiently. Related industries were beginning to cluster together in regional and national hubs like Birmingham and Manchester, which cut down on costs and improved efficiency. There was a frenzy of commercial shipbuilding. These new merchant vessels brought manufactured goods abroad, where they were often cheaper than domestic products. This was new. For most of human history, the combination of high transportation costs and traditional artisanal methods meant that most people bought things that were manufactured very close to home. The economic boom brought more money into Britain than ever before, both into government coffers and into private hands. With so much wealth to experiment with, financiers and bureaucrats began developing new ways to manage it and make it grow. The British financial system was beginning to resemble a modern one. By the 18th century, London had become one of the world's great banking centers, and one of the only stock markets in all of Europe. Easy credit meant more investment, providing more fuel for the economy. British financiers and stock traders of this period were beginning to pioneer a lot of the practices still used in this today. The merchant class was on the rise everywhere in the Western world, but in most places they remained shut out of the political system. This was not the case in Britain, and as a result, the British government and even the aristocracy began to take on some of the same commercial ethos that was growing in the private sector. Many within the British elite began to view businessmen and bankers as the class of people the government should be protecting and promoting rather than agricultural landowners. The government followed business in becoming more financially sophisticated. There was a central bank and more sophisticated types of bonds. As a result, the government was able to spend more money more effectively. To countries with more primitive financial systems, it seemed the British government had an endless fountain of money. This is how the British were able to do things like subsidize Prussia during Frederick the Great's wars while simultaneously funding their own war effort, or building up the Royal Navy into a force several times the size of its rivals. The government raised more money and was able to stretch every pound further. The British were beginning to grasp the fundamental calculus of the industrial era. That real power did not flow from guns, land, and noble titles, but from credit and commerce. As they always do, these major economic and political changes transformed all of society. New farming techniques led to an agricultural boom, and as the rural population grew and the need for farm labor decreased, people streamed into cities looking for work, and they often found it. The industry was prospering, and cheap labor was more fuel for the manufacturing boom. Life was hard for the urban poor. These growing cities were loud, crowded, unsanitary, dangerous places. If you were lucky enough to find a job, chances were good you'd work more than 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and still barely make enough money to get by. Workers' rights were nearly non-existent, and labor unions were illegal. Under such conditions, in the city of London, for example, more people died than were born. But even with a negative birth rate, the population of the city nearly doubled between 1700 and 1800. More than enough people were coming into the city from the countryside to compensate. And it wasn't all drudgery and death. Many common people did do well for themselves, or at least escaped a harder and less exciting life of rural poverty. City life could be brutal and dangerous for the average person. It was also exciting and enriching. There were all sorts of entertainments and luxuries, plays, pubs, dances, street performers, races, and boxing matches. For the high-minded, there were educational opportunities in schools and libraries, newspapers and magazines to read, and lively coffee houses in which to discuss them. And there were new religious movements that catered to the spiritual needs of average people. On the sleazier side, there were also gin shops, bookies, brothels, and a thriving black market in underground pamphlets full of pornography or profane and seditious satire. This sure wasn't idyllic life in the green and pleasant fields of merry old England. It was loud, crude, fast-paced, and endlessly entertaining. Life in the booming cities ended tragically for many, but you could have some good times along the way. And faced with poverty and boredom in the country, many people took their chances. The great French Enlightenment writer Voltaire spent some time in England during the 1720s. Despite being an arch cynic raised in the traditional French sense of cultural superiority over Britain, he was very impressed by what he saw. He came to like England and like the English. Voltaire believed what set Britain apart was the strong influence of the merchant classes, which made society as a whole more closely in line with their values and their interests. And I think he probably had a point. Britain had a much more pluralistic and open society than the one Voltaire had left behind in France. Religious minorities were allowed to practice with relative freedom. A degree of free expression was possible, which allowed a lively journalism and literary scene. The British elite seemed more open to new ideas. Both the government and wealthy private individuals patronized the arts and sciences, and they were much more enthusiastic about it and less threatened by the Enlightenment. King George III himself was a major financial contributor to one of the greatest projects of the British Enlightenment, Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, to which everyone involved in the study of history today owes a debt. But this wasn't some egalitarian utopia. An aristocratic title still carried a lot of weight in government, in culture, and in everyday life. Society was becoming more commercially oriented and thus more meritocratic, but anyone without money or the ability and luck to distinguish themselves were still on the outside, and enjoyed in the fruits of Britain's prosperity only indirectly. Still, the country had moved further away from the old, rigid feudal system than almost any other society. There's an anecdote about Britain Voltaire wrote about, and I think it sums all of this up pretty well. During his stay in England, Voltaire learned that the Earl of Oxford, who was a very senior nobleman and a major politician, had a younger brother who lived in the Ottoman Empire, where he worked in the import-export business. This totally blew Voltaire away. Most Frenchmen descended from that high level of nobility would consider it way too far beneath them to go live in some foreign country and participate in grubby business deals. Voltaire felt it showed how commerce was valued and respected in Britain in a way that it was not elsewhere in England. Voltaire wrote that the British believed, correctly in his eyes, that a man contributed more to society by working as a merchant than by living the traditional life of an aristocrat. Whether you agree with him on that or not, I think it's important to understand that worldview was something that set Britain apart. Britain had never looked strong in economics or politics, but 18th century British diplomacy was a different story. By the middle of the century, Prussia was Britain's only major European ally. They fought together through the wars of Frederick the Great, but there was constant friction. The Prussians felt the British were holding back, not committing enough troops to fight on the European mainland, and being stingy with their promised financial support. The British resented having to spend so much money subsidizing Frederick's ambitions. The Allies finally fell out once and for all over the peace treaty negotiations at the end of the 7 Years' War in 1762. Britain was alone. France felt humiliated by the terms of the peace, and British diplomatic isolation represented an opportunity for revenge. When rebel forces in America began winning victories against the British Army, the French pounced. France, Spain, and later the Netherlands declared war on Britain in support of the rebel United States of America. Many other European powers joined in indirectly, giving financial and diplomatic support to the rebels. The Royal Navy was the biggest and best in the world, but against the combined forces of France, Spain, the Netherlands, and the United States, it was incapable of simultaneously defending Britain from invasion, controlling the supply routes across the Atlantic, and supporting the Army's operations in America. Continuing the war was impossible, and Britain was forced to sue for peace and recognize the United States. The defeat stunned the British public. There was prosperity and stability at home, and the victory in the 7 Years' War was still fresh in people's minds. There had been a feeling of invincibility, and it was suddenly shattered by a humiliating defeat. The military had actually performed relatively well, but in a sense, the war had been lost by bad diplomacy and political missteps before it even started. You might compare it to the American defeat in Vietnam. The government and the military had made mistakes, to be sure, but the reason for defeat was that the whole war was a bad idea from the beginning. This was hard for people to wrap their heads around. They'd entered the war sure of victory. The enemy looked so much weaker, and the reasons for defeat were vague. It was a blow to national confidence. As always happens in the wake of such a defeat, the British government and military engaged in some self-reflection. Both improved in the long term, but it was a serious stumble. This was a bad time for British foreign policy, but it could have been worse. The loss of America stung, but the rest of the colonial empire remained intact and had actually expanded. Most importantly, it had stopped France from gaining control over any ports in the Low Countries. Before the invention of steam-powered ships, modern-day Belgium and the Netherlands were the best starting point for a theoretical invasion of Britain from Europe. Preventing France or any other hostile power from controlling this area was paramount to British security. The growth of British power wasn't just about peaceful commerce and tolerance. There was a dark side. For entire nations of people, Britain's rise mostly brought suffering, tyranny, and death. British merchants dominated the African slave trade and operated many of the biggest markets for slaves, the plantation colonies in the Caribbean. This was a system of almost unimaginable cruelty. For many slaves in the New World, particularly in the Caribbean, life was comparable to that of inmates in a Nazi concentration camp. Over the course of the 18th century, slavery actually became more brutal and brutalized, and the racial caste system that dehumanized black people and denied them the material and social benefits of the wider society grew stricter and more entrenched. Nothing about the British Empire seems tolerant or progressive from this point. We must not forget that although British prosperity was built in part on the ingenuity of businessmen and inventors, it was also built on the backs of their victims. This is also the period in which the British became the main power in India. Most of their control was indirect and informal. Britain exercised power through the East India Company, a private corporation, and through Indian rulers who were technically just allies of the British, but in practice were subordinate to British ambassadors and advisors. The French and the Dutch had smaller footholds in the region as well, and there were still a few strong, independent Indian states who struggled hard to maintain their sovereignty. But through commerce, diplomacy, and conquest, British influence was creeping in all over the subcontinent. By now, some of you are probably wondering why I haven't really discussed Ireland. That's because, although Ireland was legally a part of Britain, I think it belongs in this part of the conversation, discussing Britain's colonies and their dark side. That's the best way to think of Ireland at this time. Britain's oldest imperial conquest, colonial possession right on the edge of Western Europe. 18th century Ireland had a caste system based on religious and national order. The Anglo-Irish were a tiny ruling elite, mostly descended from British nobility. They were probably less than 5% of the population, but they dominated life on the island. Only the Anglo-Irish enjoyed the same type of civil rights and political freedom most people in the rest of Britain enjoyed. Another 10 to 15% of the population belonged to different Protestant groups who enjoyed limited rights. But the vast majority of people in Ireland were of native Irish descent, Catholics, and spoke the Irish language. They were treated as a conquered people, distrusted and often despised by their rulers. Very few native Irish owned property, which was actually an explicit goal of British policy in Ireland. Most scraped by as tenant farmers. Each social group in Ireland was legally separate from one another, subject to different laws and granted different rights and privileges, almost like an 18th century apartheid. Ireland's history of seemingly tireless resistance to British rule has been romanticized over the years, and not without good reason. But the 18th century was actually a relatively quiet period in Irish history compared to what came before or what would come after. The 17th century had seen several bloody wars and rebellions over control of the island. In fact, the miserable condition of the native Irish Catholics of the 18th century was in part a result of these conflicts. The the British administration wanted to keep land, wealth, or any other resource that could potentially be used to fund a rebellion out of Irish hands. And they were pretty successful. Most of the native Irish elite fled abroad or had their property seized and were reduced to poverty. Native Irish power was broken. Most were focused on personal survival, not national liberation. As we'll see later in the story, when the struggle against British domination resumed at the end of the 18th century, most of the early sparks of resistance actually came from Protestants. After all, they were the only people who really had the means. I'll close out this episode by talking a little bit about the British military. The British Army was small compared to the other European powers. Great Britain and Ireland are islands, so there was no need for a large force to cover a land border, and the history of tension between the monarchy and Parliament made many in Britain skeptical of large standing armies. The British Army may have been undersized, but it punched above its weight. These were some of the best trained, best equipped troops in the world. Leadership was good too. Unlike most European countries, the upper ranks of the army were open to commoners as well as aristocrats. This wasn't a meritocracy. Ranks actually had monetary values and were bought and sold like pieces of property, but the system did have some meritocratic elements and was open to a bigger pool of people. As most of you probably know, the Royal Navy was the pride of the British Armed Forces during this time. It was the biggest navy in Europe, the most modern ships and equipment. Britain had a long, deeply ingrained maritime tradition, and huge merchant and fishing fleets. This meant that there was a big pool of educated, talented officers and experienced sailors to draw from. This was an incredibly important factor in the performance of an 18th century navy. Skills and knowledge required to operate a sailing vessel could only be acquired through years of experience. Sailing was a way of life. You couldn't just take someone who had never been to sea, put them on a warship, and expect them to perform the duties of a sailor well. Experienced sailors were a precious, exhaustible resource, and Britain had far more of them than any other country. It's hard to overstate the power and skill of the Royal Navy, but we shouldn't think of it as invincible. Certainly no one at the time did, including the British. The legendary reputation of the Royal Navy was largely created during this period. It didn't already exist. When revolutionary France declared war on Britain in 1793, everyone's last memory of the British Navy in action was the American Revolution, in which they experienced some defeats. No one underestimated the Royal Navy, but there was no reason to believe it couldn't be beaten. So that was Britain. As I hope I've showed you, by the time of the Napoleonic Wars, the elements that would lead to British dominance of the 19th century were already starting to develop. They were on the cusp of great things. But I don't want to give you the impression it was inevitable. Britain was strong and poised to get even stronger, but they could have been beaten and very nearly were. No one can see the future. The British themselves had largely stumbled upon their successful economic and political system by chance, and they were only just beginning to understand its capabilities. That's all for now. There will be no new episode next week, as I'll be busy with final exams, but I'll be back in 2 weeks' time with the most important episode yet, Friends. Finally, thank you to everyone who's made a suggestion for the bonus show. You've done some good ones. You've still got a couple more weeks if you want to join in. Just chip into the fundraiser at patreon.com/AgeofNapoleon, and you'll receive a submission form. Well, that's it. Thanks for joining me.
Well, the good thing about you being arrested 3 times is we knew you didn't drop the stove because you didn't pick it up. How long did you spend in jail longest time?
Longest time with I mean, I got bailed out every time, but I think the longest time was like 7 hours for that DUI.
Oh, you're a gangster.
And you're the youngest of how many siblings? 4. And I didn't even get prosecuted for that DUI.
Hi, I'm Mike Troll, host of the American Revolution podcast on the Average Media Network. This podcast is the origin story of the United States, how we went from colonies ruled by a king to the democratic republic that we have today. The American Revolution podcast tells the story of the revolution from beginning to end. Please subscribe for free. We're available on all major podcast platforms. I hope you will join me today on the American Revolution podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perlez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcast. I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Rothschild magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talked to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talked to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
So you got to take this very seriously. That's good for everybody else. It's easy to get down on yourself. It's easy for you to assume this isn't going to work out. But if you really put the work in and take this seriously, everything will be fine. But you just got to follow the podcast on social media. You can't fucking half-ass this if you really want to grow up. So if this is really something you don't need a Twitter account, you background work, and you're just putting together the money and it's you gave it a shot, you want to be able to say that. But if you really want to give it a shot, you got to put a shitload of effort in. So why don't you try that?
I still don't totally understand how that's actually good for the show.
I'll be homeless before I go home. The thing is, I got to tell you why. I can't tell you. I'll be homeless.
I thought you didn't get convinced. How the fuck can you lie?
Yeah, it still comes up on your record.
What about Lyft?
And by the way, thanks a lot to all of you who are supporting me personally. Anyway, this is a big episode,
I
so
hope you
let's get
figure it
into
out, man. If you really want to do it, you're going to be fine. You know what I mean? But you're going to have to go out of your comfort zone. I did jobs and did shit that I absolutely hated. There was a period of time where I was waiting tables while working here at the store, and I would literally, during the day, lunch shifts. 9 years ago, I'd be waiting tables at this Italian restaurant close to Queens, and I would literally be at a table, and I would take a break real quick and go outside and cry for like 30 seconds, and then I'd go back in, wipe the tears, just be like, hey, is that lemonade you wanted? Like, they would never know. I was taking a break like every 3 minutes to cry for 30 seconds, and then come back in, and I swear to God, I mean, I've witnessed this to prove that.
Maybe 8 years ago, helped me assemble my IKEA kitchen side by side.
That was like an honor. I remember being like, oh my God, I can't believe like how we able to put together an IKEA set. I swear to God, it was like at the time, it's one of those amazing gigs. Same thing with Steve and Azizi letting me dog sit for him. He used to pay me like a couple $100 a month. We'd go out of town for November. I would dog sit for him. And it was like a game, life-changing shit. So, you know, now I really the hustle your fucking ass off, and maybe you gotta stop losing, even though you get that character. Yeah, just you'll be fine. Just but you really gotta fucking hustle. So, how old are you? Yeah, had a good time. You can still have a great time, but now it's time to drop a little bit. You got it. All right. There you go, Anthony Amarello. We're going to stay in touch with Anthony. We're going to figure out, we're going to keep an eye on this developing story. That was nice. There he goes, sipping warm PBR all the way back to his seat. Already making the big change. Yeah. The changes are alright. It's starting to take it seriously. Yeah, but one more time for Anthony, everybody.
I feel like we got a lot of heart on that one.
We talked a lot about monarchs who were born and
plasma or donate plasma
the great Catherine the Great, of Austria.
Really? They would accept your plasma.
Here's an example. All the other.
Why is this blood 20% glucose?
I love how like you're being like really humble for like 45 seconds, and then you're like, but that was before the Netflix.
Now, I'm not normally a fan of psychoanalyzing telepathy.
Popular historians seem to like doing this a lot more than
I pulled another name out of the bucket. I feel like it's a new name. I might be wrong.
That said, there was an incident from the childhood of Louis XIV that I think of movie. Louis became king when he was a small boy. France was politically unstable in the 17th century. He was too young to support the government.
Yes, I have big guys. Yeah,
there were civil wars and rebellions as different groups within society fought to and in one of these rebellions, a mob broke into the king's residence
There he goes. That's fucking absolutely disgusting. Who did Josh Martin?
Courageous move to
hang around.
The guards soon arrived to clear the mob out, and they left peacefully. So the whole incident really ran close proximity to anybody.
Highly disdated.
I bet he's not going to do that opener.
You've probably only seen a regular person that floats a few times in his life, and certainly never in such a large, uncontrolled group with no secret
This is the first time anyone's ever gotten thrown out of a
and that was just the most notable of several incidents during his childhood.
Dylan, we love your heart, man. Please come back when you don't have pink eye. We just all work so much on such high caliber projects that we can't get sick. We hope you understand.
Not even.
I believe his last name's Gray and his eye is pink.
Worse, many of the region's enemies would come to cover their pillar.
Does anybody know that guy?
No.
Never seen him before? No.
Raised to believe that his family's close friends
I was confident if you were all fucking friends with them. I was confident in my decision, but not that guy.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Paper towel. No, you did it with the Clorox. Yeah, with Josh. You really took care of it.
Josh, was that it?
You get a Clorox wipe and then you dried it off. Oh, great job.
You never trusted the nobility.
Josh
Martin.
Can you touch the mic stand out and bring it back?
To phase out.
He did?
Mic stand,
Josh. Make it more sanitizer.
It's got all over the place. We need you to stroke this, like this whole thing.
My God, that is almost just... Really? I mean, you only got one wipe? Josh, what are you doing? We're waiting for the thing to be sanitized.
Al, you got a new TV show, right? Are you about to talk about it? Yeah. We'll start next week.
Showtime. I'm dying up here. I'll imagine starring and writing in it, ladies and gentlemen. How about that? Keep an eye
out stand-up comedy.
Full mic replacement going on. Still no wiping at the mic stand.
I really only care about the mic stand. That's all I touch. The mic stand. But now you have to go back and get the number right.
Even the deck in the house is built their side, so for political purposes.
Al is in dying up here. They're taping that soon, and that's coming out.
I think in winter, January.
Winter, December, January. Why not promote more things instead of the show? I'm going to be in Cleveland next week, Tulsa, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, and Boston's Robo Theater. For those of you listening to the live stream right now, keep your eye on those dates. TonyHitchcock.com. We're dying up here. Clean and good to go. You guys ready for this? We've had people are fucking disgusting. Bobby Lee does it. He's doing these things with a microphone in their mouth and shit like that. Don't stand for that, you guys. Anybody like looks gross, send them on their way. Yeah. If you're ever sick, just take the night off. You can't get people who are sick. I can't lie. That guy's eye looked like he was about to fall out of the fucking socket. That was like perfect.
He looked at me in the eye, and it was like I was staring into the eye of Sauron from Lord of the Rings. I was like, what? I have pink eye. I was like,
his eye looked like it had 3 feet of hole in it. His eye looked like a Pokemon ball.
The only difficult section is the course.
Sometimes that lets us know when we've reached our limit of notes on the subject. Yeah, I knew I shouldn't attack that.
Project of building up the French monarchy was the grandest and most powerful in Europe.
Outrage and spin-off show. Put your hands together for your next comedian that looks like another new
Louis'
name.
administrative reforms
Tyler
brought in more
Lazar.
tax revenue than ever before. And that covered his costs. The royal
Anything
government
can happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Ironically, Louis XIV was succeeded by another child king, his grandson Louis XV.
Is that right?
Louis XIV
I'm in the Navy and about to get out right now. Pretty stoked. Grow some facial hair, look a little generically white. And I joined the Navy like 6 years ago. And when I joined the Navy, my whole perception of the Navy was the movie Top Gun. So I was like really stoked to work these like pilots. Top Gun. I stutter a little bit.
This looked like a disaster for
Fucking Maverick.
Philippe was one of the most famous noblemen in the
Val
country,
Kilmer, really good
but
looking
most of
dude.
his love of debauchery
6 years in the Navy, I haven't met a single Maverick right now.
Worse,
Maybe like one
his
goose.
position as regent
A couple geese.
promised to restore many of the old feudal powers and privileges of the nobility that Louis
And the one's all right, you know, we
XIV fought
can't.
so hard to abuse. But things weren't as bad as
I love
they
it.
could be.
We can't all be
Even
Tom
in a
Cruise. You know what I'm
moralistic
saying? We
age,
can't all be Tom Cruise.
people assumed he was some
5'6",
monster
plays
because
6'2".
he liked
It's very
drinking women.
difficult.
But he actually wasn't
These
a bad
fucking
guy.
nerds.
He was generally kind, merciful, loyal to his friends,
They saw this
and
movie,
genuinely
right?
committed
I
to
love
what we today might call public service.
Wow.
Particularly
Oh, that's
for
great.
being lenient and enforcing censorship laws.
I have so
Without
many
Philippe,
questions.
the permissive environment that allowed
So,
the
how old are
enlightenment
you?
to flourish in Paris
Yeah,
may
good
have
question.
never taken
How old are you?
24.
But Philippe's reign also
Yeah, he's
goes
done
to
the stuff
show
before,
the
doesn't he?
qualities that
Really?
make a person
Is that
decent
true, Tyler?
and
No, I've never been on
drawbacks
here
in war.
Oh, you must
Philippe
have
was a
seen him in
soft
the OR or
guy,
something
looked
like
to help
that. That
out
happened to
with
me
some
last
money,
week.
with a job in the
It's
government,
probably just
he
because it's
runs a
a
solid
Top Gun
story.
show.
Person
I
like
got a
that.
single person in the
No one to rein him in.
Top
He
Gun
spent
joke
lavishly
before.
on spices
And the other
and
half
embarrassed
has
the
the
government
doesn't
for
know what
his
Top Gun
scandals.
is anymore. I would hope
Loyal
they
to
do.
one's friends is
Yeah, Tyler, it really
quality,
seems like you're
but
banking
as a
on
high
the fact that
nobleman,
everybody
calls
watched Top
Philippe's
Gun in the
friends
past
or
week.
other high noblemen.
Your references are out of control. You pretty much named every cast member.
He's frittering away
Is
all the
it
royal
me or are you
powers
making
on
a
things.
joke? Top Gun has to be
The
about the Air
nobility
Force,
were
right?
remaining
No,
at
no,
the
maybe.
Philippe served as a regent for 7 years
What,
before
what else
expressing
are you
command
talking
and
about? How long you been doing it?
he got out.
About a year sporadically. Still in the Navy. It's really hard to get. I'm getting out, so I'm getting more
As
time.
Philippe
Sure.
declined, Louis XV, grandson of
I
the
was in Washington
was declared
on
an
one
adult
of the carriers,
capable
and
of
then I was in
ruling
San
by
Clemente
himself
Island
in
for the last 2 years.
1722.
Jesus, sounds
That
like you
might
went
have
to
been true in a
the
literal
Navy to
sense,
go on
but
vacation
he
or
rarely
something like
stated
that.
that sure or
Washington
competent
and St.
for any of
Clemente
the
doesn't
52
sound that
years
bad.
he ruled.
San Clemente
There have
Island is
been a
like
few
dog shit. It's
attempts
just a
to
desert island.
reevaluate him by modern
Whereas
scholars,
yeah,
but generally,
you know where
Louis
Catalina is?
XV
Yeah.
was considered a
South
bad
Catalina,
king in
and
his
they
own
just like
time,
bomb shit there.
and most historians
What
say
were
so.
you doing there?
I'm air
Louis
traffic
XV
controller,
was an
so I talk to all
intelligent
the
man,
pilots.
but
Yeah,
he
so I was
never
gonna
took
ask
much
how you
interest
do
in the
that
royal
once
administration.
you
His
so
grandfather
get a job.
created
I
an
don't like it.
absolute system
You don't like being an
to
air traffic
operate a
No.
concerted,
Try to do
active
this.
monarchy.
When you're air traffic controlling, you sporadically just burst into laughter like a villain.
Sorry.
That was really funny.
Parts of it
I
became
would
an
think
active
your career
symptoms
choices
of
go
corruption.
and laugh about.
Vicious neighbors filled the war.
You just
His
the
fame
nervous
was
laugh
dangerous
was just the way
level
you
of
did. It's like I'm gonna try to do this.
resurgent feudal institutions vied for power with the weakened
It's
branches
never gonna work.
absolute state.
Why am I giving it a shot? Oh well,
Louis
I figured out it was
XIV
not
had
going
always
well,
been
and I
careful to
fucking
hold
no.
himself
I think it
away
was certainly
from
charming. I
most
think your
debauched,
personality, like
frivolous
you
aspects of
look
life
funny.
at those times.
I mean, that's
He indulged himself in drinking
well, no,
and
that's a
partying
huge
with
compliment. I
affairs,
started
but
because
always in
people
moderation.
like my little brother's
The
friends.
Sun King
When I
never
was,
forgot
I
that
always
literary
wanted to be a
court
stand-up
life
comic,
himself
but
was in large
they
part
would
a
laugh at
distraction.
just looking at me.
Mirage,
I was like, oh, if I could just add words to this, then they would.
His grandson, Louis
Great.
XV,
Yeah,
seems
funny.
not
Look,
to
you
have
got
had that
that
same
part down. I
understanding.
can just say
He
something
fully
that's
embraced
hilarious.
the
Yeah, I got
feelings of
nervous
himself,
and
often
I didn't
preferring to
react. I didn't handle it well.
as
Well,
conflict
it's
with
tough.
social
Everyone's had a struggle today, so just relax and get comfortable.
Unlike his grandfather,
Right,
he rarely bothered with any meetings with visited monsters or even ventured outside his palaces.
Take it from Pat, who's been
It's
trying to do
fundamental
that the
to be
entire
more about
episode.
having a good time than the safety and prosperity
Again,
of the
Pat,
country
you've
they
been
rule.
two good ones.
Louis XV's
Tyler, tell us
constant
more about
drunken
yourself. You've been in the
antics and
Navy. All
sex
we know about you is that
were
you
fodder
are
for the
a over-the-top
Bergen
Top Gun fan.
press.
How long have
This
you been
could
trying to grow
contribute
that
to what
beard?
scholars
What
call
is that?
desacralization
I've
of
never
fresh
been
water.
before.
In early days, it's not good, but I'm giving it to the concept of the divine right of king seriously
I'll give it another week.
Almost like gods.
I
But
couldn't
by the
quite
beginning of the
decipher
18th century,
what the joke was
thanks to
even about. Were
Louis,
you saying that there weren't
people
that
became
many attractive
accustomed
guys
to
in the
reading
Navy and you were
about
looking
Yeah, I
for
started
one?
stuttering because I was drinking beer. My mouth got dry. I was fucking mad funny. But I was saying, like, pilots, they're fucking
He began
dorks.
to seem more like a
Like, they look
regular
really cool
flawed
in
man
movies. I thought expected that, but they're really.
and men can be replaced.
Where do you think these pilots think of the air traffic
Anyway,
controllers
fortunately
down
for
below?
France,
It just sounds like them where to go in reverse and where apart.
It also probably comes from that they were like assholes, so I could probably come from
Yeah, are pilots really assholes? Do they ever crack the window? Like, get out of the way, faggot! You know what I
I had
mean?
to work my way to school positions. And like I had to get a coffee and do all the planning. I handled the airplane, so like
Coffee, that's an air traffic controller
And
thing?
she wasn't some silent power behind
stuttered a
her.
little bit. Is that
For example, she personally directed the
No,
war after the 7 Years' War,
but
even issuing orders to
I just
French
got dry
generals
mouth.
and
Yeah, I'm
She
nervous.
was also a major patron of art, the new philosophy and
So,
science
what's
of
some
the
crazy
Enlightenment.
things that
Madame
is
Pompadour was
non-Navy
unlikely
related about you?
Yeah, what else
but
can
remarkable.
people
With a few bright
interesting?
spots
Dating
including
life, like,
dismal rank.
Get a lot
I got
of
a girlfriend.
And
Yeah, how
yes,
long have
she
you guys
also
been dating?
invented the Pompadour
About
hairstyle.
2 years
Where'd you meet her?
in the
Louis
Navy.
XV was
Wow.
She's
massively
so mad.
unpopular,
She's,
and he knew
it's a
it.
secret. You're not allowed to
He
date.
gave it
Nobody
to France
has to
right
see
back.
this, guys.
His
If
weak,
they don't
incompetent,
know what
corrupt,
this already,
and
he's
damaged
no.
credibility becomes one of the silver
What's her role in the Navy?
Same job. We worked
The worst
together.
Same job.
I met her, and I was probably like 3
The
or 4
world
ranks higher than
government
her.
was completely
So
hemorrhaging money.
That's
Police
really
ministers
yeah, right.
released
You can't be doing that.
coordinated
Yeah.
attempts to
Did she
raise
give
more
you hand
revenue
jobs? Did
and
she go like that?
expenditures. But the death of the element
I don't know. It's so
was
stupid.
leaving crisis levels.
Yo,
The sad
that
irony is
Thank
comparatively
you.
blameless
Again,
successor
it's
is
the,
the one who
the
suffers so
podcast
much
you
from
must
monarchical
visually
failure.
watch.
Louis
Tyler.
XV died in his bed
So
in
that's interesting. She's an
1774.
air traffic
When the
controller
revolution
to
broke out in
4
earnest,
ranks
one
below
of the
you.
first things the
we'll never
Paris
the same.
mobs did
Well,
was
Well, I'm
tear down
out,
the
but
statue
we're the same.
in the name.
Oh, you're out, man.
But that was still in the future.
How long's that been?
In
Well,
1774,
I
people
saved
in
up all
France
my
were
vacation
rejoicing.
days, so like
That old
from
king was
June
dead,
to
and
mid
his
August, I'm
successor,
still
his
in, but I never
grandson,
flew
Louis
back.
XVI,
I'm gonna take
had a
it all the time.
reputation as
All
a
right.
kind, progressive,
That's great.
who loved the common people of France.
That's
People
interesting.
were so
So,
looking
and she,
forward
when
to
she's
him
done,
taking the
she'll
throne.
join you, I guess.
The press had nicknamed
Well,
her
are other guys trying to
desired
bang her all the time, though? Isn't that terrible?
We know
That's
it wouldn't
the
last,
weird thing
but
in
it
the
was a real
Navy.
moment
It's
of
like
optimism,
the girls
even
are
elation.
dime adults and stuff. Wait, that's that.
So that's what was going on.
Yeah, you used to be opposite.
Yeah,
But that
yeah. So
world
there's a lot of
of course
competition,
was
but on
only
Sex Money
accessible
Island,
to a tiny elite
pretty
within the
smooth.
elite.
Right.
The rest of the episode, I'd like to
That's
talk
a
about
funny
what was
character
going
that you
on
can
in the
play.
rest
Like
of
you
the
just walk up and go, hey, how you doing?
It's a
I love to
revolution.
bang.
Everything in French life was
How'd that go?
dictated by social positions
Yeah,
and
he laughs
old
like
feudal
I
hierarchy.
can keep picturing like an
The
imaginary.
aristocracy was small
Can we try to act that out? Like walk up
They were
to
under 1%
the
of
opening
the
line
population.
and hey
maybe
everybody,
less than
what's your
half.
name again?
The
Tyler.
nobles
Yeah, it's just
dominated
like,
everything.
everybody,
They
Tyler.
owned a huge portion of the land.
Yeah, like those are sex. Those are the sex things that'll make our English not really happy.
Hello,
They enjoyed
my name's
exemption
Tyler,
from
and
most types
I
of
like to bang.
taxation. They were subject only to their own
Yeah, it works,
social
right?
laws and courts.
I like this.
It actually
Only
works.
nobles could attend the best educational institutions or hold high ranks in the army.
What else, Tyler? Anything else?
Commoners were even legally required to bow and adopt their
What about you
caps
guys?
in the sight of men in public.
That works.
Hey, how
It's
many
important
times?
to
How many
keep in
times
mind
a day you say I
status
love
came
you to
from
your
birth.
girlfriend?
It wasn't a case of the haves and the have-nots.
Jesus.
Really?
Or the legendary
He
rich
has to.
commons.
You don't understand how many
With the
guys are
poor,
trying to
none
fuck
of them
his
are going to
girlfriend.
work. They were legally forbidden from taking part in most kinds
And
of
not to
business
mention
or
she's air traffic controlling.
thousands of nobles lived at their sides. But life there was extravagantly expensive. Even
I
with
don't get it,
facilities
but delivered it.
It was equivalent. The next best thing was residing in a fancy
So
neighborhood in
Tyler, let me
Paris.
ask you this: when you were on the same island with her, you guys would have top secret hookups. Like, how would you do that on a deserted island?
Some of the poorest nobles were not much better off
I'm not
than
gonna
those
go
around
for
them.
that.
Yeah, we can take
There was a small degree of social mobility.
Okay.
Government offices in this
Never in
period
trouble,
were
baby.
bought,
Yeah,
sold,
sorry. How much longer does she have
just like
until she's
property.
out?
And many of them came with another title.
3 more years?
So, if one of these offices
Yeah,
was
this
vacant,
one's not
or
work
the
out.
wealthy families supported, they could effectively
Sorry,
buy their
Tyler.
way into
You're,
the neighborhood.
I don't think 20
You
times
can
a day
probably
is enough
imagine
to
the
keep her.
aristocracy was incredibly
Wow,
snobbish
check
and often
Shit.
nosy with these
Almost found
newcomers.
that last night.
But wealthy new nobles usually
I
had
still
no
think we
problem
all had
letting
fucking
their
big guy.
children off to eminent
I'm
gold
sorry,
families who
but
That was creepy.
One of the biggest
The Rangers
privileges
probably has it performing the pen that he gave her to sign his will.
obviously has been the most financial
Connection. You guys all got
much
the
more than
pin.
point of
We gotta
pride.
seal the comedy store!
Of course, it was completely insane from a public policy standpoint. The legal exemption meant
Oh, thank you very much. Good luck to you. Here you go, Tyler Bizarre, everybody. Boom.
Over the course of the 18th century,
Another one down the drain. We're gonna hit our two regulars right now. Oh, we're gonna go back to the bucket one last time after our two regulars. Let's do going up first this time. You know her is always nervous, always a challenge. She's very chill, and she just started on the show whenever 6, 7, 8 months ago, whatever. And writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. It's a tough position. Here she is, Melissa Esslin, everybody. Not out of the bucket. Use 16 seconds every week.
There's shoes and a Pokeball over there. 2 Pokeballs.
The clergy were an
You know
even
those
smaller
there's one
proportion of the population than the nobility.
You know those desk
There were
birds that are
about
like,
100,000 clergymen and women in France out of a total population of over 20
I don't
million.
understand. They're like,
Still, the church played a huge role
oh
in
shit, I'm still thirsty.
Theoretically, the Catholic Church was
Listen
an
to you, I
autocracy,
drink my water.
but the distinction between nobles and
Damn it, I'm
commoners
still
was mostly
thirsty.
maintained.
I don't know. I just think they're really
Church
funny.
leaders,
I think it also would be funny if there was like this guy that gets mad every time you make them laugh. Because laughter is like a natural reaction to something's funny, right? Like something's funny that I'm not saying right now. But if you said something funny, they would laugh, and then one of you is just like, fuck you! How dare you make me laugh?
It's often see it described as a state within a state, and I think that's pretty accurate.
Fuck you!
Clergy were subject only to their own laws and courts.
Pokemon game, right? Everybody's doing it. Getting 14-year-old girls like right around the corner from getting, you know, like abducted because you're like, yeah, man, I got a rat attack, and then you're in a band.
There you go. Melissa Esslin, an unbelievably not nervous performance. You performed like you had a bunch of jokes that you were gonna do. That was just waiting for a punchline at any point almost. But performance-wise, that was your best performance. But you just didn't do any jokes. I mean, you were moving around comfortably on stage. No humps, no regrets. You have to realize that right from the get, nobody gives a shit about any balls on stage. You have to be in a desperate race to make a connection with the audience when you get on stage every single time.
Yeah, there's just a comedy of words thing that people don't realize.
Effectively farmed out
to be precise and surgical when you have, especially the opening lines. So your opening line, something in the audience,
this
something
deal
sort
worked
of
okay for
call back
centuries,
to the
but
fucking
as the
pink
government
guy,
became
something
increasingly
that,
cash
you know,
and
everyone,
capable
and then you
of
can jump
social
in.
welfare
Again,
functions
you have more
itself,
than a minute.
people began
It's
to
easier to
question
do
the
this,
usefulness
but
of
you
this
just really
arrangement.
want to be nice and concise.
And all was
But
not
like
well
I said,
within the
I think
church
before
itself.
when you were up here,
None of the money brought in by the church was spent
you know
where it
it's
was
coming.
collected. Everything went to the central coffers and then was doled out by
Well, I
leadership.
guess
The opportunities for
I'm not that
misuse
good
of
at joke writing.
funds and outright corruption were obvious. Bishops and cardinals
But
were
I'm good at being funny on
but it was not
accident, so I've
uncommon
been
for
working
village
on that.
priests to beg their parishioners
Which sounds like bullshit, but it's not. It's really not.
This imbalance angered the
Sure,
lower
and
ranks
then
of the
the
clergy.
accidental stuff happen organically. Would
Amazingly,
definitely be
we've come
my
this far in the episode
one
without
performance. I mean,
directly
you
talking
have
about
guess
no
the
other
vast majority
option.
of the
You
population
have
of
to
banks.
try to write jokes in order for the accidental
Some
stuff
of the
to happen
revolution,
because
the
banking on the
FACS
accidental
estimated
stuff,
there were
it
96%
shows.
of the
It
population.
seems
No,
like
it's not that I just got up here and was like, oh, let me see if this is funny. Like,
The
this is
vast
stuff that I
majority of
like.
commoners were
No offense to my friends, but like I run around my friends and they laughed, and you know, I just trying to figure out how to. I understand there weren't any punchlines.
But that's not a joke.
And another, and, you know, the main thing really is that, you know, you're talking about it not being funny. You know, you're saying things like, you know, it would be funny, you know, some people laugh, you know, like if I was saying something funny right now, then it's like you're letting us know that, hey, I mean, no punchlines is no punchlines. We all know it. We've heard it. You know, something funny happens. We're all rooting for you in the first place. That's the other thing. We're dying for you to give us a chance to laugh. And, you know, it's going to be verbal. There's not going to be a part, there's not going to be something that you find out where it's like, hey, you know those one things that are like this? That's funny, right? Never gonna work. We're there at a higher level. You know what I mean? So yes, you're right. That's water thing. I don't even know exactly what you're talking about.
No concept of national.
You don't know the birds? That's
Yeah,
one
they're
bird.
on provincial identity.
On what?
Many of them it would have been rare to ever see a Spanish face.
There's a little, okay, maybe there's that desk thing that people, it's been in movies and people have it on their desk where this bird goes down and it's a physics thing.
The one in Top Gun.
With such little interaction with the outer world, there was little need to
I'm struggling with the whole idea of like wanting to just scream, what the fuck do you want? But that's normal, and I'm trying to figure it out, you know, right?
Yeah, because when you don't, like when you're funny, when you don't necessarily know what's funny about you, I mean, that just takes life experience and getting comfortable in your own skin, sort of be able to channel that on stage. And I think if you're having trouble writing, I mean, the best advice really is to keep your eye open when you're going about your daily life, because funny shit happens, and then you try to communicate that.
It's gonna happen right in front of you. You just gotta know what it is, how to say it, to get to it. There's another part that nobody on the podcast can hear, nobody in the audience can see. It's the thing about that slightly elevated, so it's like also like block. You're talking about one behind there. Anytime you're not involving anybody, getting right to it, they can sense your killing time. They can sense you're not that. Here's what it really is. They can sense that you don't have anything that you're that excited to talk about, that those balls to you are more exciting than what you have planned with the third desk,
pockets of
water,
Protestants
whatever
too,
exact
which they
thing.
south, but most French people would live their whole lives without laying eyes on someone who wasn't Catholic.
Yes.
And does everybody know, I mean, it's very popular right now, obviously these guys are just stuff like Pokemon, so it's Red Velvet. Everyone in the audience 100% familiar with the phenomenon and how it works and exactly what happens.
Right, I know that. What was the reference that you used after that?
There's something right there.
I was just naming what I think is a Pokemon, or it is.
So what was the thing that you said for that? Thanks for knowing.
I feel like it's a really good way for girls or kids, because I've seen like groups of teenage girls that get like
waiting around the corner and then
you know, or rage or
listening anymore. So what was the line that you said?
I said
about the girls waiting around the corner and then what were you?
The veneration of sanctity for the dog continued into the 20th century. I think that's a good window into the world of rural France. Peasant life was small to a degree that's hard to imagine.
Now that we've finally gotten there, how many people in the audience know what that character is?
Their lives were still dominated by magic and superstition, devoid of modern concepts that shape the lives
well,
of
it's okay to fail, but I want to know, like,
affiliation with broad social movements.
Sure, yeah, I mean, I haven't been doing, I don't think I know anything. I'm here to learn.
I don't want to, is the kid that I brought to San Diego here now,
Jesse,
the last
yeah, that did not go well, you guys.
On the eve of the revolution,
That did not go great at all, because of this very thing that we're talking about. So you guys don't know, some of you, what I think that just bringing him down is that it's very difficult to get up. Like, so if I brought you to host, and I thought he was just going to host, I'm saying this for him and for everybody, and I tried to teach him exactly what
you
go out like hosting, going up host. There's no fucking around with this minute that you have. Even as a headliner, if you're Louis, if you're anybody, like, first minute, you know, you want to say, obviously, if you're headlining, you need to establish yourself. And if you build, and that's great, but you're somebody like yourself that's unknown, you're hosting, and there's a large group of people there, you go up, and like I said, economy of words, really have this scripted out and planned out, and just go to it. You saw the guy from Salt Lake City.
you know, just he knew that 58 seconds he was ready to go because he's been doing it for this amount of time. Especially an English guy, I knew exactly what bit he was going to do, know exactly what bit you're going to do, and have it practiced and rehearsed. And even if it doesn't get a laugh, it should be structured enough that you get it out in 1 minute. And so I can talk to you afterwards and tell you exactly what I would have done. Or it's 2 hours of your life. I know, I'm just saying with the Pokemon thing, you guys have to introduce everybody to the concept. No, you have.
It's also showing that you're not going out and you're not doing mics because you definitely didn't do any of those books at any mics.
That's not true.
Okay, so you actually did that and go, hey, I'm not doing jokes, and you didn't learn.
Because it made people laugh, and I enjoyed doing it, and I was. Here's the thing. Everything that I
So you didn't write any jokes. So how are you doing no jokes on stage?
Because I suck at writing jokes.
Well, then you need to stop and figure it out. Because that's the whole point of it. That's the
I magically can write amazing jokes, right? Like I can't have my fingers and write good jokes.
That's the point of being a comedian, is writing material. You can't just go on stage and step around and expect to make it on
material. It's a lack of jokes.
Unless
What people are laughing, and I'm trying to figure out what's funny, right? No,
You are on another level, right?
I'm so bad. There she goes. What's the singer, everybody? There she goes.
Job was illegal for those things. So to raise cash, it's very common for movers to hire more.
You know what? It's charming and delightful, and that's going to carry you a long way. I felt like you mentioned the positives too. It's like you're obviously given this opportunity, but you're so charming and likable when you get up on stage. That's a huge part of it, and it's definitely going to work out. You just can't, like I've been saying, and every time I come up here, I say the same fucking thing over and over again. Tremendous amount of work. Hard, very hard. Sucks. Punchline. A lot of people take this job or try to do this because they don't like working. And yeah, I don't like working a regular job. You got to work your ass off.
And if you ever want to just take some time, you can study in one night how to start a set by watching this place just one night. I mean, you have, I'm stuck going up between, Rogan and Diaz.
Go to the back of the OR and sit and as a little exercise and watch every first 20 seconds. Yeah. And really, really, really pay attention to everyone's first 20, 30 seconds and see what you get out of that. Yeah, that'll help you figure it out.
Yeah. One more time for Melissa Slinger, everybody. One other regular. She writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. Tough job these ladies have. Put your hands together for her. It's Vanessa Johnston, everybody. Here she is. Put your hands together for Vanessa Johnston, everyone.
Everyone's like, again?
Asserting the same type of dominant.
I feel like all the social media attention in the last week gave me my period. Like my body was like, we give up, and then just exploded.
Like immigrants from a foreign country today, newcomers often cluster
together. It's fucking crazy right now, dude. Like, it's insane. What's up with Prince William's hair?
Only the Provençal dialect of southern France on one street.
The dude is 34 and he looks 60. Like, he has money to fix it, so fix it, you know?
Portion of Parisian chimney sweeps.
Like, princes aren't supposed to look like that. I grew up on Disney movies. I'm more disappointed that he looks like that than animals can't talk. It's like no wonder Britain left the Union. They're like, we must reduce stress for the kingdom. So James Prince William does not lose any more of his hair.
Frenchman who wore pants, thus the nickname born. Generally speaking, the song to love is the poorest and most miserable people. Sometimes even depicted as a kind of Marxist industrial proletariat, but that's not really happening. Like I mentioned last episode, it's way too early to talk about.
Well, it looks like Jeremiah.
And France was
it's like super receding.
If the song Kulak
it's really bad. It agree. Yeah, if you see it.
unskilled labor, sometimes manufacturing, but the most common profession among them was actually service jobs,
into one
jobs
person
like stable hand,
who would
chambermaid,
be
coachman,
in
or kitchen
business.
assistant to some aristocrat
But
or
we
rich
can't.
merchant, which certainly adds a personal edge to some of the notorious mob violence of the revolution, doesn't it?
You're absolutely
Those
right.
without permanent employment,
What you're saying is true.
daily laborers
Melissa
and
has
petty
a
criminals, or survived on charity, or
lot of
simply
like
didn't survive
ability
at all.
and
Like London,
Yes,
Paris
it's
had a higher
Ginger and
death rate
Marianne
than Berkeley.
situation.
Unlike the rural
And
poor, the Sans Culottes
the
did have some
personality
sense of
wise,
identity and their
contradicting
place
your
in the
advice.
wider world.
Well,
This is what
what's that?
enabled them to
Says
become
contradicting
effective
your own
political
advice,
force
Ginger and
during the
Marianne.
revolution.
Like I have a feeling that
Above
more
the
people
Sans
knew
Culottes
the
and their urban
rat-a-tat
social
was than Ginger and
hierarchy
Marianne.
were what
That
we
was
today might
that was
call
a
working class people.
that was
Skilled
my
laborers,
advice. I
artisans,
don't care about
tradesmen.
that.
They didn't have much, but their
But
existence
I
was
do
relatively
think
comfortable and
that
stable compared to the Sans
like
Culottes
same
and to
advice
most
for
peasants. Just like today,
is
many of the
that
more
again,
well-off
just
within this
coming out right away. The premise
identified
that you
more
had,
with the
like there's so
values of
much.
the middle
Did you
class,
say social
which
media?
made sense in some cases, but was often
Social
more
media is actually
aspirational.
so. Yeah, there's horrible shit
Of
going on
course,
right
the
now.
real movers
I
and
feel really
shakers of
upset.
city life were the
For
ascendant middle
example,
class,
has anyone seen
bourgeoisie. These were merchants, doctors, lawyers, bankers, professional men, and their families. There was a lot of variation
do you
in
see
wealth
how if
among
we
the
take back and we play
For
out, we
example,
were
a
to
young
type out
accountant in a small
what you
business
said.
might
That's
actually
what I encourage
be
all you guys to
poor
fucking do
tradesman,
is
but the
record
prestige
it
that
all,
comes with an
type it out,
education
all the
or
words that came out of your
white-collar
mouth.
work would have put him
You could have
higher
done
up
that
on the
so
social
much
ladder
fucking
than a
cleaner
butcher or a tailor.
and tighter. Same
On the
thing
other
with
end of the
Melissa.
spectrum,
So
some
you
of the
play
richest men
that
in the
back
kingdom were
to
technically
yourself. You
considered
write it on a
middle
piece of paper and then
That
you
status
bold
would only
all the
change
parts of
if they used
Microsoft
their
Word
wealth
that
and
actually are
influence
supposed
to
to be
obtain a
funny
noble title.
and get rid of
The bourgeoisie
everything
were
else
only a
that's
small
non-essential.
minority of
So you
the
just
total
come
urban
up,
population.
say what
The
you,
very
your
importance of
opening
the
line,
economy meant
hey
that
everybody,
the
how you
revolution
doing? You
of city life
smile.
often reflected
Hey,
their tastes and their values more
how's
than
it
anyone
going,
else's.
guys?
At the
Fucking
beginning of the
we're
18th
here
century, they mostly
on a
aped the
horrible night.
aristocrats in their
Like
behavior and
it's
outlook.
terrible what's fucking
But as the
happening.
general level of
Cops are
wealth
getting
and
shot. I
education
guess you
grew
don't
and
say that, but
enlightenment
yeah, you
tastes
say
rose, the bourgeoisie grew in
yeah, it's
self-confidence
terrible
and
right now.
began
The
to
worst
emerge
thing.
as a state social
If anyone
class
sees
with its
it's
own
William's
identity
hair,
and interests. As the
it
middle
sucks.
class matured,
I
their
don't care about that.
idolization
So
of aristocracy began to
I just
curdle
don't.
into
This
resentment
is so
of
much tighter,
unlearned
you guys.
nobility.
It's so much cleaner.
Increasingly,
And
the middle
you
classes
probably
with
should
economic
listen to it
engine and social
and
backbone
then write it out.
just as in
And then see what
Britain,
you're left
business,
with, and you might be
manufacturing,
left
and
with
trade
something
were
decent.
becoming more lucrative and more
Definitely,
important than agriculture.
what I love about what I was saying is it'll definitely get you to
French
figure
middle
out a
class
delivery
was not
system for
rising
you.
in
That
prestige and
sort of goes
status
from
as
a
they do
misdirect to a
importance.
goofy, and it'll have
Upper
people
ranks of
leaning
the army
forward
and
a little
navy were
more,
close to them. Their
waiting
children
for
were
a
barred from
joke.
the best
You know what I
schools.
mean? If you have
They
that
were required
misdirect
to
in your
bow and
pocket,
bend
sort of,
themselves and make way
and a
on
little
public
bit of
roads when they encountered
goofiness.
a noble.
And
They certainly weren't allowed any
the
say
other
on the
thing,
country's political
like when you say
The
social
bourgeoisie
media
began to
stuff, you're
feel
talking
they
about
were
like all
entitled
the
to
just the craziness that's
in their
happening with
minds,
shootings
they
and
steered
everything,
the
right?
economy.
I didn't want to say
Increasingly,
shootings because I didn't
cultural,
want
intellectual
to
spheres as well.
diminish
Yet,
like what's
society
happening
was
because I think
imposing
what's
to
happening is really
useless,
important. So I
idle
didn't want to
liberties
like
only claimed the status
shit
of
on that like
So what's happening? What do you mean?
Or
The
like
bourgeoisie
every,
wanted
everything.
meritocracy.
And not it's not
They
even
believed
just
they were
like
meritorious people
the
whose
Black Lives
talents
Matter
were
and everything, but also like
theirs.
Pokemon Go. There's just social media in
This
the last week was
middle-class
like
anger
fucking.
was
I feel like it was like on 1,000%, like compared to last week. You know, like everything was just like insane, and I would, you know,
That's one view of
There really is a lot happening.
Yeah, sociology professor.
Some were
But she is sort of onto something that you come across as this is again no offense, but to play into like the vapid social media, Instagram, like and then your take on world events could be a funny thing for you
you to do, I'm not sure. I don't know how to fuck it out, but as a character, that might be sort of funny for you to give recaps of weekly news as somebody who's obsessed with
My
their
own
phone
two
and
cents,
Instagram
I
account.
do think there was a real
Because all of your
friction
news
caused
comes
by
from
the fact
Instagram
that the
or
middle
something like
class
that.
was growing in
I
importance.
don't know.
What is interesting is I feel like the last couple
It seems
months you've
clear
really
that
been hitting
France's transition
politics like
from a
left and
feudal
right.
agrarian
And
economy,
once a
which
Daily
favored
Show
the
correspondent
aristocracy,
is the
to an
guest on the
early
show, you're like,
capitalist
fuck
economy,
this
which
shit.
favored the
I'm gonna just
was
You haven't?
like the social problem.
Well, I mean, like I was in debate and speech as like a kid, and so everything I did was like political and everything. So when I first started, it like was towards that, and then when I did this, I did a little bit more emotional, just because I knew that those would hit. It was like easier, and so then once I started doing that, it was like working. Then I started veering towards things I felt like were a little bit harder, and it's because it's like things that I care about.
But the glories of the Sun King's regime were shallow. Louis modernized France, but modernity brought deep fundamental social problems to the surface and unleashed forces that his successors could not control. Neither the regent nor Louis XV ever mastered or really understood the system of religious created. France had shown so much promise at the end of the 17th century. But by the time Louis XVI took the throne in 1774, the cracks were showing. This remarkable decline actually helped motivate much of the French political and economic theory.
Vanessa, another new minute from Vanessa Johnson.
What wasn't that bad? The country had gone wrong. Some of them even put up with some pretty good answers, but it didn't matter. The government became too sclerotic.
One last bet, you want to pull it out of? One last one. Never gonna make it happen, everybody. Last comedian of the night. Here we fucking go. Got this out.
Imagine if today, after all the talk of China's rise over the last few decades, growth suddenly stopped and China began to stagnate and decline. And if there was no one obvious explanation.
Here we go.
Because after an election, politicians would talk about it and try to explain. Imagine what it would do to Chinese society and how desperate people would feel for an explanation and a solution. I think that's a decent metaphor for what was going on in France in the 19th century. This was a big part of the reason people were so ecstatic when Louis XVI took the throne.
The world has got 10 feet higher.
To end the slump and put the country back on an upward trajectory.
Stronger Mexicans.
But we know he wasn't the man for the job, and the French would find out soon enough.
Just swole ass
I think we'll leave things there for now. I bit off a bit more than I could chew with this episode and didn't have time to cover everything I wanted to. So I'm going to do a mini episode early next week with some more France. Next episode after that will be on 18th century warfare.
I got into an argument with a friend the other day. He said, I didn't like that Donald Trump
one last
said
thing, the fundraiser is still going strong. The bonus episode will be in a couple weeks.
He didn't say that.
You have much longer to sign up if you want to submit a topic.
We're doing the same shit.
Sunday the 28th
You don't go to Mexico unless you did some shit at
That's
home.
D 9 Prairie All for those of you who need
No American is moving to Mexico on purpose.
Visit
You are
patreon.com/agentnapoleon.
escaping the federales.
Anyway, that's all for today. See you next time.
Kevin Mack. Fuck yeah.
I just have a quick question.
All you need is a few minutes to start your day off with something historic when you listen to the This Day in History podcast. Every day there's a new episode for you to listen and learn about what happened that day way back when. So listen and subscribe to This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. That's This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts.
The entire episode just fucking everybody's girlfriends. Well, the comedians.
Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventures from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
I hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solving. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
What do you do for work?
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Torres, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, will explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Anything else fun we might recognize you from?
I was just in a movie called The Perfect Guy with some LA fan.
Welcome to the Age of Napoleon, episode 5.5,
I
the
was the
Dune
second week on
Regime.
the comedy series.
Thanks for joining me. As promised, we're going to dig a bit deeper into France in this
Well, I've talked
episode.
about this a little
That's
bit
kind of
before.
supplemental to episode 5. I hope last time gave you a decent picture of the broad historical narrative
Notoriously
and
out of,
social
I
structure
think,
of France in the 18th
ballpark a
century.
little under 100.
Today, I'd like to focus on foreign affairs, and the
Notoriously
country's
famous for
political and
being
economic
very
organization,
tough
or
on
lack thereof.
and noticing
As we
actors
discussed
trying to do
last
stand-up.
Louis
Just to
XIV,
get
the
noticed.
son of
But
England,
if you
was the
really
original
love
absolute
stand-up,
monarch.
which you say
He
you do,
tried to
you're
centralize
Joe
political
Rogan.
authority in
You know,
government
you're
and take it
these
away from
guys,
the
you're
nobility.
familiar.
So,
and you
what did that actually mean?
I just don't like.
We
last
talked
time I
a
was here, I
bit
think it was
in
the
earlier
first time I was here,
episodes
there was a
about
lot of
the
commercial
representative
actors.
bodies that
There was a
existed
lot
in feudal
trying to
monarchies.
come up and
Institutions like the
Hollywood
Polish
wasn't
Sejm,
working
or the
out
British
like it is
Parliament.
for you, I guess. And then,
France had its own versions.
they took
The
to
first
stand
was
up
the
because they
État
weren't getting
General,
noticed and they wanted
usually referred
to
to
get
in
more
English
people
as
aware
the
of it.
States General. It was
So
roughly
I'm a
equivalent
little
to a
hard on
modern
it.
national
It seems like
parliament.
it's sort of
Three
working out for you
chambers,
too.
one
So
for the
you're
clergy,
hooked
one
up.
for the nobles,
I
and
mean,
one for
stand-up
the
has been a
commons.
love of mine since I was
In principle, the
now,
king
wait
needed
so
the
long to
consent of
try,
the
though. You
States
just
General
didn't.
to
How
raise
old are you?
taxes.
I'm
In
36.
practice,
Okay.
there were lots of ways for French kings
I
to get
waited so
around
long
principle and
honestly,
raise funds on their
too
own.
busy fucking.
And there was no legal requirement
Yeah,
for the
just
king to
making
call a meeting
sandwiches for you
regularly,
while you
so
lay in
he
bed.
often simply didn't.
How to write jokes when you're
It
slinging
was
that.
risky for
Ever
the
not
king to call
gotten
a
laid
meeting.
when you wanted
The
to?
States
It seems
General
like
had enough
it seems
political
I don't
power
get laid
to
as
cause trouble if they wanted to.
why is
You know
that?
why?
You could predict how a group of several hundred might behave.
They don't want to
There were
fucking
seats reserved for commoners and low-ranking clergy, people who were
Right?
obscure to central
I
government,
never leave the
who
house
knew where
unless
their
they
loyalties
write
lay,
comics.
what ideas they might have.
I
Yes,
think his
that is
rating
forecasting.
system is just different from
The
ours.
kings of France had little incentive to
I
ever
don't
call
have that
for
much
the
sex. I
States,
just bang
and
like
for
10
over a
girls a week,
century,
okay?
they
It's
decided it wasn't worth the risk.
not
The
much, dude.
States
I'm
General
really
did not
in
meet
love.
once between
You have a
1614
tattoo on
and
your arm, and I can
1789.
read it. It says "Bad Lad."
The States General were a
With a
massively
skull
important
next to it.
force in
That's
the First World
tough,
Revolution,
man. It's 'cause
but
I'm
they were
Irish.
dormant for most of the 18th
What
century.
type of jobs have
For
you
most
had
of the
since you've been
period,
here in
the
Hollywood?
main representative bodies in France were regional assemblies of
I
nobles
was a
that ran in each
bartender.
province,
Yes.
called the Parlement.
Unless
The number of Parlement fluctuated a bit during the 1700s, but they were always around 30. Despite the name, a Parlement was not really like a parliament in the modern sense. You might see them described sometimes as courts of law. This is partially accurate. They did hear court cases and function kind of like a Supreme Court for the colonies, but they had a lot of other functions as well. The most important political function of the Parliament was registering royal decrees. Effectively, laws and orders from the royal government did not take effect in the province until they were registered, officially approved and promulgated by the local Parliament. Pretty weak stuff compared to the powers of, say, the British Parliament or the Polish Sejm, but Parliament could try to check the power of the king by delaying or even refusing registration. There really is no good modern equivalent of the Parliament. They had all kinds of unusual powers and practices you wouldn't expect from a modern legislation or a modern king. These weren't institutions governed by any single rationally developed constitutional set of procedures. The Parliament ran on a complicated, amorphous collection of traditions and precedents that had accrued piece by piece over centuries, and no two assemblies in the country operated exactly the same. Some of these traditions look a little absurd to modern eyes. For example, if the members chose to refuse registration of the decree, the king could effectively force it through using a legal procedure called the Lit de Justice, which literally means bed of justice. To invoke this procedure, the king had to show up at the Parliament in person, in a big, comfy, bed-like throne, hence the name. Famously, and perhaps predictably, Louis XVI once fell asleep during the Lit de Justice. I think that's more than just a funny anecdote. It goes to show how committed the Parliament were to maintaining tradition, even if it meant adhering to a farce like the Lit de Justice. This was quite rational on their part. The Parliament represented the interests of the nobles, whose political and social rights were tried tradition. Upholding the principle of deference to tradition helped protect those rights. Louis XIV was not a fan of the Parliament.
They were one of the chief obstacles to royal power, and had been a major force behind some of the civil wars that tore France apart when Louis was a child. He curtailed many of their powers. This enabled him to implement legislation quickly without having to worry about keeping the Parlement happy, which is a big part of the reason he was able to transform France so quickly and so profoundly. In the power struggle after Louis XIV's death, Philippe Duc d'Orléans emerged as a regent for the young Louis XV. Philippe had power, but he also had a problem. The Sun King's will greatly restricted the powers of the regent, and specifically named other men with whom he was supposed to share power. Philippe wanted more, but the dead king's wishes were clear. The only legal way for him to rule as he wished would be to somehow change the will. Issues of wills and inheritance were dealt with by the courts. In this case, the Parlement of Paris. Philippe asked them to amend the will. The members of the Parlement saw an opportunity. They could demand almost anything from the most powerful man in France. They agreed to amend the will, effectively handing total power over to Philippe, but only with the condition that he restore all the powers of the Parlement that had been lost under Louis XIV. And not just their own powers, they wanted every Parlement in France fully restored as well. They held all the cards, and Philippe had little choice but to agree. With their legal powers restored, the Parlement set about reasserting themselves politically. Over the next few decades, the Parlement and the representatives of the royal government waged bureaucratic and political war all over France. If this struggle distracted them, confusion reigned, and the quality of administration suffered. In those years, it must have seemed like chaos, sole guiding principle of French administration. Competition between the Parlement and the royal bureaucracy was just one of many sources of trouble. France was just as fractured economically as it was politically. Within the country's borders, there were hundreds of arbitrary trade barriers. These usually came in the form of tariffs or tolls. There might be a customs barrier between two provinces, or maybe between a town and surrounding countryside, or some other property. Sometimes they didn't correspond to anything at all. A tariff barrier might be the only remnant of some long outdated political barrier. Nobles, guilds, or religious institutions were sometimes given monopoly rights over certain royal service in some designated areas. The right to engage in international trade was strictly controlled as well, with licenses, tariffs, and quotas. Weights and measures were not standardized. A pound in one village might be a pound and a half in the next, and 2/3 of a pound in another. That might not sound like a big deal, but it's hard to do business with someone when you can't even agree on quantities you're buying yourself. With all these official headaches to deal with, it's no surprise that a lot of people who wanted to engage in commerce just didn't bother and engaged in smuggling, black market trade instead. All this economic stuff can get a bit cold, but it has serious consequences. People starved today while surplus grain rotted only a few miles away just because it was across some trade route, not worth paying tariffs to export. It's important to note that what we're talking about here isn't protectionism. Modern day protectionists believe in targeted trade barriers that they contend will serve the common good by stimulating some industry or serving some social purpose. The 18th century French system wasn't designed by economists through some rational process. These barriers weren't targeted, they were totally arbitrary, cobbled together piecemeal over the course of centuries. The only guiding principles of this system were inertia, blind deference to tradition, and political expedience. No modern person with even a basic understanding of economics would design a system like this. The arbitrary, needlessly complicated restrictions on trade in 18th century France contributed to poverty and suffering. And I don't think any modern economist had any ideological persuasion to disagree. It was actually in France in this era that the discipline of economics as we know it was invented by a group of enlightened intellectuals who called themselves fittingly the economists. You could almost say that the system had so many different faults and was so pointlessly complicated that people had to invent an entirely new type of intellectual inquiry just to contemplate how bad it was. It's probably clear by now that you can fill a lot of airtime just talking about the various dysfunctions of 18th century France. But This is supposed to be a mini episode, so before it balloons any further, let's move on to French foreign policy. As I mentioned last time, the massive territorial and military expansion of Louis XIV caused concern in almost every corner. When his son came and took the throne, the French army had about 60,000 men. Near the end of his reign, it had over 600,000, more than 10 times bigger. And the army increased in quality as well, new tactics, training, and organization. There was a massive shipbuilding campaign for the Navy as well.
Here he is on the sound effects.
Afraid of what such an ambitious aim to accomplish with this powerful military, the other European powers joined together in coalitions to contain France. They were never quite able to land and knock out Louis, but this stiff resistance slowed French expansion and cost valuable manpower and resources. Louis XIV set long-term strategic foreign policy goals for France that are being pursued by basically every French government.
I'm in Cleveland this weekend,
Louis'
Tulsa,
ambition was
San
achieving
Francisco,
what French
Sacramento,
referred
San
to
Diego,
as the
Boston's
country's
Wilbur
natural
Theater,
borders.
and I'm announcing right now that I'm
Basically,
doing a
if you look at the
huge stretch of
topographical
tour
map of
dates
Europe,
in
you'll see the French
Australia.
border roughly corresponds with
I'm
several
going to be there.
major
So
geographic
Australia, for those of you
the
listening
English Channel
live
to the
right
north,
now, because
the
there's be a
Atlantic Ocean
fucking
to the
live
west,
listeners. This
Pyrenees
show's
Mountains
double
to the
live.
southwest, the Mediterranean to the south,
I'm going to be in
the
Australia.
Alps
That's
to the
Cleveland this
southeast,
week.
and the
Boston's Wilbur
Rhine
Theater's a
River
big
to
one.
the
That's in
east.
October as well. You guys ready to
Crossing
fucking
any of
start
those
tonight's
natural
show or
barriers
what?
was a major undertaking for the
One of
Royal
my
Society.
favorite things in the
The
world
Defenders
is
had a
the
huge
Kill Tony
advantage in
Band.
holding a
And
river
here they are, ladies and gentlemen, the Kill Tony Band. Reagan and Watkins, everybody.
And D-Day style invasions were practically impossible in the location of some people around. To secure the country's long-term security, French foreign policy wanted to control France's borders for these nations. That would mean annexing all the land between the seas, the mountains, and the Rhine, or failing that, achieving as much influence and control as possible over the independent states within the region. With these geographic fortifications on every border, they hope to make France permanently
For those of
safe
you that are
from
just
foreign
listening to this podcast,
you might remember in episode 4,
only
I
audio.
mentioned that a major goal
The
of British
Slimer
foreign
is
policy
Jeremiah.
was
It
preventing
seems he came
France
out
from
first,
controlling
and
any
then
of the
Pat
ports
was
in modern-day
adjusting
Belgium
his
and
electric guitar
Netherlands
foot
that
pedal.
were used to invade Britain. Well, most of those ports are on the French side of the Rhine,
showing his
so
true
within the
colors, came in
so-called
with the end of a
natural
vacuum
borders.
cleaner.
If you ever wondered why France and Britain fought each other so
But
often
my
in this
favorite
era,
part was the fact that
there's a big piece of the
Slimer
puzzle
went
right
down
there.
while Joel
Their
Jimenez's
fundamental
vacuum cleaner
national
was
security
pointed at
goals
the
were
audience. It was
direct
pretty
conflict.
amazing. It really
The famous
felt like
Franco-British
secret timing
rivalry
always.
wasn't
So I'm
actually that
saying,
intense
Reagan
in the
Watkins,
Renaissance.
everybody.
The British generally
What's happening,
considered
guys?
Spain
What's
their
new?
number
Very
one enemy, and the
Ghostbusters-like
French tend to
intro. I'm
focus on
Slimer,
Austria.
fool.
But hostility really
Wait,
began to
is this
heat up
Cholo
during this period.
Slimer? Yeah, dog,
The
what
British
up,
felt
man?
threatened by
Oh,
any
my
French influence in the
goodness.
Low Countries, and
Wow,
the French felt threatened
what is
unless
the
they
Cholo
had control
Slimer?
of the Low
Do you
Countries.
clean up yourself?
Combine that conflict with colonial and commercial competition, and you have a recipe for decades of struggle.
Did you know our
A
friend Adam Ray
decent-sized
is
chunk of
actually
the
the voice
Holy
of the
Roman
new
Empire
Slimer?
was also on the wrong side of the line.
Yeah, I like look
So
up
this
to him and
ambition
stuff,
to
man.
achieve the natural borders also brought France into
Yeah, he's
conflict
also
with
on the
Austrian
new
foreign
Mad
policy.
TV that's coming out.
Maintaining Habsburg
So
dominance
that's
over the
something
Holy
to look
Roman
out for.
Empire
I also
meant
auditioned
fighting
for
to
that
defend
and I
against
get it.
Israel.
Did you
Despite
really?
the
I
opposition of
remember
these
you
two
telling
great
me about
powers,
that
Louis
audition.
XIV
Oh, wait, Pat has a Mexican accent too. Look at that.
But after his
You guys are
death,
on fire
progress
tonight,
stopped.
on fuego, if you will. I
French
like
armies
this.
were no longer
Joel
the dominant
Jimenez on the
force they
drums
became
really
during the
rubbing
Sun
off on
King's
you
War.
guys. I love it.
Worse, when the French army did
Yeah,
win
busting
conquest,
ghosts, huh?
the government seemed incapable of
nuts,
holding on to that and military control. This inflamed public
Check
opinion.
out Tony's
The army
Instagram.
captured and occupied
JD
most of modern
posted
Belgium
a
during the
photo
War of the
of
Austrian
last week's
Succession,
episode with your
then
ball
relinquished
sack
it
hanging out
right
of
back to
your
Austria
Yeah, a
in
small
3 years
part.
of the war.
They
France
were
had
doing
been allied with the
Pokemon
Prussians,
band last
on the
week
winning
after
side,
Pokemon
but
Go's
gained
wild
almost nothing
success.
in peace.
And Jeremiah wore shorts that were
Public
so
outrage was so
uncomfortable
great
that
that
he had
idiots entered the
literally a
Lexicon.
look on his face like
A
he was
Frenchman
having a
who wanted to
stroke
call
or shit his
someone
pants or
foolish
something.
would say he was
Thank
as
you,
stupid as
thank you,
geese.
Scoop's always there when I
Doing a
need
hard job
information
with
on
little or
things.
no compensation was
And his
referred
ball
to
was
as
hanging out of his
working for the King of
extremely
Prussia.
tight shorts. It was incredible.
During the 7
That's
years
one of my
Front Germany again seized valuable strategic territory, and again handed it right back at the end of the war. This time without even bothering to negotiate.
Every other week we have two of the most
Louis
amazing
XV considered
comedians
it
ever.
dishonorable to
Always
conquer
this guest.
through
This
diplomatic
week's no
steps.
different. Two of our
France's
favorites
enemies
returning
paid
guests.
back
Put your hands
Louis'
together for two of the
chivalry
best.
by
It's Cook
taking
Fox
over
and
much of the
Jamar
French
Neighbors.
colonial empire and peace settlement. When people criticized the French for not even trying to strike a bargain for some of the conquered land, he quipped, "I'm the king of France, not a shopkeeper." Think of how that might sound to the soldiers who made sacrifices in his campaigns, or people who lost friends or family in the war. Have I mentioned that everyone hated Louis XV? France intervened in the American War of Independence largely to avenge the unhappy result of the 7 Years' War. And it was a very shrewd move. The British were defeated with a fraction of the time and effort expended in the 7 Years' War. But once again, the French government could not deliver what the treaty promised. The British much preferred giving concessions to the weak, faraway United States over conceding anything that might strengthen France, a powerful rival right across the English Channel. The resulting treaty was very generous to the Americans, but the French only gained a few small colonial outposts. Even after a clear, convincing victory, France was not 1 inch closer to achieving Louis' ambition on the natural borders.
Okay, so
It must have been emotionally satisfying to avenge the 7 Years' War, but intervening in the American War of Independence was a net negative for France. On top of financing their own operations, the French had subsidized much of the American war effort as well, just as the British had done so effectively for the Prussians during the wars of Frederick the Great. But French finances couldn't stretch as far as the British. The King's chief minister had actually argued against it in the American wars. Feelings in France could afford it. With apologies to my forefathers, he was probably right. During the war, the government spent twice as much on the war effort alone as it brought in gross revenue. Royal credit tanked. French finances were in a dangerous state before the conquest. The deluge of spending during the American War of Independence pushed them to the point of imminent crisis. So, to tie everything together, the combination of that massive war debt and a series of bad harvests in the 1780s brought France to the breaking point. Louis XVI had no choice but to introduce radical new economic policies and huge tax cuts. The resurgent Parlement resisted bitterly and defeated or weakened most of his reforms. In 1788, the money finally ran out. The king had no choice but to call the Estates General for the first time in over 100 years, thus setting in motion the events that would lead to the revolution. I think that's a good stopping point in the narrative. I hope these last 2 episodes have given you some sense of what France was like before the revolution, and hopefully some hints as to why the old order was headed for such a sudden, dramatic collapse. Because that's how it happened. The monarchy wasn't toppled by some insurgent plot. It faltered in the face of a national crisis. New systems and new leaders rose up out of necessity, only after the old regime had proved itself incapable of addressing the mounting national crisis.
I think it's Pokemon.
That's all for now. Next time we'll be talking about 18th century warfare and military life. Thanks again to those of you who have contributed to the fundraiser on patreon.com. Submissions for the bonus episode are closing at midnight this Sunday, U.S. Central Standard Time. So better get on that soon if you haven't already. As always, please come say hello on Facebook and Twitter, and please review the show on iTunes. Thanks for listening. Hello, this is Matt from the Explorers Podcast. I want to invite you to join me on the voyages and journeys of the most famous explorers in the history of the world. These are the thrilling and captivating stories of Magellan, Shackleton, Lewis and Clark, and so many other famous and not so famous adventures from throughout history. Go to explorerspodcast.com or just look us up on your podcast app. That's the Explorers Podcast.
History isn't black and white, yet too often it's presented as such. Grey History, the French Revolution is a long-form history podcast dedicated to exploring the ambiguities and nuances of the past. From a revolution of hope and liberty to the infamous Reign of Terror, you can't understand the modern world without understanding the French Revolution. So search for the French Revolution today.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
While you have a needle in one hand
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Fuck yeah, 57 seconds from Johnny
I
C.
hate most business podcasts. It's all blah, blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Rothschild magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. And I'm fine with it. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
That was fine. You know, that was awesome. But as soon as that part got taken out of the equation, it was like, geez, I just took that out.
Our subject today is a real
16 and 23. It's on the low side.
French Revolution would transform the part of the world.
What's the worst thing that ever happened with one of those girls in a tattoo place?
The funniest thing that I thought was the funniest was a girl started her period while I was piercing her. No, and I was sure she started her period. This is hilarious. She was very embarrassed when I finally told her.
Well, how did you know?
Because I was staring at her vagina and started getting the greatest.
That includes a lot of
where was the tattoo at?
I was piercing.
That's right. Where was the piercing at?
On her vagina.
Oh, no. Exactly. Now I got it. Now I got it.
Yeah.
I think it's good you're getting into this business.
Local things he called organs and had a little formal architecture.
By the way, Tony, this guy knows how I sound. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be using him as an example.
It's true. Another role that's being cast by somebody better. This was Adam Ray.
I thought you were great. You're funny, you're passionate, you knew what you wanted to talk about.
I thought it was funny. Yeah, you had some good shit. I was waiting for you to fuck up, but you did. Tell us some more about you, Johnny. How do you even start getting into piercing? How does that become a thing in your life?
I wanted to hang out at tattoo shops, but I kept wrong. That's 100% the truth. I started hanging out at a shop, and it was either half the floor or the piers. I wanted to hang out. So.
Wow. Did you do a Prince Albert?
Warfare was a short crash on that.
Dude, I pierced this muscle lady like a full-on bodybuilder chick. She had a chick like 1% I've seen it. She had a wide dick clit. Like her clit looked like the head of a dick. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Steroids. Steroids don't have the name.
Perceived some sense of parental care from each other, but this attitude was not extended to men. Discipline in 18th century Armenian was merciless to group.
No, the little Mexican chick.
Mexican chick with a dick clit? Oh my god.
Maybe that was just a boyfriend.
Cholo Slimer, what have you done?
That's not the only thing she was sneaking across the border.
Come on.
You also do some of your own comrades as well. You have hazing routines and courts of honor that punish breaches of the unspoken rules of violence. And this brutal treatment was physical violence, and verbal abuse were components of training and even everyday life. Prevailing wisdom was that kind of fear was necessary to maintain order and discipline. Part of the great things he said that he wanted his men to be more afraid of their officers than their own. The Prussian army was generally considered the harshest in Europe. Here's how Ulrich Breaker described his experience.
I love
You had to
that.
watch as they were made to run the
Breaking Bad, you remind me of.
gauntlet
It's like
I
don't know, about like Chico's third cousin
so
or
they
something
fell
like
down
that.
breathless, and the next day had been again.
So that's interesting. So you make money out of how are the tattoo shop and the dispensary alike? How's the culture the same?
Besides
It's a lot of gray area for like criminal activity
activity
for sure. Like catchers, catch only business, the Strength Society, 100%.
From my
Is that last thing? Strength Society?
Dispensary.
I like that band.
We ourselves, as a leader, were always among the first in our places and exerted ourselves greatly, but it grieved us to depart nonetheless to see others so unmercifully mishandled by every tragedy, and to picture ourselves so shamefully mistreated year upon year, standing often for 5 hours at a time, laced up into our uniforms as tight as a
Right now,
marching up and down poker stiff, and all this
Why would it be that? Why would it be cloudy with a chance of meatballs?
and every moment threatening to cut us down like cabbages.
Because you feel sometimes like it's like dark outside and you can't see the sun, and sometimes like rain starts like pouring on you, and then you wasn't it a thing? Wasn't it like meatballs, and you're like, man, what's my life coming to? Why do I smell like raw meat right now? Oh no! Just keep going till it ends. Redman, did I do something to you a couple episodes ago? Because you've been using those sound effects on me like a lot lately, and it's been really hurting my heart on the inside, man. It sounds like what I did to you, man, but you keep doing like the spinning out of control and the the wah 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 noise and like, dude, like that's like really like hurting my personal life. You know what I'm saying? Like I think about that like not even on Mondays, like not even when I'm here.
You used to have a lot of piercings yourself.
Keep your head, stay together,
Not as
and
many
light
as
stay
those
alive.
piercings had, but I have
Losing
right
nerve,
now.
the last time ever healed will likely be
Piercing, it's just
I
I only had piercings because you're supposed to have piercings if you're piercing. You know what I mean? I was not. I hung out. I wanted to get tattooed, but I had to learn how to pierce, so I had to have piercings. I didn't even have my ears. Other nonsense. Yeah, for sure.
Here's how Henry
It might be funnier if you say you have, just maybe, I don't know, but you might want to try it some night. It's like, it might be funnier if you say that you have your needle in one hand and his needle in the other, because then you're saying that he has a little bit too. Just adds one more element. What else, Johnny? See anything else crazy about you? Have any special skills or talents or anything? Master yo-yo artist?
Kids, no way.
The military was seen as the last resort, but many
Watch
forces
wrestling and
like
play ladies.
other side adventure like the war.
There he goes, Johnny C, everybody. You met him here on Kill Tony. He's on Twitter at that.
The hard part of Johnny C. Military liquor or beer issued by most armies attracted destitute alcoholics.
D-U-D-E. Oh, that dude Johnny C. There he goes, everybody. That dude Johnny C. with terrible handwriting, if you want to know.
Particularly in wartime,
Hey,
when
what's
manpower
this?
reserves
A
were
Pokemon
stretched.
ball from last week.
That's what really breaker ended up in
Dude, that's called residual
He took
laughter.
a job as a servant to which foreman named Marconi faithfully followed his master right to
You're on
Russian
fire right now. I pulled another name out of the bucket again. Are you excited? This looks like another new name. Put your hands together for Akash Yadar.
Here's how Breaker described the scene when he arrived at the base. Quote, over his arm, the sergeant major carried a soldier kit, which he spread out on the table. And the point beside it said, that's for you, my son. I'll bring you your blood ration directly. What, for me, I replied? Of course, you sent it. Why, your uniform and your pay, boy. That's a foolish question for a recruit. What? How? A
So I've been
recruit?
trying
I
this new
replied,
cardio
God
workout
forbid.
plan. Actually, you guys
I've never
maybe
thought
heard
of
of it.
any such thing.
It's called
No,
Pokemon
not in
Go.
all my life. I am
This shit is
Marcone's
crazy.
servant.
It's actually
That's what I was
making
hired
people
for, nothing
go
else.
insane.
And
People
no
are
one will
running
tell me
into
otherwise.
busy
The
highways,
sergeant.
fucking
And I
falling
tell
off
you, fellow,
cliffs.
that you are a
It's tearing
soldier.
families
I'll vouch
apart.
for that.
I kid
There's
you
no
not.
more to
It's
be
like,
said. End quote.
Jimmy.
It will probably not
no,
shock you to
yeah,
hear
and,
that desertion
I think
was
it's time for you
rampant.
to go.
Conditions were brutal,
You're the man
pay
of the
was
house now.
bad, and many soldiers
When you
had no
open up the
desire
watch,
to join
you'll
up in the first
understand.
place. No one in the
It's
18th century
literally
carried
just
identification.
ripping families
It was
apart. It's affected
tantalizingly
me too.
simple to just slip away.
I
In the
walked out of
British
my
Army, for
apartment
example,
in West
less than
Hollywood, looking at my
3% of
phone.
the men recruited
By the time I
between
looked up,
1774
I
and
was in San
1780
Francisco.
deserted before the end of the film of service.
Here's the tricky part. I don't know if I walked to LAX, bought a plane ticket, and flew to San Francisco, or if I just walked all throughout Highway 5 and ended up in the city. It's mind-blowing how much cardio exercise I've been getting since I started playing
The
this.
very first order in that
Fuck
document
yeah,
is about
ladies and
preventing
gentlemen.
but the truth is to show how seriously we took this problem.
This is your
In
first
Frederick's
time
own
doing
words,
stand-up comedy,
through
right?
desertion,
Actually, my second
the army
time.
becomes
Fuck
a
yeah,
weekend. The
Kashi
very
Adar,
period in
everybody.
its completeness is most essentially
Sometimes you can
necessary.
just fucking
Unless the
feel
greatest
it,
detention
right?
paid the circumstance,
Wow. I mean,
you
that
will
was
lose the best of
almost,
your forces
I mean,
and never be able to
it
recover
almost
yourself.
couldn't have
End
been
quote.
less funny. It was
To
amazing.
prevent desertion,
I
Frederick
don't
ordered,
know
among other
what
things,
you
that
could have
armies in
done,
camp
because
wear
had you like
gloves
tripped over a
before
word or
marching at
something, you
night,
would have released so
call
much
roll
tension that
several
was built
times a
up.
day,
You could
and
have
send out
done
cavalry patrols
anything
and establish
other than
cordons of light
exactly what you
infantry to
did,
hunt down and capture deserters.
and it would have been so
He
much
tells
better than what you
officers
did.
not to allow their
I
men to,
really don't
quote,
get to see
wander
that that
about
often. Like,
without supervision,
sometimes I'm
as
sitting here, you know
uniforms
what I mean?
for
I've done what was it,
and the men would be kept
160 some
busy,
episodes at an
quoting
hour and a
Frederick
half
again.
apiece.
The army is
And one of the
composed for the
only
most
things,
part
you know,
of
you get
idle
used to
and
this, and
inactive
you're
men.
watching them the 60
Unless the
seconds, and you're
general
like,
has a
something's
constant
about
eye
to
upon
fucking
them and obliges them to do their duty,
No, not at
this
all.
artificial machine will then see fall to
Really,
pieces,
I mean, the
and nothing
cat
but
just
the
came
barely
in
do
out of
disciplined
nowhere.
army
It was
will
unbelievable.
end quote. This almost sounds more like life on prison chain gang than soldier
Right, will to go on. That's it.
Imagine
That's
if
what you're
tomorrow
gonna get.
morning
That's all I
you
need.
woke up
So
and
I
there
didn't
were
like
video
his comedy.
reports, tapes and book countries
But
treated by
I can
18th
tell
century
this guy's got
soldiers.
acting chops. You know what I'm
Think of
saying?
the public
Yeah,
reaction.
totally,
At the very
absolutely.
least, some
Like, well,
politicians
I
and
thought it was
generals
a
would
dad
probably
for a
lose
second.
their jobs.
Yeah.
Here in the U.S.,
Well,
I'd be worried
like,
someone might get
well,
killed.
Jeremiah, he was
But
in
in the 18th
Entourage
century,
for
people
7
didn't really care.
seasons.
And this wasn't some
Oh,
secret.
yeah.
The brutality of
Mexican
military
Vince.
life was
Yeah,
pretty
what character are you talking about? Hey, don't you dare turn on my boyfriend.
That was most popular book of the century. Clearly, cultural attitudes towards the military were very different in the 1700s.
You know what?
This was not an era in which
it takes
supporting the
courage to get up
troops
there, man.
was considered a civic
That
virtue.
shit, dude.
Soldiers
That
were a
shirt,
scorned class of outcasts.
Where are you from?
Generally,
Nigga, that's
common
why I
people
get
feared and disgusted them, and the elite despised them as degenerates and criminals. This attitude began to change during and after the French Revolution, but as late as 1814, the Duke of Wellington famously called his own men the scum of the earth. The brilliant breaker was a newspaper. Here's how a veteran soldier explained their life. Quote, the last week, 4 dogs that had been cast away were sold, fit only to be despised in time of peace, and in war to be stabbed or shot. End quote. In pre-revolutionary Paris, there were signs in public parks reading, no soldiers, no prostitutes. I think that shows you pretty clearly where soldiers ranked in the 18th century European social strata. Of course, little of this bad reputation rubbed off on the officers. The officer corps in most of Europe was still very much the preserve of the nobility. Being men into battle was seen as an honorable occupation, even though actually being one of those men was not. Strange state of affairs, but then again, there are some glaring contradictions in the way almost every side in Europe. The aristocratic pretensions of the officer class sometimes bordered on the absurd. At the Battle of Fontenoy in 1745, the first regimental foot guards, the most elite unit in the British Army, found themselves face to face with the Garde Française, the most elite unit in the French Army. As the two units faced each other in line fighting, officers from each side stepped forward and bowed and doffed their caps to each other. After a few flowery aristocratic insults, an English officer invited the French to fire first, calling out, "Gentlemen of the French Guards, fire!" His French counterpart demurred, answering, "Gentlemen, we never fire first. Fire yourselves." This strange little standoff ultimately ended with the French firing first. The English foot guards got the better of that particular exchange, but the British Army lost the battle, so I'm not sure what lesson we can take from that result. The incident passed into history as an example of old-fashioned chivalry, but the side that fired first was usually disadvantaged. So this is more a case of high-class trash talk and gentlemanly refinement. Still, it's an odd way to conduct yourself given the circumstances. There is something about the event that feels ritualistic and archaic, out of place in the so-called age of music. The lead blood and the wealth were the most important factors in achieving high
I came down. I literally just needed a break. I have a tech business back home and I operate a
But
restaurant.
that
So
old way of doing things was under
my
pressure
dad,
in these
he
changing
started, and
times.
I've been managing
After all,
operating
this was
stores
the
for a while, and it
age
got
of
to one of like
Many
self-sustainability. And I was like, you know
educated people
what?
worked
Starting
with
my MBA, so
nationality
just got tired of making
You're just getting part of the family system of national governments.
I mean, it was fun. It was just. I'm 23. I just wanted to do something different.
That's so fun. What else do you do for fun?
Dude, this fool is rich. That's why he's not interesting, you know?
Armies were getting bigger and their supply needs were getting more complex.
There's some truth on that one. Look out for you diehard fans. You know you love it. The horse comes out with something super honest has been said.
I'm a dancer. I've been dancing my entire life.
Okay, here we motherfucking go.
Governments looking to military
Oh shit!
tactics and strategies, academic disciplines, rather than going to war and always and learning how to be an officer from others. Still, there's only so far a man could
Tony, this guy must be so fucking rich. Oh yeah. Whatever dance he did, it was like he's like just a charming snake. I'm pretty sure I saw King Cobra come out of this lady's glass in the front.
He also had a reputation for intellectual
parents teach you how to dance?
science,
Is that what you do on like the dance? I've never danced to 5 seconds of live music before. This is even a
greatest mind in
I totally thought that everybody. I was excited. I was looking at Brian's board here while he's bringing up the song, right? And I heard you guys playing. I'm like, oh, that's cool. The crowd's going crazy. There's no way he's dancing to that music.
In his late 30s when
And
the
I
revolution
turn this way, and you're already just.
for almost 2 decades of service. Aristocratic officers were considered embarrassment to stay in the army
So that music
without
is
achieving a
fucking
higher
tough.
rank. But that was the best Parnell could hope for in the legal system, despite being known as one of France's most brilliant officers.
Next time, if I have a
So
real
when the
song,
time
I'll
came,
do it. What would be a real
Captain
song
Parnell
that you could
supported the
really dance
revolution.
to right now?
In this situation, what do you do? The whole army was not interested in putting the talents of someone in good use. But they would. Few of the contributions were made. The revolution offered him a chance to make it. So Captain Parnell took his chance and tried to make a mark on history instead of putting it in
That's on the
obscurity.
playlist. That's not number one.
So that's what an 18th century
What
army
kind of
looks like.
dancing do you do?
Lots of sullen,
When I was in
unwilling
college, I
soldiers
did
being
Congrats
mistreated
Indian
by
dance
often
competitively,
unqualified
but
officers. Not a pretty picture. But how did they actually perform? That was the 18th century. They were very small compared to what we come
No,
up with.
it's
For
just play a beat. I'll just do
biggest
something.
battle of the 7 Years' War included about 80,000 men killed on both sides. Over 500,000 men participated in Napoleon's biggest battle. There are a couple of reasons for this. First, pre-revolutionary European states were just not as effective at recruiting and training. Second, even if they had managed to somehow concentrate their men for a single battle, their logistics systems would have been overwhelmed trying to keep such a small area of supplies enough food and equipment.
Yeah, just gotta physicalize that fucking
But most
document. You
importantly,
need a
that's just
microphone
not the
on a
way
headset, and you need to be
pre-revolutionary
doing that
powers fought wars.
continuously while
When
talking
we
about
think of
the
great
exact
powers fighting
same
each other,
dog
we
shit
tend
you were
to
talking
imagine
about
a
before.
war effort like
But wait,
World
you
War
pitch
I,
that and you bad jokes, people are gonna go crazy. You do that
populations were
competitively, like
mobilized,
a
and
guys
governments
trying to win
requisitioned every necessary resource to fight for national survival.
Yeah.
That type of war is called
That's
total
what I
war.
want to see the guys do. Right.
Scholars classify the conflicts of this
huge
era
circuit. I
as
mean,
limited.
like, fuck yeah,
There was no mass
universities around the
mobilization,
country. They all have
not for
teams. Where
military
do they take
service, not
place?
for
On the
war.
top of a moving train?
Governments took out loans and raised taxes for military spending, but
I
they
actually
didn't
just
resort
came
to
back from
anything
hosting a
too
show in Houston, so all over the
seizing
country. And
emergency
hey,
control
down
over
here,
parts of the economy.
UCLA has one. Wait,
7
Jamar, you
years ago
reacted to
was a
Houston.
massive global
No, okay, so you do that dance, but like when you
Waged
play
on
the
5
first time, you start to pop
But
like
even at
that.
its
You
height,
need to do
life
that
didn't
dance
change
first.
very
I
much
didn't
amongst
even
Europeans.
recognize the beat.
Unless
I
someone
don't know what you
close
guys
to
do.
them
So
was
like,
like
there was like a rhythm, and then there wasn't. Have you ever danced at any like urban? No, it's not bad. I didn't catch on. I
I didn't catch on at first.
Do you listen to
18th century states didn't really have the capabilities or know-how to wage for a war. But even if
Do
they
you
had,
listen to any urban music, or you
as you'll recall
do you
from
listen to
earlier
any urban
episodes,
music, or
the
you
great
listen to
powers of
urban
this
music?
era, losing a war usually just
So
meant
stupid.
But
defeat
isn't
border
so you've been
provinces
sitting on
or
that one for a while?
colonies.
I just thought of it immediately.
Why
off the top of
bankrupt
my
the
head.
government, ruin the
Before
economy,
you
and
go,
kill
before
off
you
a
go,
generation of young men over something so trivial?
If there was
After all,
somebody
there'll
here that
probably be
wanted to
another
get
war in a
into
couple of years. We
competitive
can always win it
Indian
back.
dancing, I mean, how would
Armies
that,
were
like, if I was
expensive.
like, fuck, I
They
think
cost
this
money
could
to
be
feed an
what I
equip,
want
of
to be doing.
course. And from the state's perspective,
You go to
every
school,
veteran
you just
soldier
start
had a great
practicing
deal
how
of
to
time
start
and money
Talk
invested
about
in
there's
it.
schools, there's classes,
Turning a
there's
lot
like
of recruits into
formal
model
environments
soldiers
when
was a
they're
slow process. Sure, they could march and fire a musket after only 2 months training, but it took years of supreme experience, thrill, and, let's be honest,
there are a couple
indoctrination
Canadians that are
for that
actually
man
really,
to
really
truly
good.
fight and march with
Yeah,
veterans.
it's weird.
So do you have a team?
18th
You have
century
some
commanders,
friends that
very
I went
experienced
to Boston,
men,
so I
and
started
precious
seeing there.
financial
What's like
resources.
your finishing
They
move?
considered
Is
it
there like
foolish
some
to risk
crazy
too
thing
many
that you know how to
on the
do?
outcome of a single
Yeah,
battle.
actually, it's kind of
Fighting too many
jumps out in
large,
squats and
costly
jumps. It's basically like all the
seems
energy.
a mark
You
of
probably can't
incompetence
do it
in
here with
war.
short ceilings,
Even
right?
if you usually won, it was reckless.
Yeah, you can like do that
Commanding
fucking
an army was a solemn, sacred charge.
Sure. I mean,
Commander's
what if you guys
first
want to say this
duty
one?
was to preserve
Yeah,
it.
we're not here for the comedy.
So
Go
wars
ahead.
were
Go
fought
ahead. Throw
cautiously,
strong, Akash.
deliberately,
Here we go.
like a chess match between two
Watch
conservative
the
players.
speaker. Make sure you
It
don't.
was quite common for opposing armies to maneuver around each other for months without fighting a major engagement. Sometimes an entire campaign season would come and go without a big battle. Both armies would leave their winter quarters, march around the theater of war,
Akash, you know everybody.
trading, fighting in small skirmishes,
Yeah.
then march back to their winter
There you go,
quarters with
Akash, you
nothing
know.
resolved.
Second
There
time
was
on
another
stage.
reason wars were fought at this slow pace, maybe an obvious one. Armies of this era couldn't move that quickly. 15 miles per day was a remarkably fast pace of march for this
Well, yeah, he's got his dad's
Most armies
company.
get
I
closer
mean,
to
he's
10.
totally gonna do
That's
fine.
between 24
He's already
and
a
16
slumdog
kilometers a
millionaire.
day for a month.
He's on
And that
Twitter
was
at
under ideal
Akash Who.
conditions.
That's
Over rough terrain or
AKAA.
with some unforeseen
SH.
delay, it can be much less. To
You
put in
write that down,
perspective
right?
just how
Yeah.
slow that is,
Oh,
it takes a person walking at an average
If you have
pace
trouble
a little
remembering
under
that,
5
the
hours
spelling of
to
that,
walk
just remember
15
that the
miles.
Indian guy has an AK
So what
in the
slowed these
beginning
guys
of his
down?
name.
For one thing, think back to Frederick the Great's
They do
instructions to
things
his
sometimes,
generals.
I think.
Prevent desertion.
There's some of the
No
terrorists
shortcuts
or
through the
Indians
woods.
too, all
No
right?
pushing a few extra hours into the
I'll
night
say
to
it.
make up for lost time. No complicated maneuvers
I pulled
that
another
might
name out of the
split
bucket
the
again.
army
This
up
looks
and
like
prevent
another
them
new
from
name on the show.
forming
I'm
that
excited.
barrier
It's
of
gonna
light
be
infantry
Kyle
cordons and
Wassell.
cavalry columns. Soldiers were not allowed to leave the march column for any reason that would direct supervision of an officer. This really slowed down foraging.
Fuck yeah,
Process
Kyle
by
missed
which
his
parties
spot.
of soldiers
That
ran out across
sucks.
the countryside to buy or requisition food
That's
from
what
local
you get, you
civilians.
piece of shit.
Since they couldn't reliably
I
supply
pulled another name
themselves
out of
this
the
way,
bucket. How about Mike
18th century
DeVore?
armies had to travel with huge slow-moving supply chains. Armies on the march were organized, above all, to stop the soldiers from fleeing, not to maximize speed. And the attitude of the soldier must have made a difference in the speed of the army. We know many of them didn't want to be there in the first place. A huge proportion of soldiers
I just found
probably
out that I look like a
loathed their
lesbian.
officers and didn't even really care if they won the war they were fighting for. Fear and force
Got that
can push
going for
people
me.
to the
I
point of
found a few weeks
exhaustion.
ago, like I was
But I
walking
think
to
you
a
need some
bathroom.
level of
As I'm
sincere
walking in,
belief
a
to
woman's walking
inspire
out the
them
woman's
to push
bathroom,
past
and she held the door open for me.
With all of that said, on occasion, these lumbering, unhappy masses of
I
petty
didn't want to be
criminals
rude,
and
so I went in
kidnapping
and sat
victims
down.
did bump into each other and fight back. Battles tended to start with small
Just like the
skirmishes
strong,
between
beautiful woman I
cavalry and
look like.
scouts, as each army attempted to do reconnaissance and disrupt the enemy as they
I
poured
live with
in
my
in
in-laws,
force.
and
Once
my
battles
mother-in-law,
started
she
in
cooks
earnest,
all of our
they
meals for
usually
free,
looked like the ones
but
you
she
see in
still
movies.
charges me $1 for
Thin
guacamole.
lines of infantry marching towards one another and getting shockingly close before the first shot was fired.
I'm in the Navy,
Firearms
and people get
technology had
surprised when
improved
I
by
say
leaps
that.
and
They're like, wow,
bounds,
that
but
body
it is still
defensive food.
comically bad by modern standards. Americans might
I get it. They want SEAL Team 6.
during the American War of
Not Walrus Team 7.
Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes.
Fuck yeah, Mike.
Well, there actually wasn't that many.
Very
Generally weren't ordered to fire on the enemy until they were closer than 50 yards, or about 45 meters. maximum.
What is that
Even
song
at close
that you
range,
always play?
by some
I like
estimates,
hear it in
less
my
than 1%
nightmares.
of
Same
the
here.
rounds fired actually struck enemy
What
soldiers.
is that from? Is that an
The reloading
original?
process was
It is?
cumbersome and
We
complicated.
wrote that
Under
one.
combat conditions, an average soldier
Man,
could only fire his
I feel like,
weapon 2 or 3 times
sometimes
a
you
minute.
give up the original
To
character
our
after
eyes,
one comedian,
soldiers
but I feel like
standing
tonight you
shoulder
just
to
sort of got
shoulder in
stuck.
those 18th
Oh,
century
yeah.
line conditions looked like sitting ducks, and even a little ridiculous. But with
Mike,
such
you're so funny.
inaccurate,
How long you been doing
cumbersome
stand-up?
weapons,
2.5
the
years.
only way
That's
to
great.
guarantee
Where you
getting
from?
anything
San Diego.
was to
So
get as
cool.
many men as
So
possible
fun.
firing at
Mike
the
just
same
had me down
target.
to Madhouse
These
Comedy
tight
Club.
formations also
We can
allowed
go
them
to
to
San Diego.
cluster together quickly in the event of a cavalry charge. It was very easy for troopers on horseback
Are
to
you still in
ride
the
down
Navy?
and kill
Till
a single
tomorrow.
infantry soldier, much more difficult to charge through a row of raised bayonets. Soldiers would fire their muskets as a group in unison. These bursts of firepower are called volleys. This maximized the psychological impact on the enemy and allowed officers to control their timing and pacing. With the slow rate of fire, officers would often form their lines 2 or 3 men deep, and each layer of the line each turns fire, thus reducing the time between volleys. The man armed with a musket was very vulnerable while reloading. It was a complicated multi-step process that required muscles. The period of lull between firing a volley and having the shot ready was dangerous. Two opposing units might fire a few volleys back and forth at each other, or they might hammer away for quite some time. But almost inevitably, eventually, one side would sense a moment of weakness in the other, or gain some temporary advantage, and seize the opportunity by charging with bayonets. Sometimes this would result in hand-to-hand combat, but quite often soldiers on the receiving end of a bayonet charge would simply turn tail and run. Like I said, commanders usually didn't order a charge unless the enemy was already wavering, and facing the enemy up close with a bayonet is a lot more psychologically difficult than firing from a distance. The line formations copied by Graham's period were designed to maximize firepower. They weren't very effective for fast assaults with hand-to-hand weapons. Shock tactics, as military theories describe. That's why infantry usually only charged when the enemy was already moving.
Tony, I really
like your wordplay on that. Favored the defensive and firepower rather than the offensive and shock tactics. As I mentioned at the beginning, artillery was improving during this period as well. Cannons are becoming more accurate and more importantly, dynamic. But as often happens in the history of war, tactics aren't quite caught up with technology. You might compare the use of artillery in this period to the use of tanks and airplanes in the First World War. They certainly played a role, but military commanders were still learning their capabilities, and it wouldn't be until decades later that they'd be used to their full potential. By the late 18th century, it was feasible to move artillery around the battlefield as needed, but few commanders took full advantage of this advance. Oftentimes, cannons would simply be scattered around the field before a battle on any patches of high ground could be and commanders would just hope for the best.
What nationality are
Cavalry
you?
was declining in
All the way?
the man on a horse is a pretty good target for a fully trained infantryman
I don't think that's the right.
18th century musket.
I'll take it.
It was
I'll take
almost
it close.
impossible
But you're
for
living with your
cavalry
wife
to break
and her
through
parents?
tight
Yeah.
formations of
So the
bayonet
name
armed
doesn't
infantry.
pay much.
As long as
No, it pays. Like we're
infantry
just saving money. What does
there
your
were
wife
still
do?
grand
She actually
cavalry
just joined the
charges,
Navy.
just as there would
She
be
just.
for any century during history. But they were more dangerous and less effective than previous eras. But the cavalry played many other roles. They were scouts and screeners, gathering intelligence on the opposing army and preventing enemy forces from moving south. They raided supplies and disrupted communications. In big battles, cavalry's speed made them ideal for harassing the enemy units on flanks and pursuing defeated enemy units. And they could still be devastating against infantry out of formation on the way. So that's the theory behind these 18th century battles. But the experience was something else entirely. The dominant sensation for most participants was probably confusion. Gunpowder of this era was power more malignant stuff than gunpowder so you might be familiar with today. It produced much more smoke, and the smoke was thicker, darker, and physically stunning the eyes. This was even worse for the common infantry. Firing a musket involved setting off a tiny gunpowder charge just below the shield's feet, potentially sending a little plume of noxious smoke right into his eye. Firing a lot of rounds in quick succession would relieve the side of the face.
Yeah, like I just got
scored
tired of my job with what I was in charge of and everything, so I was just
with
like,
tens of thousands of muskets and dozens of cannon all firing at the same time for hours on end. Battlefields quickly became covered with thick, stinging
no, not in
rays
charge of
and
it. Like it was
gunfire.
just like I was just not happy
Many
with where I
accounts of
was
battles
at.
from this period mentioning their lack of
Like
visibility.
this wasn't for me. I just got
Now
tired
remember,
of
the
like
most
working for
important thing
a
for
bunch of fucking
infantrymen
people. I
was
mean,
to
are we
stay
gonna
with
be
the unit,
okay?
stay
No,
information.
everything's cool.
That's
Everything's cool, guys.
practical
Everything's
reason for
cool.
all the colorful flags and
My wife
uniforms.
has to watch. She's good.
It's easier for the unit to stick together if they can all recognize each other instantly through the fog of war. It would have been almost as hard to hear as it was to see. Muskets were incredibly loud. Most fired around
Tell us
less than
something
half
else
the
interesting
size
that
of
you
a
might do in
modern
the
military
Navy. Your
rifle.
wife's about to have
But their
sex with a bunch
design
of
was
dudes
much
on the
less
ship.
efficient,
What
and
else?
it took a lot of that low-powered gunpowder to propel the shot with enough force to do any good. The sound of one musket going off might be enough to make the ears around after close enough. But remember, most artillery battles was done in volumes, which has many as several hundred men all clustered together firing at once. On top of that, there was artillery, officers shouting commands, and chorus and cries of
Hey,
wounded.
no homo, don't Navy SEALs
With
got
the
like really
census
tight
under
asses? How
assault,
do they get the dick in?
the average participant in the 18th century battle often had little idea what was going on. Maybe the relentless drill and discipline was a more sense in these contests. A disoriented, frightened soldier could rely on his head.
Mike,
He could
what's your
forget about
family
trying
like?
to interpret
Which one's the
using
Filipino? Which
intelligence
one's the white?
around him.
My mom's
And
Filipino, my
concentrate
dad's
on
white.
obeying his superiors, going through those
Oh,
same
really?
Was
familiar
your dad in the
motions he
Navy? No,
practiced
he's in the
1,000
Army.
times on the parade field.
Oh, so you like
Our
rebel?
buddy Ulrich Breaker fought only one battle, the Battle of the Bosons.
No, like I joined the
This
Navy
was
because
the
I was about
first
to get
major
fired from
engagement
Costco.
of the 7 years war. Not a particularly important war, but representative enough for our purpose.
That's usually how it happens. No,
Here's
I
some of
joined
Breaker's
like in
description.
2009, like when like the
At
recession
6
hit,
o'clock,
and
the
like all
artillery
my buddies they
fire
got
was
fired
already
from Costco, and
thundering
they were
from our
struggling
front
to find a job. I was
lines,
like,
as
fuck it,
well
I'll
as
just
from the
join the Navy,
Imperial
figure out
back
what's up.
Do you ever have
so
like
fiercely
post
that the
traumatic
incoming
stress where you
cannonballs
see
fired as
like
far as our regiment,
grocery
which
items
was
from
in
ordering
second
at
line.
Costco?
No,
Until
like
then,
okay,
I
this
had always
happened.
hoped to
So
steal
much
away
funnier than
before a
anybody
battle.
gave it credit.
Now I saw no way of escape before me nor behind me, neither to the left nor to the right, and meanwhile we continued to advance. Now my heart sank into my boots. I would have liked to creep into the belly of the earth. And a similar fear, indeed a deathly pallor, was soon to be seen on every face, even of those who had so far failed courage.
And then like when I went down
The
to San
brandy
Diego, I had
flasks
some
that
time
every
between
soldier
commands,
carried
so I went back
flew
to work
empty
for
through the
Costco
air
for 2
amid the
weeks.
cannonballs.
And then like while I
For
was
most
working
men
there,
drank
I
their little
almost got
sport
like
to the
attacked.
last drop, to the tune of
Like, and,
courage
like, I
today,
was like this guy
and
like
maybe no need of a
no, like
dram
by this
tomorrow.
like this dude like
We remained under the enemy's cannon fire until near 11 o'clock.
Okay, go
I
on.
was
no,
already
just like
feeling less
he just
afraid at the beginning.
like
The
he
volleys were
just snuck into
carrying men away
Costco,
from near me
and then
on both
like
sides,
we
and
kicked
the
him
field
out,
was already
and like
screaming
as
at
we're
them.
escorting him out, like he comes up
I'll
to me
skip a
and
little
starts like
exposition here. Basically, Breaker is part of a contingent that gets
like a
moved
weapon,
to face
and
a
like he
threat
just
on
fucking
another
just
part of the
starts coming
battle.
up to me. He's like, "Oh, do something." I'm
He
like,
uses
"Nah."
the word
Like,
condor in
and he
the next
left.
passage.
And like I was just
This
like,
is a
man, I'm
type
about
of
to fuck.
light
I just
infantry
served like
soldier
2
in
fucking
the
tours.
Austrian
I didn't get
military.
killed, and I'm about to get
Just
killed
like
in
the
Costco.
U.S.
I'm
Army
starting to
traditionally
fight
calls
at
its light
Costco.
infantry Rangers, the
What is he, the
Austrians call
Incredible
some of
Hulk?
theirs Hunters. Yes.
I
As soon as our
really wanted
vanguard
damn
reached the
Costco
summit,
jokes to work.
a terrible hail of
That's
musket
the
fire
one.
burst out. And now we can see
We'll
where the
never
trap
get to
was
talk
waiting
about
our path.
Costco on this show.
Several thousand Imperial condors had been moved up on the other side of the hill, expressly to attack our army in the rear.
No, he did.
Only a few minutes more, and they would have taken the heights, and we could have gotten the worst of it. An indescribable slaughter took place before we could drive the condors out from the trees. Our advance troops suffered severely, but the rear ranks pressed out to them at breakneck speed until at last we had all reached the heights. There we had to go stumbling over heaps of dead and wounded. Our native Prussians sprang upon condors like furies. I too was quite beside myself with heat and excitement, and conscious of no fear or repugnance, I loosed off nearly all of my 60 cartridges without stopping, until my musket became almost red hot as I had carried by the sling. Yet, I cannot believe that I heard a living thing. It all went into thin air. Now on the plain, the battle was begun anew, but who could clearly describe such a scene? The smoke and steam now issuing forth from the boatswains, the crackling and thundering, as if heaven and earth were about to dissolve, while the senses were confused by the unceasing roll of hundreds of drums, by the sounds of all kinds of military music that stirred the heart and lifted the spirits, by the shouts of so many commanders and the bellowing of their audiences, and by the howling and shrieking from so many thousand directions from half-dead victims of the dead. So there you have it. Fear, confusion, and uncertainty, then a sudden moment of frenzied violence and scenes of human suffering. I think that's a decent portrait of the conceptual battle. To close out the Lord Breaker's story, he would come back from the action to the rest of the battle. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, snuck off and land Austrian lines. Ironically, he ended up in custody of the Pondian Regiment, but it treated him pretty well, and after a few days of debriefing, sent him on his way back to Switzerland. He was never caught. The Battle of Lebositz was Lord Breaker's last day as a soldier of Republican grade. So that's a rough sketch of the armies of pre-revolutionary years. That was the status quo that was about to be shattered when the revolutionary French Republic built a new project commanded by a new fleet of officers. By the time you're listening to this, topic suggestions for the bonus episode will be closed. Sorry if you had an idea and missed the cutoff, but there will be chances for you guys to get involved in the future. We've got about 50 suggestions, and honestly, they're all pretty good. I'll post them up online in the next day or two, and we'll do a poll to decide which to cover. Next time, we'll be talking about the French Revolution. Yes, I'm going to try to cover arguably the most important event in human history in a single episode. That's it for now. Thanks for listening.
I should go ask a black kid, and I never did. I just always assumed it was in like a hood.
Hi, I'm Mike Troll, host of the American Revolution podcast, audio and media network. This podcast is the origin story of the United States, how we went from colonies ruled by a king to the democratic republic that we have today. The American Revolution podcast tells the story of the revolution from beginning to end. Please subscribe for free. We're available on all major podcast platforms. I hope you will join me today on the American Revolution podcast.
All you need is a few minutes to start your day off with something historic when you listen to the This Day in History podcast. Every day there's a new episode for you to listen and learn about what happened that day way back when. So listen and subscribe to This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts. That's This Day in History wherever you get your podcasts.
You already dressed the part, Steve. What's happening?
You're listening to an Airwave Media podcast.
I can't wait to die.
As a long-time foreign correspondent, I've worked in lots of places, but nowhere as important to the world as China. I'm Jane Perez, former Beijing bureau chief for the New York Times. On Face Off, the US versus China, we'll explore what's critical to this important global relationship. Trump and Xi Jinping, AI, TikTok, and even Hollywood. New episodes of Face Off are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
When you said it's under the hood of the vagina,
I
you
hate
sounded like
most
somebody who
business
would just learn
It's all
what vagina
blah,
is.
blah, blah. Tell me your background. No, nobody has time for that. I'm Jason Pfeiffer, editor-in-chief of Entrepreneur Magazine and host of the podcast Problem Solvers. So I know you are busy running a business and you just need answers. And I find them. Want to increase trust as a leader? I talk to Whole Foods co-founder John Mackey. Want to manage your time better? I talk to Google's in-house productivity expert. Straight to the point, 30 minutes or less. Just search for Problem Solvers.
Are you male equivalent of foreskin? Like
Welcome to
skin
the Age
covering
of
the
the
sensitive part. You know what I mean?
Episode 7, The Undesired.
I don't know. It just sounds
Thanks for
like
joining
you're
me.
having sex with dudes.
Well, here we are at last, the first episode on the French Revolution. The original plan was to lay it all out in one show, but there was a lot of listener interest in more in-depth coverage, and there's just so much to say, so I ended up breaking it up into 2 episodes. This was the formative event of Napoleon Bonaparte's life. In his own correspondence, he observed that a person's politics are usually most shaped by events in their young adulthood. In writing that, I think he had his own experience of the revolution in mind. Napoleon was 19 years old when the Bastille fell. He spent essentially his entire adult life reckoning with the consequences of the revolution.
Napoleon was far from unique in that respect. The fall of the House of Bourbon and the rise of the French Republic was a political and intellectual earthquake. This was the single dominant historical event for almost every politically aware person of Napoleon's generation in the Western world. The legacy of the Revolution was the central debate of the 19th century. It led to the formation of the political ideologies of liberalism, conservatism, and reaction, and indirectly to the foundation of socialism, anarchism, communism, and fascism. You could make a good argument we're still grappling with the events of 1789. As we move along the narrative of Napoleon's life, we'll watch a lot of the revolution unfold through his eyes. In some cases, literally. He was actually an eyewitness and ground-level participant in some of the key events of this era. But with such a massively important event, I thought it would be useful to get a bird's-eye overview first, just so we're all on the same page when this stuff starts cropping up in our story. Today I'd like to focus on the early events of the Revolution. I'm particularly interested in the fall of Louis of Bourbon, from a generally popular monarch with absolute power to an impotent figurehead captive to a hostile public. At the beginning of his reign, Louis XVI was loved by the people of France. When he was still a crown prince, the press sometimes called him the Desired One, because he seemed caring and down-to-earth compared to his distant, misanthropic grandfather. It was traditional for the King of France to receive a large cash gift when he took the throne. When Louis was crowned in 1774, he donated all of his coronation money to charity, the equivalent of millions of dollars today. Even the most jaded tabloid gossip mongers had to admit he showed character. Louis was signaling that he wanted to be a different kind of king. The public was far more skeptical of the new queen, Marie Antoinette. She was a Habsburg, and Austria was France's greatest rival. But even she won him over in those early days. Marie Antoinette reinvented the role of queen by taking an active role in raising funds and awareness for charitable causes, kind of like a modern American First Lady. Medical services for the poor was her signature issue. But the royal administration was in a deep crisis. Things were bad when Louis took the throne, and it got worse quickly. Good intentions are a fine thing in a leader, but long-term political popularity requires results. French government spending far exceeded revenue. The treasury was nearly empty. Increasingly, the government had to borrow to stay afloat, and inevitably, its credit got worse. Every year, a bigger proportion of the state budget went to simply paying the minimum interest on all these loans. For years, the king's ministers had been aware there was a problem, and they tried different policies to address it, but the system needed a complete overhaul, not cautious, piecemeal reform. There were proposals to do just that, but anything broad or ambitious enough to really turn the tide inevitably fell victim to the sclerotic, conservative political system. The kingdom was getting deeper into the red at the worst possible time. In periods of famine, the people of France relied on the government to provide relief in the form of subsidies, price controls, and emergency grain imports. The 1770s and 1780s saw a series of bad harvests and natural disasters. Increasingly, average men and women struggled to feed their families. Some starved. The people of France needed the help of the royal government more than ever, just as it was least able to provide relief to the financial situation. There wasn't much of a political relationship between the king and his subjects, but one of the few things people did expect from their monarch was that they would be able to give enough to eat. The king was seen as the guarantor of the grain supply, so a threat to the people's food security was also a threat to the monarchy's popularity and legitimacy. Contrary to popular belief, the royal government didn't just watch indifferently while people starved. They tried dozens of different policies to get things under control, but by the late 1780s, the crisis was just too big for this weak government to handle, especially as its hands were tied tighter and tighter every year by the financial situation. As the food crisis mounted, unrest grew. There were riots and isolated acts of violence by desperate, hungry people. An atmosphere of anger, fear, and paranoia began to creep in all over the country. In earlier episodes, we talked about the Parlement,
regional assemblies of nobles that had to function like law courts and could block royal decrees when they felt the interests of the nobility were threatened. Well, with the government racing to solve the food crisis and looming financial meltdown, decrees were coming out of Versailles at a pace and scope not seen since the days of Louis XIV. With hindsight, we can see that they were acting out of desperation, but to the Parlement, it looked like the government was cynically exaggerating a crisis to justify a power grab. The harder the king tried to reform the country, the more the Parlement were convinced that their rights were under threat and they had to resist. The Parlement tried out a new tactic in their struggle with Louis XVI, something we are probably overly familiar with. They used the press to try to sway public opinion. It might be odd to think of this as new, but there really hadn't been much of a public before this period. In earlier eras, most people who were well-informed on current affairs and educated enough to understand them were aristocrats, political players in their own right, not an uninvolved public observing politics and forming their opinions from afar. But by this era, there was increasingly a population of literate, politically aware commoners, men and women who were probably like most of you listening, not personally involved in the government, but who read or debated enough about politics to have their own opinions on the performance of the government and the future direction of the country. In 18th century France, most of these people came from the middle class. They tended to have pro-Enlightenment, liberal sympathies, and so that's what the public relations campaign of the Parlement played on. This was really just a squabble between factions of the ruling class. The king and his administration were fighting for their interests, and the nobility were fighting for theirs. But the Parlement painted it as a grand clash of principles, a fight for freedom. They published pamphlets and essays arguing the Parlement weren't just defending their own interests and tax exemptions, but taking a stand for French liberty against the tyranny of the king. The literate public ate it up. The king's legitimacy was already taking a hit from the food crisis, and these Enlightenment-influenced arguments coming from the Parlement gave people an ideological and philosophical framework with which to express their discontent. Louis's plan to push reform through the Parlement was doomed. As this public debate raged, some voices began to call for a meeting of the Estates General, the elected national legislative body that hadn't met in over a century. But Louis didn't want to call a meeting of the Estates. Like his predecessors, he considered the institution too powerful and unpredictable. But reform was going nowhere, the financial situation was becoming more desperate, and the idea was gaining traction among the public. The king had lost the initiative. The government spent most of 1787 and 1788 engaged in all kinds of political footwork, attempting to sidestep the issue, but in the summer of 1788 they ran out of time. The royal treasury was officially empty. The government's credit was ruined. Few would risk loaning money to the king. Those who did charged astronomical rates of interest. Very soon, the government would be forced into drastic measures like liquidating assets, paying employees in IOUs, or even defaulting on debts. In the winter of 1788, a group of bankers offered a massive package of loans to the government, but only under the condition that the king call the Estates General and empower them to reform the economy and tax system. In January of 1789, the king finally relented and ordered elections for a meeting of the estates to be convened in the spring. This was a momentous announcement. The only precedent was in the distant past, in a very different society with different political dynamics. There was suddenly a potential for change and new possibilities for the future. In a modern American context, you might compare it to calling a new constitutional convention. The Estates General had three chambers. The first estate was the church. They were there to represent the interests of French Catholicism as an institution, but they were also human beings and carried their own personal views with them. The leadership was overrepresented. Cardinals, bishops, abbots, almost all of them came from noble families, and many had connections to the royal court. But the majority of the seats in the first estate were actually reserved for the rank-and-file clergy. Many of them sympathized with the commoners. The second estate represented the nobility. Almost all of the eminent aristocrats of France had a seat, including men of the royal court and the king's close male relatives. But as we discussed in episode 5, the nobility was not a uniform group. There
were poor nobles represented as well, and men whose families had only been aristocrats for a generation or two. Generally, the Second Estate was the most conservative of the three bodies, the most supportive of the status quo. But even here, there was a significant minority of liberals. Many were disciples of the Enlightenment, others just saw that the current system was broken. The Third Estate represented everyone else in France, the 98 or 99% of Frenchmen who weren't aristocrats or ordained Catholic clergy. Everyone from Parisian bankers to the starving sans-culottes, from Bordeaux merchants to migrant farm workers. In theory, this was a chamber for everybody. In practice, it was dominated by the bourgeoisie. Few others had the time, money, and education to inform themselves on political issues and run for office. There were some businessmen and bankers, but the delegates of the Third Estate tended to be what we would call white-collar professionals, civil servants, doctors, and especially lawyers. This was by far the most liberal and pro-reform chamber of the Estates General. Most delegates came from the upper middle class. They generally felt undervalued and ignored in the current system, and were enthusiastic about Enlightenment ideals. On May 5th, 1789, the Estates General officially opened. Ominously, only a few weeks earlier, Parisian workers had risen up in a violent riot. It had taken the army days to contain the chaos, at the cost of 25 dead. Anyone who thought calling the Estates General would solve all the country's problems was quickly disappointed. The government was still paralyzed by infighting. The only real difference was now it was between the king and the liberal delegates instead of the king and the Parlement. Just as Louis had feared, the Estates General did not defer to royal authority. The way the liberal delegates saw it, the king himself had given them a broad mandate to reform the country, and they were the legitimate representatives of the people of France. Their view of themselves as elected officials was not unlike the one embraced in most modern democracies. They felt they were entrusted with the duty to give voice to their constituents and use their judgment to advocate for the common good. The king and his allies did not see things that way. They were still steeped in that absolutist view of the king as the metaphorical embodiment of the country. His will was the country's will. In their eyes, the liberal delegates were just a group of willful, insolent subjects taking advantage of the crisis to act out like wayward children. Louis vacillated in his approach to the Estates General. The king was not a particularly vindictive or reactionary person, but he was very pliable, and some of his advisors were. Louis had no confidence in his own judgment. Time and again, he would allow hardline members of the court to talk him into some uncompromising authoritarian position, then have second thoughts and allow himself to be swayed the other direction. On several occasions, the king came right to the precipice of ordering a crackdown on the liberal opposition, only to change his mind at the last minute. The reactionary faction at court had managed to convince the king to quietly amass a small army of loyal troops in Paris. But opposing advice and his own peaceful nature prevented Louis from pulling the trigger and ordering the troops in to dissolve the Estates General. While Louis wallowed in indecision, the opposition gained momentum. Liberal clergymen began defecting from their chamber and sitting with the commoners in the Third Estate instead. Delegates of the Third Estate and their supporters began to refer to it as the National Assembly, reflecting their belief that the Third Estate represented the will of the whole country, not just one class. On the 19th of June, 1789, the king finally made up his mind. His reactionary advisors had finally won him over. The crackdown was in motion. The delegates of the National Assembly gathered the next morning and found their meeting place locked up, guarded by soldiers. Legally, the king still had the power to unilaterally dissolve the assembly and even to arrest any members he wished. The delegates quickly realized that closing down their meeting place would probably be the first step to doing something like that. So, the National Assembly took decisive action of their own. They moved their meeting to the nearest space that could accommodate them, the tennis courts at their side, and immediately voted to pass a momentous resolution. Quote, "All members of this assembly shall immediately take a solemn oath, not to separate, and to reassemble wherever circumstances require, until the Constitution of the kingdom is established and consolidated upon firm foundations." In effect, they were finally throwing down the gauntlet to the king and demanding a written constitution. Revolution. This event has become famous as the tennis court oath. It was all very dramatic, but it was also a smart piece of political maneuvering. The delegates had surmised that the king would soon issue a decree dissolving the assembly and or ordering some of its members arrested. The oath effectively preempted that decree. Remember, this oath wasn't just some guys in a gym making a promise to each other. They were a legislature. This was proposed as a resolution and passed by majority vote. Once the tennis court oath was approved, if the king followed through in order to crack down, they would have a solid legal foundation to resist it, because his orders would be in violation of their legal resolution. Pretty clever, right? Like I said, a lot of these guys are lawyers. And it worked. Yet again, the king backed down and shifted to a more conciliatory stance. He agreed to work with the National Assembly. Priests and monks from the First Estate were now leaving their chamber in droves to sit with the Assembly. Even some liberal nobles from the Second Estate joined them. When the king threatened them, the bourgeois delegates of the National Assembly responded with defiance and won. That's why the tennis court oath is still one of the most celebrated events of the Revolution. It was a moment of bravery in the face of danger, loaded with human drama and symbolic significance. Accounts of the events of June 20th and the text of the tennis court oath crackled through France in the following weeks. The National Assembly had been popular from the start, but now they were national heroes. All over the country, especially in Paris, the public took up their call for a constitution. The men who swore the oath were mostly well-heeled professionals, but the news was greeted with joy in the slums and on workshop floors in Paris, just as it was in the fashionable neighborhoods and salons. The starving poor of the city were much more desperate and frightened than any bourgeois legislator, but they'd come to blame much of their suffering on the royal government. The way most of them saw it, anybody who was trying to challenge this system that left them miserable was one of the good guys, even if they were a bunch of fancy-pants lawyers. The tennis court oath may have raised the spirits of poor Parisians, but it didn't provide any relief to their dire material conditions. By 1789, the average unskilled worker in Paris was spending the majority of his or her income just on bread. And they were the lucky ones. There had always been a large underclass of unemployed and semi-employed people in the city. And with the economy in crisis, that population grew every day. Workers were laid off, desperate peasants came into the city looking for work. Attacks on bakeries and grain merchants were becoming common. Sometimes they devolved into riots. But these outbursts didn't really help let off steam. Conditions remained bad, and the mood on the street just kept heating up. The boiling point was reached on July 12, 1789, after news reached the city that the king had abruptly dismissed his finance minister, Jacques Necker. Necker was far and away the most high-profile and popular figure in the royal administration. He was actually pretty bad as a finance minister and incompetent as a politician, but he was one of the most visible advocates of liberal reform, and people loved him. As often happened when there was big news, people of Paris congregated in the streets to hear reports read out loud, listen to impromptu speeches, chat with each other, and share rumors. Seeing the man they viewed as their champion unceremoniously booted out of politics was the final insult. Rumors of a royal crackdown began to spread, and these groups that had gathered in the streets began to take on the character of angry mobs. This was not the first time Paris had seen mob violence related to the crisis, but it was soon obvious this was something different, much bigger and potentially much more dangerous. There was no riot policing in the 18th century, so, as they always did in these situations, the authorities called out the military garrison. This was a permanent garrison of Paris. The soldiers lived in the city full-time and thought of themselves as Parisians. They drank and socialized in all the same hangouts as other working-class people in the city. So the garrison's officers had begun to doubt their men's loyalty. But on July 12th, the situation deteriorated so quickly that the authorities saw little other option but to call them out anyway and just hope they obeyed. Most did not. A few groups of soldiers maintained discipline and clashed with the mobs, but the majority defected immediately. There was now a large segment of the mob with military armaments and training. This sent a wave of paralyzing doubt through the Army command. Which units could they trust? Sending out more regiments to confront the mob might just lead to more defections and make the situation worse. So they did nothing. By the evening of the 12th, Paris belonged to the mob. In the absence of any civil authority, looting began. The rioters took special care to target any place where weapons or alcohol were stored. A mood of exuberance developed alongside their anger. That night, the whole city was consumed in a kind of angry, drunken party. Most Parisians were having the time of their lives, but things had gone way too far for many of the bourgeoisie. They were angry about Necker's dismissal too, but as property owners, they were not excited about all the looting. Of course, they sympathized with the rioters, but come on, this nonsense was getting in the way of business. Understandable sentiments may be, but the calculus is different for a starving person with nothing to lose. The bourgeoisie wanted order restored, but like everyone in Paris, they worried a military assault would cause even more death and destruction and lead to the long-feared crackdown on the opposition. So the middle classes of Paris began to organize a provisional city government of their own and raise a militia. The men of this force would come from the bourgeoisie and would be loyal to the assembly. For those of you who know your revolutionary history, this unit would grow into the famous National Guard. On the morning of the 14th of July, the organizers of this new National Guard were busy gathering equipment. They were able to seize a large number of muskets without too much trouble, but the military's main cache of ammunition would be a challenge. Most of the shot and gunpowder in Paris had been moved to a more secure.
What did you do in there? Electronics technician. Which time do you get? Yeah, I played video games, but only because I had access. I'm not like a video game guy, but if it's like do work or play video games, I made the right choice.
When you were in the Navy as an electronics technician,
Doesn't the Navy really sound not necessary?
I think tonight is not a good showing from the Navy at all. No, I'm kidding. Billy's saving it. But typical Navy, you send out the bad soldiers first, and then have everybody distracted.
Yeah, it looks different. You'd have an argument if there's like an army guy up here going, I don't know what I did, because they're like infantry.
Right.
We're just on a boat, and the computers do the work. And when the computer's not working, they go, "Can you fix it?" And I'm like, "I'll try."
Did that work a lot? And you seem like, you seems like you're so funny that you couldn't possibly be that great at fixing computers. And I mean that in the best way. I mean that as a compliment.
Yeah, I was pretty good at it.
How did you
I don't know how I could prove that.
How did you learn how to do that?
I don't know. They sent me to school for a while, so I went to school. 3 years of my Navy time was just going to school.
Wow.
I was actually supposed to be a nuclear electronics technician, which, yeah, they made a good call by now. Let me do that.
Yeah, you'd be like a real-life Homer Simpson.
Yeah, but I committed a felony right before I went to the Navy.
Oh, yeah?
So they said you can't do that anymore.
What was your felony?
Resisting arrest, assaulting a police officer, and felony evasion.
Wow.
Stemming from what?
It seems like a lie. It's true. I was resisting arrest because I was driving drunk.
Were you resisting or just playing hard to get?
Both.
How did that go down? You just wanted to escape the situation?
No, I was getting pulled over and I was really wasted, so I decided to run. I hid under a canoe for about 5 hours. They should have found me under there because that's the number one thing cops do is look under stuff. If you've ever seen an episode of cops. No, if you're ever running from the cops and they lose sight of you for a second, they go look under that thing.
So what were you under a canoe?
Yeah, I was laying under a canoe that slipped upside down, and I just heard them out there going, "Where'd you go?" And I almost wanted to just go.
So the dream
under the canoe.
The dream of the sea has always been in your head. Ever since the canoe, I wanted.
It's funny how long you left me under there. They never found me.
Do you talk about this on stage?
Maybe they knew you were under there. And they're all just looking at you.
Were they around there for 5 hours going, "Where's this guy?"
Maybe about an hour, honestly.
And it was on dry land, obviously, and you just.
I ran away and I took a right down an alley. I beat him by a little bit. I was a lot faster and skinnier than him. And as everyone knows, in a small town in Texas, all the cops are fat as fuck. So I had the upper leg, both of them, and then I I just dove under a canoe because I was scared. I didn't know how long I could run, and I just heard him out there going, "Where did he go?"
And the only thing that was there was that canoe. Like,
And there was like a backyard. You know,
They never seen a canoe in Texas, so they didn't know what the fuck it was.
we lived next to a river. The canoe made sense. They should have found me under there.
They were like, did a dog find you? They're like, how'd they find you?
No, did an Indian find you? Did I tell you this story before?
No, how'd they find you?
I talk about this in real life. I don't know if I've ever really told it on stage, but I actually got kicked out of that party from being an asshole because that's how drunk people are, and it was like a friend of a friend. They kicked me out of there. But when I was under the canoe, the lady who had kicked me out, she came out to the backyard where the cops were wondering where I was, and she goes, "If he's out there, my dog will find him." True life. And I was under the canoe going, well, somebody's got to. You can't be under a canoe and people not go, lift it up. So I was under there, and they didn't go, "No, man, get back inside your house." They're like, "Whoa, we're having trouble, so bring the fucking dog out."
No
It
way.
was like a tiny dog. This wasn't a bloodhound, and it should have been because it was Texas, but it was like one of those shitty small dogs that look like cats.
Right.
And he did find me, but he couldn't alert to it. Like, I felt his wet nose on my elbow licking me, but
Then you just choked it out.
no, I just laid under there. I fell asleep. I woke up when the sun was coming up. I came out, and I made the mistake of knocking on that same person's door because I went there with a girl and I needed a ride home. They towed my car. She called the police on me again, and they took me to jail. That's when I started resisting. They pepper sprayed me a bunch.
that timing, man.
Yeah, and they threw me in a drunk tank for a while. My mom left me in there she left me in county jail for 7 days to learn my lesson.
Oh,
And ultimately, right before I went to the Navy, a month before I actually left for the Navy, and me going to the Navy got me out of all the charges.
Right.
So me going, I am definitely going to the Navy, they dropped all the charges and I had to pay like almost $10,000 in fines.
Isn't it so fitting that you ended up joining the Navy because you hid under a canoe?
Yeah. I love that.
That's amazing.
Right, a month before I left to go to the Navy, my mom got a DUI.
Ah, who's hiding under the canoe now, bitch? Am I right? Did you leave her in county jail for 7 days like she did to you?
We didn't leave her in for 7 days, but I was so mad at her from it because it was so fresh that I said, "I'm not coming to get you." She stayed in there for 3 days till she could get a hold of my older sister who lives in Sacramento.
Wow.
Pretty fucked up.
You made your sister drive from Sacramento?
Yeah, we barely talk. Dude.
Dude, this is all so funny. You should definitely be talking about all this crazy true stuff.
Oh, I would love to tell this story full form if I could just get on the Death Squad Secret Show, please. It's a good time.
Welcome to showbiz. This is how it's done.
I'm sorry.
It's really putting Brian on the spot here.
Should I try to slam spots or just one?
It's a hard story.
I'm not going to get it right the first time.
I didn't really like it. It's such a so.
Wow.
I'm just kidding. I'll grow. On the Death Squad Secret Show.
They call it the Secret Show because we hide it under a canoe.
See, it already fits together.
Billy, you're so unlikable. You just have like this, like you always perform like you're like looking at a mountaintop or something. It's so beautiful out there, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, look
the
at it.
blue mountaintop because I like Coors Light.
Now, Billy, wow, dropping his brand.
Billy really likes
They paid me to
Ghostbusters. He's a huge Ghostbuster fan. Did you see the new Ghostbusters?
I haven't.
He has like, you have the Ghostbusters costume, don't you? And like,
Yeah, I did that one year.
he has the whole thing, like the backpack. And
You mean you wear it for Halloween?
Yeah.
now it's hanging in your bedroom.
My day job is at Ghostbusters at Sony.
Yeah. You haven't seen it though?
No, I haven't seen it yet. I was out of town for the premiere, and then I haven't been able to. Just wine tasting, man. What do you want me to say?
Is that true? Are you really work as a Ghostbuster?
No.
Oh.
Yeah. I do product development during the day because I'm so good at comedy that I have to use other jobs to
pay rent.
Hey, Tony, I like how for a quick moment you're like, are ghosts real?
No, I thought he said no. That's not what happened. He said that he works as a Ghostbuster at Sony.
And we're 4 Ghostbusters at Sony.
Hey, you mean for the movie?
T-shirts. Product development.
Gotcha.
Who wants a shirt? Yo, Slimer would love one, right?
All right, Billy, you killed it. So fun. Thanks. There he is again, Billy Bonnell. Follow him on Twitter at Billy Bonnell. Let's do it. Let's close it out strong, shall we? We have a comedian who does a brand new minute every single week in a position that is not pulled out of the bucket. She writes and performs a brand new minute every single week as an experiment. We started her from scratch here, a nervous, shaking, innocent little thing. And here she is, 6 months later, with a brand new minute for you. It's Melissa Esslinger.
I smoked a lot of cigarettes this weekend and today. Hell yeah, no, it's bad. I need to stop that. But this isn't where I was going with this. Turns out that I didn't know I missed my babysitter, but Good Charlotte just had a new album come out. I was a little old to need a babysitter because Good Charlotte, like, I was into it when I was like 14, but you know, wow, I really fucked up with the cigarettes. But you know, fuck, I lost the train. I forgot where it was going. Doesn't matter. Oh, I was here's. I just want. I'm doing it. Oh wait, that could get in trouble. I won't do that. Never mind. I was good because the lyrics. Holy shit! You know, I looked over for. You were like, don't you? No, I created that. Oh, I used. No, wait. When you. I'm still going. I just chose.
Okay,
I chose finger paint.
Hey, go ahead. Take this shit.
Ah, damn it! I was really excited tonight.
You're beautiful.
Thanks.
Dude, I think she works at Joke Busters.
Oh, son of a bastard. Fuck yeah. All right. Well, I mean, how many cigarettes do you think you smoked to cause 2 huge throat clears in 60 seconds? What are we talking about here? Did you, like, blow the Camel like Camel or something like that? Like,
I didn't even realize that I've been really quiet lately. Like,
did you fuck the Marlboro Man this weekend, Melissa?
Is he dead? I'm just kidding. That went weird because I didn't know. God, Jesus.
This seems like a good time to plug Billy Bonnell. He makes The Last Comedian makes hilarious videos with Greg Santos from Moss May Horror. So it's actually good. Yeah, definitely hilarious guys. I wanted to plug it.
Fuck yeah, Billy Bonnell. Fuck yeah. So yeah, Melissa, you didn't really talk about anything. Let's just take a second to absorb here for a little bit.
I was gonna say, you want me to read exactly what I?
Nope. Let's just.
I was gonna do that.
Still nothing, huh?
Hey, wait. Okay.
What? She's adorable. It is, right? But she can't contain it. She doesn't know why it works.
Well, here's the thing.
And obviously, that thing doesn't work, so you think you'd make an adjustment on that.
I am.
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. It's all.
So that's Billy Bonnell sketch group.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not funny anymore if I try to tell my jokes because now I like.
Yeah, you had that whole 60 seconds thing. That's sort of that. Sort of that whole thing.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, Melissa Esslinger with another new minute. There she goes. Melissa Star.
Good shit.
Look at tonight's strong, everybody, from Ryan Shaibo.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's unfucking believable. Oh, look at Jeremiah's. That is mind-blowing. His lips. Fuck yeah, Ryan J. Ebelt's prints at RyanJEbelt.com. You can find the official Kill Tony poster there. You can also find it on the front patio after this show. Ryan J. Ebelt sells it himself right out of a fucking tube. We're all on the front patio after this. Meet us all. Say hi. Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins,
Hey,
or
what's
Reagan
up,
and Watkins.
Knobs and Cunt Liquors? The Eric Andre Show premieres August 5th on Adult Swim.
Yeah.
And Google search Pat Reagan, Eric Andre Show to see some awesome clips from past seasons.
Yeah. So Joel Jimenez is on Twitter.
Joel Jimenez at Mostly Sorry.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Watkins is at Jeremiah Stand Up, and then Roast Battle is coming out at the end of this month on Comedy Central, people.
That's true. And a fun fact about Comedy Central's Roast Battle, not only is Jamar a huge part of that, the wave, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, what's going on?
But also, I'm going to announce to you Kill Tony people right now that I'm one of the 16 contenders in the Roast Battle for Comedy Central. Yeah. So, that's a big deal. Gonna go to Montreal and win that thing quite easily. Kirk, what do you got coming up? Anything crazy? At Kirk Fox, one of my favorite people on Twitter, and as is Jamar Neighbors. Literally, I'm not just saying that. Two of my favorite Twitters right here.
Always fun to be here, Tony. It was fun
Thank
to be
you.
a part of it.
Kirk, you're the best. Jamar, anything else?
No, man, it was fantastic. I'll be at the Roast Battle.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I'm actually battling on Tuesday.
Oh, really? Here?
Yeah.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Tomorrow night, Jamar Neighbors, fighting for his life at Roast Battle. Thank you so much, live audience. Have a great night. Thank you. Good night. See ya. Hi everybody, happy Monday. Look at this big packed crowd. Make some fucking noise Monday night. Josh Martin over there. Brian Redband to my left, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan J. Ebelt, the house artist, drawing this out of a blank sheet of paper right now. At the end of the episode, you're going to see that he drew tonight's episode right in front of your fucking eyes or whatever. Hi everybody. Happy Monday to you. You guys ready for a crazy fucking night or what? Wow. That was almost incredible. Comedy Store, Kill Tony audience. Are you guys ready for a crazy fucking Monday night or what? There you go. Big stuff happening. A lot of fun stuff coming up. Tulsa, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, and Boston. A bunch of oddball dates, oddball.com. I'm doing amphitheaters again. For those of you listening to the live stream and the podcast, come see me live. Dates at TonyHinchcliffe.com. Fuck yeah. See what I did there?
You were just in Cleveland with all the Trump supporters. What happened there?
It was very bizarre, and I'm just glad to be back home. Cleveland with Trump there is very weird.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Republican convention, you have to know that the people that, like, travel to something like that are all very bizarre. It's like the cast of Book of Mormon, except, like, 50,000 of them. Wow. And it was pretty crazy. But there were more cops than anything else. There were cops from everywhere. The issue really isn't about, what, Josh? Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Stretch a little bit. Stretch a little bit. Fuck yeah, we will. We already were, but thanks for the info, Josh. I'm gonna keep stretching. So yeah, Cleveland was fucking crazy. I like this audience. They're like very mellow. I think they're gonna get into it though. I can tell this is one of the ones that's just gonna warm up as the night goes on. I think you guys are gonna be very fucking excited when you see what we have in store for you. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Wait a second. Whoa, Ryan, can I ask you a question? Yeah. Is there another guy drawing tonight's episode? Oh, there's sure. What is that? Or with Ryan J? Oh, there's competition of artists. What in the world is going on? You know, that's a very talented artist. His name's Juan Manuel. Did I say that right? He's been probably not. He's been going through the Comedy Store just drawing lately. And it's great to see you here, man. He's very talented. You can check out his artwork and stuff after the show. Wow, a lot of you probably didn't hear Ryan J. Ebel just kill himself with a pencil into his own throat as he just promoted basically a, what would we call this? Like a hijacking artist. Yeah. Sort of just like, I mean, there's no photography or videoing in this room historically, but I'm pretty sure you're allowed to draw what's happening. So if anybody else wants to draw tonight's episode, you can just take one of those Comedy Store menus that are on the table. I know you think that they're menus and they shouldn't be drawn on. God, that's what they're there for. Yeah, nice and quiet. I like the sound in this room. There's a really good energy so far. This is how I like it. I like to play in the dark. I was built here in the dark. I'm like the Bane of the Comedy Store. You understand? I live for silence. A lot of comedians, they need continuous laughs to help with their confidence. I got that. All right, I'm in good shape. I was just informed we were ready to go. Bring it back out, right? Ladies and gentlemen, you know them, you love them. It's the Phil Tony Band. It is Pat Reagan and Joel Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God! Frog machine! Wow! Wow! That's awesome! His balls hanging out. Jeez, Brian, you really hit the nail on the head with that one. Wow, I love this. You would love that. It was Ghostbusters last week, Pokemon Go the week before. Always topical intros, which makes me wonder why Cheech and Chong this week, guys? Is that what that was? Or is it like that's change. Really? I thought you were retired Mario and Luigi or something like that. Is a rose by a different name not a rose? Yeah, Joel and hey man. Hey man. You up at Santa Clarita, man? Oh, that's pretty good. It's open smoke. Hey man, I started that fire, man. I dropped a doobie. It's so funny watching Pat realize he won't be able to play the harmonica with that beard on, bro. We all got to witness him realize it all at the same time. Whoa, look at that. Nothing can stop us. Whoa, is this guy with you? Oh, whatever's happening right now, it's the worst. Do you know this? Is he with you guys? Oh, I don't know. Oh, he must be, right? Pat? Yeah, he must be. That's why Pat wouldn't look at me. He's with you, right? Were you informed about that? I absolutely love humor. Hey, dude, have a seat, man. No, back in the crowd, man. What? Go back to the crowd, man. Is this okay? Josh, why did you just give me double thumbs up? For the guess, or because this is some... Okay. I really have lost control of my own show. I mean, it's really impressive. Just everybody leaving me hanging.
Honestly, this is weird, man. In a lot of ways, I was laughing over there like a freaking hyena or something. Like, but then I was, and then now I'm here, man. In a lot of ways, it's ironic that I'm here at the Comedy Store because I'm funny. Yes, I am, and I might as well be here. Get off, man. Hello, or is it okay? Would you play an instrument? Actually, yes, I do have a bell. Ring, 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 ding dong, the witch is dead, or which way, or something like that. I have.
What is going on? Do you know about this?
No. He's a pirate. I have it. No, man.
Is he really not with you?
No, man.
Really?
I asked you that 10 times. Hello, ding dong, the wicked witch of the west, or something like that.
Dude, Josh. Is this like a thing on me?
Man, or something.
Is this right? You guys wrote this?
Okay, I have humor. Okay, dude, what are you doing, man? Yeah, man, or something. I'm so high, man.
How much longer is it?
I'm so high, man.
How much longer is your guys' skit?
Hey. Just have a seat, man. Yeah, can you sit down and join you, man? I'm not there, man. What are you doing? Why do you keep crouching when I say have a seat? Good. This is older. Hip hip hooray! Halloween is here, but it's not the ghouls, ghosties, or goblins I fear.
What do you say?
Hip hip hooray! Halloween is here, but it's not the ghouls, ghosties, or goblins I fear. Hey, man. It's the 10 pounds of sweet treats that come straight to our rear or whatever. Man, less is more. What are you doing? Stand up. What's your name, dude? Alright, might as well. My name is Jay. Hello. I apologize for that weird entrance. Yes, I admit that was awkward, and in my head I was saying, that awkward moment when Jay comes up on the stage and it's weird or whatever. But I'm overall happy to help or something. Just whatever, man. You're fine. Just stop talking. Just
Pat, how much longer is this thing? What's the end?
I don't know, man.
Do you know him?
I don't know. I know him, yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is the thing.
Thanks, man. Finally, someone gets my back. I feel as though I'm at a freaking fish out of water here.
Did you tell him how the show works here at all? Does he know what's going on tonight?
Yeah, man. He said he wanted to get up and join the band, and I said, don't do that. And then he came up on stage and did this.
Oh, gotcha.
Ring-a-ding-a-ling.
How well do you know him, Pat?
I mean, I've been camping with him a couple of times.
Jay, why don't we have a seat, man, so we could like, when working with creative risk takers goes wrong, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
What is wrong, man? I'm happy to be here.
You have a microphone, that's what's wrong. Who are you? What is happening?
I'm happy to help.
Put the mic back in the mic stand.
Do it, man.
Stand up.
Do it, stand up.
Oh my god.
Whatever, I take direction well.
This is mind blowing to me.
Can I get my taser in my backpack?
That'd be fun to taste these guys. Has he been here before?
He's really funny. He's actually, if you give him a chance, he's really positive and funny.
Yeah. We've given him, 7.5 minutes.
Here goes. Right. Here goes something.
Is he about to try to be funny right
now? Of course, I like to go to restaurants all around town, buddy. All around town. And the other day, I was at a group with a group of comedians, and of course, even though I'm on stage at the time, I'm still trying to get a laugh. And of course, I'm at a restaurant at UCB Franklin, known as Burt's, And I say to the guy, or I say that, and we go around the table and we're saying, of course, what kind of bird am I? What kind of bird am I? And I say, you gotta stop, man. You gotta stop. You gotta stop that story and just stop talking, man.
Yeah. Go sit somewhere else. Another room or something. Grab your what? Grab your beer. Yeah, tell them what to do.
Jay, grab your beer, grab your bell, sit down next to me, mellow out.
Put the mic back in the mic stand. Pat, who is this guy that's hijacked the first 10 minutes of the show? Are you going to get control of it, or?
Here, man, take some of these.
Oh my God. No idea what's happening, but he's giving him pills. Very compelling episode so far.
Whoa, man. Oh, no. These are the wrong pills, Tony.
Is this like an homage to Cheech and Chong you guys are doing tonight?
Or something. All right, just sit down. This is 20 minutes to...
Not there. Not there. Not there.
Be positive. Sit down. Keep it positive, man.
Pat. Can I talk to Pat and not Tommy Chong for a second?
I'm Chong, man.
All right.
Wow, that was awful.
Yeah, that was probably the worst thing ever. I mean, really. Truly.
It's just a single pill.
Oh, God. It's just my least favorite kind of comedy in the world. It's like that bad, I got nothing, to be goofy, I'll never be Andy Kaufman type of shit. It's almost mind-blowing. Never in a million years. That's why you took a nice swig of the beer on that one, because you know it's so true.
He's incredible.
Well, he did not show it at all tonight. I gave him a nice big chance.
You got me.
I'm not listening to that bell this entire episode at all. Fuck yeah, there you go. Hey, the umpire. I like that. You know what?
We have some meathead army coming out.
This is amazing. I like it. Clearly the band did mushrooms today, and
just
didn't really warn us.
Microdosing.
Okie dokie. Ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, we have not really started the show yet tonight. It's a show where we talk to comedians after they do 60 seconds on stage. I have a bucket full of comedians, and every single week I have two amazing comedic guests on the show to talk with people after they do their 60 seconds. Tonight's no different. Put your hands together for two of the best, two of our favorite returning guests, Steve Simone and David Arquette. Make some fucking noise! The best. David Arquette is there. Steve, motherfucking Simone.
This is awesome.
Welcome, guys. Yeah. How are you?
Awesome.
You just missed some crazy shit, or maybe you did.
Oh yeah, we heard it. He killed.
Commitment.
He literally killed Tony.
I almost killed myself. True commitment at its finest, because none of it worked. It's good.
It depends on your vegan definition, man.
Oh shit! Really good one there. You made up for it on that one.
I'm just saying.
I wonder what the real you is like.
I don't know, man. Maybe we'll find out one day.
Probably not. Where's the horse of truth? Where's the horse of truth? Well, you're supposed to have that without asking out loud. Fuck yeah. David Arquette, you are back. You're one of the most epic guests on this show. Always fun. Last time you did an amazing magic trick.
I guess I have no idea. I don't recall.
It was very impressive.
This is the first time I haven't been drunk in this room.
It's bright. Yeah.
It's bright in here.
I once roasted, when I first met you, I roasted you in this room. You hosted the roast of the Iron Sheik, and I lit you up big time.
Was it fun?
It was really I told you I love you in the Scream movies with your Deputy Dewey. How about you, Deputy, do not try to ever do comedy again? Something like that. Then I said the only time I screamed during that movie was when I was yelling to get my money back. It's good. You don't remember any of these? I was really mean at night, so I'm sort of glad you don't remember all of them.
Do you remember when you caught whatever that was on fire and started making like some weird smoke thing during your set? You actually did a set that night.
Yeah. Last time he was on, he pulled a colorful handkerchief out of nowhere, and he gave it to me, and I still have it.
I have no magic tricks tonight. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I could come out with my balls hanging out.
Fuck yeah. Steve Simone, welcome to the party. Thanks for having me, Mike. Always the best. One of the most positive and hilarious human beings in comedy. Always doing great stuff. You excited to hang out with new comedians?
Yeah,
you haven't seen before?
Yeah, I brought ice cream into that.
You did? Yeah, really? I think it melted during the banding show. You guys know how it works. Those of you that don't, over 50 comedians signed up pieces of paper on this bucket for the chance to do 60 seconds on stage. We get through a few of them. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Better wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Yeah. That's the one. Yep. Okay. All right. That was a freaking funny sound effect, dude. I'm grading you to ear. Sorry, funny. I have never, ever really just been dying to see Jeremiah Watkins more than I am right now. Can we take a moment of silence? Unbelievable. That's fine, man. He's funny too. I think you're funny. I know, I am. I just said you're funny. Wow, I love that. Does that work for you in the East, like Roast Feliz and Silver Lake, that voice thing? Yeah. People love that. I wear skinny jeans and I'm a freaking hipster. Mocha chocolate grande or something. I drink them all. Yeah. I'm so much of a hipster on Silver Lake. Wow, that's impressive. Normally they're not hacky, but like. Yeah, I guess I am a bit of a hack, but I am funny. Or autistic, one of the two. Wow. Yeah, let's slide that a little more to the left, shall we? Like all the way. Fuck yeah, I like it. All right, this is an exciting one tonight. Normally, David Arquette carries the wildness of it. Pat took that over tonight. Pat's got control of the wild card. You have a mellow Arquette. I feel like your powers transferred to whoever that guy is over there. You better have a fucking magic trick by the end of this, and I don't even pull a bell out of your pocket. I want you to figure it out and be quiet for like 45 minutes.
There has to be some like conclusion to this. Like he's going to take off his beard and be John Benet Ramsey or something like that.
That would be pretty fucking impressive. Whoa. Hey. Whoa.
Hey man, I saw this guy kill in the Flappers Union room.
The Flappers Union room?
Yeah, man. He was laughing hysterically. And the audience just joined in. He didn't tell a single joke.
Wow, that's so cool.
He's funny.
Oh, jeez. I mean, really, can you really make sure he doesn't talk anymore? Because it has worked 0%.
Let's just kick him off. Depends on your definition of work.
I mean, Pat, I really love you. You know how much I love you. This one's bad.
It all depends on your definition, but hey, I'll take it, man.
Yeah? Oh, yeah, it does depend on my definition. It definitely does.
I'll take the feedback, but
talking. You gotta stop talking. Yeah, you cannot let him talk every time he wants to. He's totally not funny. I don't care where you saw it work at. He's 0 for 100.
He's right.
It's not working.
No, you're right. It's not.
It's the worst kind of annoying too, because you can tell it's not him. He's just doing some like high-pitched character.
He's right.
This man's a genius.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I promise, up and down. There's no way.
Definitely yes. Definitely yes. He's a genius.
Yeah. Is he any worse? I can't figure out what he could do to be more unlikable and just absolutely.
It all depends on your definition, man.
Yeah. Yikes.
Sorry.
Wow, a whole fucking big main room at the
Funny's funny, dude.
You guys are really on it tonight. Let's start the show, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, there's really not much else I can do. Yikes. Did I do something new, Pat, or something? Like, is there something that I did to, like, offend you this week, or something like that? Or do you really think it's funny? Deep down inside somewhere? Because it's so unfunny that it's hilarious.
It's almost so bad it's good.
No, it's not. Nobody thinks that it's almost so bad it's good. That's why I'm sort of making a big deal about
There's
it.
no, you know what, Tony? I'll say this. People are afraid of things they don't understand.
No, I understand it. I've analyzed it.
You understand
And
it.
I think it's bad. Oh my god, the light's completely cut off, though.
It's fine to have the opinion.
I can talk, but
I'm totally fine with that opinion.
I feel like I'm over at my friend's house and their parents are fighting. I don't know what to do. I think it's time for dinner. Right, Steve.
I'm going to take off my belt and slap him like he's my son.
That's unbelievable.
I'll just kill his mic the whole time, so if Pat wants to talk, just tell him. Look who got a promotion.
Yeah. Joel Jimenez. Thank you, Joel. Okay, let's start the show. Let's see what happens. Comedians, you get an uninterrupted 60 seconds when you hear your name called, and then we talk to them about anything in the world afterwards. So people learn more about them, find out who they are. I already pulled a name out of the bucket. Your first comedian doing an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight goes by the name of Channing Apodaca.
Thank you. So I met my girlfriend online. Anybody else have to Google the word sapiosexual after they downloaded Tinder? Just me? All right, apparently sapiosexual means somebody who's attracted to intelligence. But if that's what you're attracted to, and every single girl on Tinder claims to be one. If that's what you're attracting to, what the fuck are you doing on Tinder? It's like applying to be an archaeologist at a Costco. What you wanted was something intelligent, thought-provoking, adventurous. What you got is this giant place filled with poor fat dumb dudes just looking for free samples. And Tinder's fucking weird, man. You just swipe right and you swipe left just based on one person's photo. You don't actually know these people. Every single one of these girls could potentially be your soulmate, at least that's what I tell them. Little fun fact about Tinder, 75% of the girls on there are actually Asian. Side note to that is 100% of the Asians that hear this joke will double check my math. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, Channing Apodaca. Pretty new in stand-up, huh? How long you been doing it?
I'm going on 2 years.
Where you from?
Lancaster. Antelope Valley. That's about an hour away, yeah.
What do you do for work?
I work in post-production.
Very nice.
Industry.
Yeah, you do.
What was the actual word that you said?
Sapiosexual.
Sapiosexual.
Yeah, it's a real word. And I really had to Google it.
Yeah. Maybe say it slower because I didn't hear what you said. And I heard a couple of people go, what the fuck? Because you said it so fast, and you don't even know what it is to begin with. So maybe go, it's called sapiosexual. Like spell it out for the audience. Because otherwise, other people are going to be like, wait, what do you say the whole time while you're trying to explain the joke?
Yeah, I felt like I was kind of rushing it because I wasn't sure how much I was going to do.
Right. So tell us something interesting about you, Channing, because that was like, stand-up jokey pie. Who are you?
Jokey pie. I'm just a jokey pie guy. Funny. I'm a pretty normal dude from Southern California, like born and raised.
Got to be able to be here for fun.
Really into hockey, which is like odd coming from SoCal, but yeah.
Like roller hockey?
Ice hockey.
Ice hockey?
Yeah.
Where you do that you go find some ice rinks and do that?
Yeah, there's a good amount of rinks out here.
So you can like ice skate backwards?
Yeah.
Wow.
Requirement. Part for the course.
That's fun.
Yeah.
You ever like go on dates with girls to the skating rink and you're like, check out
I asked my high school girlfriend out by taking her to an ice rink, and I put a little note in her glove and said, will you be my girlfriend? And I put it on her hand.
There we go. I like that. Oh, yes. I love that. So, did she like that?
Yeah, she said yeah. And then we dated for like 6 months and broke up.
How'd you break up with her?
She left a note in her shoe.
Get the fuck
It was like a weird situation where we were like having this argument, like, are we gonna stay together? Are we gonna break up? All high school shit, and then the Zamboni guy came by and he said it's over. He spelled out the job.
Yeah, I love the new band leader. Yeah, new band leader, Joel Jimenez. Joel Jimenez and the other guys. Oh shit! What a fun one. That's so cool, Channing. Why did you guys break up after 6 months?
I don't even know. It was about 10 years ago. She was just kind of a bitch, and I was like a
little pussy.
Yeah, I was a little pussy. Literally, the night that we broke up, I was leaving her house, and I was crying in my mom's Chevy Tahoe, and dude, this is what you should be talking about on stage. I've been trying to think of how to do this. I was crying in my Chevy Tahoe, and the worst person to pull up next to you was the girl I dated before her. And I looked over, full of tears, and just went. That's way funnier than that. You talk about that? I've thought about it, and
that's already a good joke, just like how you did it. I mean, you can get those laughs. You can even add in the whole hockey thing, and the fucking you take his Zamboni thing, and his, broke up with the, left the fucking note. You know what I mean? Just take it, bake it, work it out, and see what you can do with that, because that's funny as fuck.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that I've been sitting on.
Oh my god!
You could say like it was kind of weird she was there, but she is a roommate. I guess not. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're post-production, right?
Yeah.
Just edit that part out.
Fuck yeah.
There's really a lot of editing tonight.
Yeah, is there any way that you know how to cut out the first 10 minutes of a podcast?
Yeah. I can cut it, I can crop it to about here, shave it down maybe.
I love that.
Keep it at UCB.
That's so fun. Channing avocado.
It's not a bad idea, man.
Still nothing.
He's always positive, man.
Hey, Channing, what else?
Funny's funny, or whatever.
Stop trying. I promise you, stop trying.
I am trying.
You're so close. Right? Should we just pick a mod? Would that be bad? Would you be offended if we did that, Pat? It's up to you. I love giving you a sword there.
I think there might be a Yoda thing happening. Maybe he could. I don't know. Sorry. I'm looking for the positive.
A yoga thing?
Yoda. Like a little. It's not a Yoda thing.
Can you do some DDP yoga in the original for like 45 minutes and then...
We had a black belt in jiu-jitsu, David Weary here, that can remove him from the stage.
Also, our friend from California, the great Nate Diaz is here.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Not really. I'm just lying to myself, too.